Rascal! Wake up! Cheng Gong felt someone shaking him in a daze, but he couldn't control his body at all. After futile struggles, he only managed to open his eyes. How bright! How huge! Two enormous white spheres filled his vision, nearly blinding him. Fortunately, he still couldn't control his body, otherwise, he might have lost composure. Return mission system activated. Detected host safely arrived at initial destination. Issuing Soul Eternal main quest. The sudden voice did not surprise him. Perhaps the two huge spheres reminded him that he was no longer who he used to be. After all, he was just an ordinary nobody before. Eternal quest return. Host will travel between worlds selling alien items to earn return points and strengthen yourself. Return points can also open random return gates. Once you return to the original world, you gain permanent control of the system. The mission meant nothing to him. As an orphan and unmarried, he had no attachments to his past. The only motivation was that return points could strengthen him and protect him in another. Especially now he roughly guessed which world he was in, because the person in front of him was very recognizable. A reckless lecher. Shizune, deal with him. The two spheres suddenly shook, then moved away from him. Yes, Tsunade. Behind Tsunade appeared an ordinary-looking woman in black holding a kunai, but not yet in this critical moment he tried to speak or move, but every movement brought a tearing pain, leaving him only able to stare with wide eyes. Newbie gift pack released. Host, do you want to claim it? Claim. He treated the system as his last life. If the gift pack didn't contain something to resolve the crisis, he would have to say goodbye to this world. Congratulations, host has obtained 1 baptism holy light, 1 product link channel draw, 1 system storeroom. Use all. Host uses baptism holy light. Commencing now. He didn't even wait to hear the full details before using it. Tsunade had already left his sight. A door closed and Shizune raised her kunai, aiming at his head. But reality surprised her. A soft white light suddenly covered his entire body. The kunai melted upon contact with the light. Shizune barely withdrew her hand in time. Fortunately, she retreated in time, otherwise her hand might have been lost. Tsunade heard the commotion but didn't enter. Shizune, what happened? Tsunade, you should see for yourself. After a dozen breaths, the door opened. Seeing no disaster, Tsunade relaxed, but then frowned because the situation before her was unlike anything she had seen. Cheng Gong didn't know any of this. The moment he was enveloped by the holy light, he knew he was alive. He could feel the light repairing his body, bringing unprecedented comfort. Baptism holy light elevates the recipient's physique and talent to the level of a saint's son. He didn't know what a saint's son was, but he knew it was powerful. Product link channel drawn. Link to World Bleach. While receiving the holy light, the system told him another. He understood the explanation. This channel cannot let him enter the Bleach world, only sell items from that world to people in the current world. Unique items can only be sold once. For example, an awakened Zanpakuto can only be sold once, but an Asachi can be sold infinitely. Asachi costs 100 return points each. Awakened Zanpakuto prices vary. He glanced at He quickly skimmed through each item, extremely expensive due to uniqueness. He saw a Zanpakuto called 8 Realms Sword priced at 100 billion return points and exited the interface. Return points can be exchanged with gold 100,000 taels of gold for 1 point. So the cheapest Asachi costs 1 million taels of gold. Besides Zanpakuto, various Kidō, Quincy abilities, etc. can be sold as long as one can afford the price. Having a grasp of the situation, he felt the holy light weakening. He could see the outside again. Tsunade and Shizune were watching him warily. But now he was no longer afraid. The newbie gift pack included a system storeroom where he is invincible. So he decided to enter the system storeroom to talk with Tsunade. Tsunade's mind was in turmoil. Yesterday, she had won 99 times in a row. Suspicious, she immediately left with Shizune, but Cheng Gong fell from the sky in front of her. Cautious, she struck him with a monster strength punch, but he didn't cry out or spit blood, just lost consciousness. She thought about the strange winning streak and Cheng Gong, and decided to bring him to her lodging. But when he woke up, he stared at her chest blankly. Disgusted, she had already examined his body yesterday, and knew he was just an ordinary person. This morning, she went back to the gambling den, and found she could only lose again. So she decided to have Shizune eliminate this intruder. But then something beyond her knowledge appeared. If Cheng Gong knew, he would protest. He wasn't staring at her chest, just listening to the system. But now neither spoke. Cheng Gong, having recovered, pulled Tsunade and Shizune into the system storeroom. Welcome to the real world, Tsunade. He tried to act grand, but Tsunade and Shizune immediately threw kunai at him. Fortunately here he is invincible. The kunai passed through his body into nothingness. Release. Tsunade made a hand seal, but it had no effect. Enough, Tsunade. He directly restrained her and transmitted a fabricated origin story of the Universal Merchant and Universal Merchant Association into her mind. Seeing Tsunade recover from shock, he smiled. Welcome to the real world, Tsunade. Cheng Gong released his control over Gangsho, but she was still struggling to accept the information he had infused. So what can I buy here? Gangsho had actually given up resisting now because the ability that had rendered her completely immobile a moment ago was far too terrifying. Moreover, Gangsho had secretly tried to communicate with the slug, but there was no response, so she had to first see what Cheng Gong's true intentions were. Because of the space-time turbulence, I was severely injured when I first arrived at this precious place. I still need to thank Lady Gangsho for bringing me back to her residence. Cheng Gong bowed to express his gratitude to Gangsho. But regarding what just happened, let's call it a life for a life. The last words made Gangsho's emotions surge and plummet instantly, and some lines began to appear on her face. As someone who had watched Naruto, Cheng Gong naturally knew what this was. He sighed inwardly and marveled at the ninja's resilience. It seemed she had given up resistance, but secretly she was already preparing to unleash a powerful technique. No need to use your Yin seal. I am fully recovered now, and any method you try will be useless. Cheng Gong pointed out Gangsho's plan. Upon hearing this, Gangsho's pupils constricted. This person seemed to know everything about her. Could it be true, as the information had just said, that he had descended from his own world at a random point in time? The information Cheng Gong had infused completely overturned Gangsho's worldview. Whether she believed it or not, she retracted the Yin seal. A discovered trump card was no longer a trump card. I have everything here: weapons, abilities, resources, and so on. As long as you can offer enough return points. Cheng Gong did not change the term return points. In his fabricated story, the Naruto world had become a shattered fragment of the great multiverse, stripped away and lost. Now Cheng Gong's purpose in coming was to enable the people of the Naruto world to become strong enough to break through the world's barriers and return to the great multiverse. Therefore, return points was indeed aptly named. If I want to become stronger, what can I buy to enhance myself? Gangsho's question was a final test. If what Cheng Gong offered was a method of enhancement with enormous side effects, then it would just mean another ambitious person had appeared in the ninja world. Then it could only be said that another ambitious person had appeared in the ninja world, except that this ambitious person, Cheng Gong, was excessively powerful. But if it was truly other abilities, Gangsho didn't know what to do. She now both hoped it was true and hoped it was false, her emotions extremely conflicted. Enhancement of abilities comes in many forms. Cheng Gong knew it was time to show his wares. The success of a shop depended entirely on the attractiveness. I have a type of weapon collectively called Zanpakuto. Each Zanpakuto is unique. Once you have one, you instantly possess the power to destroy the world. But Cheng Gong did not mention the need for sufficient spiritual pressure. I have a type of ninjutsu collectively called Kidō. With just a chant you can achieve any desire. But Cheng Gong did not mention the need for sufficient spiritual pressure. As he spoke, he also displayed some representative abilities through projections. The Bankai of Hyarinmaru Senbenzakura and the visually explosive Ryūjin Jakka. For Kidō, powerful ones like Kurohitsuji were displayed. But Cheng Gong felt that Kidō might not be very appealing to the Naruto world, since many ninjutsu effects were much better than Kidō. Sure enough, Gangsho directly skipped Kidō and began to carefully examine the projection of Ryūjin Jakka that Cheng Gong was showing. Can it really reach the temperature of the sun? Gangsho watched the scene where everything was reduced to nothingness under the release of Ryūjin Jakka and was somewhat stunned. This is only the first stage of Shikai for Ryūjin Jakka. Its temperature can reach the surface temperature of the sun. And the final release Bankai reaches the temperature of the sun's core. If fully unleashed, your world would directly disappear. Gangsho began to suspect that Cheng Gong's purpose was not to help them return. Perhaps Cheng Gong only wanted to destroy their world. After all, Cheng Gong couldn't stop talking about world destruction, and the things he displayed could indeed achieve it. How much is this Zanpakuto? Sincerely, 2 trillion return points. Gangsho breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't afford it, but no one else could afford it either. According to the exchange rate for return points, even if all the resources of the entire ninja world were combined, they couldn't be exchanged. Is there a cheaper Zanpakuto that suits my abilities? Gangsho thought that whether it was true or false, she had to buy one and try it to find out. And the simplest way to test the truth was to use her own most proficient ability. Your abilities are very diverse. Gangsho's broad inquiry gave Cheng Gong a bit of a headache, because she was indeed quite comprehensive. You have the strongest medical ability in the entire ninja world. I have a sword here called Minazuki. In its Shikai form, it transforms into a flying sting. Anyone injured can be placed inside its mouth, and it will slowly heal their wounds. The Shikai of the sword costs 2,000,000 return points. But Cheng Gong only introduced the Shikai. If he had described the Bankai Gangsho, would probably never want it even if she was beaten to death. There is also a Zanpakuto called Hisagamaru. When you slash at the opponent's wound, it can absorb the damage and heal the opponent. It's an excellent medical weapon. 2,000,000 return points to take it away. Also, there are these Kidō spells, which are a collective term for healing techniques among Kidō. You can purchase some to study and learn from your ninjutsu. Besides your medical ability, your monster strength gives you the qualification to barely dance. I have a sword here called Tengen. Its Bankai summons a giant sword-wielding warrior of immense power. The complete version of this Zanpakuto costs 2 million return points. You won't be at a loss, you won't be cheated. Lastly, my personal recommendation is this Zanpakuto called Hiniko. In its Shikai, the blade turns into ash, and then swinging the sword causes every ash particle to deal equal damage. This sword is a great deal at 20000 return points. Cheng Gong introduced the items endlessly, and of course, he added a bit of personal preference at the end, but only because he thought it was fun. Every item after being introduced by Cheng Gong had a corresponding projection. Indeed, as Cheng Gong had said, they all suited her abilities well. But she didn't understand this last one, Hiniko. She wasn't skilled in swordsmanship, nor was she a speed-type ninja, so why would she be recommended a sword with that ability? After all, according to common sense, Cheng Gong's personal recommendation should be the most thoughtful. But Gangsho didn't have time to think about whether Cheng Gong's personal recommendation had any deeper meaning. She just wanted to buy one first, and see the difference between the real item and the picture. I don't have that much money on me. When Gangsho was about to buy, she realized she didn't have enough money. After all, the only material product that could be exchanged for return points was gold. Cheng Gong used the system ability to check the amount of return points Gangsho could exchange, and found that it was worth 5 million return points. You can exchange for a total of 5 million return points, including all your exchangeable assets and the knowledge in your mind. So much. Gangsho was surprised after hearing this, not expecting herself to be worth so much. The exchange includes your understanding of the ninja world as well as intelligence and ninjutsu you know, and the insights into ninjutsu are also included. Gangsho's case was special, so Cheng Gong explained specifically. Many things here are exchanged one time only. Once exchanged, no one else can trade them for return points through these means. Because Gangsho was the first person to trade with Cheng Gong in this world, many common knowledge items of the Naruto world could also be exchanged. Exchange all rank and below ninjutsu, and exchange all intelligence except for Konoha village. Gangsho made a decision instantly. A total of A00000 return points. As the direct disciple of the Hokage, and a princess of the Senju clan, Gangsho knew many high-level ninjutsu and secrets. But Gangsho wouldn't easily exchange those. Then I want to exchange for a Zanpakuto that can directly undergo Shikai of Minazuki. With money in her pocket, she felt confident and directly exchanged for the Shikai Zanpakuto. Alright, since the awakened Zanpakuto is sold as a unique item, no other copies of the same Zanpakuto will be sold. Therefore, Lady Gangsho, you are now the temporary owner of Minazuki. Cheng Gong first exchanged the items that Gangsho had traded, then took out Minazuki. After all, Cheng Gong didn't have a single return point, so he had to collect the money first before delivering the goods. Temporary. Gangsho accurately caught Cheng Gong's wording. Yes, because you only purchased the Shikai of Minazuki. This Zanpakuto can also if you cannot achieve Bankai with this sword within 10000 years, I will begin selling the Bankai form of Minazuki. Once sold, the Shikai Minazuki will be reclaimed. This was the special nature of the awakened Zanpakuto's uniqueness, but Gangsho's focus was elsewhere. 10000 years. Gangsho silently repeated this time. What did it represent? It meant that the beings behind Cheng Gong could almost all live for over 10000 years, otherwise they wouldn't have defaulted to this time. This time also intimidated Gangsho, but it was not intentional on Cheng Gong's part. It was simply how the system worked, and Cheng Gong was just relaying it. As for living, Cheng Gong hadn't even lived to 30 yet. He handed a slender curved sword to Gangsho and told her the release command. Gangsho spoke the release command, and a huge creature resembling a stingray appeared. This scene shocked Gangsho. Was it a sealing technique? No, there was no trace of a technique. Watching Gangsho study it endlessly, Cheng Gong knew that business was temporarily over. So he directly released Gangsho and the others from the shop space. Made a fortune. Made a fortune. Cheng Gong, who had kept a tight face after sending Tsunade and the others away, now grinned widely. This business was In the just concluded transaction, Cheng Gong had directly doubled all the quoted prices. The Minazuki, which was priced at 2000000, only cost 1000000 in the system mall. Thus, after paying 1000000 return points to the system, Cheng Gong still had 1000000 return points left. To be honest, these 1000000 return points could greatly strengthen Cheng Gong, as they could purchase 90% of all Shikai Zanpakuto. Only a few overly powerful Zanpakuto Shikai were beyond his purchase. Now what Cheng Gong most wanted to know was the strength his body had reached after the Holy Light Baptism. Minazuki, go. On the other side, Tsunade, who had just left the system shop space, found herself back at her residence and sensed the summoning technique. After confirming that the Minazuki before her was real, she directly took Shizuka onto Minazuki's back ready to fly back to Konoha. After rescuing Taunton from Minazuki's mouth, Tsunade signaled Minazuki to take off. Lady Tsunade, Minazuki really can fly. Originally, Minazuki's main ability was healing and flight was just a secondary ability. But in the Naruto world, this secondary ability was astonishing. In the Naruto world, even the strongest cage-level shinobi couldn't fly if they didn't have the ability. Indeed, I never imagined there could be such a miraculous sword. Tsunade had intended to say creature, but then remembered it was clearly a sword, causing her to choke on her words. But how can't we see its healing ability? Casually, Tsunade caught two slow-flying birds, broke their wings, and threw them into Minazuki's mouth, but now they were nowhere to be found. Minazuki, you're not allowed to eat them. And, Taunton, you're not allowed either. Heal it. Realizing that Minazuki had probably treated them as lunch, Tsunade was speechless. How mischievous could this sword be? Still, she caught another bird, broke its wings, and fed it to Minazuki. This time Minazuki obediently began to heal. In less than a quarter of an hour, Tsunade received a signal from Minazuki indicating the healing was complete. After checking, she found it was truly intact. If a person's broken arm were put into its mouth, the efficiency would be incredibly high. And such a Zanpakuto cost only 2,000,000 return points from Cheng Gong. Thinking of this, Tsunade signaled Minazuki to speed up toward Konoha. Letting out a slow breath, Cheng Gong, after testing his abilities, had just fused one copy of the training materials he had exchanged from Tsunade, and found that his physical strength had reached the level of a special jonin in taijutsu. As for his soul ability measured by the spiritual pressure tester from the Bleach world, it was at the level of a seated officer in the Godai 13, specifically the higher ranks like second seat or third seat. In terms of ability enhancement, cheap Zanpakuto were beneath Cheng Gong's notice, while the invincible ones were beyond his budget. So he simply exchanged for an Asachi to see what kind of Zanpakuto he could awaken. Finally, he exchanged for the basic training method of the Bleach world and began to communicate with his Asachi. Lord Hokage, there is a giant fish-like creature rapidly approaching Konoha from the sky. Its purpose is unknown. Due to her status and strength, Tsunade never had to undergo inspection in Konoha. So this time, without any notification or signal, she simply let Minazuki fly straight back to Konoha. However, the people of Konoha were seeing Minazuki for the first time. When they saw it flying so openly toward the village, they quickly notified the village. The village naturally reported it to the Hokage. It's fine, let it in. Flying high and fast, the ground-level ninjas couldn't see Tsunade sitting on top. However, using his crystal ball to investigate, Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally saw Tsunade. Although he didn't know what Minazuki was, he trusted Tsunade. It was precisely the Hokage's order not to obstruct that allowed Tsunade to enter Konoha without hindrance. Given the urgency, Tsunade directly had Minazuki fly to the Hokage building and jump through the window into the Hokage's office. Watching the colossal creature transform into a slender, curved sword, the third Hokage couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. Tsunade, you've finally returned. Old man, I came back with urgent intelligence. Tsunade directly interrupted the third Hokage's attempt to catch up and began to talk about Cheng Gong. According to Tsunade's information, Konoha's location seems to be in this direction. Although Cheng Gong's system shop space could be used anytime, it could not transport him to a different location. Therefore, Cheng Gong had to come out. His purpose was naturally to develop new customers as his return points were spent, and he needed to find new leaks to harvest. Having exchanged the basic abilities of Zanjutsu, Hakuda Ho-Ho, and Kidō, Cheng Gong used Shunpa to move like a phantom through the forest. The ability of this Minazuki is truly terrifying. After hearing Tsunade's report, the third Hokage naturally didn't believe it, but Minazuki was right in front of him, and not an illusion. So he directly took Tsunade to conduct a comprehensive test of Minazuki's capabilities. In the Konoha dungeon, they found a death row inmate broke his limbs and threw him to Minazuki. A quarter of an hour later, he was spat out alive and vigorous. Even the wounds from previous interrogations had fully healed. Such healing efficiency left the third Hokage utterly. Coupled with Tsunade's description of Ryūjin Jakka valued at 200 billion return points, the third Hokage's brows were tightly furrowed for a long time. The ninja world is about to fall into chaos again. After a long while, he put down his pipe and sighed. However, this attitude infuriated Tsunade. It was always like this, dilly-dallying, indecisive. No wonder she didn't fit in this place. Disheartened, Tsunade couldn't be bothered with the third Hokage anymore. She released Minazuki and flew directly back to the Senju ancestral home. Lord Hokage, there is an unidentified person rapidly approaching Konoha dressed similarly to Lady Tsunade earlier. Therefore, the personnel below dare not act rashly. Just as the third Hokage was puffing on his pipe, another report came in. Similar to Tsunade. Could it be that merchant? Don't stop him, just have the Hyuga clan keep an eye on him. The reason Konoha personnel specifically noted Tsunade's attire was because her outfit had changed to a shahakusho. Not exactly changed. Rather, when releasing Minazuki or using spiritual power, her attire naturally transformed into a shahakusho. When she stopped using spiritual power, the shahakusho would be hidden. Hence the Third Hokage's conjecture. So this is Konoha. What a familiar feeling. The moment Cheng Gong arriving at Konoha's gate saw the village entrance, he finally felt that he had truly traveled to another world. Because it was exactly the same as the Konoha he had seen in the anime. The endless forests during the journey had made Cheng Gong somewhat weary. The first Hokage's afforestation was truly excellent. The two gate guards at Konoha's entrance glanced at Cheng Gong but said nothing. This made Cheng Gong naturally realize that he had long been spotted by Konoha. But being discovered was better, and since no one stopped him, it seemed Tsunade had already returned and explained to the Hokage. You actually came to Konoha. Just as Cheng Gong was about to ask for directions to a chakra ramen, he saw Tsunade approaching. My subordinates reported someone wearing a shahakusho coming. I didn't expect it to really be you. Tsunade came before Cheng Gong, somewhat uncertain how to face him. After all, she had previously tried to kill him only to almost be killed herself, and now she had to be friendly. Tsunade's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Konoha has many interesting people, so I came to see if there are new customers. Cheng Gong stated his intention, directly knowing that Tsunade would not obstruct a force that could make Konoha stronger. I've prepared a place for you to stay. Want to take a look? Knowing that Cheng Gong was visiting Konoha for the first time, Tsunade had made simple arrangements. However, Cheng Gong shook his head. No need. I want a shop, I can live inside it. Right now I'd like to take a stroll around Konoha. Hearing that Cheng Gong wanted a shop, Tsunade was quite pleased, as it proved he had no hostility toward Konoha and even helped. She immediately agreed and personally acted as a guide to show Cheng Gong around Konoha. Uncle Tsuchiya Ramen is the best in the entire ninja world. As soon as he stepped into a chakra ramen, Cheng Gong heard the unreserved voice of a blonde-haired boy. So this is Naruto. Cheng Gong gazed at the boy with whisker-like marks on his cheeks, musing that he looked adorable. Mischievous, yes, but not his problem to worry about. Cheng Gong felt that Naruto hadn't even graduated elementary school, seeing how small he was. It was hard to believe this child was nearly finished with primary school. Hello there, little one. Cheng Gong strode forward and greeted Naruto directly. The moment he spoke, he keenly sensed 4 or 5 gazes locking onto him within the ramen shop. But with the system shop space at his disposal, Cheng Gong didn't mind. He could simply duck inside if needed. Hello, uncle. Your clothes aren't as cool as mine. Naruto responded cheerfully to the greeting. What a brat, deserving a scolding whether for calling him uncle or mocking his outfit. Hey! This is the cursed nine-tailed fox. Stay away. A man wearing a Konoha forehead protector approached, trying to pull Cheng Gong back. Cheng Gong glanced at Tsunade, who had just snapped out of her thoughts, and stopped the man. Her wariness was understandable. His pinpointing of a nuclear weapon figure was hardly reassuring. But even after seeing Tsunade, the man didn't yield. Someone who would openly defy Tsunade must be from Root. Cheng Gong wasn't sure about this man's background. He didn't seem to appear in the original story. And he didn't dare let a ninja touch him casually, who knew if there was someone like Torian with lethal body poison. So Cheng Gong used a flash step to appear beside Naruto. You're quite interesting, little one. Want to make a trade with me? But Little Frog has no money. Perhaps because few people approached Naruto kindly, he showed no guard against Cheng Gong's goodwill. He immediately pulled out his Little Frog wallet, which contained only a few Chakra ramen vouchers. Cheng Gong, how about we check out the shop we prepared for you? During their stroll, Tsunade had learned Cheng Gong's name, and she was still puzzled by his enthusiasm for Naruto. So she decided to change the subject. If Cheng Gong insisted on interacting with Naruto, now Root might act directly. Alright, let's go. Cheng Gong understood Tsunade's implication and agreed. He would be staying in Konoha for a while anyway, and had eventually trade with the original characters. Goodbye for now, little one. We'll meet again. Cheng Gong bid Naruto farewell and left a chakra ramen with Tsunade. Where can I find you? Naruto's mind struggled to keep up. Why did he leave so soon? Was it because of my nine-tailed fox identity? He tried to follow Cheng Gong's figure, but suddenly many customers finished their meals and left the shop, their tall frames blocking Naruto's searching gaze. Why did you want to trade with Naruto? Tsunade asked directly once they were outside. Because he's the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, of course. Cheng Gong's words made Tsunade's heart tighten. He may have no money, but the sealing technique on his stomach and the 9 tails inside him are very valuable. And his Uzumaki bloodline. In truth, there were 2 other souls inside Naruto that could be traded, but Cheng Gong didn't elaborate. Besides, he doubted Naruto would trade those 2 souls even if he knew. How about this shop? The location was excellent, about 50 meters from Ichiraka Ramen, right in the center of Konoha's commercial district. Judging by the shop's prime spot, Konoha seemed eager to strike a deal with Cheng Gong. He nodded and extended his system shop space to cover the store. He then bound the 2 together, allowing him to teleport back to the shop at any time. And he figured that after draining Konoha's potential he'd have enough means to survive in this world. So that's it for today. As the last customer before closing Lady Tsunade, is there anything else you wish to trade? Cheng Gong was certain Tsunade had tested Minazuki's abilities and was satisfied, because she was already carrying Minazuki on her back. His question struck a chord. Tsunade, having witnessed the power of just its Shikai, desperately wanted to master it completely. The way to achieve full mastery was through Bankai. If Minazuki Shikai had such strong healing abilities, could its Bankai even resurrect the dead? I want to unleash Minazuki's Bankai, but no matter what I try, it doesn't respond. The only way to achieve Bankai is to communicate with your Zanpakuto, build trust, and learn its true name. True name. What is that? Your Zanpakuto's name and abilities. Minazuki. Exactly, Cheng Gong nodded. To release a Zanpakuto, you must know its name and speak the corresponding release command. Only then will it shine in its wielder's hands. As he spoke, he looked at the Minazuki on Tsunade's back. This Zanpakuto of yours was awakened by a captain of an organization called the Godai 13. That captain was the head of the 4th Division, the Medical Corps. But Cheng Gong met Tsunade's eyes. That captain's combat prowess ranks at least among the top 3 of the 13 captains. Combat prowess. Tsunade murmured, realizing this contradicted her expectations. Did Minazuki's Bankai possess offensive capabilities? Is that so, Minazuki? Confused Tsunade couldn't help but voice her doubts to the blade. In that instant she sensed Minazuki, not just the response during Shikai, but its constant feelings and words. Communicating with Minazuki for the first time filled her with joy, and she yearned to delve deeper into its essence. So she opened her heart and mind completely, hoping to earn Minazuki's trust and truly understand it. Her sincerity was rewarded. She saw what Minazuki wanted to tell her. Jean what? Tsunade couldn't quite grasp the meaning. As she probed further, she suddenly found herself surrounded by a sea of blood. Dammy. Watching Tsunade faint, Cheng Gong knew she had touched upon the Bankai. A Zanpakuto reflects its wielder's heart, and the abilities it awakens are their inner desires. Minazuki belonged to Captain Unohana Retsu of the Godai 13's 4th Division. Cheng Gong had spoken the truth. The 4th Division was indeed the Medical Corps, but Unohana was not merely a healer. She also bore the title of First Kenpachi. The title Kenpachi in Soul Society signified the strongest swordsman won through countless battles. Unohana, known as the most heinous criminal in the history of Soul Society, emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Her Zanpakuto could not be merely a healing mascot. Jean, that was Minazuki's Bankai ability. Upon release, blood seeped from the blade and the surrounding environment. Wherever the blade passed, everything dissolved into a pool of blood, perhaps reflecting Unohana's true nature. Tsunade had obtained this Zanpakuto, and its Shikai was manageable. But with her hemophobia still unhealed, unleashing Jean was utterly impossible. Watching Tsunade collapse, her 2 balloons still fully inflated, Cheng Gong knew today's business was a bust. Good morning, Tsunade. As Cheng Gong opened the shop door, he saw Tsunade, with a gloomy expression. You bastard. Tsunade stared at the calm-faced Cheng Gong, her fists clenching and unclenching, her chest heaving incessantly, which truly gave Cheng Gong a feast for the eyes. I'm here to trade. Tsunade finally managed to calm herself, mainly because she felt she couldn't defeat Cheng Gong. Cheng Gong rubbed his head, knowing full well why she was so agitated. After Tsunade fainted yesterday, Cheng Gong, after much deliberation, had simply left her outside the door. He figured someone would surely take care of a renowned figure like her, and indeed Shizune, having been informed, hurriedly came to take her back. When Tsunade woke up and learned that Cheng Gong had left her outside, she was furious. So she came early in the morning to bang on the shop door. But the shop, reinforced by the system, was completely soundproof. Thus Cheng Gong only stopped his cultivation and opened the door when hunger struck at noon. Cheng Gong naturally had no reason to refuse business. He let Tsunade in and resumed the transaction they had left unfinished yesterday. Since the Zanpakuto's training system differs from chakra, to achieve Bankai you need to enhance your spiritual pressure. The methods to cultivate spiritual pressure are all here. Cheng Gong got straight to the point, listing the spiritual pressure training methods from the Soul Society, with prices ranging from low to high. The most expensive one was from the 0 Division, costing 5 million. However, Tsunade did not intend to exchange more of her jutsu. She picked a training method worth 600,000, snorted coldly, and left. But just as she reached the door, she stopped. If Naruto comes today, please don't convert his seal and the Nine Tails into return. I beg you. With that she left. Sure enough, as soon as Tsunade was gone, Naruto was seen peeking into the shop. Little friend, we meet again. Hey old man. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, not little friend. Seeing that Cheng Gong noticed him and greeted him normally, Naruto was overjoyed. He walked into the shop while complaining, but his smile was so wide that his back teeth were showing. Old man, your shop is empty. How am I supposed to trade with you? Looking at the empty shop, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. What I sell depends on what you want to get. Cheng Gong said succinctly. I want to become Hokage. Naruto's answer was no surprise to Cheng Gong. You can't afford the price to become Hokage right now. Cheng Gong shook his head with a smile. Huh. Naruto was about to jump with excitement, but Cheng Gong poured cold water on him. Then I want to pass next week's graduation exam. This time Naruto mentioned something he was urgently concerned about. For Cheng Gong it was quite simple. The Ninja Academy graduation exam required the use of the 3 basic techniques. And because of the 9 tails inside him, Naruto's chakra was always wildly turbulent and difficult to control. So the simplest solution was to deal with the 9 tails. The easiest way was to let Naruto convert the 9 tails into but Tsunade had specifically asked to keep the 9 tails before she left, and since he had been somewhat unfair to her yesterday, Cheng Gong decided to leave it be. Another method was a sealing technique from Bleach called Space Barrier used by Yamamoto. This technique could seal the target in an alternate space, thus preventing the 9 tails from affecting Naruto. Hey! Cheng Gong suddenly had a great idea. I have a sword here called Asachi. If you can hear it speak, you'll pass the graduation exam. All you need to give me is a drop of your blood. How about it? Deal. Naruto extended a finger, bit it hard, and a drop of blood flowed out. Seeing Naruto so straightforward, Cheng Gong felt a bit reluctant to trick him. With Naruto's blood, he would have the Uzumaki bloodline worth 10,000 return points. If Tsunade found out he traded an Asachi for it, she might come to demolish the shop. So Cheng Gong also included a spiritual pressure training manual slightly inferior to Tsunade's. Is this the Asachi? Naruto looked curiously at the sword-like Asachi that Cheng Gong had just produced and grasped it. Huh. Old man. This Asachi says its name is Duan-di. Duan-di. Could it be Duan-di foam? You need to keep listening to it, it will tell you how to use it. Cheng Gong explained the method of using the Zanpakuto and the fabricated origin story to Naruto. That's amazing, old man. Naruto was impressed without understanding, so the 2 people inside me and the fox are all souls. You can see them. Cheng Gong had expected Naruto might need some training to notice the anomaly inside him, but he discovered it right after getting the Asachi. I couldn't before, but when I hold the Asachi I can see them. Naruto answered honestly. Then try to communicate with them. Cheng Gong was eager to see if Kushina, upon meeting her son, would tear down Konoha. Naruto tried many times, but couldn't communicate with the people inside, growing anxious. He sat on the ground, scratching his head in frustration. Just then the hilt of the Asachi poked his forehead. Why is there a person lying here? Truly the ninja of unexpectedness. Cheng Gong held his forehead as he watched Naruto's soul leave his body. Tsunade, with her abundant chakra and years of training, had a strong connection between soul and body. Thus Tsunade could use spiritual pressure in her physical form. But Naruto, being young and untrained, had his soul pulled out by the Asachi. Big sister, wake up. Don't sleep. Why are you in my body? Naruto, now in spirit form, could touch souls. He shook Kushina vigorously. Under Naruto's relentless shaking, Kushina finally opened her eyes. Looking at the excited boy before her, she was puzzled. You are Uzumaki Naruto, big sister. Why are you inside me? Naruto, having successfully awakened one person, tried to wake the other person beside him. Uncle, wake up. You're living in my body, you have to pay rent. Kushina looked at Naruto and the sleeping Minato Namikaze with his distinctive yellow hair and gradually realized Naruto's identity. Naruto. Who killed you? Naruto suddenly felt his body enveloped in a warm embrace, but the big sister holding him was crying profusely. I wasn't killed. I'm perfectly alive. Naruto, of course, didn't understand his current condition. He tried to jump to show his vitality. But Kushina, seeing Naruto's excited spirit and his motionless body on the ground, felt her hair begin to stir without ahem. Cheng Gong, afraid that Kushina would destroy his shop, had to stop spectating and make his presence known. Without any nonsense, he transmitted his background information to Kushina. After a long while, Kushina finally exhaled and accepted the situation. Beside her, Minato, who had been shaken awake by Naruto, also took in the information. Exchange all rank and below jutsu in my mind. Okay. Since Tsunade had already exchanged once, only the Uzumaki clan's exclusive rank and below jutsu remained worth 10,000 return points. You're in spirit form now, so if you want to quickly regain your former strength, I suggest you buy a Zanpakuto that can achieve Shikai or Bankai. No, I just want a body to be by my son's side. Jakogi, a vessel for souls. I can make one identical to you. 200 return points each. 2-1 for him. Kushina pointed at Minato. Sure. Naruto, go back to your body. Naruto looked at the somewhat stir-faced big sister. Though she seemed a bit scary, he couldn't help but feel a desire to be close to her. So Naruto obediently complied. After entering the Jikogi, Kushina and Minato took a moment to adjust, finding that the artificial bodies had the physical capabilities of an average genin. Kushina led Naruto by the hand with one hand and grabbed Minato by the ear with the other, heading home. What? Are you sure it's Kushina and Minato? The third Hokage teleported to the crystal ball using Shunshin and began to examine it. When he saw the family of three inside, the corners of his mouth trembled uncontrollably and his pipe fell to the ground. Kakashi, go and make contact with Cheng Gong. I'll go check on Minato. Resurrection was no trivial matter, whether it was the one being revived or the one performing the resurrection. It was a miracle to everyone. Yes! It was Kakashi himself who had come to report, so upon receiving the order, he vanished instantly using the clone technique. Phew. The third Hokage took a deep drag of his pipe, slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, and after calming himself headed to Naruto's house. Hello, boss. Hello, Kakashi. Kakashi showed no surprise upon hearing Cheng Gong address him by name directly. After all of the intel Tsunade brought back was true, Cheng Gong could be called a god. I want to resurrect someone very important to me. What price must I pay? For Kakashi, the ones he most wished to resurrect were none other than Rin Noara and Obito. Even the White Fang had to take a back seat. Of course. In fact, resurrection is just a trivial matter. Trivial. Kakashi was astonished at that moment. If the boss could speak of it so lightly, then his power was truly terrifying. The wielder of a Zanpakuto is called a Shinigami, and a Shinigami, as the name implies, is a god who governs death. Cheng Gong pointed at Tsunade, who was rushing over at top speed, and said, as for resurrection, you can try asking Tsunade after a while, and then come by an artificial body for me. 200 return points each. Why ask me? Tsunade, who had rushed over at the fastest speed of her life upon hearing the news of Kushina's resurrection, happened to catch Cheng Gong's last sentence. You should have realized by now. You can actually see souls. Cheng Gong's words struck Tsunade and she fell silent. Indeed, when Tsunade was in her Shahakusho form, she could see souls, but she simply refused to believe it. Then Cheng Gong went on to explain the function of the artificial body. So Kakashi, you just need to have Tsunade find the soul of the person you want to resurrect and let it enter the artificial body. That sounds like a forbidden technique from our village. Tsunade suddenly spoke. Cheng Gong knew what she was referring to, just Edo Tensei. Of course, there is an even simpler way to resurrect. Have the spirit of the one you wish to revive cultivate spiritual pressure. That's simple. Tsunade's voice rose an octave. Of course. Cultivating spiritual pressure is, after all, cultivating the soul. To me, what you call resurrection is merely a false proposition. These souls still exist and can still cultivate. How can that be called resurrection? Both Kakashi and Tsunade were stunned by Cheng Gong's casual tone, though it was not entirely as effortless as he made it. In the world of Naruto, unless a soul had just died or was preserved through special means, it would enter the Pure Land within 3 days. And to enter the Pure Land, one needed at least captain-level spiritual pressure, otherwise one couldn't even sense where the Pure Land was. Kakashi and Tsunade left together. Cheng Gong had expected Kakashi to choose to buy a Zanpakuto, but after hesitating, Kakashi gave up. Perhaps there was still a thorn in his heart that made Kakashi resist swords from the depths of his soul. But for Tsunade to achieve Bankai, she still had a long way to go, and the most difficult path of the heart. Boss, I want to get stronger. I need a Zanpakuto that can achieve Bankai. Exchange everything I have that can be traded. While Cheng Gong was sitting in his shop establishing a connection with his Asachi, Kushina stormed in furiously, with Minato helplessly chasing after her. You still have 2 million return points to exchange plus what you had left. That can only buy some weaker Bankai achieving Zanpakuto. Are you sure? This was a big deal. Cheng Gong knew that after Kushina learned about Naruto's experiences over the years, she wouldn't let it go, and sure enough, business came knocking. But Cheng Gong still had to tell Kushina, even if you buy a Zanpakuto capable of Bankai with your current ability, you simply cannot release it. So you have another option. Cheng Gong didn't drag it out too much. You can spend return points to directly enhance your spiritual pressure. 2 million return points can strengthen your spiritual pressure to vice captain level, roughly using your terms stronger than a Kage. Deal. Kushina knew exactly who she wanted to settle scores with. Cheng Gong's recommendation hit her right in the heart, so she didn't hesitate to make the exchange. Kushina, wait. Minato wanted to stop Kushina, but Cheng Gong wasn't about to let a deal he was about to close slip away. So Cheng Gong immediately finalized the transaction. 2 million return points were credited and Kushina's spiritual pressure began to rise. Her soul automatically exited the artificial body. Minato was right beside Kushina, and the surge in her spiritual pressure instantly made him feel suffocated. Seeing Minato in such discomfort, Cheng Gong sealed off Kushina's spiritual pressure. Shopkeeper, how many things on me can be exchanged? Seeing that there was no way to stop Kushina, Minato had no choice but to strengthen himself as well. You can exchange for 150000 return points. The only techniques Minato had left to exchange were a few he had created himself and the Flying Thunder God technique. And since Minato was originally a civilian-born ninja, the number of return points he could exchange was the lowest Cheng Gong had ever seen. Shopkeeper, can these return points help me stop Kushina? Minato was clever. If he didn't know what to do, he would let someone who did. You actually don't need to worry. All of Kushina's return points were exchanged for spiritual pressure, but she doesn't know how to use it, so it's not very useful. Well, Minato silently cursed Cheng Gong as a profiteer in his heart. Alright, take her away. This state will last for a while. Cheng Gong placed Kushina's soul back into the artificial body and told Minato to take her away. It would probably take 2 or 3 days for Kushina to fully adapt to the surging spiritual pressure and wake up. Minato now only wanted to discuss with Konoha's higher-ups while also keeping Kushina calm. The fact that she was temporarily unable to wake up was actually good news. With 1 million return points credited, Cheng Gong's first move was to draw a new product link channel, 1 million for one try. He intended to give it a taste. Congratulations, host. New product world linked One Piece. Well, now the 3 big ones, Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece, were all together. Cheng Gong glanced at the One Piece products. This time the prices were quite uniform. Logia Devil Fruits cost 1 million, while Paramecia and Zoan cost 500,000 each. As for other things like Mido, Cheng Gong didn't pay much attention, with Zanpakuto who would still care about famous swords. Ahem. A cough made Cheng Gong realize someone had entered the shop. Old man greets the shopkeeper. So it was the Third Hokage who had come. Since the Third Hokage had come, Danzo would probably show up sooner or later. However, the Third Hokage didn't exchange for a Zanpakuto. Instead, he bought some Kidō spells. Perhaps that was the collector's obsession of a professor of ninjutsu. Since the Third Hokage had not systematically cultivated spiritual pressure, he could only release Kidō spells below now. 30. So Cheng Gong also sold him a spiritual pressure cultivation manual. 3 inch. Today Cheng Gong heard the voice of his Itachi. How utterly boring. Cheng Gong sat idly in the shop as not a single customer had come by in days. He spent his days in the store communicating with the Itachi, but could only hear the word 3, which left him somewhat disheartened. Old man. I passed the graduation exam. Naruto's voice rang out just as Cheng Gong was about to take a nap. Is that so? Well, congratulations then. Minato and Kushina had returned. Even if Konoha had been reluctant to deal with the Ninetales matter, they now had no choice. After Kushina spoke with the Ninetales using spiritual pressure, the beast agreed not to interfere with Naruto. Naturally, Naruto passed the graduation exam. Old man. Look, these are my new teammates. Naruto introduced the 2 people behind him to Cheng. Those 2 were of course Sakura and Sasuke. Dead last, did you buy that incredibly hard blade here? Sasuke stared at Cheng Gong. Although Naruto's Itachi could not yet be released, its hardness far surpassed any other weapon. Sasuke had tried stabbing it with all his might using a kunai, but the kunai snapped without leaving a single mark on the Itachi. Thus, when Sasuke heard that Naruto was bringing him to the place where such a weapon was sold, he followed along with a haughty expression. Cheng Gong was curious about how many return points Sasuke could exchange now. Upon checking, he found that Sasuke had 1100000 return points. 1 million of those came from Sasuke's Uchiha bloodline, and the remaining 1000000 were the leftover assets of the Uchiha clan compound. It seemed the Uchiha had hidden quite a lot. Everything you can exchange is here. Take a look for yourself. Cheng Gong handed Sasuke a tablet for him to browse. As for Sakura, she couldn't even afford an Itachi. Shopkeeper, I want this rumble fruit. And 1 Itachi. Sasuke had initially wanted to pick a Zanpakuto, but found none of the abilities in the list appealing. In the end, he settled on the rumble fruit. After all, it granted immortality. With this fruit, even if he had to wear down that man, it would eventually work. He also chose an Itachi because its hardness had thoroughly impressed him. Here, eat it. Cheng Gong handed Sasuke a fruit unlike anything he had ever seen. Sasuke took it and bit into it without hesitation. Ugh. Completely unprepared, Sasuke wanted to spit it out the moment he tasted the rumble fruit. Yet his determination for revenge made him endure it, and he gritted his teeth as he finished the rest. Having watched the entertaining scene, Cheng Gong nodded in satisfaction and suddenly swung a blade at Sasuke's left hand. Sasuke. Sakura screamed his name, but Cheng Gong's speed was too fast for anyone to react. I'm fine, Sakura. Feeling no pain at all, Sasuke realized that the abilities of the rumble fruit were indeed real. Basic knowledge of the fruit's powers flooded his mind, and his severed left hand slowly regenerated. Amazing. Naruto stared enviously at Sasuke's completely unharmed arm. Naruto, let's duel. Both Naruto and Sasuke had scored full marks on the graduation exam, which Sasuke, who had always looked down on the dead last Naruto, found hard to accept. Feeling the immense power granted by the Rumble Rumble Fruit, Sasuke was eager to defeat Naruto and prove himself. Alright, I'll beat you and make Sakura fall for me. Naruto, as always, blurted out his thoughts without thinking. Team 7 headed to the training grounds. Come on, Sasuke. After forming the seals of confrontation, Sasuke vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Naruto. 1000 volts. Unable to react in time, Naruto was defeated in a single blow. Naruto, you'll always be a dead last. What makes you think you deserve to be on the same team as me? Sasuke looked down at the fallen Naruto with contempt. This was the image he had envisioned, Naruto like this, and that man would be the same. Because I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto slowly rose to his feet using the Itachi as support to Sasuke's disbelief. The power of 1000 volts was immense. In the end, it was the 9 tails that protected Naruto's vital organs. Otherwise, he would have struggled to endure such a current. Ignorant. If one strike wasn't enough, he would use 2. Sasuke teleported again and hit Naruto with 1000 volts once more, and Naruto still had no resistance. What are you deluding yourself about? Do you really think you can become Hokage, a mere demon fox? Give up, dead last. Sasuke pointed his Itachi at Naruto. Sasuke had already decided, since they were on the same team, he would give Naruto face and form a reconciliation seal if he surrendered. I'm not a demon fox. Sasuke hadn't expected Naruto to seem even more spirited than before. I have a father, I have a mother. Why should I be? Naruto's emotions grew more intense and his pupils slowly turned into vertical slits. He stood his ground, glaring at Sasuke, who had unknowingly activated his Sharingan. Sasuke moved. This time Naruto saw his trajectory because Sasuke didn't teleport. The Rumble Fruit's power was indeed formidable, but the burden on Sasuke's current body was still too great. Moreover, how dare Naruto mention parents in front of him? Was he mocking Sasuke? Sasuke charged forward, raised his blade with both hands, and swung down in one fluid motion. Clang. Blocked. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief when he finally managed to parry Sasuke's attack. The electric torture had been excruciating. If he had been hit a few more times, he would definitely have collapsed. Failing to land a blow, Sasuke swiftly moved and continued attacking. In the span of mere seconds, Naruto blocked dozens of strikes. Ha ha ha. And you say you're not a demon fox? Sasuke laughed, his Sharingan wide open, staring at Naruto. Look at yourself now, a foxtail is already sticking out. Still claiming you're not a demon fox. What? Naruto looked at his reflection in the Itachi's blade and saw that somehow he was covered in a red chakra cloak. And behind him there really was a foxtail. No, I'm not a demon fox. Naruto grew panicked. My mother said she carried me for 10 months and gave birth to me. I'm not a demon fox. Anyone who says I am, I'll punch them. Naruto fixed his vertical pupils on Sasuke, a hint of ferocity creeping into his eyes. You. Don't call me a demon fox. For the first time in this battle, Naruto launched an offensive. How is he so strong? Sasuke raised his blade to block the attack, but his arm visibly sank. Sasuke recalled that during their previous sparring sessions, Naruto hadn't been this strong. This couldn't go on. Sasuke quickly assessed the situation. If Naruto kept attacking like this, he would eventually be overwhelmed. With that in mind, Sasuke gritted his teeth. 1000 volts. Seizing the moment Naruto lunged, he unleashed the attack again. The same scream echoed and Naruto took another hit of 1000 volts, but this time he didn't fall. Instead, he kept charging forward, maintaining his offensive posture. It was over. Sasuke had expected the attack to disrupt Naruto's assault, but he hadn't anticipated Naruto pressing on regardless. Although Sasuke's Sharingan could track Naruto's movements, his physical condition wasn't yet fast enough to dodge the strike that was now inches away. Why? Naruto swung his blade, but there was no spray of blood. Sasuke's body had indeed been cut in two, but it was already regenerating. Elementalization. Both Sasuke and Naruto had forgotten about that. Their ingrained combat habits made them instinctively try to evade attacks. This realization thrilled Sasuke, while Naruto realized he might truly be unable to win this fight. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke held his forehead and burst into wild laughter. Naruto. Do you see? I am invincible. None of your attacks can harm me. I am a god. Ha 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 ha. How is that possible? How can such a person exist? Naruto refused to believe it and frantically slashed at Sasuke, but Sasuke no longer dodged, letting the attacks land. Every part of him that was struck simply regenerated. Naruto, if you like this, what right do you have to be my teammate? You're too weak. With the power of a god, even the Jonin in charge of our team couldn't beat me. Yar yar. Are you underestimating me that much? A masked ninja appeared before Naruto and Sasuke. What are you doing here? Sasuke was extremely displeased with the sudden intruder who interrupted his performance. If Kakashi did not provide a satisfactory explanation, Sasuke would not mind letting him taste the power of a god. Sakura came to fetch me. I was going to teach you a lesson tomorrow, but I didn't expect you two to be so eager to start fighting today. It turned out that Sakura had gone to find Kakashi as soon as Naruto manifested the Nine-Tails cloak and eventually located Kakashi with a hint from the Umbu guarding. However, Sasuke's current body was indeed miraculous. If no attack could harm him, then Kakashi would have no choice but to use that one technique to subdue Sasuke. But for now, Kakashi was most concerned about Naruto. Although Kushina had lost her strength as a ninja, the experience and memories in her mind remained. Therefore, Kushina had specifically sought Tsunade's help to reinforce the seal on Naruto. The Nine-Tails cloak now condensed around Naruto was merely a result of Naruto in his emotional agitation over mobilizing his chakra and gathering the scattered Nine-Tails chakra. However, these two fellows seemed to be in abnormal states of mind. Kakashi looked at the somewhat manic Sasuke, and the somewhat dejected Naruto puzzled. You two know, Kakashi pointed at Sakura, who had just run back panting, all three of you are not qualified to be my subordinates. A clear jingling sound rang out. I have 2 bells here. If you can snatch them, you can become my subordinates. But if you fail, you'll go back to the Ninja Academy. Bang! Before Kakashi finished speaking, Sasuke used his full strength to perform another teleportation, targeting the bells in Kakashi's hand. But Kakashi suddenly turned into a log. Substitution Jutsu. Sasuke with his Sharingan eyes wide open scanned the surroundings, trying to locate Kakashi's hiding place. This ability is really troublesome. Kakashi silently tucked the Ika Paradise in his hand into his bag while perched on a tree near the training ground. Even Kakashi could not perceive the trajectory of Sasuke's teleportation technique, he only sensed a flash of lightning before his eyes. Kakashi had relied solely on the subconscious reflexes cultivated over so many years to use the substitution jutsu and escape the spot. You two useless pieces, can you do nothing but get in my way? Sasuke, looking at the flustered Sakura and the clueless Naruto, felt a surge of anger. The village had actually assigned these 2 deadweights to him. It seemed the village would only become a burden to his progress. I see. So as long as I grab the bells, I can join Kakashi-sensei's team. After Kakashi's interruption, Naruto's pupils gradually returned to normal. His mind was clear now, but he couldn't find Kakashi. But Naruto had a trump card. Kakashi-sensei, come out now. My mom said, if you dare to bully me, you won't be allowed to stay in Konoha anymore. Naruto took a deep breath and began shouting in all directions. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Sasuke both broke out in cold sweat. Idiot. Sasuke felt he was about to explode with rage. Calling for your mom on the battlefield is useless, you know. Whether it was Naruto's words taking effect or Kakashi having had enough of hiding, Kakashi appeared and used a body flicker technique to instantly appear behind Naruto. If you think this is a game, if you don't have the resolve to kill me, then you'll have to go back to the Ninja Academy today. Kakashi, while continuing to provoke the 3 with his words, was forming hand seals. Konoha's secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. As for Naruto, the recipient of this technique, his face instantly turned from white to red, then to purple, and finally back to white. Ooh. Naruto let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sasuke felt a sudden tightening in a certain part of his own body. Naruto's scream was even more miserable than when he had used 1,000 volts on him earlier, which showed the power of Kakashi's technique. Naruto hit in a vital spot, and combined with the earlier attack from Sasuke, eventually passed out. Is this technique really this powerful now? Kakashi was also a bit surprised, considering he had only meant to teach Naruto a lesson. Even if Kushina found out, she wouldn't say much. After all, everyone had gone through the same in the old days. But if Kushina knew that he had knocked Naruto unconscious, a cold sweat dripped down Kakashi's face. A metallic scraping sound came from behind. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke attacked, swinging his Asachi at Kakashi. However, the movement was too large and Kakashi blocked it with a kunai. Moreover, because Kakashi knew how hard the Asachi was, he merely parried briefly, and then retreated. As expected, the kunai broke. It seems it's just you now. Kakashi stood 100 meters opposite Sasuke and said. Sasuke then realized that Sakura had somehow fallen into a genjutsu as she was now kneeling on the ground, seeing some unknown They're all useless. I'll take both bells myself, teammates are just a burden to me. Is that so? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Then he'll be waiting to see. Sasuke continued to press forward, but without using his teleportation. Kakashi blocked another of Sasuke's attacks. It seems this ability consumes physical stamina. Kakashi could sense that Sasuke's chakra had not been depleted much, but Sasuke's attack speed, power, and other attributes had noticeably decreased, thus deducing the limitation of Sasuke's ability. As long as Sasuke did not have the enhancement of the Rumble fruit ability, Kakashi had no need to be overly cautious. So Kakashi began to confront Sasuke hidden. Is this the power of the god you think you are? Kakashi used his kunai to parry Sasuke's Asachi, then discarded the kunai. This time the kunai did not break, but it had cracks. Is this the divine weapon you think it is? Kakashi once again used his kunai to deflect Sasuke's Asachi, then threw a punch at Sasuke. Sasuke took the hit solidly, stumbling back several steps. Kakashi naturally sees this opening, and in an instant Sasuke's body bore several fist and footprints. What about your invincible ability? Is it only capable of protecting you from fatal damage? Kakashi's punches and kicks landed solidly on Sasuke. Not seeing Sasuke's elementalization ability, Kakashi secretly stabbed Sasuke with a kunai. As expected, under the severing damage, Sasuke's body automatically elementalized. If this is truly the power of a god, then you have defiled the god. After understanding the information about Sasuke's rumble fruit, Kakashi felt relieved. It didn't matter that he couldn't kill him. He hadn't planned to kill Sasuke anyway. He just needed to beat him until he couldn't get up. What do you know? The power of a god needs to be awakened. Everything you do to the god now will be considered blasphemy, and in the future you will only suffer divine punishment. Under the dual stimulation of Kakashi's words and physical attack, Sasuke began to break down. Was he still too weak? Even with such a powerful ability, he still couldn't defeat Kakashi. No, the power of the god was invincible. He just hadn't discovered the stronger abilities of the god yet. Sasuke shook his head to dispel the doubts in his mind. The instant enhancement from the rumble fruit made him firmly believe in its power. Give me stronger divine power. The dignity of the god must not be violated. Sasuke, now knocked to the ground by Kakashi, felt humiliated. With a roar, he actually sensed a new ability. What is this? Sasuke's left hand slowly transformed into lightning, but he could barely sustain the new ability. If you cannot bear the power of a god, how can you become one? Sasuke drained the last of his physical strength and lunged at Kakashi. Accept the divine punishment, Kakashi. This power. Feeling and watching Sasuke charging at him, Kakashi finally became a bit more serious. This attack actually had the power of an strength technique. Unfortunately, the current Sasuke. Kakashi easily sidestepped to avoid Sasuke's attack. Sasuke had exhausted his physical strength and was only using sheer will to unleash the lightning. Naturally, Kakashi easily spotted Sasuke's opening. This move is a bit interesting, but that's all. Kakashi shook his head and slowly extended his right hand. With such a frail body and such weak power, forget about being a god. You don't even have the qualifications to be a ninja anymore. Kakashi continued to provoke Sasuke, but the current Sasuke could do nothing but pant heavily. A sharp chirping sound began to grow from soft to loud. Sasuke curiously looked up towards the source of the sound. Lightning is not played like that. Kakashi's right hand was enveloped by a violent lightning. This lightning gave him no sense of closeness like Sasuke's had earlier. Instead, it was a feeling of violence, of tearing everything apart. Was this defeat? Sasuke reluctantly accepted reality and closed his eyes, waiting for Kakashi's attack to strike him. Rage forth, earth-severing wind. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi suddenly dispersed the chi dori and swiftly formed hand seals. The ground trembled and a massive earthen wall rose with a dog head carved on it that looked remarkably lifelike. Bang! 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 A continuous series of explosions reached Sasuke's ears. He opened his eyes to see only half a dog head remaining on the pockmarked earthen wall. Naruto. Both Sasuke and Kakashi spotted the one who had unleashed such devastating power. There stood Naruto, a short crude dagger in his hand, and his clothes had transformed into a Shinigami robe. So this is Shikai. Kakashi had gathered considerable intelligence from Tsunade over the past few days, so he was well aware of the changes in his Zanpakuto. Seeing Naruto's current state, he knew the boy had likely achieved Shikai. But isn't this power a bit too overwhelming? Kakashi winced slightly as he looked at his meticulously crafted dog head, now nearly unrecognizable. He secretly slipped a soldier pill into his mouth. I shouldn't have used the Chidori variant. It consumes too much chakra. After being knocked unconscious by Kakashi's single blow, Naruto's mind went blank. Miraculously, he forged a deeper connection with his Zanpakuto, and through strenuous effort, he finally heard its name. Severing Earth Wind. A wind attribute Zanpakuto. Upon Shikai, it unleashed a fierce gale, revealing ethereal cyan wind blades. Everything touched by those blades exploded, but fortunately the earth flow wall had absorbed the blasts. Naruto didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but he was certain that Sasuke's efforts had kept them going. Seeing Sasuke about to receive a fatal blow from Kakashi, he immediately launched an attack. Let's fight together, Sasuke. Naruto grinned and extended his hand. TCH. Sasuke initially intended to ignore Naruto's outstretched hand, but the thought that Naruto had just saved him crossed his mind. Even though Sasuke wouldn't die, being struck by that screeching lightning would still hurt for a long time. With that in mind, Sasuke, though still reluctant, reached out and grasped Naruto's hand. Who said I want to fight alongside you? Looking at the other hand, gripping his, Naruto's smile grew even brighter. With a firm pull, he helped Sasuke to his feet. Now, it's round 2. Kakashi rubbed his temples, slightly exasperated by the two inexplicably revived youngsters before him. You two. Have you forgotten there's still someone else? Oh right. Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke finally remembered they were a three-man squad. Defeat Kakashi first and Sakura will be freed naturally. Sasuke made a swift decision and relayed it to Naruto. Then let's go. Naruto unleashed several more wind blades, completely shattering the earth flow wall. Taking advantage of the dust-filled chaos, Sasuke teleported directly behind Kakashi. Fire released Great Fireball. A massive flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth aimed straight at Kakashi. But Sasuke noticed that Kakashi didn't dodge at all. A clone. Or a substitution jutsu. Fire released Great Fireball. Kakashi countered with the same technique, forming hand seals. Was he trying to match raw power? Sasuke amplified his chakra output. But to his surprise, a sudden gale rushed toward him, not only shrinking his own Great Fireball, but also intensifying Kakashi's flames. Idiot. Sasuke realized that Naruto was still releasing wind blades, and he had fired his Great Fireball in the direction facing Naruto. The wind blades severely disrupted his technique. Worse still, Kakashi's Great Fireball aided by Naruto's wind grew even larger. Dammy. Realizing all this, Sasuke could almost see the mocking grin beneath Kakashi's mask. Wait, why is he still wearing that mask? Sasuke's Great Fireball was completely consumed. He had no choice but to use the body flicker technique and vanish, hiding somewhere unknown. Kakashi didn't bother searching for Sasuke, as there was still a wind-blowing fool behind him to deal with. But this kid Shikai was indeed troublesome. The wind blades were extremely thin and hard to see, and they exploded on contact. Kakashi couldn't simply charge through. If he couldn't charge through them, Kakashi formed a hand seal and burrowed into the ground. Seeing Kakashi disappear, Naruto ceased his attack. Continuously releasing wind blades was also draining his own spiritual pressure. Where did Kakashi go? Naruto craned his neck, searching for Kakashi, as he had prepared a special move for him. Earth release Split Fong. Kakashi burst out from underground, lunging straight at Naruto. Caught off guard, Naruto could only throw a kunai in retaliation. Kakashi easily sidestepped such an attack. Inazuma. Wait. That kunai was actually Sasuke transformed, and now Sasuke was using all his remaining strength to unleash Inazuma. Seeing victory within reach, Naruto excitedly stopped dodging Kakashi's attack. However, Kakashi didn't halt his own strike. Instead, he formed a sphere with his other hand and clashed it against Sasuke's Inazuma. The situation was too urgent, and Kakashi didn't have enough time to fully form the sphere. The moment it took shape, it collided with Sasuke's Inazuma. A powerful explosion ensued, and Sasuke, completely drained, collapsed to the ground. As for Naruto, he was struck on the jaw by Kakashi's fist and was still dizzy. Cough. After the smoke cleared, Kakashi's figure emerged unscathed except for his missing gloves. These two kids and their bizarre abilities. Muttering to himself, Kakashi bound Naruto to a training post. Sasuke was already out of stamina. Sakura. Oh right, Sakura. Kakashi quickly released the genjutsu on her. Once freed, Sakura burst into... Her cries woke Naruto. Sakura, why are you crying? Who bullied you? I'll get revenge. Still groggy, Naruto saw Sakura crying and immediately rallied, but with his arms tied, he could only uselessly thrash his legs. You three, Kakashi spoke up. You didn't grab the bells, but your skills are indeed sufficient. So divide these two bells among yourselves. The two who wish to become shinobi, take the bells and come find me. With that, Kakashi dropped the bells on the ground and walked away. This. Sakura looked at the bells on the ground, then at Sasuke, and Naruto hesitating to speak. After regaining some strength, Sasuke untied Naruto. Once freed, Naruto rushed to the bells, picked them up, and hurled them away with all his might. If Sakura-kun can't come, then I'm willing to give up. Sakura, whose heart was in turmoil, froze at Naruto's words, staring at him blankly. In that case, let's go with your idea. Sasuke shrugged, hands in pocket. You. Boo-hoo. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sakura couldn't hold back and hugged both of them, sobbing uncontrollably. Congratulations on passing the test. Meet at Team 7 training grounds tomorrow morning. The vanished Kakashi reappeared with a grin, delivering the news that left the three stunned. Without explanation, he then disappeared again. Unaware that his actions had caused the bell-snatching battle of Team 7 to occur ahead of schedule, Cheng Gong planned to watch Naruto and the others the next day. At that moment, an old customer arrived at Cheng Gong's shop. Boss, I demand a refund. Tsunade slammed the table in anger, but thanks to the system's enhancement, the table remained unscathed. Hearing Tsunade's words, the Minazuki beside her let out a plaintive cry. Having already established a bond with Minazuki, Tsunade naturally understood. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. I'm just here to demand some compensation from Cheng Gong. Watching Tsunade openly declare her intention right in front of him, Cheng Gong felt at a loss, knowing full well that he had indeed tricked her. The truth was, Tsunade had been communicating with Minazuki daily, as she was a powerful ninja with formidable medical skills. Thus the bond between Tsunade and Minazuki progressed rapidly, and she had managed to delve deeply into Minazuki's essence several times. Yet each time she fainted amidst a sea of blood. Once or twice could be coincidence, but after it happened repeatedly, Tsunade realized that Minazuki's Bankai was likely related to blood. However, due to her hemophobia, she would faint every time she was about to touch Minazuki's Bankai. Having figured this out, Tsunade was furious. She never expected to be cheated during her very first transaction with Cheng Gong, so she came to a shop that day accompanied by Kushina. I really can't give a refund. Minazuki has already bonded with your soul. Unless you die, it won't recognize, and with no other choice, Cheng Gong continued to spin lies. Moreover, I believe Minazuki is the most suitable Zanpakuto for you. Seeing Tsunade hesitate, Cheng Gong quickly intensified his persuasion. Think about it, Tsunade. A Zanpakuto whose Shikai ability is exactly healing and whose Bankai is the very blood you fear most. His voice grew louder. Isn't this a Zanpakuto tailor-made for you? If you can overcome your hemophobia, you can unleash Bankai, making you invincible without any weakness. This is your trial. A trial. Tsunade pondered his words and found some logic in them. Of course it's a trial. A trial? You failed before losing your loved ones and your lover, and you developed hemophobia. Now a new trial awaits. If you can overcome your hemophobia, you can unleash Bankai, find the souls of those you wish to revive, and grant them eternal existence. Cheng Gong almost believed his own words. After a long silence, Tsunade turned and said, I don't believe in fate. Then she left the shop without looking back. Kushina, not knowing what to say, awkwardly bid Cheng Gong farewell and followed. After Tsunade and Kushina departed, Cheng Gong called out, they're gone. You can come out now. Thank you, shopkeeper. It's nothing. Have you decided what you want? From the shadows emerged a figure with strikingly yellow hair, Minato Namikaze. I want the flash fruit and the shikapable Suzumabachi. Minato stated his choice firmly. In the days of negotiations with the village's higher-ups, the Konoha leadership had overwhelmingly approved supporting Minato's recovery of his strength. However, the elders refused to exchange ninjutsu or other resources, so they had been amassing gold. A fine choice. Already a speed-type ninja with the flash fruit's speed enhancement and Suzumabaki's 2-hit kill ability, Minato could eliminate anyone in the ninja world at will. After the exchange, Minato left. Just as Cheng Gong was about to close the shop, another visitor arrived. Hello. Hello. Cheng Gong greeted the man standing outside the shop whose head and hands were wrapped in bandages. Cheng Gong silently swore to himself, even if I starve thirst or get beaten to death today, I will not step out of this shop. Danzo stared at Cheng Gong without speaking. Cheng Gong, unwilling to engage with him, turned and entered the shop. What is your true purpose in Konoha? After standing outside for a long time, Danzo finally stepped inside. I believe Tsunade and the others have already explained everything clearly to you. Cheng Gong relaxed and began to spar with Danzo. I don't believe it. Danzo's reply was firm. Believe it or not, Cheng Gong said nonchalantly, why not try a transaction? I didn't bring any money. Having witnessed Tsunade's miraculous abilities and the Third Hokage's Kidō, Danzo was eager. But he regretted not bringing money. No matter. The things on you are valuable enough. Hashirama sells the Sharingan and Kodo Amatsukumi. All precious items. With each item Cheng Gong listed, Danzo's heart grew colder, realizing he had no secrets before Cheng Gong. Instinctively, he tried to use Kodo Amatsukumi, but the invincible shop system immediately detected it. Danzo felt a sharp pain in his eye, and Kodo Amatsukumi was instantly halted. Don't even think about scheming against me. You can't bear the After delivering a simple punishment, Cheng Gong warned. I'm sorry, sir. I'd like to see what I can exchange for. Danzo's expression was unreadable, but Cheng Gong didn't care, knowing it was irrelevant to him. He presented Danzo with a list of available items, and the shop fell silent, broken only by Danzo's occasional gasps of awe. Sir, I would like the shadow fruit and the shikapable Shinso. Very well. Without wasting words, Cheng Gong completed the transaction, as both choices suited Danzo's personality perfectly. After seeing Danzo off, Cheng Gong waited a while longer. Confirming that no one else was coming, he closed the shop for the day. The two transactions today were satisfactory. Cheng Gong directly elevated his spiritual pressure to captain level, making him virtually invincible below the 6 paths in the Naruto world. After all, spiritual pressure directly affects the soul, a concept the Naruto world had no means to counter. The Flash Fruit's ability has been tested. Over short distances, it's indeed faster than the Flying Thunder God. But how to test the Suzumabachi? The Third Hokage and Minato were at a loss in the Anbu headquarters. The Flying Thunder God's ability to leave markers at fixed locations allowed the user with sufficient chakra to teleport vast distances. However, in combat, one needed to throw a kunai to achieve mobility, whereas the Flash Fruit required only a thought. As for Suzumabaki's 2-hit kill, Minato and the Third Hokage tested it on animals. When Suzumabaki's Shikai first struck, it left a mark on the target. If the second hit struck that same mark, the target died instantly. The results on animals matched this. Yet the Third Hokage felt the test was insufficiently reliable, though he could not propose a better method. After a long awkward silence, Minato spoke first. What about trying it on a death row? Excellent. The third Hokage readily agreed. The test on a human convict yielded the same result as on animals. The third Hokage was left with a complex feeling. Minato's abilities seemed almost too powerful. Since Shuimen and Tuanzang visited the shop, Cheng Gong's store seemed to have been noticed by everyone, and people came to buy things every day, including those Cheng Gong knew and those he didn't. Are these adults so stingy? Cheng Gong reluctantly took out an asachi and handed it to Hinata before him. This time Cheng Gong had met all of the 12 little strong of Mai, but it seemed that all the major families of Mai had formed an unspoken agreement. The new generation was only allowed to purchase one asachi each. Apart from these new generation members, many Umbu ninjas also bought an asachi, and only Kakashi purchased a targeted awakening in Marii asachi, reportedly bought under the third Hokage's instruction. Shopkeeper, there's my asachi too. The sudden voice startled Cheng Gong. You knew Jinai. Cheng Gong only then realized that Jinai had been standing beside Hinata all along, and he had subconsciously overlooked him. Truly a terrifying passive ability. Nara Shikaku, under Shuimen's recommendation, wanted to buy a shadow fruit, but Cheng Gong told him it had already been purchased, and Shikaku expressed regret for that. As for the inferior fruit to the shadow fruit, Shikaku looked down on it. Cheng Gong did not reveal the buyer of the shadow fruit, but in Mai only a limited number of people had the means to purchase it. With Umbu guarding the shop every day, it was easy to identify the buyer through investigation. The heads of the major families and high-ranking officials all came to Cheng Gong's shop to purchase Zanpakuto and devil fruits, as well as the techniques of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Kidō, and the 6 styles of marine. Although they all asked Cheng Gong to keep it secret, people came every day to check the purchase list, and any disappearance of unique items was immediately discovered and reported. Uncle, I'm leaving the village today, and I won't be back for a few days. Cheng Gong had grown accustomed to Mingren's loud voice. So soon? You're already qualified for a mission outside the village. Cheng Gong smiled and waved at Mingren, who dashed into the shop. This is a mission I barely managed to get from the third Hokage-sama. Missions like finding cats and pulling weeds are so boring. Mingren complained bluntly to Cheng Gong, but the smile on his face was unrestrained. You're so respectful to the third. Cheng Gong remembered that Mingren used to call the third Hokage grandpa before. Not at all, Mingren pouted. Mom told me to respect the Hokage, and said the third is not my grandpa, so I have to call him Hokage-sama. It seemed Kushina still harbored resentment. After the third Hokage exchanged Kidō at Cheng Gong's shop, Kushina turned out to be the fastest learner. Because her spiritual pressure was strong enough, and her experience with the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques gave her insights into controlling spiritual energy, she learned quickly. Perhaps due to the etiquette of receiving favors, Kushina did not actually confront the third Hokage, and the exciting drama Cheng Gong anticipated did not occur. So where are you going on this mission outside the village? We're going to Bo. Bam me. Mingren had no filter and would answer whatever Cheng Gong asked, but before he could finish, Sakura punched him on the head. Missions are supposed to be confidential, you idiot. Sakura said with a vein popping on her forehead. Shopkeeper Sama, I want to buy an asachi today. The angry Sakura, after dealing with Mingren, immediately turned to Cheng Gong with a radiant smile requesting to buy. It seemed that Sakura's family had made a considerable sacrifice. Cheng Gong took the gold and handed an asachi to Sakura. This way, among the future 12 little strong of Mai, only Rock Lee had not yet exchanged for an asachi. Thank you, Shopkeeper Sama. With this asachi, our mission will surely go more smoothly. Sakura respectfully took the asachi and expressed her gratitude to Cheng Gong. Cheng Gong's small shop was the last stop before Team 7 left the village. Sasuke, being alone, had nothing to prepare. When Mingren returned home, he found that Kushina had already prepared his luggage. The backpack on Mingren's back now contained hundreds of sealing scrolls, sealing various miscellaneous daily necessities. Only Sakura's family was caught off guard, having to scrape together gold from various sources to let Sakura buy an asachi for self-defense from Cheng Gong. With the asachi in hand, Team 7 quickly headed to the village gate to find Kakashi. It seems they'll have to follow along. Cheng Gong naturally couldn't miss Mingren's first mission outside the village, especially since there was someone he was very interested in. During this period, the purchases from Mai had greatly enriched Cheng Gong's gold reserves, and he used all of it to strengthen himself. Through the system, Cheng Gong extracted only the abilities of the devil fruits and removed the side effects. This time he extracted several for self-defense. Since the abilities were extracted directly, they did not affect the uniqueness of the devil fruits, and Cheng Gong could still sell them. Now Cheng Gong was using the float fruit ability to follow Team 7 from a distance. He used observation haki to scout from afar, not fearing being discovered by Kakashi. Perhaps because they were in the forest, there were puddles of water everywhere on the ground. Team 7 and their protection target Tsunade were on the move. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sudden sounds of breaking air. Two strangely dressed ninjas suddenly emerged from a puddle that Mingren and the others had passed. Kakashi was effortlessly killed by the two ninjas. First one. Kakashi Sensei. Sakura, witnessing such a scene for the first time, couldn't even speak. Mingren shouted in shock. Second one. As soon as Mingren spoke, he heard a whisper like from the depths of hell behind him. In that instant, the two uninvited guests had already reached behind Mingren, and the chains that had killed Kakashi were now about to wrap around Mingren's body. Ding! Ding! Sasuke moved. A shuriken and a kunai. The shuriken pinned the chain to a tree, and the kunai precisely stuck into the central hole of the shuriken, locking it in place. The seemingly unstoppable attack of the two was thus neutralized by Sasuke, and he also restricted their movements. The chains of these two ninjas were fired from a strange device in their hands. Because Sasuke was still young, he directly stood on top of these devices of the two. 1000 volts. Sasuke grabbed one device in each hand, and the two immediately felt a numbing sensation from the devices. Ah! Both let out a scream simultaneously, but after exchanging a glance, they both abandoned the chains. One continued attacking Mingren while the other charged at Tsunade. Not good. Sasuke and Sakura both felt a jolt in their hearts, while Mingren was still completely unable to react to the rapid shift in offense and defense. Just a moment ago, Sasuke was about to subdue the two, but why were they attacking him again the next second? Uncle, get back. After continuously encouraging herself inwardly, Sakura's legs finally gained strength. But all she could do was raise the Asachi and try to stand in front of Uncle Tsunade. She could do nothing else. At this moment, Sasuke was also making a decision. Mingren needed rescue, and Sakura's situation was also critical. Bam me. Bam me. Crack. Kakashi, whom everyone believed to be dead, appeared again, holding one ninja under each arm and snapping their necks as a matter of course. Sasuke's performance was excellent, handling the crisis with remarkable precision. Sakura also did well in protecting the mission objective at the critical. Kakashi casually placed the two corpses into a sealing scroll, planning to sell them to Cheng Gong upon returning to Konoha. With Kushina around now, he had an abundance of such sealing scrolls. Hey Naruto, there's potent poison on their hands. You need to drain the poison blood immediately. It was only after Kakashi's reminder that Naruto realized his hand had been injured without his knowledge. Naruto needs immediate anesthesia and bloodletting, otherwise his life is in danger. Sakura quickly recited the first aid protocol from their school textbooks. But anesthesia can only be done back in the village. Then we returned to the village. Sakura hesitated, but Kakashi had already made the decision. How can we? We still have to protect Mr. Tsunade. Naruto was the first to object. This was the first mission he had begged for, and he couldn't let it end halfway. This mission has exceeded your capabilities. The mission rank needs to be upgraded. After Tsunade pays the corresponding fee, Konoha will dispatch stronger ninjas to protect him. But I have no money left. Tsunade panicked at the mention of upgrades. Those two ninjas just now weren't even after me. It was just an accident. How can you abandon the mission like this? I'll file a complaint. Just an accident. How dare you give up the mission? I will complain about you. Without even turning his head, Kakashi said, there are at least 500,000 Ryo bills in your luggage. Is that what you call having no money? Tsunade never expected that the bridge building funds he had carefully hidden were already discovered by Kakashi. Helpless, he had to reveal the plight of the Land of Waves to Team 7. Tsunade's return to the Land of Waves was indeed to build a bridge connecting it to the outside world. But this angered the merchant Kidō, who kept hiring ninjas to assassinate Tsunade, crushing the hopes of the Land of Waves. This Kidō is despicable. Naruto was furious after hearing the story. Sakura and Sasuke, though indignant, remained silent. Naruto, you must understand that when the mission targets opponents, can also hire ninjas, the nature of this mission has changed. Seeing that Naruto still didn't grasp the severity, Kakashi patiently explained. This time Kidō hired two small fry you could barely handle, and next time he might send Jonin that even I find troublesome. But are we just going to let Mr. Tsunade go to his death? Naruto retorted, face red and neck swollen. Kakashi said nothing. Looking at the resigned Tsunade, the indifferent Sasuke, and Kakashi and Sakura covering her mouth while his own injured hand throbbed with pain, Naruto faced his first agonizing dilemma. Naruto couldn't understand why he always held everyone back, and why he was the only one injured this time. Despite all his solitary training and practice, he still needed others to save him. Not to mention wanting to protect his parents. He thought of his mother, who had never lost her temper with him lately, but often looked at him with tear-filled eyes. I don't want to be defeated, and I won't run away. I still have to protect my parents. Naruto suddenly raised his Duandi foam blade and stabbed his own left hand. I swear by the pain in my left hand, I will protect old man Tsunade together with my Duandi foam. The mission continues. Naruto bore the pain and looked at Kakashi. You've drained the poison blood, but at this rate you'll bleed to death. What? How could I possibly die from something like this? Naruto frantically shook his hand while rummaging through Kushina's sealing scrolls for emergency medicine. But there were too many scrolls and he couldn't find it in time. A flash of yellow light flickered in the bushes not far from Naruto and his team. Kakashi gave a slight nod. Cheng Gong hadn't watched the whole scene unfold. As soon as Kakashi was entangled, he spotted his target Momochi Zabuza and Haku. Though he didn't know why they had appeared so early, it saved him trouble. Boom. An immense spiritual pressure bore down on the two without restraint. Cheng Gong descended slowly from the sky. Sir, do you have any orders? Momochi Zabuza and Haku, having never trained their souls, were crushed to the ground under the spiritual pressure. Zabuza didn't dare speak recklessly, and since Cheng Gong hadn't killed him immediately, he sensed a glimmer of hope. I've come to make a deal with you. Cheng Gong spoke, but his eyes were fixed on Haku. As he spoke, he released some pressure so they could stand. This was his first time releasing spiritual pressure, and he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Haku remained silent, looking at Zabuza. After a moment's hesitation, Zabuza gave a slight nod. May I ask what you need, sir? I can offer it with both hands. A clear melodious voice came from Haku's lips. Cheng Gong wondered, could this really be a boy? No need. I prefer fair trades. I have a Zanpakuto called Sodi no Shirayuki here. I'll trade it for everything you own. Without further ado, Cheng Gong sent the data of the Universal Merchant Association to Zabuza and Haku, including the price and abilities of Sodi no Shirayuki. Haku alone didn't have enough return points, but combined with Zabuza's it was sufficient. Haku trade. Yes. Thank you for your gracious gift, sir. After absorbing the Universal Merchant Association data, Zabuza's eyes burned with fervor. But since the designated trader was Haku, he let Haku proceed. Still, Zabuza expressed his gratitude. To him this was a blessing. With this power, perhaps he could change the Mist Village. Such strength even rekindled the long-buried ambitions deep within Zabuza's heart. Cheng Gong handed Sodi no Shirayuki to Haku and exchanged everything Zabuza and Haku owned. Haku could exchange for ice release techniques and the ice release bloodline, while Zabuza exchanged all his jutsu and the gold they had saved over the years. The initial release of Sodi no Shirayuki required a whopping 3.7 million return points. Dance Sodi no Shirayuki. Haku whispered the release command upon receiving the sword. Sodi no Shirayuki transformed into a slender snow-white blade with a hilt adorned with patterns, and a pure white ribbon fluttered from the pommel. Haku's attire also changed into a shahakusho, his face radiating a sacred glow. Cheng Gong knew it was the effect of freezing. Absolute zero. Haku unleashed the most powerful ability of Sodi no Shirayuki's initial release, and his body began to shiver from the sudden temperature drop. Even with his ice release bloodline limit, he couldn't endure it for long. In the absolute zero state, Haku lightly swung the blade, sending a slash that turned everything in its path, grass, trees, and flowers, into ice particles. Are your targets the Konoha ninjas on the main road? Cheng Gong asked after Haku and Zabuza tested the sword. No, sir. We were hired by the merchant Kidō to kill Tsunade, but Kidō only paid for genin level work. We won't act until we receive proper compensation. Hearing this, Cheng Gong understood why Zabuza and Haku were lingering without attacking. They needed more money. Of course, if they are favored by you, sir, we will keep our distance, Zabuza said, having noticed the Asachi on Sasuke and Kakashi. No matter. They are no different from you in my eyes, just trading partners. Cheng Gong replied indifferently. Even with Sodi no Shirayuki defeating Team 7, as they were now, would be difficult, especially with a hidden sixth member. Yes, sir. After the transaction, Cheng Gong returned directly to Konoha. His goal was achieved, and with so many return points, he could link to new worlds of goods. Cheng Gong was thrilled to connect to the product channel of the Dragon Clan. The highly technological modern world allowed him to indulge in a shopping spree after being bored for so long. Cheng Gong exchanged for the 3 major consoles, computers, generators, and various entertainment items. Now even if no customers came, he wouldn't be bored. In addition, Cheng Gong also exchanged for the shield of 6 flowers, Shun 6 flowers. He didn't exchange them for battle, but simply to let them mine the store. Thus Cheng Gong loafed around in the store for several days, and the customers who came to buy were all attended to by the shield of 6 flowers. After walking safely for several days, the members of Team 7, except Naruto, all had a shadow of gloom in their hearts. After the attack that day, it was calm, as if Kidō had given up. But everyone knew that unknown danger might strike at any moment. Get down. Kakashi, who was walking in the front, suddenly shouted and pulled the slow-reacting Tsunade aside, while the 3 members of Team 7 followed the command. A massive cleaver flew through the air. Judging by its speed, anyone hit would be killed on the spot. Naruto, lying on the ground, broke out in a cold sweat. The runaway ninja of the Mist Village, Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi knew who it was upon seeing the decapitating carving knife, as the wielder of such a weapon was well known in the ninja world. I'll take him. Naruto didn't know Zabuza's background, only that he couldn't let Sasuke steal the spotlight this time. Rage Wind of Earth Severing. Naruto chanted the Shikai command and countless wind blades instantly appeared shooting straight at Zabuza. Can this brat also achieve Shikai? Zabuza had witnessed the power of Haku's Sodi no Shirayuki Shikai, so he naturally didn't underestimate Naruto's Shikai. Moreover, he didn't know the specific ability of Naruto's Zanpakuto, so he decided to test first. Holding the decapitating carving knife, Zabuza directly slashed at the wind blades. Cracking explosions occurred as the wind blades of Wind of Earth Severing exploded upon being obstructed. What a terrifying ability. The smoke of the explosion cleared and Zabuza held the decapitating carving knife with only a hilt left, sighing in admiration. Zabuza, can't you even beat a genin now? Kakashi taunted Zabuza, but his other eye, usually covered, was now revealed, a 3-demo Sharingan. Just some petty tricks. Zabuza said nonchalantly as the remaining hilt of the decapitating carving knife cut his own arm. Bathed in blood, the blade of the decapitating carving knife reappeared. This. Naruto stared in shock at the restored decapitating carving knife. He could only release 3 wind blades at most now. If the knife could keep regenerating, there was no way to win. This ninja sword is one of the 7 swords of the mist called the decapitating carving knife. Its ability is to absorb blood and restore the blade. Kakashi immediately shared the intel with everyone. Then let's make this blade disappear completely. Sasuke instantly teleported beside Zabuza, his body crackling with electricity, and grabbed the decapitating carving knife with his hand. Lightning metallurgy. What? Zabuza never expected these genin brats to keep attacking him repeatedly, and Sasuke's teleportation was so fast that Zabuza couldn't react. What surprised Zabuza even more was that the decapitating carving knife in his hand had been melted into a pool of molten iron. The molten iron dripped onto the ground, melting the earth and seeping underground. Can he still restore it now? Sasuke's Sharingan activated, locking down all of Zabuza's escape routes. Ryūjin. But the Zabuza in front of him nearly turned into a puddle of water. I'm not only good with a blade, kid. Zabuza used the body flicker technique to appear right in front of Tsunade. Even though Naruto and Sakura were guarding him, they didn't Kakashi moved his Asachi, directly piercing Zabuza's abdomen. However, what flowed out of Zabuza's abdomen was still water. Is that all you've got? Zabuza slowly revealed his form in the thickening mist. Kakashi, the copy ninja with the Sharingan, is that all you've got? Before he finished speaking, Zabuza grabbed behind him with his right hand. Kid, that trick only works on me once. In Zabuza's hand was Sasuke, who had attempted to launch another surprise attack via teleportation. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke caught, Naruto, stirred with emotion, swung the Wind of Earth Severing again to release wind blades. Are you two kids enemies? Zabuza looked at the several wind blades and asked Sasuke with a sneer. Sasuke's pupils contracted as if he knew what Zabuza intended. How does Konoha deal with someone who kills their own comrade? Zabuza grinned viciously and put Sasuke in front of him as a shield. Several more explosions and a huge cloud of smoke appeared. Naruto was stunned. He had only meant to save Sasuke, but instead he had killed him. Sasuke. Sakura, who had been guarding Tsunade, couldn't bear the shock and squatted down weeping. Pierce him, Ganryamaru. Kakashi, holding the Ganryamaru, which after Shikai resembled a rapier, thrust it directly at the smoke. Had not yet cleared, but Kakashi could sense the abundant chakra inside the smoke. This was the real body. The blade of Ganryamaru crackled with lightning and directly pierced Zabuza's body. This time what flowed out was blood. Damn lightning. Zabuza was thoroughly annoyed by these elusive lightning attacks. As a mist ninja, most of Zabuza's techniques were water-based. Because water conducts electricity, he was now restrained and dared not use water techniques, afraid of hurting himself as much as his enemy. After a successful strike, Kakashi held Ganryamaru in one hand, while the other hand crackled with lightning, and an increasingly loud chirping sound emerged. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 silver needles suddenly shot towards Zabuza, piercing his neck directly. The sudden fatal attack caused the struggling Zabuza to fall to the ground motionless. He's really dead. Kakashi immediately checked Zabuza's condition. No breath, no pulse in the carotid arm. Thank you, Konoha ninjas, for your help. I am from the Mist's Pursuit Unit. Since Zabuza's corpse contains mist secrets, please allow me to take it away. A masked man stood on a distant branch. Kakashi stared at him for a long time, but eventually handed over Zabuza's corpse. Everyone's condition was poor after the battle. Kakashi had not noticed this man earlier, and since he didn't know the opponent's intel, he could only endure for now. Zabuza's corpse had been checked and indeed had no signs of life. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto had no mood to care about pursuit ninjas or anything. All he could think about was that he had accidentally killed Sasuke, killing the teammate he had finally gained. Well, it's okay, Naruto. Kakashi knew how Naruto felt, and perhaps this could help him grow. How can it be okay, Kakashi? It's me. I personally. Alright, Naruto. A familiar voice came. Naruto was dazed. This voice. It sounded like Sasuke. I'm fine. Sasuke appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto rubbed his eyes hard, found it wasn't an illusion, and carefully poked him with a finger. It was real. You idiot. I can become elemental. Sasuke told Naruto helplessly why he wasn't dead. Naruto finally understood. It was just that the situation was too urgent, and he hadn't thought of that. Then let's move on. Knowing Sasuke was safe, Naruto's mood lifted, and he was full of energy again, eager to complete the mission. Kakashi-sensei, your Zanpakuto can achieve Shikai. Why didn't you say so? You so wrong. My eyes can't be wrong. Kakashi-sensei. Cheng Gong. Tsunade forced herself to face blood at home, suppressing her fear, but every time she saw blood her body would stiffen and her mind would go blank, unable to move. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to master the Bankai of Minazuki. Instead of training properly, why are you here? Cheng Gong rubbed his dark circles from staying up late and asked Tsunade with sleepy eyes, you have the nerve to say that. Tsunade was so angry that her football trembled twice. If you that swindler hadn't tricked me into buying Minazuki, how could my Bankai progress have stalled? After buying the spiritual pressure training manual from Cheng Gong, Tsunade learned the conditions for achieving Bankai with his amp. That is to say, if Minazuki's Bankai had nothing to do with blood, Tsunade could have known about Minazuki's Bankai during her first deep communication with it. But now all progress had stalled due to her hemophobia. Those two, Kakashi and Naruto, had already achieved Shikai with their Asachi. You must find a way for me. The more Tsunade thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply sat down in Cheng Gong's shop as if she wouldn't leave until he came up with a solution. Sigh, what a sin. Cheng Gong somewhat regretted selling Minazuki to Tsunade. After linking to the Dragon Clan world, Cheng Gong could exchange for the abilities of Fyama Yasushi, a psychologist from Castle College. Psychological treatment should be able to cure Tsunade's hemophobia, but then Cheng Gong wouldn't make any money. Cheng Gong, who considered not picking up something as losing it wouldn't do such a losing business. I have a device called Tenshintai. Cheng Gong spoke thoughtfully. Tenshintai can materialize your Zanpakuto, allowing you to communicate face-to-face with it. Perhaps telling your Zanpakuto about your troubles and worries will have an effect. Cheng Gong paused here. Your Zanpakuto is a partner you can fully trust. Under the premise that there is no Muramasa. Cheng Gong silently added in his mind. Is the Zanpakuto a partner I can fully trust? Tsunade slowly savored these words. It seemed that she had always regarded Minazuki as a tool, but Minazuki could establish a connection and perhaps it really was a partner. In the end, you just need to defeat the materialized Zanpakuto, and you will fully subdue it. Bankai will naturally come easily. Cheng Gong guided her step by step. Then, I'll buy it. Thank you for your patronage. Cheng Gong completed the transaction with a bright smile and sent the slightly dazed Tsunade out of the shop. Kakashi-sensei. You're awake. Kakashi opened his eyes and saw a yellow-haired boy wriggling in front of him, but his body was too sore and weak to push him away. Alright, Naruto, stop messing around. Have we arrived at Tazuna's house? Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto reported honestly. These days Sakura and Sasuke have been establishing contact with their Asachi. I've been working hard too. Yar. I need to rest properly. You go practice first. Kakashi, disturbed by Naruto's high spirits, had a bit of a headache and could only send Naruto out for. Alright, Kakashi-sensei. I will definitely train hard or else Sasuke and Sakura will surpass me. With that, Naruto left the room. Kakashi-sensei, call me if you need anything. Only a lingering instruction echoed in Kakashi's ears. Damn it. Kakashi obtained his Asachi later than me, so why can he already achieve Shikai? Sasuke tried hard to establish communication with his Asachi, but it gave no response. He had been doing this futile work for days. Sasuke even began to suspect that Naruto was lying to him. How could a mere sword speak? And that Sharingan in Kakashi's eye. During the battle with Zabuza the other day, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, but no one had mentioned it before. Yet even Zabuza from another village knew that Kakashi had the Sharingan. Damn it. Sasuke became even more agitated. Unable to sit, still he simply got up and continued developing the rumble fruit. This was the power of a god, how could he abandon it because of a lousy sword? It's just Shikai, it still can't deal with my elementalization. Zabuza-sama, it seems these Konoha ninja are far stronger than ordinary ones. Haku, who had taken Zabuza away, pulled out the silver needles from Zabuza's neck. The previous attack could actually be Team 7 each had a Zanpakuto. Zabuza felt it was very important to gather intelligence. Indeed, those kids' ninja awareness was not very strong, but their abilities were all troublesome. Allow me to cultivate the ultimate technique I exchanged from that person for a while before settling accounts with them. Zabuza had also exchanged something from Cheng Gong, but it couldn't directly increase his combat power. By the way, Haku, did you retrieve the decapitating carving knife? Here's Zabuza-sama. Haku held up a ball of ice crystals inside, which was clearly the molten iron of the decapitating carving knife collected by Haku. Drip. Zabuza dripped a drop of blood into it, and the molten iron immediately boiled. After a bout of churning, the decapitating carving knife was restored. It was just a bit slenderer compared to before. 3,000 worlds. Cheng Gong opened his eyes. After obtaining captain-level spiritual pressure, communication with his Asachi became smooth, but it still took many days to learn the name of his Zanpakuto. They say a Zanpakuto's ability reflects one's innermost desire. Is this my desire? After learning the Shikai ability of his Zanpakuto, Cheng Gong also felt it was somewhat peculiar. His Zanpakuto's Shikai ability could not immediately enhance his combat power, and 3,000 worlds did not mean the Zanpakuto contained 3,000 worlds. Cheng Gong could now use 3,000 worlds to strip worlds, peeling other worlds into his Zanpakuto. He only needed to complete the tasks within that stripped world to merge with it and use its world power for battle. But there was a serious problem: the Zanpakuto's wielder, as the caster, could not enter the world. This is asking me to find. Cheng Gong gently stroked the blade of his Zanpakuto and sighed. 3,000 worlds had changed drastically since Cheng Gong awakened it from its Asachi form. The entire blade was straight with only the tip being sharp, otherwise Cheng Gong would have thought it was a sword. 3,000 worlds came with its own sheath. The blade was 9 centimeters long. The sheath was like white jade inlaid with gold thread, forming a landscape pattern. The hilt had a dragon and phoenix ring. When 3,000 worlds was drawn, the sheath automatically disappeared. The blade was covered with countless celestial birds and divine beasts, but all their eyes were lifeless. This was because these celestial birds and divine beasts needed to be activated by world power. As long as Cheng Gong successfully merged with a world, he could light up one of the eyes and then summon them to fight. Sever 3,000 worlds. Cheng Gong softly chanted the Shikai command of 3,000 worlds, and instantly the space of the ninja world trembled. Kakashi Sensei. It's getting dark. Just as Naruto reached the midpoint of the tree, he stumbled and fell to the ground, catching sight of the darkening sky. Kakashi went straight to the top of the tree, discovering that the sky's color was not due to the time of day, as it was clearly noon. That is the location of the Land of Fire. While he sensed a slight darkness in the Land of Waves, he noticed that the entire Land of Fire had already succumbed to darkness, affecting the sky of the Land of Waves as well. Fortunately, it returned to normal in just a couple of moments. I wonder what the shopkeeper is up to. The darkness enveloping Konoha felt somewhat familiar to Kakashi, reminiscent of the void he had seen in Cheng Gong's shop, leading him to conclude that Cheng Gong must have done something. As for rushing back to help, Konoha's current strength was immensely powerful. If Konoha could not handle it, he would be of no use returning. Is this the world that has been severed? Cheng Gong curiously observed the world that had just been severed before him. It was as if it could be held like a sheet of paper, but when Cheng Gong lightly poked it with his finger, an unnamed force prevented his entry. This was likely the power of the rules stopping Cheng Gong, the initiator of the severance. It seems one can only sever one world at a time. As Cheng Gong attempted to sever the world again, he felt the weakening support from his Zanpakuto. Now the power of the entire world was battling against Cheng Gong's 3,000 worlds, leaving no surplus energy to support him in severing another world. If he were to force a severance, the 3,000 worlds could very well be directly severed, and the severed world would initiate its world power to invade the Naruto world. Where should this world be placed? Cheng Gong already knew the information about the severed world. It was particularly simple for the ninja world. No, even for present-day Konoha. While Cheng Gong was still troubled by the world's placement issue, the entire ninja world was in constant motion due to the darkness in the Land of Fire. Countless spies were dispatched and many long-laced agents from various countries were activated. Konoha was also calming the restless civilians. Every person who entered Cheng Gong's shop would notice the void of darkness within it, and Tsunade was no exception. Thus, when engulfed by darkness, she immediately sensed that this feeling was somewhat similar to that in Cheng Gong's shop. But at that time Tsunade was at home. So once the scene returned to normal, she immediately hurried to Cheng Gong's shop. Cheng Gong, what are you up to? I just found a world. Cheng Gong gestured to the paper-like world in his hand. What are you talking about? Tsunade frowned as she looked at the world in Cheng Gong's hand. This paper-like object seemed to have an inexplicable allure that drew her to touch it. This is a world on the brink of destruction. Initially, Tsunade understood the explanation a Cheng Gong could only elaborate. I just severed it from the edge of destruction. What? Tsunade could hardly believe it. How could a person sever a world? How could a world possibly be presented like a sheet of paper? Does that mean if Cheng Gong tears this paper, the world would be destroyed? Is the ninja world also as flimsy as a sheet of paper in the eyes of Cheng Gong and his group? The multitude of thoughts that flooded Tsunade's mind in that instant was chaotic. Your world is different from this one. Cheng Gong, noticing Tsunade's chaotic aura, knew he had to first alleviate her concerns. The world in my hand is on the path to destruction due to natural development, and since it holds no value, the Celestial Merchant Association will directly abandon it. These worlds only need to slowly dissipate in destruction, transforming into world power that can continue to give rise. But your world is different. It has the opportunity to progress forward. Therefore, the Celestial Merchant Association sends celestial merchants to enact changes and tries to pull you back to the main world. If that still doesn't dispel your doubts, Cheng Gong shrugged. Me standing before you is the best proof, right? Surely the Celestial Merchant Association wouldn't just abandon its own employees and erase them, right? Reluctantly accepting Cheng Gong's explanation, Tsunade swallowed hard. What kind of world would you deem as having no value? Worlds without hope, hell on earth, and overly weak. After some thought, Cheng Gong articulated these 3 points. What significance does such a world hold? Tsunade, after hearing Cheng Gong's description, wondered if such worlds truly existed. No significance, hence they will be destroyed. Then why did you sever this world? Just for fun, Cheng Gong shrugged. The Celestial Merchant Association has regulations that prohibit celestial merchants from entering worlds outside the rules. So I cannot enter this world, but you can. Whatever you gain inside can also be exchanged with me for a return point. If you can resolve the source of disaster in this world, then you will save this world and receive its gratitude. Are you saying we should save this world? Tsunade found it hard to believe that she had such power. There's no point in talking too much, you'll know when you see it. Cheng Gong projected the condition of the world in his hand. The world of biohazard. With a completely different style from the Naruto world, buildings were arranged in neat blocks, yet many were now ruins. Countless people were fleeing in panic as if something was chasing them. A ferocious-looking zombie dog pounced on a person, and was then surrounded by a horde of zombie dogs behind it. Besides the zombie dogs, there were also scenes of lickers, hunters, and even the first tyrant. The scene was incredibly tragic, but after watching, Tsunade felt puzzled. Can the people of this world not handle these? Indeed, to Tsunade, these zombies and trash were hardly different. They were merely a bit stronger in physique and more numerous. A single fire technique could eliminate a large group. This is the reason this world is deemed valueless. They cannot withstand such simple disasters, so destruction is the best. So, we just need to eliminate all these monster things. Tsunade began to inquire about the method to save the world. If it was just the intensity of these zombies in the scene, it didn't seem too difficult. In theory, yes. Cheng Gong glanced at the requirements for merging with the biohazard world. These things are called zombies in this world, triggered by a virus known as the T-virus that they researched themselves. Your goal is to eliminate the strongest zombies in this world and bring out the data on the T-virus to consider it a success. So simple. Then I can handle it by myself. Upon hearing the method of salvation, Tsunade was eager to enter the biohazard world, mainly because she was also curious about the new world. How do we enter? Tsunade asked. This world is currently too weak to bear your entry. Only those of genin rank can enter here for now. This restriction wasn't something Cheng Gong introduced on the spot, but rather the current spiritual pressure of the 3,000 worlds that could not accommodate Tsunade. Once Cheng Gong's spiritual pressure improves, for a while it would be fine. Genin rank seems to be somewhat challenging. Though the news was stunning, it at least brought no harm to Mai, and in the scenes Cheng Gong had shown, Tsunade discovered many intriguing things. If she could bring them back to Mai, it would greatly enhance the village's strength. Tsunade returned to report the news to the Third Hokage, who was waiting for her. Just a whim. The Third Hokage puffed on his pipe, lost in thought. I discussed with Cheng Gong, and he agreed to place the world gate of that realm in the Forest of Death. We can enter any time. Tsunade relayed the result of their negotiation to the Third Hokage. Let's go. Without further hesitation, the Third Hokage headed straight for the Forest of Death with Tsunade. At the edge of the Forest of Death's entrance, a pitch-black doorway-shaped portal had appeared. This was the world gate to the Resident Evil universe. The Third Hokage sent a clone to touch it, but the gate remained completely unresponsive. You. Go take a look. The Third Hokage had specifically brought a genin for this task. Though apprehensive, the genin stepped forward and touched the world gate directly, yet it still showed no reaction. Alright. Cheng Gong said that each time we enter the world gate, he must expend his own power to convert it into direct energy to send us through. So every entry costs 100 return points per person. 100 return points. That price was steep. In terms of gold, sending even a single genin through once cost enough gold to train several genin from scratch. Summon Squad 3 and Squad 8. No, just these 2 squads. Yes! A masked ninja appeared behind the Third Hokage, acknowledged the order, and vanished. Call the Council of Elders. Say we need to allocate village funds. Yes! Within less than a quarter of an hour, everyone had assembled. Lord Hokage. Squad 3 and Squad 8 greeted the Third Hokage. Sarutobi, most of the village's funds have been converted to gold. You should know how crucial that gold is. Danzo from the root widened his eyes upon hearing that the Third Hokage intended to touch the village's gold reserves. After all, he had exchanged for the shadow fruit from Cheng Gong, and with its development, Danzo knew well the fruit's formidable power. This gold could make Mai even stronger. Tsunade understood the Third Hokage's intent, so she stepped forward to explain about Cheng Gong and the world gate. After a sharp intake of breath, the crowd fell into silence. Lord Third Hokage, I volunteer to go. Rock Lee was the first to step forward and express his willingness. Though this was a completely unknown expedition, such was the fervor of youth. The others remained silent, perhaps aware that this was not a request, but an order. Even if they were unwilling, they could not. Excellent, the Third Hokage said, looking at Rock Lee with approval. Your mission this time is not to save the resident evil world, but only to gather intelligence. Prioritize your own safety above all. Yes! If you return safely and bring back useful intel, the village will allow you to use up to 500 return points for exchanges at the shopkeepers. The Third Hokage announced the reward, and the Council of Elders raised no objection. Since the mission involved members of prominent clans, it would be unreasonable not to offer compensation. Old Man let Squad 10 go as well. Their abilities are more balanced for cooperation. Tsunade felt a strategist was necessary for the operation. No, they have other assignments. The Third Hokage flatly refused Tsunade. Have you made your decision? Cheng Gong suddenly appeared before them. Everyone except Tsunade gave him a slight bow. Shopkeeper, since it's a completely unknown situation, we've just finished preparing. The Third Hokage spoke with a slight bow to Cheng Gong. A being capable of severing worlds, even the First Hokage could not accomplish such a feat, and perhaps only the Sage of Six Paths possessed that power. The Third Hokage thought to himself. Alright, since this is your first time entering another world, I can temporarily close the world gate once your people have entered and keep it sealed until they emerge. Thank you, shopkeeper. Everyone naturally understood Cheng Gong's meaning. Sometimes the true danger was not the enemy but the interference from one's own side. Shopkeeper, may I exchange for an item now? Might Guy, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Of course. Cheng Gong nodded, wondering what Might Guy intended to buy at this moment. I want to exchange for the Fullbring Giant's right arm. Without hesitation, Might Guy stated the item he had long had his eye on. Rock Lee, I originally planned to give this to you as a gift for your promotion to Chunin, but I'm giving it to you now. Might Guy Sensei. Rock Lee was moved to tears. However, the others remained silent. To give a gift meant for a Chunin promotion now, was it not because they feared they might never see the recipient again? Alright. Mission start. Once Rock Lee had slightly adjusted to the giant's right arm, the Third Hokage gave the order. Yes! The genin of Squad 3 and Squad 8 bowed to the group and stepped into the world gate. This time the gate offered no resistance. After collecting the return points, the 6 of them passed through directly. This toll fee was collected by Cheng Gong himself, and the system also took a 50% channel fee. After the 6 entered the world gate, the people present remained silent. Though the Third Hokage had arranged the entry into the new world with utmost speed, the information about the new world still needed to be absorbed. In that case, I'll return to my shop. Their actions in the Resident Evil world will be projected in real time on the Hokage Rock. You can watch as you wish. With a wave of his hand, Cheng Gong created a massive projection on the Hokage Rock, visible to the entire village. Having done this, he returned to his small shop. Sarutobi. Danzo called out the Third Hokage's name, but the Third Hokage shook his head. Had he known there would be a projection, he would have ordered the 2 squads to exhaustively gather intelligence, even if they never returned. Danzo felt a pang of regret over the promised return points. Are these things so disgusting? Rock Lee kicked a zombie dog's head clean off, then forcefully shook his hand to flick away the bloodstains. These zombies were far harder to kill than he had imagined. Only by completely shattering the brain could they be permanently put down. Even with half a brain remaining, they could still move. Destruction bugs. Fly faster. A tiny destruction bug was flying ahead of Rock Lee. Before entering the world gate, Shino Aburame had placed one on each of them. If they were not in the same location, after entering the world gate, the destruction bugs would seek out Shino, allowing everyone to regroup. After entering the world of Resident Evil, Niji found himself in a large supermarket. There were no living people left, only endless zombies. The gentle fist technique passed down through the Hyuga clan proved ineffective against the zombies. Its usual advantages, such as obstructing meridians and chakra flow, were meaningless against these creatures. As more and more zombies surrounded him, Niji in desperation used the rotation technique to temporarily escape being trapped. It seems I have no choice but to use it. He sighed softly and took out the Asachi from the sealing scroll. This was the Asachi that Hayashi Hyuga had fought for in the clan, allowing Niji to acquire it despite the opposition. However, the clan elders still harbored reservations, believing that allowing a branch family member to wield such uncontrollable power was too dangerous. On one hand, Niji wanted to ease the elders' concerns. On the other hand, he had not yet fully mastered the Hyuga's traditional. After obtaining the Asachi, he sealed it in the sealing scroll and promised the clan that he would only unseal it in life-threatening situations. Unexpectedly, he was forced to use the Asachi as soon as he entered the world of Resident Evil. Yet this also made Niji realize the weakness of the Hyuga Gentle Fist when facing creatures that rely solely on physical strength without any cultivation. The Hyuga's Gentle Fist was completely restrained. Once such creatures increase in number, the Hyuga clan has little to offer except the rotation technique, which consumes an immense amount of chakra, creating a vicious cycle. It seems I need to introduce a new power. Niji swung the Asachi, decapitating zombies with each stroke, amazed by its sharpness. Tsunade's Shikai was already well known in Konoha. Niji thought that if he could awaken his own Shikai and fly into the sky, he could escape this predicament. Niji felt his right hand growing stiff from swinging the blade before the zombies in the area were finally slaughtered. Gasping for breath, Niji felt his senses return. This was the first time he had engaged in such intense slaughter. Looking at the scattered remains, Niji felt a wave of nausea. He quickly closed his eyes and suppressed the feeling. When he opened his eyes again, they had regained their calm. He began to thoroughly scavenge the supermarket. Many items in the supermarket already existed in Konoha. There were also many things he had never seen before, such as a black object with a handle and a metal tube. He had no idea, but when he aimed the metal tube at himself, he felt goosebumps rise. Unable to figure it out, Niji simply sealed it into the sealing scroll to be studied by the appropriate personnel back in Konoha. Was that the thing called a gun that Niji just held from the store? Asked Yutane Koharu, one of the Konoha elders, to the third. Yes, many items in the supermarket can be purchased from the store. The third Hokage nodded. This is a treasure trove, Ryūjin. We need to immediately assemble genin teams for second and third explorations. Danzo's eyes gleamed as he spoke to the third Hokage. Items like guns were all priced at 2 return points in Cheng Gong's shop, meaning the system's store price was 1 return point. This wasn't the system inflating prices, it was because the minimum price for purchases in the system store was 1 return point. Many ninjas who entered Cheng Gong's shop never paid attention to these cheap items, but the Konoha high-ranking officials had already compiled a list of products from Cheng Gong's shop. It was unclear whether all high-priced items were recorded, but at least the list compiled by the group did not include the Ryūjin Jakka, which Tsunade had described as worth over 100 million. However, these low-priced products were fully recorded and compared by at least dozens of ninjas who had returned from Cheng Gong's shop. Some items from the dragon world that Cheng Gong had newly connected to were also recorded. Items like guns had drawn the attention of Konoha's high-ranking officials because Cheng Gong classified them as weapons. The third Hokage later thought that items worth 1 return point were not valuable for ninjas, so he didn't exchange for them. But scavenging hundreds of guns in one go like Niji did was incredibly profitable. 1 gun per return point. There were at least 500 or 600 guns in the supermarket. Niji's single haul had already covered the entry fee for the 6 of them to enter the Resident Evil world. That's why Danzo was so eager. He had already decided that after these kids returned, he would have his root organization assemble a team of genin to exploit the Medicine. Danzo was scheming inwardly while Tsunade was so anxious she felt like breaking into a rap. Tsunade had no interest in guns, but Niji completely ignored the first aid supplies in the supermarket, which drove her crazy. Tsunade desperately wanted to see what was inside those first aid kits and whether they could be used to improve her medical skills, but Niji didn't take any of them. Clan leader, if this continues, the branch family might become disloyal. The Hyuga elders also watching the projection looked grimly at Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi Hyuga felt his face burning. He snorted and was about to get up and leave, but finally held back. It wasn't unreasonable for the Hyuga elders to think so. The gap between the branch family and the main family in the projection was too great. Niji quickly adapted to the zombies, pulled out the Asachi, and began gathering intelligence. But the main family's eldest daughter, Hinata, was frozen with fear upon entering the Resident Evil world, unable to move. It took a kind escapee to pull her back to her senses. So Hinata joined the fleeing group, running nonstop. People kept falling behind for various reasons, exhaustion, accidental falls being pushed. Without exception, all those who fell behind were quickly overwhelmed and assimilated by the zombie tide. Hinata didn't know what to do except run, trying to shake off the grotesque pursuers. After running for an unknown amount of time, the people around her had changed several times. Only a few remained with her. These were people she had just met. The original group had already collapsed from exhaustion. No. Hinata couldn't understand their language, but seeing a woman on the ground reaching out with desperate eyes, she knew it was a plea for help. Hinata hesitated, but still reached out her hand to pull the woman up. Unexpectedly, she did pull the woman up, but the woman's excessive force caused her to stumble and fall. Go! 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 The woman's companions waved frantically, and the woman ran off without looking back. What? What about me? Hinata's lips moved, but no words came out. Because of this delay, the zombie tide had caught up. Horrified by the grotesque faces, Hinata could only instinctively swing the Asachi in her hand. Her Byakugan unconsciously activated. Using its ability, she found gaps to escape, eventually climbing to the rooftop of a building. After slamming the rooftop door shut, she finally began to vomit violently, her body trembling uncontrollably. The veins disappeared from her eyes, which were now filled with tears. Old man, this seems too cruel for them. Gangho rubbed her eyes beneath the sunglasses. Hinata's performance stirred a flicker of pity even in her, for the girl was merely a fresh graduate from the Ninja Academy. To confront such a battlefield spectacle at this stage was indeed rather harsh. They have lived far too comfortably. Kakashi not only graduated early, but also carved out a fearsome reputation on the battlefield. If she as the future heiress of the Hyuga clan cannot endure even this, then the clan's future is doomed. Gangho's words of sympathy for Hinata were cut short by Tuanzang's rebuttal. She wanted to argue, but what he said was true. The future strength or weakness of the Hyuga clan would to some extent reflect the future power of Konoha. So Gangho snorted coldly and went home. Although the cheap sunglasses she had obtained from Cheng Gong obscured the color of blood, Gangho's mind still conjured the vivid image of the spurting liquid. After enduring for a while, she still felt unwell, so she seized the chance to leave, avoiding the onset of her hemophobia. The Third Hokage and Tuanzang watched for a while longer before departing as well. Both had official duties to attend to, so they left someone to keep an eye on the projection and report progress to them at any time. However, the two elders Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuihomin Yen remained watching the projection, occasionally reminiscing about their glorious past. Tian. I've finally found you. Who? Tian, who was firing a rifle at the approaching zombies, was startled to hear someone call her name, but after searching around she could not find who it was. I'm here, Tian. The voice came again, this time from within the zombie horde. To Tianshan's astonishment, Jinai emerged from the crowd, the zombies around him seemingly oblivious to his presence. Why are you? Tianshan's words were cut short as Jinai pulled her away. I found a safe zone. We can go there first. Tian was initially puzzled by Zinai's sudden appearance, but when she saw the parasitic insects on her body return to him, she knew it was the real deal. Jinai led Tian to the base of a tall building. Using the protruding ledges on each floor, they leaped to the rooftop. So far, we're the only ones who have regrouped. Once on the roof, Jinai checked the traps he had set, sighing with relief only after confirming they were all intact. According to the information from my parasitic insects, the next closest person to us should be Hinata. We can rest a bit, and then take the initiative to find her. Tian nodded. After a moment of silence, she could not help but ask, why? Why don't those zombies attack you? I don't know either, Jinai replied helplessly. Those zombies seem to completely ignore me, so I could find you quickly. I haven't fought a single zombie yet. Tian recalled how people at the Ninja Academy usually ignored Jinai and couldn't help but envy. What an enviable ability. Perhaps. Only at this moment did Jinai feel that this ability might actually be useful. Let's go find Hinata, who's closest. Tian discarded the rifle and pulled out a submachine gun, also tossing 2 guns to Jinai along with his. Inside are bullets, maybe tens of thousands of rounds. As she spoke, Tian demonstrated how to use the firearms. How do you know how to use these? Jinai looked at her practiced ease as if she were a local. I don't know, Tian said matter-of-factly. The moment I picked them up, my brain just knew. Perhaps it was some strange talent. Jinai quickly accepted her explanation, since Tian had always been fond of tinkering with weapons. The two did not descend from the rooftop, but instead zipped through the air between buildings, encountering almost no zombies, so their pace. Hinata seems to be on a rooftop too. Sensing the information from his parasitic insects, Jinai noticed they were still guiding him upward, so he quickly pinpointed the tallest building nearby. Hinata. Tian upon reaching the roof immediately spotted Hinata crouched in a corner, trembling, holding a shallow blade. Tian. Hinata, finally seeing a teammate, was so moved she almost burst into tears again. It's very safe here, Hinata. We'll find the others in a while. Hinata replied gently. How did you find me? Of course it was Jinai. Tian, realizing Hinata hadn't noticed Jinai, deliberately pointed him out. Jinai, I'm sorry. It's all right, no need to apologize. Jinai, far from amused to hearing Hinata apologize for overlooking him, waved his hand dismissively. Ningxi and Shaoli are heading our way. We can wait a bit and regroup with them. The parasitic insects conveyed new information. Is Ya okay? Hinata asked, noticing Jinai had not mentioned Ya. Yeah. Seems to be in trouble. I can no longer sense the information from the parasitic insect on him. Jinai paused for a moment before revealing the truth. Then what should we do? Let's go rescue him quickly. Hinata fretted, twisting her fingers. Let's wait until the team gathers. We don't know where to find you now. We'll have to wait for Ningxi to arrive and use his Byakugan to search. Tian quickly analyzed the situation and rejected Hinata's proposal to set off immediately. Actually, I have the Byakugan too. Hinata thought to herself. Chuan, watch out. On the other side, Ya was struggling fiercely. He had been transported to a sewer surrounded by You tried to light a flame but was instantly surrounded by zombies, so he and Chiwon began a battle. The parasitic insect Jinai had placed on you was lost in the chaotic fight. Chiwon was now covered in wounds. Fighting in the narrow confines of the sewer made it hard to avoid injury, so Chiwon could only do his best to protect you from harm. Phew. Finally done. Ya's eyes had adjusted to the darkness. Only after Chiwon confirmed that no other sense remained did you relax a little. Woof. The moment you let his guard down, he felt a fierce gust of wind from behind his head. The speed was so great that you couldn't react, but Chiwon sensed it. In a rush, Chiwon lunged directly behind you. Yelp. Chiwon was completely unable to withstand the force of the attack, and was sent flying backward. Ya's heart ached, but he knew he had to deal with the attacker first, so he swung his shallow blade behind him. You found that this time the blade sliced through the attacker easily. Was it not a zombie? Only then did you turn to look at the assailant. The attacker had enormous claws sharp enough that you felt a hit would have left him dead or gravely injured. This zombie was smaller than the ordinary ones, which might explain Chiwon. Only then did you remember Chiwon lying on the ground. Yelp. Chiwon had already gotten up. Although he had been knocked away, he had blocked the attack with his head, leaving him only dizzy. He shook his head and stood up. I'm so glad you're okay. You picked up Chiwon to check his wounds and applied medicine and bandages. Neither noticed that the water in the sewer was still trembling slightly. Kakashi-sensei, is Zabuza really not dead? We've started building the bridge and haven't seen him. Naruto guarding Tazuna complained idly to Kakashi. Kakashi had already shared his judgment with Team 7, explaining that the pursuing ninja from the other day was likely Zabuza's accomplice, so they should stay vigilant. Yet several days passed without a trace of Zabuza. Bored, Naruto's mind wandered, filled with thoughts of the gentle older sister he had met in the forest. She was even nicer than Sakura. Naruto was drooling at the thought. Here they come. A thick fog abruptly enveloped the entire bridge. Kakashi recognized it as the mist jutsu and warned everyone to be alert. Where? Let me teach this Zabuza a lesson. Enraged that his daydream was shattered, Naruto decided to slaughter 3 or 4 Zabuzas to vent his fury. Shut up, idiot. Sasuke stopped Naruto's movement. The fog thickened and Kakashi had already revealed his Sharingan. There. Kakashi spotted a figure flickering in the mist, but before he could speak, Naruto charged after it eagerly. You leaf brats are too easy to fool. Zabuza's voice echoed from the mist, and Naruto had likely chased a mere clone. Strike him, Yenling Wan. Kakashi immediately released his Zanpakuto, thrusting it into the fog. It was the real body. Kakashi had discerned it. Decisive as always, Kakashi. Zabuza blocked the thrust with his Kubikiri Bocho. When the blades separated, a small hole had been chipped into the massive sword. Where is your accomplice? Kakashi hadn't forgotten the person who took Zabuza away earlier. General to general, soldier to soldier. Zabuza sneered, giving Kakashi an ominous premonition. Secret technique, 1,000 kill water shots. What? One-handed hand seals. Kakashi watched in shock as the one who had rescued Zabuza, while clashing swords with Sasuke, performed a one-handed seal and unleashed a jutsu. Countless droplets of water rose into the air, forming innumerable long needles. Being struck by them would be no different from being pierced by 1,000 arrows. The needles shot towards Sasuke, and amid the smoke Haku retreated a few steps, but couldn't see Sasuke. Ding! 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 3 shuriken flew toward Haku, thrown by Sasuke, who had leaped into the air to dodge. It seems you can't quite keep up with my speed. Sasuke used the body flicker jutsu to appear behind Haku, realizing that Haku's reaction speed wasn't as fast as he had imagined. After several clashes of swords, they separated. Where did you get that sword? Sasuke had expected Haku's blade to at least sustain damage after repeated clashes, but reality defied his expectations. The sword was completely unscathed. After all, even Zabuza's Kubikiri Bocho had been damaged when clashing with Naruto's Duandi Foam and Kakashi's Yenling Wan. Only a Zanpakuto could rival a Zanpakuto. The same way you got yours. Haku's answer made Sasuke realize that the sword in Haku's hands was indeed a Zanpakuto. Sasuke, go all out. Kakashi ordered Sasuke to use full power, a restriction Kakashi had placed on Sasuke during their recent training. In battle, without Kakashi's signal, Sasuke was not allowed to use his Goro Goro, Nomi ability, and Naruto was not permitted to use the Shikai of Duandi Foam. But now the situation had changed. The enemy possessed a Zanpakuto as well, and one with an unknown ability. Thus Kakashi allowed Sasuke, who still didn't know his own Zanpakuto's name, to use his Devil Fruit ability. After all, with his current abilities, even a Shikai couldn't harm him. You're too slow. Upon hearing Kakashi's instructions, Sasuke teleported behind Haku, slashing at him with 1,000 volts, enveloping his Asachi. Clang! A loud collision echoed. Haku's Zanpakuto was knocked away because the electric shock paralyzed his grip while defending against Sasuke's attack. Haku retreated a few steps and picked up his Zanpakuto. No choice. I'll have to show you true speed. Haku formed hand seals and several mirrors materialized around Sasuke, completely enclosing him. Secret technique ice crystal demon mirrors. It was a jutsu Kakashi had never heard of, and a strong wave of unease surged in his heart. But when he tried to intervene, Zabuza blocked him. I said general to general, soldier to soldier. Blocked Kakashi could only hope Sasuke would be fine. Is that all you've got? Surprisingly, Sasuke suffered no damage within the ice crystal demon mirrors. He had mastered elementalization during this time, allowing him to voluntarily turn his body into lightning. Thus, though Haku's attacks within the mirrors were fast, erratic, and chaotic, Sasuke was completely unharmed. What a troublesome ability. Even if I can't hurt you, trapping you is still decent. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Sasuke, Haku ceased attacking to conserve strength for any unexpected developments. Rage Duandi foam. A loud roar shattered the temporary calm on the battlefield. Caught off guard, Haku was struck by a wind blade from Naruto and collapsed to the ground. Great. He'll attack from inside and Naruto from outside. We should be able to break these mirrors. Sasuke was overjoyed at Naruto's arrival. Yo, I'm here to save you. Naruto suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, using the body flicker jutsu, grinning. He imagined his image must be radiant and heroic. Naruto thought smugly. Idiot. Why did you come in? Sasuke felt his SAN value plummeting. I came in to save you, of course. Watch me smash all these mirrors. Naruto acted immediately, swinging Duandi foam. Countless wind blades shattered the surrounding mirrors, but Haku's repairs still prevented them from breaking out. I can't let you two keep causing trouble. Though Haku could repair the mirrors to keep Naruto and Sasuke trapped, Naruto's relentless wind blades were depleting his chakra too quickly. No choice. I have to use her. Dance sleeve white snow. Haku's Zanpakuto began to lengthen and turn white, and a white ribbon appeared at the hilt. So beautiful. Sakura couldn't help but praise the release sleeve white snow. First dance moon white. Haku drew a circle on the ground with sleeve white snow encompassing the area of the ice crystal demon mirrors. The circle seemed to separate the space from the outside world, becoming the ice domain of sleeve white snow. Even ice crystals began to fall under Haku's influence. Why? Why did the shopkeeper uncle sell Zanpakuto to people like you? Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't understand why Cheng Gong would sell Zanpakuto to Zabuza and his group, who were clearly enemies. Brat, what kind of people are we? Zabuza's mocking voice came. In that lord's eyes, we and you are all just his customers. This. Naruto struggled to accept the truth. The shopkeeper uncle had been so kind. Not only did he talk to Naruto without caring about his demon fox status, but he even helped revive his parents. Why would he now aid enemies like Zabuza? Naruto, don't overthink. Focus on the enemy in front of you. Kakashi's words snapped Naruto out of his confusion. Second dance white ripple. Naruto was stunned, but Bai was not. Bai decisively launched an attack. The tip of Shio by Shui pierced the ground, and then a terrifying cold air rushed towards Naruto and Sasuke. The two had no time to dodge and were directly frozen into ice blocks. Sasuke transformed into lightning through elementalization, cracking the ice block and escaping, but Naruto was frozen solid. Fire-style great fireball technique. Sasuke dared not use the Xiang Lei Guashur ability to help Naruto break the ice, fearing that the lightning would harm Naruto. So he had to use a crude method to melt the ice. Achoo. As Naruto thawed, he was completely soaked and sneezed. Third dance white blade. The water stains on the ground quickly froze into ice, forming the blade of Shio by Shui, which directly pierced through Sasuke's shoulder. How is this possible? Sasuke stared at his left shoulder in disbelief. Why had his elementalization failed? Was that blood flowing from his shoulder? Bai prepared to swing Shio by Shui, but Sasuke instantly teleported to dodge. After his body left Bai's Shio by Shui, Sasuke found that he could elementalize again, but the wound on his shoulder remained. Sasuke began to continuously dodge Bai's attacks. Since his elementalization had inexplicably failed, he could only try his best to evade Bai's offensive. Damn that swindler, could it be that he sold me a fake? Sasuke cursed inwardly after a series of evasions. You're distracted. Bai suddenly appeared in the mirror behind Sasuke's Shio by Shui, already raised. -18 degrees. Bai's body temperature dropped to -18 degrees. Shio by Shui slashed across Sasuke's back, but no blood was left. The wound had already been frozen by the cold. Is this the true power of a Zanpakuto? Kakashi and Naruto watched Bai's endless abilities, thinking of their own Zanpakuto's initial release, which seemed like a primitive stage. Sasuke. Seeing that Zaibu-Jan and Kakashi were locked in a stalemate, Sakura finally found an opportunity to throw a kunai at Bai. The kunai flew swiftly, but upon contacting Bai's domain it was frozen into an ice crystal and halted midair. Is this really an enemy we can defeat? Seeing that the kunai she had thrown didn't even disturb Bai, Sakura's will to fight was lost. Even though she had trained so hard during this period, even though her performance in training was the best in Team 7, she was utterly useless in a battle of such ability. Sakura looked at Kakashi with helpless eyes, and Kakashi noticed that gaze. Kakashi, who had intended to temper Sasuke and Naruto, felt a pang of pain in his heart from that gaze. Once upon a time there was also a girl who looked at him with such eyes. Back then he was powerless. Now was he supposed to remain indifferent? What? Are you going to make a move? Zaibujan had been watching Kakashi the whole time. Noticing that Kakashi's hand holding Yanling Wan had been raised, Zaibujan also reached for the Zansho Dao behind his back. Of course! After all, they are my students. It wouldn't be right for me to just stand here motionless. Kakashi's right hand began to chirp, and countless bolts of lightning surged toward Yanling Wan. These days Kakashi had been attuning to his Yanling Wan. Kakashi's Qian Miao, due to its violent and rampant chakra, made it difficult for chakra weapons to withstand. But Yanling Wan could not only fully accept the energy of Qian Miao, but it could also store Kakashi's Qian Miao energy. Whoosh! Kakashi vanished from his spot. Crack! A sound of shattering rang out. Zaibujan raised his blade to block Kakashi's attack from the side with Yanling Wan, but the toughness of Zansho Dao was already inferior to Yanling Wan, and with Kakashi's additional Qian Miao, the Zansho Dao was directly cleaved in two by Kakashi. Indeed, the Zansho Dao has fallen behind the times. Zaibujan looked at the neatly severed Zansho Dao, unable to recall how many times it had been damaged. Previously it had always been invincible. In that case, let me show you the gift from my master. Zaibujan casually shook the Zansho Dao, and the remaining half of the blade easily fell off. But this time it didn't leave only the hilt, instead another sword was revealed. Cut away Feng Si. Zaibujan slowly uttered the release command, and the blade within the Zansho Dao rapidly transformed. Under Kakashi's astonished gaze it became two swords. Can a Zanpakuto split into two? One Zanpakuto was already so troublesome, if he wielded two could he have two abilities? Kakashi stared at Zaibujan grimly. No. Strictly speaking it was still one sword. Kakashi noticed that although Zaibujan held one sword in each hand, the two blades were connected by an iron chain. But this sword was truly strange, a double-head rotating sickle, a weapon rarely seen in the ninja world. When Kakashi's full attention was clearly on Zaibujan, yet the released Feng Si suddenly attacked from the side. Kakashi narrowly dodged the attack, but a bloody cut was left on his face. Copy Ninja Kakashi, why don't you try to copy my current ability? Seeing blood, Zaibujan grew somewhat manic, spinning Feng Si continuously in his hands. Here. The sudden appearance of Feng Si forced Kakashi to continue dodging at his limit, yet wounds still appeared on his body. Here. 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 No, it's here. Before long Kakashi's body was covered with bloody cuts of various sizes. The ability of Zaibujan's Zanpakuto was truly bizarre. Kakashi could not predict the direction of any of Feng Si's attacks. Even with his Sharingan fully activated to observe Zaibujan's hands, he could not see through. What a troublesome ability. Kakashi decided that he could no longer passively defend. At this rate he would be worn down. Your ability seems to be useless. By maintain the mini 18-degree state and continuously attacked Sasuke with Sho by Shui. However, Sasuke's reliance on elementalization had inexplicably failed completely. Sasuke, covered in wounds, or rather covered in ice, now had no strength to retort by. He felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze. His movements grew slower and slower. Under Bei's next attack, Sasuke finally collapsed to the ground. Your comrade is already dead. Are you still going to put up a futile resistance? Bei's blade tip turned towards Naruto. Here. Dang. Kakashi had finally pinpointed the direction of Feng Si's attack for the first time. The reason Feng Si's attacks were unpredictable was not only due to its ability, but also because Zaibujan used his hand to control the chain, abruptly changing Feng Si's direction. After several times of trading injuries, Kakashi finally forced Zaibujan to use large movements to defend, and he grasped the principle. It seems you have seen through Feng Si. But what about this? Zaibujan was not surprised that Kakashi had blocked Feng Si's attack. He simply continued to activate the hidden mist technique, and a thick fog completely obscured his figure. The second round had only just begun. 50 degrees below zero. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, and Bai had already unleashed his 50 below zero technique before the sound could even settle. The extreme temperature caused all moisture in the air and on the ground to crystallize into ice. With Bei's manipulation of the water release, a wall of ice nearly 10 meters thick materialized before him. Yet this ice wall was utterly shattered. The culprit was none other than Naruto. When he saw Sasuke fall to the ground, his mind went completely blank. The days and nights of companionship had made Naruto deeply cherish this hard-won friend. But now this friend lay fallen before him. Naruto felt an immense violent power surging within him, desperate to be. Boss lady, this isn't my fault. It's your son who's been drawing on my power. Within Naruto's body, the nine-tailed fox sensed the shift in his emotions. Stretching languidly, the Ninetales felt its chakra being siphoned away. After a moment of consideration, it pulled back a portion. Too much, and Naruto wouldn't be able to handle it, and if it went too far it would likely get a beating from Kushina. Because of this pullback, although Naruto's Ninetales chakra cloak had already manifested two tails, one of them suddenly having forgotten all combat awareness and training, Naruto simply hurled his fists at Bei's position. But he was completely oblivious to the changes in his own body, including the transformation of his Zanpakuto. Naruto's arms were now covered in what appeared to be armor, the gauntlets connected behind his back. In each hand he held a bladed fist weapon. With a single punch, the ice wall was reduced to rubble. Not only the ice wall, but also the demonic mirror ice crystals Bai had conjured shattered entirely under Naruto's outburst. You. Bai did manage to block Naruto's attack, but by forcing his body temperature down to 50 degrees below zero, the mask he always wore cracked and fell apart under the extreme cold. When Naruto saw the face beneath the mask, his vertical pupils reverted to round ones. For the person before him was none other than the beautiful older sister who had played with him joyfully in the forest. I'm sorry to meet you like this. Bei's exquisite face bore an apologetic expression as he spoke to Naruto. Naruto stepped back in disbelief. The Ninetales cloak vanished, and the strange transformation of his body and the bladed fists faded away. Why do you all help that eyebrowless guy? The shopkeeper uncle, you big sister. What's so good about that villain? Naruto's words were half accusation, half soliloquy. Because he is someone very important to me. At the mention of Zabuza, a smile unconsciously crept onto Bei's lips. Summoning 8 hunting dogs. Kakashi drew a line across Yanlingwan with his finger, a drop of blood falling. A summoning circle appeared on the ground, and Kakashi called forth all 8 of his ninja hounds. Dealing with you is truly difficult. The 8 hounds clamped down on Zabuza, pinning him in place. As Kakashi spoke, his hands moved swiftly. He channeled Chidori into Yanlingwan once more and charged towards Zabuza, the sound of 1,000 birds screaming in his wake. Thud. A hit. Kakashi could not mistake the sensation. It was the feeling of a blade piercing flesh. But why you? Because of the speed and the fact that Kakashi had already deactivated his Sharingan to conserve chakra, he only now saw who he had struck. Indeed, he had pierced through Zabuza. The power of Yanlingwan's Chidori was undeniable, but there was one person standing before Zabuza, Bai. Lord Zabuza, I'm sorry I cannot walk with you to the end. When Bai rushed to rescue, he was still in his 50 below zero state, his body already stiffening. Thus Kakashi's attack did not kill him instantly. Bai spoke his final words, and then closed his eyes, his meridian shattered. TCH, just a tool. Zabuza casually laid Bai down on the ground, his Kubikirabocho having silently slaughtered the 8 hounds. Neck cutter. Zabuza lashed his Kubikiraboko's chain toward Kakashi. Kakashi used the body flicker technique to appear behind Zabuza, thrusting Yanlingwan forward, but this time he did not channel Chidori into it. Aren't you tired of this childish game? With Zabuza's chakra no longer sustaining the hidden mist technique, the mist gradually dissipated. The opposite side of the bridge became clear, revealing dense shadows of figures moving along the walls. A chubby man in a black suit adorned with a thick gold chain tapped his cane impatiently on the ground. Is this guy dead? It was Kidō. He poked Bei's cheek curiously with his cane. What a shame. I was hoping to keep him as a concubine. Shut your filthy mouth. Kubikirabocho slashed toward Kidō, but Kidō had already started walking back. The blade only took down the first few samurai. Attack. Finish them all. Kidō waved his hand, and the samurai behind him surged forward. Bring that corpse over. I want to taste even. I said shut your mouth. Zabuza roared. Blood streamed from the hand throw wound on his shoulder. The residual electricity continued to ravage his body, making it nearly impossible for him to gather chakra. Whoever touches you will kill them. Zabuza slowly walked to Bei's side, knelt down, and picked up Shio Baishue from the side. Since you want to walk with me to the end, let your soul walk with me to the very end. Absolute zero. Zabuza's body stiffened, but with extraordinary willpower, he quickly charged toward Kidō. Sho Baku's absolute zero technique lowered Zabuza's body temperature to over 200 degrees below zero. Every samurai in Zabuza's path turned into ice statues standing frozen in place. The terrifying white spectacle made the other samurai too afraid to approach him. Is it still too slow? Zabuza felt he could hold on no longer. One more second of absolute zero and his own body would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Bankai. Bankai. What is that? Sakura thought she saw a figure above Zabuza's head. That's... Kakashi recognized it, though it wasn't exactly Bai, because Kakashi had killed Bai with Yanlingwan and Bei's soul had been eradicated by the blade's killing power. This was more like a lingering obsession. That obsession had attached itself to Zabuza, which was why he could wield Sho Bai. Haka no Togame. Haka no Togame. The figure above Zabuza's head quickly dissipated, and even Zabuza's body gradually turned to ash. A surge of ice rolled across the ground and towering waves of frost rose to the sky, freezing the very heavens. The endless tide of ice engulfed all the samurai present, including Kidō in the distance. Furthermore, the ice wave continued to spread outward. Retreat quickly. Kakashi carried Tsunade and the fallen Sasuke, while Naruto and Sakura ran for their lives with all their might. The boundless chill chased them from behind, and neither dared to stop. To stop was to freeze to death. Fortunately, Kakashi and the others were far from the epicenter of Haka no Togame, so they managed to escape the ice tide. So this is Bankai. Sakura looked at the bridge after the ice tide receded. Everything on the bridge was still. The white ice sculptures were tranquil yet eerie. I am glad I walked with you to the end. Thank you, Lord Zabuza. A gentle breeze blew, and all the ice-covered areas turned into crystalline powder drifting in the air. Is it resolved? Tsunade rubbed his eyes, the scene of Byakugan's punishment just now making him feel as if he were... It's resolved, Kakashi confirmed to Tsunade. But you might need to rebuild a section of your bridge. Kakashi looked at the half-missing bridge and spoke to Tsunade. Nanny, we've gathered enough intelligence. Let's prepare to withdraw today. Niji, clad in combat attire, held a scroll in his hand and spoke to the members of Team 3 and Team 8 on the rooftop. Weapons and ammunition are sufficient. Tenten checked the arsenal again and reported. Medical supplies are intact. Hinata packed a mess of labeled bottles and jars into a bundle. The sealing scrolls are intact. Shino counted the intelligence and oddities they had gathered over the past few days, preparing to bring them back to Konoha. Youthful fuel is fully charged. This was Lee. Woof. Woof. No, I'm ready. Kiba Inuzuka was in position. Everyone move out. Seeing everyone prepared, Niji waved his hand and the whole squad advanced. Goodbye. We'll be back soon. Hinata finally bid farewell to the little baby who had been secretly watching her from the rooftop. After spending so many days here, she had managed to help some people. There was no need to worry about these people surviving after Niji and the others left. Sufficient food and a moderate amount of weapons had been left behind. Niji believed that once they returned, Konoha would quickly send a large force into this world. Boom. Rock Lee's right hand was now covered by a massive armor. This was the giant's right arm he had exchanged before entering the Resident Evil world. After spending so much time here, using the giant's right arm had become second nature. From the rooftop, Lee punched straight down onto the road, clearing a no-man's land around him. No one in that area survived. Everyone come on. The spot where Lee struck happened to be a sewer entrance. Lee raised the giant's right arm vertically in front of him, turning it into a... Returning from the Resident Evil world to the Naruto world was actually very simple. Just find the world gate they had come through. However, only one such gate would exist. That is, the world gate would appear at the landing point of the last person who entered it. Since Kiba was the last person from Konoha to enter the world gate, the gate back to Konoha was located in the same sewer where Kiba had fought his first fear. Everyone had come to understand how terrifying the city's sewers were over the past few days. Countless zombies surged forward from the sewer entrances. Even if they cleared the entrance, new zombies would crawl out after a short while. The sewer system was vast and interconnected, and no one knew where these zombies were coming from. Moreover, the environment inside the sewer was complex, with all kinds of creatures. Over the past few days, Niji had seen many bizarre zombie variants he had never encountered before. Why is it so quiet here today? Lee advanced nearly 100 meters into the sewer, but not a single zombie appeared today. This was highly unusual. There are indeed no zombies around. Niji activated his Byakugan, and Shino's Kakacha bugs also detected nothing. Maybe they're taking a day off. Kiba muttered on the sidelines. In a perilous jungle, when a hollow zone suddenly appears, it can only mean a dominant predator has claimed the territory. Before Niji could finish, Kiba answered. As long as it wasn't related to humans, Kiba understood quite a bit. It was in his blood. Right, so we might face a tough battle today. Stay alert. Niji warned everyone and instructed Lee to continue advancing. He also assigned the reconnaissance task to Hinata, whose Byakugan had no blind spots. 1,000 meters ahead, there's a person. Slow progress was tedious, especially in the pitch-black sewer. When Hinata used her Byakugan to scout, she suddenly detected a heartbeat much faster than a normal person's. Upon closer inspection, she found that the person's heart was significantly larger than average. Move quickly. Follow my orders. Niji used his Byakugan and confirmed only one person was there. The world gate was also behind this person. To enter the gate, they would have to confront him. Niji and Hinata were certain this was an enemy, as the Byakugan distinguished ninjas from zombies very clearly. When the Byakugan observed a ninja, it could see not only the meridians in their body, but also the flow of chakra. However, it was largely ineffective on ordinary zombies, as they were dead beings whose meridians had lost activity and were... There was also the ordinary human of the Resident Evil world. Meridians were visible, but there was no trace of chakra. According to the Meridian's map seen through the Byakugan, the person ahead was at least 3 meters tall and extremely muscular, completely blocking the world gate. Lee, the enemy, is over 3 meters tall. Watch out for attacks from above. All 6 present were only about 10 years old, still growing, so Niji had to warn them in advance about such a height difference. He'll place the world gate here then. Cheng Gong appeared again in the Forest of Death. He had come to reopen the world gate. Thank you, shopkeeper. The third Hokage bowed slightly, his attention mostly on the projection on the Hokage rock. After watching the projection for several days, the third Hokage and Danzo had reached a rare cooperation. The Umbu did not recruit genin, but the root trained them from childhood, so it had many genin. The root would later represent Konoha in the Resident Evil world. Naturally, the various clans would also send people, but they would seek benefits for their families, unlike the root's unwavering loyalty. Many other people also waited outside the Forest of Death: medical ninjas, research ninjas, and various technical ninjas, all eager to study the items Niji's team brought back at the first opportunity. It might not be easy for them to come back, because the person blocking Niji's team was near the world gate. After sensing, Cheng Gong knew who it was. Tyrant T-002, a highly powerful monster in Resident Evil, possesses immense destructive power, agility, and regenerative abilities. It has a massive body and can enter a Super Tyrant mode where it turns red all over and its combat capabilities increase further. The Tyrant is a classic monster in Resident Evil. Its most iconic features are its incredibly thick left arm and its exposed heart. This is also the Tyrant's most obvious weakness. But it has 2 hearts, and the exposed one is actually a trap. Many Konoha genin could handle this Tyrant, but the 2 squads currently in the Resident Evil world, it would be different. One squad is a reconnaissance team, the other a taijutsu team. The members of the taijutsu team are all children hard-pressed to fight a 3-turtle Tyrant. But with Tenten there, it's hard to say. As an ultimate single-soldier weapon, the Baojun was indeed immensely powerful, yet it could still be slain under modern heavy firepower. During this time, Tian had scavenged numerous weapons from the Resident Evil world. Although she had not found a rocket launcher, there were still quite a few shotguns, and Shaoli, walking at the forefront, could now see the Baojun. Its exposed enormous heart was beating vigorously. Shaoli could even hear the pounding heartbeats of the Baojun. After several days of intense combat, Ningxiai had established his leadership among Team 3 and Team 8. Whether in combat prowess or strategy, he was ahead among the 6. Not to mention that Ningxiai also possessed the White Eye, a divine tool for reconnaissance. Shaoli felt Ningxis' hand on his shoulder and stopped advancing, waiting for Ningxis' next instruction. Ningxiai was also troubled. Clearly his side could see fully, so the Baojun should be able to see them as well. Yet the Baojun remained motionless, which insidiously exerted pressure on everyone. Originally, Ningxiai had planned to have Tian provide suppressive fire when the Baojun attacked, but under the current circumstances, suppressive fire seemed impractical. I'll go first and test it. After a brief thought, Ningxiai decided to go forward himself and use a lethal move to test it. If it were just a paper tiger, that would be even better. Therefore, Ningxiai ordered everyone to remain on guard, but be ready to attack at any moment. Shwa. Ningxiai used the body flicker technique to appear before the Baojun. Without attempting the gentle fist, he directly raised the Asachi in his hand and stabbed towards the heart on the Baojun's right chest. Clang! A metallic collision rang out. The Baojun's enormous left claw shielded its right chest. Although the Asachi did not pierce the heart, it still stabbed into the claw. Roar! Feeling the pain, the Baojun let out a furious roar at Ningxiai. Hovering in midair, Ningxiai was deafened by the roar and caught the stench from the Baojun. The roar, amplified within the narrow sewer, was even more concentrated. Ningxis' mind went blank from the shock. The Baojun swung its left arm, forcefully sending Ningxiai flying back to crash heavily into Shaoli's giant right arm. Meanwhile, Ningxis' Asachi lodged into the nearby wall. The rest of you avoid Tian's line of fire and attack. Ningxiai did not demand everyone use firearms. Among them, aside from Tian, who had an almost bug-like understanding of guns, the others could not even aim. Therefore, everyone still fought in their own most adept ways, although Ningxiai, Tian, and Jinai had all switched to using Asachi. Tian's shooting was extremely rapid. As soon as Ningxiai gave the order, Tian opened fire, with a submachine gun in each hand spraying flames. The target was naturally the Baojun's enormous heart. The Baojun continued to shield its heart with its left hand, but the previously motionless beast now charged towards Ningxiai and the others. Dodge. The Baojun's speed was faster than Ningxiai anticipated, even surpassing their own speed without using the body flicker technique. Ningxiai had no time to say much, only urging everyone to evade quickly. A cloud of dust rose as everyone barely dodged the Baojun's charge. However, the Baojun did not slow down and charged straight to the end of the sewer, crashing into the wall. In the chaos, only Ningxiai rushed into the dust. With his white eye already activated, he naturally knew the Baojun's location. He dodged Tian's wild shots into the dust while approaching the Baojun. The force of the Baojun's charge was immense. It was now stuck in the wall and hadn't struggled free yet. Seizing this opportunity, Ningxiai slashed down at the spine on the Baojun's back. Is it that hard? Ningxiai knew the spine was tough, but he didn't expect the Baojun's spine to be even harder than others. The Asachi's impact made his... Although the spine's hardness exceeded Ning's expectations, it was still severed by his blade. The Baojun immediately stopped moving. Though its heart still beat vigorously, it had lost the ability to move. Enter the World Gate. Ningxiai had no time to inspect the Baojun's condition. Their main mission was to bring back information, so he directly ordered a retreat. Shaoli Tian Ji Nai, and yet everyone withdrew in order. Brother Ningxiai, hurry. As Chu Tian prepared to withdraw, she noticed Ningxiai hadn't come yet. Turning to look at him, she saw that the Baojun, whose spine had been broken in her white eye's perception, had now resumed movement. Brother Ningxiai. Ningxiai still had his white eye active during the retreat. The restoration of the Baojun's spine was visible to him as well, but he thought that as long as he moved quickly enough to escape it would be fine. However, the Baojun suddenly turned red all over and with even greater speed grabbed Ningxiai with its left claw. Lady Chu Tian, this is the destiny of the branch family. Please retreat. Seeing Chu Tian hesitate, Ningxiai sternly ordered her to enter the World Gate. But this time Chu Tian did not listen to Ningxiai. Instead, she raised her Asachi and charged at the Baojun. Chu. Ningxiai tried to speak again, but the Baojun tightened its left claw, and he felt he could no longer breathe evenly. The Baojun's left claw squeezed tighter, and Ningxiai felt he might suffocate. Bang! Chu Tian, who had charged in, was kicked away by the Baojun. This was Chu Tian's first time facing a battle with such a huge height difference. Lacking even experience fighting, ordinary ninja Chu Tian's weakness was easily exploited by the Baojun. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Chu Tian's steps were a bit unsteady, but she still charged firmly at the Baojun. She saw the look in Ning's eyes, a look of resignation, of facing death fearlessly. Although since childhood her father had taught her that she was born the princess of the Chu Tian family and naturally should be protected by the branch family. Watching her brother Ningxiai, who had grown up with her, about to die before her eyes, Chu Tian felt she could not understand her father's. Father can be wrong too. Chu Tian was once again sent flying by the Baojun, but this time she left a deep wound on the Baojun's heart. Because the Baojun's left claw was holding Ningxiai, it could not defend its heart, and ultimately Chu Tian seized the opportunity. This time the Baojun struck Chu Tian's chest. She felt as if her heart had been hit by a sledgehammer, and after gasping heavily several times, her breathing finally steadied. Lady Chu Tian, go quickly. Protecting the main family, protecting you, is not only the duty of the branch family, but also my father's last wish. So don't worry about me anymore. I don't need anyone's protection. Chu Tian calmed down at this moment. If the main family cannot protect the branch family, how can the main family have the face to rule over the branch family? After rejecting her father's teachings, Chu Tian gained a deeper understanding of the clan. Her resolve hardened, and at the same time, she seemed to hear the Asachi in her hand calling to her. What are you saying? I still have to save my brother. Sorry, I'll talk to you later. Chu Tian actively rejected the Asachi's communication, raised her blade, and charged at the Baojun again. Sever. Chu Tian's blade cut the Baojun's hamstring tendons. In pain, the Baojun swung its left claw, still holding Ningxiai, forcefully towards Sever. Chu Tian recalled the Hyuga secret techniques she had learned in her clan. These were arts only the main family could learn, and she should make them shine. Chu Tian's white eye was pushed to its limit. The Asachi severed the Baojun's left arm, cleanly cutting perfectly along the muscle fibers, the break smooth and effortless. The severed left claw, still carrying momentum, crashed towards Chu Tian along with Ningxiai on it. Chu Tian was struck and spat out another mouthful of blood. Lady Chu Tian, are you all right? The severing of the Baojun's left claw allowed Ningxiai to breathe again. Gasping for fresh air, he then realized he seemed to be pressing down on Chu Tian. Hinata now lacked even the strength to speak. Her entire body felt as if it were falling apart. Niji had risen and moved the massive tyrant's left claw away. Beneath his Byakugan, Hinata was already covered in wounds, countless muscles torn from repeated bursts of exertion. Moreover, the heavy blows she had taken had damaged her internal organs. Niji, Nejiniazen, let us leave together. Hinata mustered all her remaining strength to reach out and grasp Niji, finally saving him. Protection should be the duty of the main house. We cannot leave Hinata-sama, Niji said, gazing at the tyrant whose body was so red it seemed to drip blood. Since you have rescued me from fate, I too shall cease to believe in it. Niji's left arm had been crushed by the tyrant. With his remaining right hand he set down the shallow blade. The Hyuga possessed the pride of the Hyuga. The veins around his Byakugan bulged as he charged straight at the oncoming tyrant, Kaiten. Though missing one arm, Niji's Kaiten was aimed solely at the tyrant before him, so he managed to defend. However, the Kaiten inflicted little damage. The tyrant shook its head and charged again. Kaiten. Another Kaiten sent the tyrant reeling back. Hinata-sama. Flee now. Kaiten. Hinata watched Niji, who was using Kaiten repeatedly before her, and her eyes turned red. Niji was now overusing Kaiten, blood streaming from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, yet he still continued. Hinata-sama, you will surely become an excellent head of the main house. Niji smiled at Hinata. Neji was smiling. How long had it been since he last smiled? Was it since he was branded with the caged bird, or since Uncle Hisashi passed away? Hinata felt that Niji's smile was so radiant. This was her true Neji. That smile brought a second beam of light into her life. I will protect this light. Hinata forced herself to stand again, disregarding the fallen shallow blade. The Hyuga possessed the pride of the Hyuga. Gentle step, twin lion fists. Hinata squeezed the last remnants of her chakra, and two lion heads gradually formed around her fists. The Hyuga's Byakugan and gentle fist were the true power to protect the clan. With a strengthened heart, Hinata did not hesitate. She charged fiercely at the tyrant. Two loud thuds rang out as both of her fists struck the tyrant. It's over. Niji's Byakugan saw the tyrant's heart burst from Hinata's blow. Relieved, the veins around his Byakugan receded and he staggered. Hinata-sama, let us return together. Forgive my presumption. Hinata's condition was no better. The forced use of twin lion fists had snapped several meridians in her body. After a moment of hesitation, Niji reached out to support her. Neji, I will definitely protect you. Hinata looked into Niji's eyes and made her ninja way vow. What? A chillingly familiar roar echoed. It was the tyrant's voice. But hadn't its heart already been destroyed? Niji stared in disbelief as the tyrant rose again. It seems fate cannot be avoided. This time Niji did not hesitate as he used all his remaining strength to push Hinata toward the world gate. The enraged tyrant charged forward. Niji only hoped his body could block it for a moment, just long enough for Hinata to enter the world gate. Thus he used every ounce of strength to resist Hinata's struggles, knowing she wanted to switch places with him. Hinata-sama, thank you. Niji felt the gust of wind behind him as he knew the tyrant had arrived. But this time, facing death, Niji felt no fear, no resentment. For he now knew that besides his father there was someone else willing to sacrifice their life for him, and that person was the princess of the main house who should have been protected by the branch. You can't, Neji. Hinata's exhausted body could not resist Niji's protection. The tears she had been holding back finally fell. She saw the tyrant closing in. Could she truly not protect him? Bang! 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 Hinata-sama. Hinata-sama. Familiar voices made Hinata open her eyes. Before her were all Hyuga clansmen. Hyuga assemble. Present. Those who insult our clan. Die. Those who harm the main house. Die. Charge. Hinata did not know how many Hyuga had arrived as she only saw Byakugan everywhere. Someone was using mystical palm to heal her and Neji. The clansmen ahead were filled with fury and morale. We are saved. Completely relieved, Hinata fainted. She knew that the pride of the Hyuga had emerged. Third Hokage, since the fourth Hokage has returned, you should promptly return the position of Hokage to him. In the conference room of the Hokage building, the heads of all major Konoha clans and the village's high-ranking officials were present. Hayashi Hyuga was the one who proposed that the third Hokage step down. I second. I second. I second. The Aburame, Inazuka, and Shimura clans immediately voiced their support. Additionally, petitions from many smaller clan heads were submitted by Hayashi Hyuga to the village's high council, all demanding the third Hokage's abdication. The third Hokage remained silent, as did the heads of the Nara Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. Sigh. The third sighed. This meeting was convened at the insistence of the Hyuga clan. Although they had anticipated being called to account, they did not expect the Hyuga's reaction to be so fierce. On the day when Hinata and Niji were shown in peril in the projection, the Hyuga clan swiftly assembled to enter the residence. But the third Hokage stopped them, ordering the Hyuga to wait in line until the root division and the preceding Nara Akimichi and Yamanaka clans had entered. As Hinata and Niji's situation grew increasingly dire, and after Hinata saved Niji multiple times, all the Hyuga elders mobilized and subtly surrounded the third Hokage. The Nara Akimichi and Yamanaka clans merely offered a token guard for the third. The third knew that if he did not allow the Hyuga to enter, now the other Konoha clans might feel betrayed and become estranged from the Hokage. Thus he let the Hyuga enter first. Even so, each person landed in a different location, so assembling took considerable time. Fortunately, they rescued Hinata and Niji at the last moment, but the Hyuga clan did not intend to let the matter rest. That very day, Hayashi Hyuga appointed Hinata as the heir of the main house, and she was unanimously acknowledged as the Hyuga princess by the clan elders. Niji was also designated as the heir of the branch house for his extraordinary contributions and granted access to the secret techniques of the main house. The second step was to forcibly demand a high-level meeting in Konoha. The Hyuga clan's losses will be compensated by the village. The third Hokage quickly made a decision. At this moment he needed to split the Hyuga from within. Using material benefits to appease some of the resentment was the most effective method. Sarutobi, this is your personal problem, the village will not pay for it. Danzo spoke at this point, and the other two elders agreed with him. This gave the third Hokage a headache. The Sarutobi clan's funds had mostly been converted into gold and spent at Cheng Gong shop. They could not possibly offer compensation that would satisfy the Hyuga clan. Very well. After informing the daimyo and the conclusion of the Chunin exams, I will return the position of Hokage to Minato. Sarutobi agreed to Hayashi Hyuga's proposal. Seeing the Hyuga clan, which had swiftly united the major families and the three elders while keeping the Hokage's allied Nara Akimichi and Yamanaka clan, the third Hokage slowly uttered, the attitude of the Hyuga clan is of utmost importance to Konoha. As Hokage, I naturally must comply. Hokagesima, you flatter us. The Hyuga will always be Konoha's Hyuga. We only hope that Konoha does not become Sarutobi's Konoha. Hayashi Hyuga replied with an unyielding expression, but Danzo's face grew grim. This meeting concluded so hastily even though its agenda was the replacement of the immensely important Hokage position. Naruto. What a handsome child, that blonde hair is so spirited. Naruto, you look just like your father. Naruto, I see the makings of a Hokage in you. The moment Team 7 returned to Konoha, they were surrounded by villagers. Naruto was momentarily dazzled by the sudden praise. Ever since the third Hokage confirmed that he would step down and pass the title to the fourth Hokage after the Chunin exams, the Fire Daimyo learned of the news that very day and approved the third's request to retire. Meanwhile, a rumor quietly spread through Konoha. The fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself to save the village, sealing the Nine Tails within his own child Naruto. After enduring humiliation for over a decade, Naruto finally moved the Sage of Six Paths who revived his parents so the family could reunite. The story spread vividly and soon it was known throughout the Land of Fire. Even the daimyo sent someone to inquire about the details of Minato's resurrection. The third Hokage is truly old. The fourth Hokage's loyalty to Konoha is as clear as the heavens. Returning the position of Hokage to the fourth is for the good of the village. Yes, the third Hokage has toiled for Konoha all his life. It's time he enjoyed his retirement. Upon returning to the village, Kakashi heard the villagers' conversations and immediately realized something had changed. Sakura, you two go submit the mission. Just hand over the mission scroll. The matter of the Hokage was too important, so Kakashi decided to consult his teacher first. Besides, many details of this mission were beyond what a mission assigner could know. Sakura only needed to submit the polished mission scroll. After you finish, go home. This mission was perilous. Sasuke, go to the Konoha hospital for a checkup. With that, Kakashi vanished in an instant. Kakashi-sensei is always running off to play as soon as we get back. Naruto grumbled about Kakashi's sudden departure, but he obediently headed to the mission assignment center. After all his glorious deeds would surely make the mission assigner's jaw drop. Sensei. Kakashi met Minato, who was also heading home downstairs at Naruto's apartment. Kakashi, your mission was truly perilous. Minato sighed as he saw Kakashi. Kakashi was not surprised that Minato knew the details of their mission. After all, Minato had been following Naruto since he left the village. In the Land of Waves, it was thanks to Minato's presence that Gato's samurai hadn't massacred. I just went to the Hokage building to hand over Zabuza's and Haku's Zanpakuto. I hope they can research something from them. Sensei, I heard people in the village talking about you becoming Hokage. Could this be a trap? I know about this, Kakashi. Don't worry, it's fine. Minato cut off Kakashi's words. Since neither he nor Kakashi had been in the village, even though Minato had returned early, he only learned the reason for his sudden succession after listening to many people's accounts. I will buy everything here at 1/4 of the price. Cheng Gong looked at the items laid before him by the third Hokage and the three elders with some surprise. After Niji and the others returned, Konoha had begun to enter the world of Resident Evil in large numbers. This entry was far more organized than Niji's first time. With foreknowledge of the Resident Evil world, the genin who entered were all invincible. But they were all focused on looting supplies of the mission to save the Resident Evil world seemed forgotten. After a zombie dies, a crystal remains. I will buy each crystal at 10 return points. Cheng Gong had no better solution. Since everyone was chasing profit, he would use greater profit to lure these ninjas. The Resident Evil world that Cheng Gong had severed was also a zombie crisis caused by the virus. But under the influence of the current world, the zombies had been greatly strengthened, so each contained fragments of the world will. Though tiny, as long as Cheng Gong redeemed them, he could weaken the will of the Resident Evil world and accelerate his integration process. There are also many special and powerful zombies in the Resident Evil world. The crystals from those will be bought at 10 or even 100 times the price. Seeing the elder's heavy breathing, Cheng Gong added fuel to the fire, and once you kill enough zombies, the resident evil world will be able to accommodate new energy. Then Chunin Jonin and even cage-level fighters can enter. Understanding this, the Konoha higher-ups took their return points and left. It wasn't that they didn't want to keep some for research, but Cheng Gong had complete blueprints for exchange, so there was no need to waste time on research. What? They want to hold the Chunin exams early. The Third Hokage looked at several documents on his desk with a headache. The 4 major ninja villages all demanded an early Chunin exam, and many smaller countries agreed. The Hyuga clan's influence isn't that great, is it? The Third Hokage felt troubled. This looked like they wanted him to step down quickly. But if the Hyuga had enough influence to ally with the 4 great nations, they wouldn't be in their current half-dead state. However, the Third overlooked one thing: Minato's resurrection. Once the news of the resurrection spread, the ninja world was shaken. If the 4th Hokage could be revived, what about the 2nd, the 1st, or even Madara? Add to that the Hokage monument's 24-hour projection of Niji and the others' actions in the resident evil world. These countries were eager to uncover Konoha's secrets, and the Chunin exam was the perfect opportunity. So the impatient nations demanded an early exam. The message from Kumobukure was more like a notice. They stated that their ninja participating in the exam were already on the way, and hoped Konoha would properly arrange their accommodations. Since they want to investigate, let them all work for Konoha. The 3rd Hokage knew there was no way to refuse. Even the Fire Daimyo had ordered an early exam. But the 3rd planned to make this exam different. Shopkeeper, if you don't give us an explanation today, refund our money. Naruto was making a scene in Cheng Gong's shop. The reason was that Sasuke's elemental transformation had failed during the fight with Haku. Sasuke was too embarrassed to speak up, but Naruto didn't care and came straight to demand answers. Alright, Cheng Gong waved his hand resignedly. I know. Sasuke's elemental transformation can't stop a Zanpakuto. Huh. Naruto was stunned. But when I hit Sasuke with my Sword of Wind before he could transform. That's because your Sword of Wind was still an Asachi back then. A Zanpakuto is a soul-cutting weapon. Sasuke's elemental transformation only affects his body. When struck by a Zanpakuto, which wounds the soul, elemental transformation is useless. Upon hearing Cheng Gong's explanation, Sasuke was disappointed. He had thought his elemental transformation would make him invincible in the ninja world, but it was so completely countered by a Zanpakuto. If you think you can beat Jonin and kick Hokage with just a few return points, you're being too naive. Cheng Gong looked at Zuozhu and said the demon fruit is sold cheaper than the Zanpa Dao for a reason. It is true that consuming a demon fruit grants you immense power instantly, but its abilities can be developed infinitely. You should know that among the known abilities of the thunder fruit there are many you still cannot use. Zuozhu nodded. In his mind, the thunder fruit possessed world-destroying capabilities, yet he could only unleash a mere 100 volts, a technique that seemed like child's play in comparison. I will work hard, shopkeeper. I'll take my leave now. Ultimately, it was his own weakness. Zuozhu placed the Qianda horizontally behind him. He would train in both the Zanpa Dao and the thunder fruit together. Sensing something, Cheng Gong looked up from the shop only to see the materialized form of Sleeve White Snow drifting above. Wind Death had died the moment Zabuza perished, but Sleeve White Snow still contained residual soul power because Zabuza and Haku had used their ultimate release at the cost of their own spiritual pressure and souls. Once this power dissipated, Sleeve White Snow would vanish. However, if it chose to enter a Qianda at this moment, it could survive. Now the only place in the ninja world with Qianda was Muyi, so it was natural for Sleeve White Snow to be drawn here. I wonder what choice it will make. Cheng Gong watched as Sleeve White Snow hesitated and circled in the air, never making a decision. If it truly could not find a master it recognized, perhaps it would rather fade away between heaven and earth. Where is that? After circling once more, Sleeve White Snow descended. Watching the spot where it landed, Cheng Gong was still uncertain whom it had chosen, as there were quite a few Qianda in that area. Shopkeeper, I'd like to ask if this item can be exchanged for return points. Just as Cheng Gong wanted to see clearly where Sleeve White Snow had landed, Rizu arrived at the shop. With a customer, Cheng Gong naturally prioritized business. 1,000 return points. After ushering Rizu into the shop, Rizu took out the item. But Cheng Gong already knew through the system what Rizu intended. These are world will fragments from the Resident Evil world. The fragments contained in the Tyrant are larger. I can keep exchanging these in Yuan Fei, and the others are aware of it. Then exchange all of these for me. Rizu immediately opened a sealing scroll revealing countless tiny fragments. Judging by their size, they likely came from ordinary zombies, with an occasional larger one probably from hunters. These fragments were incredibly small, even smaller than grains of rice, with only the Tyrant's fragments being slightly larger, about the size of a thumbnail. The eyes of your Ryūjin clan are indeed uniquely gifted in this regard. Cheng Gong offered a compliment. Only the Baiyan of the Ryūjin clan could notice such details amidst the bloody battles. Almost all other ninjas overlooked them. Ryūjin naturally understood the compliment. After eliminating the tyrant, my clansmen discovered this relatively obvious fragment, and only then did they realize that other zombies also contained similar fragments, but they were extremely tiny. Cheng Gong didn't care about this. Even if Ryūjin hadn't found them, he had already informed the third generation about the world wolf fragments, so they would surely search for them. After transferring the return points to Ryūjin showed no sign of leaving. Is there something else? Shopkeeper, can I gift the items or abilities I purchased to others? Of course, but some items have their own intelligence and may develop negative emotions due to the transfer. The shop had never stipulated that items could only be used by the buyer. Earlier Kai had gifted the full bring to Shaoli, but Ryūjin was not present at the time and didn't know. I'd like to buy a word spirit bronze throne for Ning Ci. Is that possible? Cheng Gong directly took out a test tube containing a single drop of black liquid. This is a drop of blood. You can inject or consume it. After absorbing it, you will obtain the bronze throne. Cheng Gong handed the test tube to Ryūjin. The process may be somewhat painful, but just endure it and it will be fine. Thank you, shopkeeper. Ryūjin bowed and took his leave. As he stepped out, he recalled the direction Cheng Gong had been staring when he entered. It seemed to be toward his clan's compound. At this time, the world gate in the Death Forest had quietly changed. Previously, the gate bore the character lower, meaning only those with strength not exceeding that of a lower ninja could enter. Now it had changed to middle. This change naturally did not escape the ninja's observation. Soon a civilian middle ninja attempted to enter and exit, and after confirming no issues, quickly reported to the leaders of various clans. This transformation was indeed related to the world wolf fragments brought by Ryūjin, but these fragments were merely an embellishment. During this period, Cheng Gong's spiritual pressure had also been increasing, and he would soon elevate his control over the resident evil world. The exchange and dissipation of these world wolf fragments had just allowed middle ninjas to enter. Here is the latest intelligence on the resident evil world. The third generation gestured for everyone to look at the documents in their hands. All the high-ranking members of Mu Yi were present today primarily to integrate the known intelligence from Mu Yi and the investigations of the various clans. So in this world there are powerful beings in 8 directions, and we just need to eliminate these few to proceed. Shui Men was also present at the meeting now. That is the current inference. The third generation nodded. The entity in the southeast direction is a giant fish clansmen have once seen a vague shadow. Ryūjin stated the intelligence known to the Ryūjin clan, but the specific size and strength were unknown. The strength of the middle ninjas was still too weak to dare approach easily. The collection of world wolf fragments has become extremely slow. Special zombies are nearly extinct and ordinary zombies can no longer be created. Tuansong reported the situation on his end. After the collection slowed, he had proposed the idea of creating zombies to the third generation. The third generation strongly opposed, and even reprimanded Tuansong in an open meeting, but did not stop him. Moreover, during experiments, Tuansong discovered that only the native inhabitants of the resident evil world possessed world wolf fragments. Creatures infected in the Naruto world could not obtain fragments. That means we can only try to have middle ninjas kill one or even several of these entities to allow upper ninjas to enter the resident evil world. Niliang Lugio stated the inference based on the above intelligence. The Chunin exams are approaching. I suggest holding the second round in the Resident Evil world. After eliminating one powerful entity, everyone can advance. Tuansong expressed his idea, clearly prepared for the possibility of the entire group being wiped out. Tuan saying we must prioritize peace. The third generation frowned, clearly unwilling to make this decision. Yuan Fei, just say whether you agree or oppose. Tuansong snorted coldly, too lazy to argue further. After the Chunin exams, he would step down anyway. Yuan Fei said nothing, just smoking his pipe in silence. Meeting adjourned. Niliang Lugio directly announced the adjournment and began preparations according to Tuansong's proposal, while Yuan Fei went to the Ninja Academy to lecture on the will of fire. Today I have gathered you all to inform you that the Chunin exam is imminent, but Konoha has yet to have anyone sign up. Sarutobi felt that since announcing his retirement, troublesome things had only increased. He had planned to make this Chunin exam a grand event, hoping Konoha would take the lead, but no one signed up, which made him lose face. The Jounin below sat silently, eyes on their noses and noses on their hearts. Many knew the Third Hokage's words were not directed at them, as he was well aware of the talents in their own squads. As for whom the Third Hokage was implying, everyone pretended not to know. Might Guy. Karina Yuhi. Ka. What do you two think? The Third Hokage had intended to call Kakashi's name, but thinking of Minato's upcoming succession, he held back. Youth is passionate. My youth fears no challenge. We team 3, sign up. Might Guy grinned, showing his teeth and giving a thumbs up. The Third Hokage ignored Guy's gleaming white teeth and turned his gaze to Karina Yuhi. Karina Yuhi was in a dilemma. Might Guy agreed directly because he was simple-minded and forgot about the exam, but Karina did not sign up because the families of 2 of her 3 genin had already come to ask her not to. Although the third Hokage would soon step down as long as he was still in office, he was the Hokage, and the Hokage's authority could not be challenged. Karina looked helplessly at Asuma, but Asuma had been meditating with eyes closed since he arrived and still kept them shut. Lord Hokage Team 7 signs up for this Chunin exam. Just as Karina was in a tight spot, Kakashi suddenly interjected, which surprised the third Hokage. Are you sure there's... The third Hokage confirmed with Kakashi again. Of course their current strength fully meets the level of Chunin. Just treat the Chunin exam as a training exercise. Kakashi only said their strength was sufficient, but the third Hokage knew that Kakashi understood his question was not just about strength. However, since Kakashi signed up, it meant that the person behind him had agreed. Good. Kakashi had originally not intended to sign Team 7 up for this exam. After all, he was now a candidate for the Umbu commander, and had begun handling Umbu affairs. He knew the details of this Chunin exam, which could be described as a near-certain death. Moreover, Kushina had personally come to kindly ask Kakashi to let Naruto train more and participate in the next Chunin exam. Thinking of Kushina's red hair that seemed to move without wind, Kakashi could not help but shiver. But Minato also asked Kakashi to help Team 7 sign up. Minato had accompanied Kakashi to the Land of Waves. That day when Naruto was fighting Haku, a sudden form change occurred and Minato suspected it was Naruto's Bankai. So Minato planned to let Naruto go to the Resident Evil world to train. Team 3 also signs up. Seeing Kakashi sign up, Karina felt she could report back to the 2 families and thus also signed up. Team 10 also signs up. Asuma, are you sure you have considered this? The third Hokage frowned. He had clearly arranged things privately. Why was this happening now? Team 10's strength has long reached Chunin level. Moreover, this is the will of the Ino-Shikacho clans. Asuma's words embarrassed the third Hokage. The Ino-Shikacho clans had not informed him. It seemed they had decided to side with Minato again. In that case, go prepare. The third Hokage waved his robe and left. Konohamaru. Naruto saw Konohamaru being lifted with one hand by a ninja in black and wanted to rush to rescue him. But the black-clad ninja moved his other hand's fingers a few times and Naruto fell to the ground. You two are quite arrogant. Makes one want to destroy you. The black-clad ninja grinned and raised his fist to punch Konohamaru. The ninja's right hand was pierced by a bolt of lightning. No blood flowed from the wound, only charred flesh emitted a foul smell. In agony, the black-clad ninja released Konohamaru. Are you all always this arrogant in other villages? Sasuke, sitting on a nearby tree, said calmly. The occasional flashes of lightning from his right hand indicated that the get lost. Sasuke shot another bolt of lightning, but this time it only left a small hole in the ground near the black-clad ninja's feet. I hate brats like you who only talk big. The black-clad ninja bandaged his right hand briefly and reached for the large unknown object strapped to his back. If you want leave, then do not move. Sasuke shot lightning again. This time the wary black-clad ninja could dodge, but he could not withstand Sasuke's rapid attack frequency. Kankuro, stop. A voice came from beside Sasuke. When a drop of cold sweat slid down Sasuke's cheek. He had not noticed someone had appeared beside him. We are not here to play. Let's go. The person beside Sasuke landed in front of Kankuro. He carried a large gourd on his back and had the character Love AI on his forehead. It was Gaara, who had come to Konoha for the first time. Are you guys just going to leave like that? Naruto would not let these dangerous guys leave like that. Everyone in the village now liked and cared for him. If these people hurt the villagers, Naruto felt his guilt would be too great. Howl wind of the earth severing. Naruto chanted the initial release command and endless wind blades seeped from the wind blade. I'll use you to test my newly learned technique. Naruto quickly rushed toward Gaara, rapidly gathering chakra and spiritual pressure in his hand. A sphere gradually formed in Naruto's hand. Bomb Rasengan. Boom. A huge cloud of smoke appeared. Naruto's bomb Rasengan exploded the moment it touched Gaara. The smoke cleared, revealing a sand wall in front of Naruto, but it was pierced through. However, Kankuro had used his puppet crow to block in front of Gaara. Do you want to die that badly? The sand wall dispersed, revealing Gaara. His previously calm eyes became wild and bloodthirsty. Under that gaze, Naruto involuntarily stepped back. Naruto, are you setting off firecrackers here? Shopkeeper uncle. They are bullying me. Seeing an adult arrive, Naruto immediately rushed over to complain. All right, Naruto. I understand. First, get off me. Cheng Gong helplessly pulled Naruto off him. With countless people's care, Naruto had become more clingy and willing to have physical contact with others. Gaara, Kankuro, Temari. Cheng Gong named the 3 in front of him. You're interesting. Welcome to my shop later. I look forward to trading with you. Cheng Gong had originally not planned to appear, just wanting to watch the original story unfold. But he had not expected that due to the many changes in Naruto and Sasuke, this first encounter with Gaara would escalate into such a big conflict. So Cheng Gong felt it necessary to step in and resolve the situation. You. Temari could not get a few words out for a long time. Sorry, I have taken care of a little trouble for you. Seeing that Temari could not speak, Cheng Gong withdrew his Conqueror's Haki. This was a new ability he had exchanged for, and he was surprised by its effectiveness when he tried it out. Under Cheng Gong's control, the Conqueror's Haki intimidated the three before him while applying the main pressure on the one tail inside Gaara, directly suppressing it. I will be going now. Remember to come find me. Cheng Gong waved goodbye to Temari, Naruto, and the others. Who exactly is he? Temari, watching Gaara, who had regained his composure, felt that Cheng Gong was extremely mysterious. This was the first time she had seen someone who without doing anything could suppress the one tail back just by exerting pressure. You mean Uncle Shopkeeper? He is. Naruto, I've signed you up for the Chunin exam, go train. Kakashi suddenly appeared before everyone, smiling as he led Naruto away. We've arranged accommodation for you. After Kakashi left, two masked ninjas appeared before Gaara, claiming to lead them to lodging, but their stances subtly surrounded Gaara. It seems they don't want us to know that man's identity. After arriving at the lodging, Kankuro checked for eavesdropping devices, and then shared his opinion with Temari. On the way to the inn, Temari and Kankuro both tried to subtly inquire about that man's identity, but the two masked individuals were Moreover, Temari and the others had never heard of this powerful figure's reputation in Tsunade, so Kankuro believed Konoha was deliberately concealing information. Should we go out for a walk? But Konoha. Temari's proposal tempted Kankuro, but since they had just been brought back by Konoha's ninjas, he hesitated. Let's try. Temari opened the door, but as soon as they reached the entrance, two masked ninjas appeared. Kankuro and Temari exchanged a glance, realizing they were now under house arrest. Business is tough. Cheng Gong sighed after seeing off a group of Kimogakure ninjas. In recent days, many people had come to the shop, including Temari and her team, but none bought anything. Upon hearing that only gold or ninjutsu were accepted for trade, many ninjas from other villages turned away. Even those who were interested were discouraged by the price. When Gaara came, he was tempted because Cheng Gong could directly extract the one tail from his body, but Temari and Kankuro forcibly held him back. However, a group of Konoha genin who had registered for the exam made large purchases at Cheng Gong's shop, exchanging many items, such as medicines, guns, and although Konoha had obtained the blueprints, the Chunin exam was about to begin, and Konoha hadn't even set up a manufacturing workshop. Shopkeeper. Minato appeared in Cheng Gong's shop. Is it about to start? Cheng Gong knew upon seeing Minato that the second round of the Chunin exam had begun. Yes, please lend your hand, shopkeeper. Alright. Cheng Gong then waved his hand and projected the image of the biohazard world onto the Hokage rock. This had been previously discussed with Konoha, who hoped to broadcast the projection during the second round of the Chunin exam. Old thief Sarutobi. Despicable. How is this place so different from the ninja world environment? The moment the projection appeared, ninjas from several villages started cursing. Obviously, this projection had not been disclosed to the visiting ninjas. If they had known in advance, they might have instructed their own ninjas to hide some trump cards, but now everything was likely exposed. And it wasn't just exposed to Konoha, but to ninjas from all villages. A small number of people immediately noticed the differences in the biohazard world, but they never dared to think it was a new world. Cheng Gong thoughtfully assigned a separate screen to each ninja and grouped those from the same village together. What is that? I don't know. It looks like a person. The biohazard world generates new zombies every day, directly created by the world's will, but a ninja from a small village encountered a hunter and was bitten by carelessness. Are you okay? His teammate asked, cautiously looking at his arm, missing a chunk of flesh. What greeted his teammate was a sudden attack. Fall back, he's dead. Kiba stepped forward and directly beheaded the ninja who had turned into a zombie. Weren't we supposed to cooperate in this mission? Why did you attack directly? Ignorant. Kiba couldn't be bothered to waste words with these people. His priority was to regroup with his teammates. Bang! 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 Several signal flares shot into the sky, painting colorful patterns in the air. It seemed more than one team was gathering. Kiba didn't head toward any of the signal flares. Instead, he walked in a direction of his own choosing. It seems the Konoha ninjas are all heading to one place. The ninjas watching the projection in Konoha noticed the anomaly of the Konoha ninjas. Since all Konoha ninja screens were grouped together, it was obvious that they were all moving in one direction. They even saw a blonde-haired kid take out a map from his pocket, check the direction, and then continue. Damn nepotism. Everyone naturally saw this blatant favoritism, but they only muttered curses and didn't say much. Moreover, they felt logically no village would cheat in the Chunin exam, because promotion to Chunin meant stronger strength to undertake more difficult missions. If a ninja became a Chunin without sufficient strength, it would be no different from sending him to his death. Therefore, for the future of their villages, everyone had an unwritten rule to let the genin handle the Chunin exam themselves. Even if they failed, it was considered a way to spare their lives. What kind of trick was Konoha playing? Everyone is here, let's move. Nichi, seeing that Yukushi Kabuto had also arrived, knew that all Konoha ninjas were present. According to the plan, they would head east where there was a village. To the southeast, the Hyuga had scouted and confirmed it was a body of water, but the Konoha group had no water-style combat specialists, so they had to choose another location. Aren't we going to ally with ninjas from other villages? Sakura asked worriedly. It's too much trouble to go looking for them. We'll see if we encounter any on the way. Shikamaru said indifferently with his hands behind his head. Sasuke-kun, I'm so scared. You must protect me. Ino suddenly appeared beside Ino, the pig get lost. Sakura, with a face full of black lines, barely restrained the urge to punch Ino and pushed her away. Alright, let's go quickly. Sasuke didn't want to waste time here, and since this was his first time in this world, he was quite cautious. Why is this village empty? Kiba searched the village curiously. This place has been searched by our ninjas already. Our target is at the deepest. Nichi glanced at the somewhat silent Team 7 and Team 10, knowing that the zombies they had encountered on the way had left an impact on them. Hey Konoha guys, why are you all gathered together? Temari. Sakura recognized the woman who appeared behind her. Where are your teammates? What? Trying to bully us with numbers. Kinkaro also appeared with a strange figure standing beside him. This is Tsunade's puppet technique. The one beside him should be his puppet. Nichi had read many records about other villages in the Hyuga clan's archives recently. Fighting is such a hassle. Want to team up? Shikamaru looked at the tense situation and found it a headache. Troublesome. Gaara, walking at the rear, paid no heed to the Konoha ninja present and strode past them as if they were invisible. Temari and Kankuro remained silent, implying that the alliance was tacitly accepted. Are you Gaara? I heard from the shopkeeper that there's a monster inside you, right? Naruto asked, bluntly addressing Gaara. Gaara's murderous glare pierced Naruto. It's okay, I've got a monster inside me too. See for yourself. Naruto lifted his shirt, revealing the seal on his stomach. Gaara stared at Naruto in disbelief. You too? Then how can you be so? So, Gaara's words faltered as he looked at Naruto's radiant sun-like smile. The smile struck Gaara's heart like N-rank ninjutsu. Why don't you smile? Naruto noticed Gaara's perpetually expressionless face. This is the first time I've met someone with a monster inside. Let's be friends, Naruto declared, abruptly extending his fist. The others, who had remained silent, finally couldn't hold back. Kinkaro stepped forward, clearly wanting to say something, but was restrained by Shino, who had appeared beside him, or perhaps had been there all along. My mom said the monster inside me is really strong and am not powerful enough yet, so I need lots of friends to defeat it. It's the same for you, Gaara. Let's beat them together. Naruto wiggled his fist, urging Gaara to bump it. Mom. Gaara's gaze flickered with confusion, but quickly cleared. Boring. He walked on without looking back. Hey, Gaara. Did you not hear me? Let me tell you again. Naruto immediately chased after him. Enough, Naruto. You're too noisy. Naruto's incessant chatter made it impossible for Sasuke to focus on their surroundings. Sasuke, how can you say that? We're about to gain a new friend. Enough. Kankuro finally broke free. Gaara is a Suna ninja. We don't need you Konoha ninja to pretend to be friendly. Though Kankuro dared not interfere too much with Gaara's affairs, if he lost their village's Jinchuriki on this trip, he figured he'd have to commit seppuku. Paint-a-face guy, do you have a monster inside you too? Naruto was also curious about Kankuro. Is that weird thing beside you the monster inside you? Why can you take the monster out of your body? Can you teach me? The one inside me doesn't pay rent, and it's really annoying. You idiot. Kankuro's fury was barely contained. One of Crow's arms had already lifted. I think you'd better stay quiet. Sasuke moved beside Kankuro, who realized Sasuke was speaking to him. Kankuro. Temari tugged at him. Calming down, Kankuro noticed the Konoha team had surrounded them. What are you dawdling for? Gaara, having walked ahead and found no one following, directed his displeasure at Kankuro and Temari. They. Sigh. Kankuro felt a wave of grievance he couldn't voice. He could only swallow his frustration and catch up to Gaara, knowing that if he admitted he was worried Gaara might run off, he'd probably be killed on the spot. There are zombies ahead. Many of them. Hinata, who had been quietly scouting, suddenly spoke. This area was within Konoha's unexplored territory, so zombies were to be expected. Temari cast an envious glance at Hinata's Byakugan. Those eyes were truly useful. Heh. Temari hadn't expected that a mere glance would make Niji step in front of Hinata, blocking her view with a warning look. Temari could only force an awkward smile. She had heard about the structure of the Hyuga clan. Watch out. Hinata's warning put everyone on alert. Only Gaara continued forward as usual. A licker crept up silently and Hinata called out to warn him. No blood sprayed. The liquor's attack was halted by a suddenly appearing wall of sand, then a mass of sand engulfed it. When the sand dissipated, the liquor was gone. Watching Gaara's effortless handling and the sand slowly returning to the gourd on his back, the Konoha ninja's respect for him rose several levels. Someone with such an integrated offense and defense was the most troublesome. That's Tsunade's Jinchuriki. The third Hokage said to Minato beside him, "If possible, it's best to keep him in Konoha. After all, we are allies with Tsuna, and it's our duty to help them deal with such unstable factors." Minato remained silent. He had experienced the power of tailed beasts and was deeply opposed to housing another one in Investigate that gourd on the Jinchuriki's back. See if it's a new weapon developed by Tsuna. Yes. Minato could choose not to respond, but Shikaku couldn't. He immediately went to arrange the third's new orders. Amazing. Gaara, where did you get that gourd? I want one too. Naruto stared at the gourd with sparkling eyes. This is... Gaara hesitated. It's a gift from my mother. Huh. Naruto looked disappointed. Then I guess I can't have one. Gifts from your own mother are the most unique. The seal on my stomach is a gift from my mother, and no one else has one. Indeed, it's unique. Gaara rarely agreed with Naruto. By now they could see the zombies ahead wandering chaotically through the village. If you're injured by these zombies, you'll become one of them. Neji spoke up mainly to warn the three Tsuna shinobi. But they seemed unconcerned as none of them were close-range fighters. Each was more of a long-range strategist. How? Gaara grew irritated. Countless grains of sand poured from his gourd and spread over the horde of zombies. Sand burial. Gaara clenched his hand and the zombies covered in sand disintegrated within it. The target should be about 500 meters to the left. My sand was blocked there. After clearing the area alone, Gaara shared his intel and headed left. The Byakugan can't see through that area. That must be the place. Both Neji and Hinata checked with their Byakugan and found it impenetrable. Shino's Kakeicha bugs lost contact upon entering. Whether the target was inside or not, that location was certainly suspicious. Are you the legendary store owner? A woman appeared in Cheng Gong's shop. When Cheng Gong looked over, she extended her tongue and licked her lips. Orochimaru. Is the fourth Kazekage alive or dead? It seems you know quite a lot. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Orochimaru grew even more excited upon hearing Cheng Gong indirectly expose his plan. If you're so interested in me, don't run away, Orochimaru. Cheng Gong stepped forward, ignoring the woman before him. He crouched down and picked up something from the ground. It turned out to be a small snake. This is a bit troublesome. Orochimaru realized that coming here so rashly had been reckless. He had thought his escape methods were numerous, but he never expected Cheng Gong to see through him so directly. I was originally planning to use this against the old man, but it seems I'll have to let you experience it first. The snake lady licked her lips and formed a hand seal, causing 3 coffins to appear before her. Finally, they appeared. Cheng Gong had deliberately allowed the snake lady to use the impure world reincarnation, otherwise in his shop Orochimaru couldn't even lift a finger. Minato, who was engaged in intimate activities, suddenly stopped as if sensing something. Why did you stop? Kushina punched Minato in I sense something extremely important to me has appeared, and it's in the village. Minato honestly described his feeling and had already started getting dressed. Since it was in Konoha, he decided to go check it out. Fine, you go ahead. Kushina pursed her lips and headed to the bathroom. You can sleep on the couch when you get back. Minato knew Kushina was displeased with him. He gave an awkward smile, but still left. Sleeping on the couch was fine. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, are you two interested in making a deal with me? Looking at the summoned Senju brothers, Cheng Gong rubbed his hands with a smile. These were definitely big clients. Hashirama had his sage arts and would release, and Tobarama had his arsenal of forbidden techniques, absolutely wealthy. This is impure world reincarnation. Tobarama sensed his current state and realized it seemed to be one of his own forbidden techniques. Indeed, it's impure world reincarnation, but don't worry. It was used by Sarutobi's disciple, though he is a rogue ninja. Cheng Gong motioned toward Orochimaru, who stood motionless behind them. After the impure world reincarnation was performed, Cheng Gong had restrained Orochimaru. The little monkey already has disciples. It seems we've been dead for a long time. Hashirama scratched his head and laughed. Cheng Gong directly transmitted the shop's information into the minds of everyone present, much faster than explaining it himself. Store owner. What is this? Cheng Gong was waiting for the Senju brothers and Orochimaru to absorb the information, but Minato arrived first. Why are you here? Aren't you concerned about Naruto's situation? Cheng Gong asked curiously. Children must grow on their own, Minato said, a little embarrassed. Actually, I felt something crucial to me had appeared, so I came to investigate. I didn't expect it to be in your shop, store owner. Do you know what it is? Minato explained the reason for his visit. You're probably referring to that. Go ahead and open it. Cheng Gong pointed to the only coffin that hadn't been opened. Is that? The first Hokage and the second Hokage. Minato finally noticed the strange situation in the shop. The people inside bore a striking resemblance to the carvings on the Hokage monument, and given that anything could appear in Cheng Gong's shop, Minato recognized them. They were summoned by Orochimaru using impure world reincarnation. After they buy a Zanpakuto from me, they'll be resurrected. Don't worry about them, open that coffin first. How can I not worry? Minato gave a helpless smile. He had resurrected the third Hokage and had the position passed to him. If the first Hokage resurrected, wouldn't he have to return the title of Hokage? Though the situation was complicated, the inner turmoil drove Minato to open the coffin first. And now he already had a just as I thought. After opening the coffin and seeing his own corpse inside, Minato finally understood why he had felt that connection. Store owner, what should I do with this? Upon seeing his own body, Minato immediately sought help from the store owner, unsure if he could return to his original body. Your body has been dead for too long, all the organs have decomposed. To prevent it from being dug up again in the future, I suggest cremation. Minato found the solution a bit troublesome. Cremating himself, no matter how he thought about it, it felt strange. Store owner, can I take my body back? Minato hesitated for a moment and decided to take it away first. Whether he cremated it or not, it was better than leaving it here. As you wish. Cheng Gong was indifferent. Store owner, where is Orochimaru now? After sealing his own body in a scroll, Minato didn't see Orochimaru in the shop. He had to ask the store owner. Could it be that the store owner couldn't detain? She is Orochimaru. Cheng Gong pointed at the female ninja. Him. Her. You'll have to ask her yourself how she became like this. I can guarantee you that she is Orochimaru. Cheng Gong sensed that Orochimaru was about to wake up. What a wondrous world. Orochimaru opened his eyes after absorbing the information Cheng Gong had transmitted, letting out a sigh of amazement. Minato, you really have come back to life. Orochimaru licked his tongue excitedly as he looked at Minato before him. He didn't sense any trace of his impure world reincarnation mark on Minato, confirming that the rumors were true. Minato had truly been resurrected. But the resurrection must have been related to the store owner before him. Store owner, I want to exchange all my possessions for return points. Orochimaru gazed at Cheng Gong with fervent eyes. As you wish. Cheng Gong gave Orochimaru the return points. Orochimaru had exchanged a considerable amount of items, including a great deal of gold and many of his research results, as well as his self-created ninjutsu. I want to buy an Asachi and a random Logia-type devil fruit. Orochimaru stated his needs. It seemed Orochimaru wanted to take these back for research. That was fine, the biggest expense was experimental materials. Perhaps Orochimaru would become a repeat customer for devil fruits. If you two have business to settle, take it outside. No fighting in the shop. Cheng Gong looked at Minato, who had been staring at Orochimaru, knowing he wanted to attack, but was holding back because of him. Then store owner, I take my leave. Orochimaru licked his lips and walked out of the shop. Minato didn't have the ability to stop him yet, and Orochimaru was confident in that. What are you two thinking now? Cheng Gong turned to the Senju brothers. Unknown, dangerous. Tobirama frowned deeply. Cheng Gong as an individual was even more uncontrollable than the Uchiha of old. Give us the manual for training spiritual pressure. I want to see what Konoha looks like now. Hashirama was a bit eager to see his granddaughter. It seems I need to properly plan the store. After sending off the Qianshu brothers, Cheng Gong felt that his bear shop was indeed not a good thing, so he needed to put some. This room has no gaps at all. The future 12 young elites of Mai and Wa Ai Luo Kan Jiulang and Shoju now stood in front of a wooden house showing troubled expressions. The Baiyan could not penetrate this wooden house, and Chiwan could not smell any scent. They could not even find a single gap for Jinai's parasitic insects and Zhuoju's sand eye to infiltrate. How about opening the door and greeting? Tian took out 2 cluster grenades from her clothes and asked enthusiastically. Ning Xiai stared absent-mindedly at Tian's flattened chest. Pervert. Tian, seeing Ning Xiai staring unblinkingly at her sensitive area, blushed deeply and instinctively raised her hand to cover it. But thinking that Ning Xiai had the Baiyan, she secretly puffed out her chest. Then let's greet first and see the situation. Although Tian's curse was quiet, Ning Xiai still heard it, and in embarrassment he agreed to Tian's suggestion. 3, 2, 1. Zhuoju instantly opened the door of the wooden house and Tian threw both cluster grenades inside. As for the situation inside, they didn't see it at all as Zhuoju closed the door too quickly. Everyone waited outside for 7 or 8 seconds, but didn't hear any explosion sound. What's the situation? Shoju looked at the Mai ninjas with confusion. She had never seen cluster grenades, so only Mai knew their exact effect. However, what she didn't know was that Mai was also very puzzled now. They had even prepared defensive ninjutsu to guard against the explosion's aftermath. But it was very abnormal that there was no movement for so long. It seems we have to go in and see for ourselves. Seeing this situation, Luwan originally wanted to give up, but there were many companions participating in this exam, so Luwan couldn't say they should give up. Kenjio Lang, can you put your crow in the second line of defense? Luwan first targeted Kenjio Lang's puppet. After all, it wasn't a real life, so Luwan hoped Kenjio Lang could put the crow in front. What will you use for the first line of defense? Kenjio Lang didn't directly refuse. Now that they were cooperating, it was fine to hear the battle plan clearly before raising any issues. For the first line of defense, naturally, we used defensive ninjutsu. Is there anyone among you who knows Earth Flow Wall? The first defensive ninjutsu that came to mind was of course Earth Flow Wall. None of the my side had learned it, and the Shoin trio also didn't know it. Then use other elemental types. Each person prepare your hand seals and be ready to release at any time, and also prepare the body replacement technique. Luwan didn't feel regretful. After all, they were all genin. It was normal not to know certain ninjutsu. Xiaoli and Wat Ai Luo are in the third line of defense. Tian Tian provides fire support from the center. Jinai, please use your parasitic insects to first cover Xiaoli and Wat Ai Luo with a layer of insect shield. Jinai nodded, and the parasitic insects flew out from his body, slowly climbing onto Wat Ai Luo's body and Xiaoli's right arm. Zhuozhu and Ding Xiai will cover the rear. The rest of you will be mobile. Any questions? Everyone nodded. Even Wat Ai Luo didn't say anything more. Enter. The moment Xiaoli opened the door, he entered the room. However, the situation inside was not as severe as everyone imagined. There were obvious traces of cluster grenade explosions inside, yet the room was completely undamaged. After Luwan and Zhuozhu, who were last entered the room, the door suddenly disappeared. Ha 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 ha. A creepy laughter came. It's been a long time since I had new friends to play with me. Suddenly a huge scorpion-like creature appeared hanging from the ceiling beams with a vague human figure visible. Da-da-da. Luwan twitched his fingers and Tian Tian, receiving the signal, directly opened fire at the creature. This village hasn't had newcomers for too long. Being the village chief has become boring. Several arms abruptly appeared behind the creature, effortlessly blocking the incoming bullets. The collision between arms and bullets only produced metallic friction sounds. Guns are nearly ineffective. Tian Tian put away her gun and took out her own Chienda Asachi. Why don't you join my village too? My village is now prosperous and wealthy. The villagers live in plenty every day. This is all the credit of me, the village chief Mendezi. Come on, join us. Mendezi extended one hand as if to welcome everyone. Shut up, you scorpion spider monster. Ningrin stepped forward, pointing at Mendezi and cursing. Your villagers have all been turned into inhuman monsters by you. You should atone for them. Inhuman monsters. That's just a small price to pay. Now they don't feel hunger, sorrow, or death. Isn't that what they wished for? Mendezi shook his head. You haven't yet experienced this happiness. Lost children are common. Never mind, let me lead you to eternal bliss. Bang! Mendezi's figure flickered and the scorpion tail hanging from the beam whipped toward everyone. The my ninjas who had been on alert quickly scattered to dodge the attack and surrounded Mendezi. The Shoin ninjas who had not yet coordinated with my seemed a bit out of place. Rage and swirl, earth-severing wind. Ning Rain released his small dagger and charged forward. Countless wind blades appeared, aiming straight at the scorpion tail behind Mendezi. Children are indeed a bit naughty. Mendezi twisted his body, slightly dodging the wind blades, and leaped in front of Ming Ren, paying no attention to his attack. Just as Mendezi's hand was about to grab Ming Ren, it suddenly paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. However, that moment was enough for Ming Ren to dodge. Yatonya. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Multi-size Technique. In that moment of pause, several attacks landed on Mendezi. Since the attack on the tail by Ming Ren had little effect this time, the attacks were all aimed at Mendezi. Ugh. Damn bugs. Mendezi, unable to fend off so many attacks, blocked the multi-size technique and Great Fireball, but was hit directly in the chest by Yatonya. Feeling the pain, Mendezi became somewhat enraged. Luwan, are you alright? I'm fine. Luwan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just now he had tried to use his family's shadow secret technique to control Mendezi, but Mendezi's strength was too great, he forcibly broke free of Luwan's shadow connection. Fortunately, it had some effect, pausing Mendezi's attack for a moment. However, this forceful break also caused Luwan to suffer backlash. Mendezi now only wanted to catch Quan Zhongya for revenge, so he abandoned Ming Ren and went straight for Quan Zhongya. It seems your body is still a human body. Ning Xiai passed by Mendezi's side, and a spray of blood burst from Mendezi's body. The spot where Ning Xiai struck with his Chienda was the meridian joint of Mendezi's body. This was a little trick that Chu Tian had taught Ning Xiai. Even a zombie like the tyrant with its strong physique would be directly severed if cut at the meridian joint. But cutting Mendezi only left a wound. One slash isn't enough, then continue. Another spray of blood appeared. The slash was made by Chu Tian. Hui Tian. Mendezi's speed was too fast and Ning Xiai could only raise his blade to block. but Mendezi's strength was still too great. Ningxiai knew immediately that he couldn't meet force with force, so he directly used Hui Tian. Bouncing around everywhere is disgusting. The arm behind Mendezi reached straight for Chu Tian. Please do not touch Lady Chu Tian with your filthy hand. Ningxiai lunged forward and slashed down. The blade didn't cut into the flesh, but deflected the arm's direction. Thank you, brother Ningxiai. Chu Tian kicked her foot onto Mendezi's hand and thrust the Qianda in her hand into Mendezi's neck. Blood gushed. Roar. Mendez, his throat slit, could not utter a word and could only express his fury with a bellow. The blood splattered at such velocity that even Hinata's face was speckled with droplets. Sakura-kun wants some. A watermelon suddenly appeared before Sakura, who was anxiously watching the battle, and Naruto had handed it to her. How can you be in the mood to eat, you idiot? Sakura felt her sanity plummeting and, unable to bear it, punched Naruto. Naruto, let's trade. Choji approached Naruto, wanting to exchange his chips for the watermelon. Too many chips made him thirsty. The watermelon would surely quench his thirst. Are all Konoha ninjas this relaxed during battle? Temari stood beside Shikamaru and remarked, eating and drinking isn't so bad. Besides, the Hyuga's combined combat is hard for us to intervene in. The teacher hasn't taught us yet. Shikamaru, chewing gum head taken from Choji, watched the fight in the center of the room with a leisurely air. Why did this crate have such a conspicuous yellow mark? Shikamaru, noticing the overly prominent wooden box, instinctively smashed it open. Ruby. Could there be something inside all these crates? Shikamaru opened a few more and found that only those with yellow marks contained items, gold coins, bullets, or gems. How? Utterly useless. Shikamaru tucked away the loot, had gathered the brief spark of interest dying out. Lady Hinata, he seems to be controlled by something. Niji, leaping down from Mendes' scorpion tail, said to Hinata. Hinata nodded in agreement. Mendes' heart, aorta, and tendons had been struck countless times, and his blood had flowed from a torrent to not a single drop. Logically, no creature could survive such severe injuries, yet Mendes maintained his original attack strength and speed. Only now he had stopped howling. First, a soft cry rang out and Mendes' abdomen suddenly exploded, spilling a mass of Kakashi corpses, mixed with blood and flesh. Nice one, Shino. Kiba didn't know how Shino had done it, but the moment he saw the Kakashi he knew it was Shino's work. Shino. Who's Shino? Naruto scratched his head. He felt like had heard that name somewhere. Still alive. Niji was surprised to see Mendes still moving. Separate his body from the scorpion. Hinata's Byakugan caught at a spot connecting the scorpion shell behind Mendes to his body, had moved, and only then did Mendes. Hinata raised her Qianda and slashed at Mendes' spine. It felt dull. She gritted her teeth and sawed, managing to cut a little. Because of that delay, Mendes seized the opportunity and grabbed Hinata with one hand. Falling over Fong. Seeing Hinata captured, Niji and Kiba rushed to rescue her. Bomb Rasengan. Someone was faster. Naruto, determined not to let Sasuke steal the spotlight this time, launched his pre-prepared attack the moment he saw Hinata captured. The Bomb Rasengan was a technique Naruto developed by combining the Shikai ability of Dondi Fong, Bomb Assault, with the sealless Rasengan that Minato had taught him. Strictly speaking, Naruto hadn't fully mastered the Rasengan, but because Bomb Assault made it easier for him to form a sphere, he could only use the two in combination. A massive explosion echoed. Does this guy always create such a big scene? Kankuro, watching the smoke-filled battlefield, was taken aback. The first time he'd met Naruto had been just as smoky. Hinata, what's wrong? Naruto's strike had hit Mendes' elbow, breaking the joint, and he caught Hinata. Unexpectedly, Hinata's face flushed red and she fainted. Not knowing what to do, Naruto leaned close and shouted, Naruto-kun, if you give Lady Hinata to me, she'll be fine. Niji came to Naruto's side and took Hinata back. Indeed, she revived shortly after. Can't you guys just let go? Kankuro grumbled as he manipulated Karasu. Both Niji and Naruto were focused on Hinata, which meant the attacks on Mendes virtually ceased, and the battle originally centered in the room quickly spread. And Kankuro was the lucky one Mendes chose. This guy is tough. After engaging Mendes, Kankuro felt Now Mendes felt no pain and relentlessly pursued a single target. Although Kankuro kept using Karasu to counter, Mendes' target was always him. Though Kankuro had undergone ninja training, most of his energy was devoted to puppetry. Having his real body completely exposed and chased put him at a severe disadvantage. Damn it. Kankuro's chakra strings were snapped by Mendes again. The small tricks that worked on other ninjas didn't even slow Mendes down. No. Ignoring Karasus' attack, Mendes charged at Kankuro again, who realized he might not be able to dodge. Bang! Mendes' body was completely crushed. Temari swung her giant fan and slammed it hard onto Mendes' head. The huge hard fan ribs smashed Mendes' body flat. Is this woman a close combat fighter? Shikamaru, watching Temari use her fan like an iron rod, was incredulous. Kankuro, are you okay? Temari leaped to Kankuro's side. He shook his head to indicate he was fine, then manipulated Karasu to inspect Mendez' corpse. I underestimated you. The flattened head of Mendez suddenly spoke. Don't let this trash dangle in front of me. The scorpion tail coiled around the attacking Karasu, then with a flick of its tail it crushed Karasu. Dammy. The moment Kankuro saw Karasu destroyed, he knew it was serious. He carried 3 puppets besides Karasu, an attack puppet. He had a capture puppet and a defense puppet. Mendez' body was too large for the capture puppet to restrain, and he would have used the defense puppet if Tamari hadn't come to rescue him. Karasu's destruction meant Kankuro had lost his strongest attack. I'll play with you seriously too. Mendez, with his head reattached by the hands behind him onto the scorpion body, twisted his neck, then tore off his human torso, and pulled out 2 sharp bones. Ten. Look out. Everyone was focused on the weapon in Mendez' hands, but ignored the terrifying scorpion tail, which shot straight at Tenen. Niji's shout alerted Tenten, who raised her chienda to block the tail's sting, but the powerful force still sent her flying. Since you refuse to join my paradise, then atone with your blood. The scorpion body detached from the human torso turned into 8 scorpion legs scraping against the ground with a sound that sent chills down everyone's spine. Let's start with you. Mendez sneered at Gaara, who had not moved since entering. It seems the battle can end here. Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Mendez target Gaara. Although he was usually terrified of Gaara, he never doubted Gaara's strength. Tamari was not as reassured as Kankuro. Instead, she grew even more worried about Gaara. The strength of this monster is too great. If Gaara wants to deal with him, it's very likely that he will also become a monster. Kankuro realized the severity of the situation. Gaara was one of the core figures in their plan. If Gaara revealed his destructive power, now Konoha would likely increase their defenses, which would be highly detrimental to the plan's execution. Sand binding coffin. Mendez' target was too direct. He charged straight at Gaara. Thus Gaara unhesitatingly used his trapping technique. A layer of fine sand wrapped around Mendez. As Gaara's hand formed a fist, Mendez was forced to halt in place. Gaara stared at his hand in surprise, finding that he could not clench it at all. Normally, when his fist fully tightened, the enemy inside the sand-binding coffin would be crushed by the constricting sand. But now Mendez' body was so hard that Gaara could not crush him. 100,000 volts. Sasuke entered the scene with his Asachi in hand. With a rumble fruit, Sasuke could now raise his voltage to 100,000. Facing such a monster, he naturally went all out. During the earlier fight, Sasuke had refrained from intervening, fearing the lightning's power might accidentally harm others. Now seeing Mendez restrained and no one nearby, he attacked. This kind of joint operation is such a hassle. If I were alone, I'd have finished it long ago. After his attack landed, Sasuke intended to continue, but he noticed Rock Lee's incoming strike, so he withdrew the lightning he had been gathering. Giant strike. Rock Lee's massive right arm, enveloped in Azure's spiritual pressure, charged forward with tremendous force. His fist shattered the sand-binding coffin and sent Mendez flying. Yet, even in such a disadvantageous position, Mendez launched an attack. The moment the sand-binding coffin broke, his scorpion tail stabbed toward Rock Lee. However, because he was knocked back, the tail only struck Rock Lee's calf. Lee, are you okay? Tenten, standing close, sensed the venom on Mendez' stinger. Its foul fishy odor was unmistakable, hinting at its deadly potency. She rushed over to check Lee's injury. I'm fine. The flames of youth have only just begun to burn. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and grinned widely. Mendez had indeed struck Lee. The acid from the venom was already corroding his pant leg, but something else seemed to be. Although Master Guy told me not to remove this, I believe the current situation warrants it. Rock Lee crouched and took off the weights strapped to his legs. Master Guy once said that these should only be removed when I need to protect many precious people. Now here are my teammates, a strong opponent. I long to face fellow villagers from the same village and the girl I love. Rock Lee glanced at Sakura, who awkwardly turned away to look at Sasuke, hoping he wouldn't misunderstand. He let go of the weights and they crashed to the ground. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the weights, which had been in Lee's hands, cracked the sturdy floor beneath them. Cough. Shikamaru fanned away the thick dust. Isn't this a bit too much? Had he been fighting with those weights on all along? Kankuro stared at Rock Lee in astonishment. Lee was already formidable, and now that he had shed such heavy weights, it was unimaginable how much stronger he had become. Sasuke watched Lee with a grave expression. After removing the weights only by turning into lightning, could he hope to keep up? Idiot. Now we can't see the enemy at all. Tenten sighed and shook her head. It's fine. From now on it's my turn. Rock Lee vanished into the swirl. Such speed. Sasuke compared their velocities. Only by using the rumble fruit's instantaneous movement could he surpass Lee now. Thump. 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 Countless collision sounds echoed from within the dust. When it cleared, everyone saw Mendez being tossed around in the air by Lee's attacks. Lee's attacks don't seem to be breaking through his defense. Ino observed Mendez, who was suspended in the air for a long time. Though he looked battered, he bore no significant wounds. Opening the gate of life. While still airborne, Rock Lee activated the 8 gates. Crimson chakra enveloped his entire body, and with his right arm coated in azure spiritual pressure, he looked like a war god descending. Giant strike. Lee swung his right arm again, punching Mendez squarely on the chin. Poor Mendez, just about to land, was sent flying back into the sky. Reverse lotus. Lee's giant right arm slammed into Mendez's abdomen, creating a dent. He followed with several more blows to the exact same spot until purple blood finally oozed from Mendez's belly. Let me bind you. Lee's left hand unraveled bandages, which wrapped tightly around Mendez's abdomen to restrict. Then he punched Mendez again, driving him into the ground. Giants. Strike. Lee did not stop. He gathered the remaining spiritual pressure in his right arm and delivered another giant strike, descending from the sky like a demon god augmented by the gate of life. Boom. A mushroom cloud erupted, sending up more dust than before. Dammy. Mendez is still alive. The smoke obscured most people's vision, but not Niji Spyakugan. He saw that Mendez, though motionless, still had blood circulating. He rushed into the smoke and pulled Lee out. By now Lee's giant right arm had reverted to normal and the fierce red chakra had dissipated. He could barely stand. Leave him to me. I should contribute to the team too. Kabuto Yakushi, who had been hiding somewhere since the battle began, appeared before Niji with a healing palm technique glowing in his hand. Niji handed Lee over to Kabuto. Since he was a fellow Konoha ninja and a medical ninja, it was understandable that he had stayed hidden, as medical ninjas were not suited for direct combat. Everyone watch your feet. Shino warned them. Mendez's scorpion tail had been severed by Lee's attack. He had aimed for Mendez's abdomen, but Mendez struggled and shifted, so only the tail was cut off. After the tail was severed, a flood of venom spilled out, corroding the entire floor. The ninjas had to gather chakra to protect themselves from the poison. Leave it to my bugs. A swarm of Kakeichu emerged from Shino's clothing, flying toward the ninja's feet. Amazing. Naruto watched the bugs clinging to the soles of his sandals. They not only insulated him from the venom, but also made his steps lighter. Most importantly, they saved him from having to constantly channel chakra to his feet. The Suna ninjas, however, declined the bugs and stepped on the sand emanating from Gaara. Next up, it's my turn. I'm next. Inuzuka Kiba excitedly dropped to the ground while the parasitic insects covered his palms. Kiba had practiced this combination with Shino before, so he knew his speed would be greatly enhanced. Beast human clone. Kiba bit down on the Asachi, and at the same time an identical copy of himself stood on his back. Let's go. Kiba charged forward with a shout while the other Kiba held the Asachi in his mouth without speaking. Rip. A harsh scraping sound echoed. Kiba no. One's claws raked across Mendez's body, but it was utterly useless, only scraping his own fingers painfully. Kiba no. Two lunged behind Mendez and drove the Asachi directly into the wound where the tail had been severed. Enraged, Mendez spun around and swung his bone sword at Kiba no. Two. Kiba no. Two reacted swiftly, releasing his grip and dodging the sweeping strike. As Mendez turned, he carried the Asachi still lodged in the wound. Kiba no. One seized the opportunity, grasped the hilt, thrust the blade deeper, then yanked it out, bringing a chunk of flesh with it, yet the outer shell remained unscathed. Wounded again, Mendez became flustered. He tried to turn and attack Kiba no. One, but Kiba no. Two sank his teeth into Mendez's head and refused, Fong over Fong. Seizing the moment, both Kiba no. One and no. Two unleashed their ultimate technique. Mendez, however, grew calm. He crossed his arms, holding a bone sword horizontally on each side of his body, and began to spin, rapidly charging straight at one of the spinning fangs. Blood splattered. Kiba no. Two was struck several times by the spinning bone blades, each cut deep enough to reveal bone. He was sent flying backward. Akamaru. Kiba no. One cried out in panic upon seeing Kiba no. Two gravely injured. The flying Kiba no. Two transformed back into Akamaru midair. Kiba caught Akamaru with a pang of heartache, but the dog showed no sign of pain or injury. Instead, a red gleam began to appear in its eyes, and its fangs started to lengthen. Not good. Kiba Akamaru might not be able to hold back. Hinata, using her Byakugan, saw the changes inside Akamaru and quickly warned Kiba. Impossible. Akamaru, you have to fight. Kiba had no way to help Akamaru. When Akamaru first entered the biohazard world, it was injured and infected with the virus. After returning to Konoha, the clan discovered that the mutated Akamaru had greatly increased combat power, but it had lost all intelligence and attacked everyone on sight. At Kiba's earnest request, the clan had the village seal the virus inside Akamaru. However, the zombie virus would automatically infect the entire body when Akamaru lost its vitality, turning it into a zombie dog. Kiba had once sworn, patting his chest, that he would protect Akamaru with his life. Yet now he had allowed Akamaru to fall into mortal danger. The red glow in Akamaru's eyes grew brighter and a dangerous growl escaped its throat. Akamaru, wake up. It's my fault for not protecting you. Please don't let this happen. Kiba hugged Akamaru tightly, helpless and frantic. We have to deal with it. We can't afford another enemy. Kankuro appeared beside Kiba with a kunai in hand. Seeing that Akamaru was starting to resemble the zombie dogs they had encountered on the streets, he immediately realized Akamaru was infected. He urged Kiba to make a swift decision. Get lost. What do you know? My Akamaru will always listen to me even if it changes. Kiba spat a glob of phlegm at Kankuro. I understand your feelings. My crow was also destroyed, but this is no time for sentiment. You must put it down. Kankuro dodged Kiba's childish attack and sighed helplessly. How is that the same? Your piece of junk is just a pile of parts cobbled together. My Akamaru has grown up with me, protected me from countless dangers. I will never abandon. Kiba held Akamaru firmly. If I have to sacrifice my comrade's life to save my own, then I don't want to be a ninja. Kiba tore the Konoha headband from his forehead and threw it to the ground. Under the corrosive venom, the headband slowly melted away. Kankuro looked at the Konoha ninja, but everyone avoided his gaze. He who hesitates is lost. Let me help you. I'll make sure Akamaru goes peacefully. Kabuto Yakushi stepped forward, scalpel in hand, and approached Kiba with a smile. Are you being irrational too? Shino Aburain blocked his path. Kabuto felt a little exasperated. This Chunin exam had become far too dangerous, and he still had Lord Orochimaru's mission to complete. According to Konoha regulations, Shikamaru Nara's lazy voice rang out, ninja are not allowed to attack civilians. But he's not a civilian. Kankuro thought Shikamaru's excuse was utterly foolish. He has just removed his headband and expressed his intention to no longer be a ninja. Therefore Kiba is now a civilian of Konoha and is under the protection of us Konoha ninja. Hinata stepped forward to state her position. Kankuro noticed that even Kabuto, who had been on the same side, now made no move. Kiba screamed in agony. During their argument, Akamaru had fully mutated and sank its teeth into Kiba's arm. Kiba gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to keep the others from noticing the change. But Akamaru bit down harder and harder, as if trying to tear the flesh off. Overwhelmed by the searing pain, Kiba finally let out a cry. Kiba. Tenten, seeing the blood gushing from his arm, quickly pulled out medicine to treat him. Now he has to die too. Kankuro hadn't expected Akamaru to mutate so quickly, and now Kiba was bitten as well. He felt he had to be ruthless and play the villain. But the Konoha ninja had already formed a protective circle around Kiba. Your emotional stubbornness will only turn us all into zombies. You idiots. Seeing the obstinate Konoha team, Kankuro was fuming. Everyone, there's no need for this. Kiba still held Akamaru tightly, letting it continue to tear at. I failed to protect Akamaru and broke my promise. I said I would guard it with my life. Since it's come to this then I'll go with it. Kiba's eyes reddened as he looked at Akamaru, whose eyes showed only bloodlust. Tears finally streamed down his face. Rip. Kiba steeled himself and yanked his arm free from Akamaru's jaws. A massive bloody gaping wound was left on it. The excruciating pain and blood loss nearly sent Kiba into unconsciousness. Trembling, he picked up the Asachi and aimed the blade at both Akamaru and himself. Akamaru, I'm sorry. It'll come down to make amends. Kiba closed his eyes and drove the Asachi through Akamaru and himself, feeling the dog's fading breath and his own life slowly ebbing away. Naruto, you have to become Hokage. Carry on my dream. Kiba. Unable to control the tears in his eyes, Naruto wept as he watched Kiba slowly close his eyes. The others also reddened their eyes, remaining silent. Why could he die so straightforwardly? Gaara did not understand. He did not comprehend the bond between Kiba and Akamaru, nor the willingness of Kiba to sacrifice everything, even his life, for Akamaru. I will avenge Kiba. Naruto's pupils gradually turned into vertical slits, and the Nine-Tails cloak began to manifest. Kiba's sudden situation made everyone overlook Mendez, who used the bone sword in his hand to carve a six-pointed star in the void. As the six-pointed star shimmered, countless vengeful spirits emerged from it, and all sank into the ground beneath the room. Awaken, my clansmen. With Mendez whisper, countless zombies crawled out from the floor of the room. These zombies showed no fear of the venom on the ground, allowing it to spread over their bodies. Rat-a-tat-it. The first to attack was Tenten, who had pulled out 2 submachine guns again. The firearms were ineffective against Mendez, but quite useful against these ordinary zombies. However, the tide of corpses seemed endless. Even Tenten's Gatling gun could not reduce the number of zombies. Stay back. Tenten instructed the others who were about to help. Niji retreated 5 or 6 steps, felt it was not safe enough, and pulled Hinata back a few more steps. Tenten took out 2 scrolls from behind her back. The scrolls unfurled and transformed into 2 white dragons that soared into the sky, with Tenten standing, double rising dragon. The white dragons reverted to scrolls and Tenten began pulling out items from the two scrolls, hurling them at the zombie horde. Boom. 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 A continuous series of explosions rang out. The items Tenten threw from the scrolls were all kinds of grenades, bombs, and rockets. In an instant the zombie horde was filled with scattered body parts. The bombardment lasted for 3 full minutes, causing even Kinkaro to break out in a cold sweat. "I'm out, the scrolls are empty. I'll need to restock from the shop when we get back." Tenten landed from the air, shook the empty scrolls at everyone, and shrugged helplessly. "The zombie swarm hasn't—" Shikamaru stared grimly at the tide of corpses before him. Despite Tenten's carpet bombing, countless zombies still crawled out from the ground. "It seems we have to eliminate Mendez to stop this endless horde." Shikamaru looked at Mendez, who had begun to close his eyes and recover at the rear of the zombie swarm. "But how do we get there?" Choji looked at the surging zombie tide, feeling that, even if he reached Mendez, his chakra would be exhausted. "Leave it to me." A familiar voice sounded, making everyone wonder if they were hallucinating. "Hunt them down, pack of wolves. It's really you, Kiba." Naruto rubbed his eyes only to find that Kiba had indeed stood up again. "Sorry for worrying everyone. Akamaru and I are back." Kiba blushed as he apologized to everyone. "Where's Akamaru? Why is he gone?" Shino noticed that Akamaru was no longer in Kiba's arms. "He's right here." Kiba raised the twin guns in his hands. Soul split. With a soft shout, numerous ferocious wolves appeared around Kiba, each one exceptionally fierce. "Now we've got some numbers too. Hope this is the last round. Let's go, everyone." Shikamaru encouraged the group. Ayo. With a wolf-held pack behind, Kiba charged fiercely into the zombie horde, fighting either unknown or in groups. Even when torn apart by zombies, they would explode on the spot, creating a vacuum zone. For a moment the zombie tide was truly suppressed. "Incoming too." Naruto continuously swung his small dagger, sending relentless wind blades into the horde, and he himself charged into the fray. Human bullet tank. The most ferocious was Choji, who inflated his body and rolled at high speed toward the zombies, crushing a path directly. 100,000 volts. Sasuke teleported directly onto Mendez's back. The electrically charged shallow dagger pierced into Mendez's body through the wound caused by Rock Lee. Using all his strength, Sasuke released the maximum electric current he could generate. 10 seconds, the 100,000 volt discharge lasted for 10 seconds. Sasuke could even smell the burnt odor of Mendez's flesh. Panting heavily, he stopped and could only barely support himself on the shallow dagger. "Are you alright, Sasuke-kun? Let me help you." Kabuto smiled, patting Sasuke on the shoulder and supporting him. Sasuke glanced at Kabuto coldly. "Not familiar, get lost." He shook off Kabuto's support, feeling a slight pain in his neck. Assuming it was due to exhaustion, he ignored it. "Too bad, I can't let you experience the ultimate bliss." Mendez, whose face was already unrecognizable, sighed. "Since you can't accompany me, I'll come to accompany you instead, ha 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 ha." In an instant, Mendez's demeanor shifted from melancholy to mania. His entire body began to swell rapidly. "Everyone get behind me." Niji assumed the starting stance of the rotation and warned the others. Gaara. Seeing that Gaara at the front had not retreated, Temari rushed forward in panic to pull him back. Boom. Mendez's body exploded. Not only Mendez, but all the zombies in the room detonated. The terrifying force swept over everyone, forcing them to defend themselves by any means. "Are you okay, Gaara?" At the last second, Temari had pulled Gaara into her arms. When the explosion ended, she immediately checked his body. I'm fine," Gaara stammered. "Don't always go so far ahead alone. We're still here." Temari breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Gaara was indeed unharmed. But why was she unharmed? She hadn't defended herself at all. "This touching sibling act is heartwarming, but my poor salamander is not." Kinkaro held the ruined salamander puppet on the verge of tears. This exam had cost him dearly. Both of his puppets were damaged. Woof. Akamaru. Hinata looked in surprise as the lively Akamaru pounced on her. "From now on, Akamaru is my Zanpakuto. They have fused together. When I release my Zanpakuto, I have to merge with..." Kiba explained to everyone the reason Akamaru had survived. He was very satisfied with this outcome, and he had also gained a very powerful ability. After Mendez died, a streak of light vanished into the sky and the world gate appeared in the center of the room. "It seems our exam is over." Shikamaru was the first to step through the world gate. He just wanted to go back and daydream. Of course, he was also dragging Choji, who had fainted from spinning during the human bullet tank. Ahem. Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Choji, Yamanaka, Ino, Hyuga, Hinata, Inazuka, Kiba, Aburame, Shino, Hyuga, Niji, Tenten, Rock Lee, Uchiha, Sasuke, Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura, Yakushi, Kabuto, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari advanced to the third round of the Chunin exams. Yueguang Jifeng coughed twice before announcing the first team that had successfully advanced. Rock Lee was supported by Niji as they exited the world gate. The medical team waiting outside immediately placed Lee on a stretcher and transported him to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Lord Third Hokage, I wish to withdraw from the Chunin exams. After Yueguang Jifeng announced Yukoshi Kabuto's advancement, Kabuto jumped out and submitted his request to withdraw. Are you certain? The Third Hokage gazed at Kabuto, who knelt before him. My strength is far too weak. I contributed almost nothing in this battle. I deeply recognize my inadequacy and can only withdraw. In that case, so be it. The Third Hokage nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kabuto had only displayed medical ninjutsu during the battle, or perhaps he truly was not suited for combat. As for the other Konoha genin, they all returned to their homes and families. In particular, Inuzuka Kiba was spun around like a top by his elder sister Hana Inuzuka for inspection. Only after confirming he had no injuries did she breathe a sigh of relief. Sasuke, over here. Come quickly. Kushina beckoned to Sasuke while holding Naruto in her arms. It's fine, Auntie Kushina. I'll just watch from here. Sasuke's feet shifted, but he still did not approach. What are you shy about, child? When you were little and wet your pants, I was the one who changed your trousers. Kushina pulled Sasuke over, holding both Naruto and Sasuke in her arms. After using her spiritual pressure to check that neither was injured, she casually reinforced the seal on the nine tails. Sasuke, what's that on the back of your neck? Kids shouldn't get tattoos, you know. While holding Sasuke, Kushina noticed the curse mark on his neck. Blushing, Sasuke broke free from Kushina's embrace and instinctively touched the location of the curse mark, the same spot that had been painful earlier. I don't have a tattoo, Auntie Kushina. Then what is this? Kushina rubbed the mark vigorously, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Alright, Auntie Kushina. I'm going to watch the battles of the ninjas from other villages first. His neck sore from the rubbing, Sasuke quickly dodged away. You child, remember to come home for dinner tonight. Kushina instructed. I know, Auntie Kushina. Sasuke waved his hand and left to find a comfortable spot to watch the projection. Wait for me, Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke leave, Naruto quickly chased after. It seems only Mendez can be killed this time. Cheng Gong glanced at the progress of the other villages. Although the rules had been clearly explained to everyone before entering the Resident Evil world, not everyone was willing to join forces with unfamiliar ninjas from other villages. Thus the remaining villages mostly operated alone, and even different teams from the same village rarely cooperated. After 3 days, if the designated targets are not successfully eliminated, I will teleport them all out. Cheng Gong informed the Third Hokage of the time frame. If these ninjas continued to fight individually, 3 days and 1 month would make no difference. They would not only fail to kill the targets, but also die in vain. After 3 days, indeed, no other ninjas passed the examination. In fact, casualties were severe. Only 1/3 of the ninjas were teleported back alive and half of them were injured. The ninjas from Konoha and Tsunade had long returned. The remaining ninjas were from minor villages. They dared not voice their grievances about this unprecedented hellish examination, so they quickly paid the fees and sent the injured to Konoha Hospital. Wow! Your shop looks amazing, shopkeeper. Naruto came to greet Cheng Gong as usual, only to find that Cheng Gong's shop had undergone a tremendous transformation. The previously empty shop was now filled with a dazzling array of goods. The strange and exotic merchandise left Naruto almost dizzy. Firearms section. Zanpakuto section. Kidō section. Word spirit section. Ninjutsu taijutsu section. Devil fruit section. Naruto looked around each section. He wanted some items that caught his interest, but after seeing the prices he could only withdraw his hand in disappointment. A sudden scream made Naruto jolt. What's going on? Nothing, just a thief. Cheng Gong played back the projection. An unidentified masked individual had tried to quietly take a Zanpakuto, but the moment his hand touched the counter, he was struck by a sudden bolt of purple sky divine lightning reduced to ashes, his very soul eradicated. After seeing that, Naruto dared not casually touch any of the merchandise. Every merchandise counter here can automatically identify the return points on your person. When you have enough points, you can purchase whatever interests you. If your points are insufficient and you harbor malicious intent, you will be automatically annihilated. Cheng Gong had written down the fabricated origin of the Universal Merchant Association and the new rules of the revamped shop. From now on, every customer entering the store for the first time would automatically receive this information in their minds. The shop's transformation was so drastic that even the Third Hokage delegated his official duties to Narashikaku and came to the store in person. Is this Ryūjin Jakka? Now apart from Tsunade, who had witnessed Ryūjin Jakka's power when Cheng Gong demonstrated it, everyone else in the ninja world only knew of its might through Tsunade's accounts. Tsunade's description had been so alarming that the Third Hokage had not even ordered the information on Ryūjin Jakka to be recorded. But now watching the projection of its abilities, he realized that Tsunade's description had been far too conservative. A shopkeeper. Marino Ibiki approached Cheng Gong hesitantly. What? There have been quite a few infiltrators and activated sleeper agents from various nations lately, haven't there? You're so free today that you're visiting the shop. Cheng Gong lounged in a rocking chair, teasing Ibiki lazily. It's because of you that I've been so busy. Ibiki The Yamanaka clan is the most skilled at interrogation. I only handle the broad direction. Ibiki explained to Cheng Gong, indicating that he wasn't slacking off. Shopkeeper, I noticed that some Zanpakuto in their Shikai state are no longer being sold here, but these. Ibiki, Cheng Gong interrupted him. I run a business. I don't care who buys what, and I have no obligation to improve your intelligence. My apologies, shopkeeper. Ibiki was trembling all over. As Cheng Gong spoke, his spiritual pressure grew stronger and stronger, almost overwhelming Ibiki, who could only apologize hastily. However, recently only Konoha ninjas have been making purchases. Zanpakuto are unique. So when a Shikai state is no longer available in my shop, there is only one reason: the ninja who purchased the Asachi has awakened that Zanpakuto. Seeing that Ibiki had quickly backed down, Cheng Gong kindly explained the reason. As for who had awakened which Zanpakuto, even Cheng Gong himself did not know. Thank you, shopkeeper. Having obtained the answer, he saw Ibiki thanked Cheng Gong and hurriedly left the shop. Ibiki needed to investigate the known owners of Asachi. If a ninja hostile to Konoha had awakened, one Konoha could prepare intelligence and countermeasures in advance. Indeed, after the owner of a Zanpakuto dies, the Zanpakuto will be reclaimed by the shop. Kakashi spotted the whimsical Zanpakuto on display. Zabuza had once released this blade. No. Kakashi scanned the Zanpakuto section again, realizing that the blade he remembered was truly absent, not even its Bankai form present. He vividly recalled the first Bankai ever unleashed in the shinobi world, a cataclysmic scene etched into his memory. Yet now it had not been reclaimed, even though he had witnessed both Haku and Zabuza die before his eyes, their very souls annihilated. Store owner. I want to exchange for return points. Akimichi Chosa hurriedly handed Cheng Gong a sealing scroll filled with gold. After exchanging for return points, Chosa raided the food section, taking away many delicacies. The significance of the display cases became apparent at that moment. In the past, when the Akimichi clan visited Cheng Gong's shop, they could resist the temptation of the displayed food, but now with every dish presenting a feast for the eyes and nose, Chosa could no longer suppress his culinary soul and began sweeping through the shelves. Store owner, why don't you have those kinds of things here? A ninja with white hair and a forehead protector bearing the character oil asked Cheng Gong furtively. The guild prohibits the sale of such items. Seeing it was Jiraiya, Cheng Gong immediately understood what he was referring to. However, Cheng Gong worried that the myriad of goods from the Dragon Realm might exhaust Jiraiya, so he decided not to offer them. Do you know what I'm talking about? Jiraiya winked at Cheng Gong. If I told Tsunade that the legendary Jiraiya's first act upon returning to Konoha was to indulge in obscenity, do you think you'd have an easy time? Jiraiya, seeing how well Cheng Gong understood him, dared not say more, mainly fearing Tsunade's monstrous fists. Gecko hate. Cheng Gong called out to a ninja who was about to leave the shop empty-handed. Ahem, store owner, what business do you have with me? Gecko hate coughed twice and bowed to Cheng Gong. I see that your forehead is darkened, a sign of imminent bloodshed. How about buying something from the shop before you leave? This. Gecko hate hesitated at Cheng Gong's words. He had come to browse and indeed had a few things in mind, but he wanted to save more money to buy a gift for his girlfriend Yuzuki Yugao. He hadn't expected the store owner to call him out. Store owner, exchange everything that hate, and I can trade for return points. Yuzuki Yuga, standing beside Gecko Hate, didn't hesitate. After hearing Cheng Gong, she immediately requested to exchange for return points. Yuga saw clearly today many important figures had visited the shop, yet Cheng Gong had urged none of them to buy anything. He had only stopped Gecko Hate. Even if just for peace of mind, they had to spend the money. But Yugao. Gecko Hate was still hesitant, but Yuzuki Yuga had already pulled him toward the Zanpakuto section. Store owner, you can tell fortunes too. Jiraiya asked Cheng Gong as if making casual conversation. I have many items here that can predict the future. In the word spirit section, there is a spirit called the prophet that can foretell events. The demon fruit section has curse fruits and fortune-telling fruits. The miscellaneous section has a prophecy crystal ball. Each one can glimpse fate. Cheng Gong listed several items, and Jiraiya grew increasingly dazed, unconsciously searching for the things Cheng Gong had mentioned. I only hope you can break free from your original destiny, Cheng Gong thought. The final round of the Chunin exam began. In Konoha's massive coliseum, Gecko Hate announced the start of the final. The final exam was an unknown individual battle. Winning this match did not guarantee promotion to Chunin. The examiners would analyze each ninja's combat abilities, strategic skills, and other factors demonstrated during the fight, ultimately selecting those eligible for promotion. That is, it was possible that no one would become a Chunin from this exam, or that all might qualify. When will the fourth Hokage be inaugurated? On the viewing platform, the fourth Kazekage Raza asked Minato. The plan is after today's matches conclude and the Chunin exam results are announced. Minato replied with a smile. Is that so? Then I hope everything goes smoothly. Raza smiled, his eyes nearly invisible. It will definitely go smoothly. The two continued to exchange smiles. You two focus on the matches. The third Hokage sitting between them felt awkward, as if he were the third wheel. First match, Sasuke versus Gaara. Aren't there fights later? Raza stood up from his chair in surprise when he heard Gekko Hate announce the matchup. There is an urgent mission that requires Sasuke's action, so we have moved his match forward. Please forgive us, fourth Kazekage. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and said, well then he must be careful. The Uchiha clan only has him left. At that moment Raza felt a sense of unease. The excuse was too flimsy. What mission would specifically require a genin's action? Gaara stood in the center of the arena, but Sasuke was still absent. What is Sasuke doing? He's not here yet. Seeing that Sasuke was about to be declared the loser by default, Naruto hastily formed a hand seal for a transformation jutsu. Naruto, that would be against the rules. Kakashi's voice came from behind Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. How is Sasuke? Sakura immediately asked about Sasuke's condition upon seeing Kakashi. He's fine. In fact, you could say he's turned misfortune into fortune. Kakashi shrugged. Where did these leaves come from? Spectators whose attention had been on the arena suddenly noticed some falling leaves descending from above. Sorry for being late, everyone. A young man in flowing white robes with the front opening down to his abdomen, subtly revealing his well-trained chest and abdominal muscles. A slender straight blade was strapped horizontally behind his waist. Amidst the falling leaves, a graceful figure slowly materialized. Today's match was open to the public, drawing many civilians and ordinary ninjas. Perhaps the young man's entrance was too dazzling. The brilliance silenced the entire Colosseum for an instant, then erupted into a roar that seemed to shake the very structure. Oh my god, I'm dying. I want to marry you. The moment she saw the young man, Ino's eyes turned into hearts and she screamed. Had Shikamaru and Choji not held her back, she might have charged into the battle arena. Damn Inapig. Sakura clenched her fists upon hearing Ino's unrestrained shouts. Is that the Uchiha clan crest? Someone noticed the redand white fan-shaped emblem on the back of the young man's robe. This familiar yet foreign crest had not been seen by many Konoha villagers for a long time, and now they barely recognized it. Since you're here, let the match officially begin. Moonlight Gale brushed the fallen leaves from his shoulder, announced the start of the match, and leaped onto the referee's platform. I heard your sand moves fast. Sasuke slowly drew the straight blade from behind his back. Someone once told me I was slow, and then he died. The fine blade slid out, its cold gleam shimmering in the peerless sword light, and the blazing sun's rays intertwined. Gaara was dazzled by the interlaced brilliance. Your combat awareness is really poor. Seeing his tactic take effect, Sasuke immediately closed in and thrust his blade straight at Gaara's throat. Never mind the left chest. No, the right chest, yes, the right chest. Sasuke's blade shifted angles 3 times in an instant, forming a small shadow of sword strokes. How is that possible? Sasuke stared in disbelief at Gaara, rubbing his eyes. Gaara hadn't done anything, so why had this sand wall appeared before him? Break. Not willing to waste the hard-won advantage, Sasuke channeled 10,000 volts into the straight blade. The cracking current blasted the sand wall apart, and the cold gleam thrust unerringly toward Gaara. Pathetic tricks. When the sand wall automatically emerged, Gaara realized he had fallen for Sasuke's ploy. But Sasuke's follow-up attack was swift and decisive, so Gaara could only dodge in desperation. This is my true inheritance. Sasuke showed no disappointment as the Gaara he had stabbed dissolved into a pile of sand. He twirled the blade in a flourish, then reversed his grip and stabbed toward the empty air behind him. How is that possible? Gaara materialized behind Sasuke, and it seemed as if he had deliberately delivered himself onto the— Your future is already caught in my eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke's eyes had turned blood red. Tomo fixed intently. Pucci. A spray of blood at Gaara's shoulder blade was pierced. Considerately, Sasuke released 1,000 volts of electricity to help Gaara stop the bleeding. Gaara. Temari grew anxious seeing Gaara so severely wounded. You deserve to die. Gaara grabbed the blade embedded in his shoulder with his other hand, and to Sasuke's shock forcibly pulled it out. How can he have such strength? Sasuke had been straining with all his might against Gaara, yet Gaara still managed to draw the blade out. I will make you feel my pain. Gaara's eyes also turned blood red, pure rage. The entire battlefield had been covered with sand without anyone noticing. Sasuke felt as if he were stepping in mud, barely able to move. Gaara released Sasuke's blade, and a handful of sand fell to the ground. Sand coffin. More and more sand began to coil around Sasuke's body. Gradually, he was completely enveloped, the endless sand wrapping him like a cocoon. Chirp, chirp, chirp. An irritating noise reached Gaara's ears. Following the sound, he saw Sasuke, who should have been inside the sand coffin. You're not the only one who can use the clone technique. Sasuke slowly infused the Chidori into the straight blade. This technique was a bit tricky. Kakashi had taught it to him, saying it was still unnamed and leaving the naming to Sasuke. Thousand Birds Blade. Since he had named it, he would let this technique claim glory in his hands. The sharp blade wreathed in chilling electric light slashed toward Gaara. Gaara was still controlling the sand coffin and couldn't change his move in time. Boom. Dust flew and the entire arena was shrouded in smoke. Both combatants at the center of the explosion were obscured from view. Is it over? Some spectators murmured, awed by the tremendous aftermath. Looks like it's going to be a long battle. From the stands, Hyuga Hayashi with his Byakugan could clearly see that both fighters still had ample chakra, and one of them was even beginning to radiate a violent and evil aura. Niji, I leave Hinata to you. Hyuga Hayashi instructed beside him. Hinata and Niji, who should have been in the contestant area preparing for today's individual matches, were actually in the stands. As the clan head commands. Niji replied coldly. Hyuga Hayashi sighed inwardly at Niji's emotionless tone. He knew Niji's resentment toward him hadn't dissipated, but Niji genuinely protected Hinata. It seems Hinata's position as clan head will be very secure in the future. With the tacit approval of Hayashi and the main family elders, Niji was being groomed as the next head of the branch family. With a branch head loyal to Hinata, Hayashi planned to retire once either Hinata or Niji matured. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Hayashi rose and left. In the stands, petals seemed to have begun to fall, beautiful yet dangerous. I heard that Gaara is not only the fourth Kazekage's biological son, but also the current Jinchuriki of Tsunade. The third Hokage looked at Raza. Indeed, he is my son. Raza didn't know what the third Hokage meant by that. A Jinchuriki as a strategic asset of a village rarely leaves the village. And with a tailed beast as a backup power source, of Jinchuriki has cage-level strength from the start. What does the fourth Kazekage mean by sending a cage-level combatant to a mere Chunin exam? The third Hokage was practically accusing Raza of ulterior motives, but Raza still tried to stall. With the third Hokage present and also Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, who had earned the moniker Yellow Flash on the battlefield, Raza had no confidence in facing both of them. Old man, you look like you're about to die of old age after all these years. A sinister voice came, and Orochimaru emerged from the ground. You've finally shown up, Orochimaru. I thought you'd given up on your plan. The moment Orochimaru appeared, Shimura Danzo stepped out from the third Hokage's shadow. Seems like Konoha has prepared for me. Of course, Orochimaru. Let's have a good chat today. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of wooden clogs on the ground drew closer. Jiraiya blocked Orochimaru and Raza's escape route. Didn't you anticipate the scene the day you showed yourself? Orochimaru. What does he mean, there? Raza demanded harshly. Orochimaru had already shown himself in Konoha. Why hadn't he told him? The flawless Konoha crush plan was now over before it began, with them surrounded by Konoha. In the arena, the men Raza had placed were already engaged with Konoha ninjas, but the explosive tags placed around hadn't detonated. Something had gone wrong. Was this all a trap? Had Orochimaru's betrayal been a ploy by Konoha to gain his trust? Had Konoha been plotting against Suna all along? Raza's mind raced with possibilities, even feeling he had been manipulated from the start. Don't overthink it. If you weren't still useful, you'd be dead already. Orochimaru pulled Raza back from his thoughts. Drink deeply, Jashin's bride. Orochimaru's body suddenly swelled and exploded. After the explosion, Orochimaru had completely transformed. His lower body had become a mass of writhing tentacles, grotesque and repulsive. For wings sprouted from his back, fluttering in the wind as he hovered in the air. I never imagined you would reduce yourself to such a monstrous form. Jiraiya averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of Orochimaru's new appearance. The power of this form is beyond your comprehension, Jiraiya. A sinister grin spread across Orochimaru's face. Suddenly a torrent of black liquid erupted from behind Orochimaru. The third Hokage Danzo and Raza were caught off guard and splattered by the viscous substance. Not only that, but the black liquid was spreading toward the stands. It seems your numerical advantage has vanished now. Suddenly another Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and Raza appeared in the arena. This unexpected turn made everyone cautious. How is this possible? Jiraiya stepped forward in disbelief, intending to examine the newly appeared Sarutobi Hiruzen, but inadvertently stepped on the black liquid on the ground. Instantly another Jiraiya materialized. Be careful, that black liquid is strange. Minato Namikaze noticed the peculiarity of the liquid, but by then everyone except himself had been contaminated. The warning seemed futile. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? How does this person know my techniques? The spreading black liquid reached other ninjas as well. The situation, which had been under Konoha's control, suddenly grew tense again. Clone replication. Orochimaru named his technique. Minato, it seems you'll have to face 2 no 3 opponents. Orochimaru pointed at himself, Raza, and Raza's clone. Summoning technique, monkey. The Third Hokage was the first to form hand seals attempting to summon his contract beast. At the same time, the Third Hokage's clone also performed the summoning technique. The two summoning formulas flickered on the ground, but ultimately nothing happened. Ha ha ha. How amusing, truly amusing. Orochimaru clapped his hands in delight. My clone replication can copy all your abilities. Old man, when you summon the monkey, your clone is also summoning the monkey. Do you think the monkey will be torn in half? Summoning technique Manda. Orochimaru summoned his own contract beast, but then ordered Manda to leave the area. Minato, how long do you think it will take you to defeat me? The longer you take, the more Manda might devour. The village's defenses are far stronger than here. Minato extended his finger. A brilliant golden light flashed at his fingertip, and the next moment, a laser beam shot forth. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Everyone retreated from the smoke-filled area, and their respective clones naturally pursued them. It seems you've also acquired some remarkable abilities, Minato. Orochimaru dodged the attack, but Raza's clone was pierced straight through. The massive explosion shattered the clone, yet a new Raza clone materialized once more. Magnet release. Magnet release. Gold dust spear. Gold dust spear. Raza formed hand seals, and his clone mirrored the actions. Several spears appeared aiming directly at Minato, and there were twice as many. Sting, and kill Hornet. A golden flash streaked past, circling behind Raza and evading his attack. The soft whisper like the murmur of hell sent alarm bells ringing in Raza's mind. Minato had released his Zanpakuto. The originally slender blade disappeared, leaving only a golden needle on his. The needle thrust directly toward Raza. A log was left in place. Raza had swiftly used the substitution technique. However, Minato's attack had already struck Raza, leaving a black butterfly mark on his neck. Gazing at the distant Raza, Minato prepared to finish him off, transforming into a golden flash and charging toward him. This time Raza was not merely alarmed, he felt a suffocating sense of death looming over him. Not daring to take any chances, he used the body flicker technique to evade again. Magnet release gold dust. While dodging, Raza formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of gold dust. His clone also used the same technique, and in an instant overwhelming waves of gold dust surged toward Minato. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Minato cleaved through the massive wave of gold dust. A longsword composed entirely of light was now swinging in his hand. Caught off guard by the blinding gold dust, both Raza and Orochimaru were struck. The hit left a black butterfly mark on each of their waists. This place is too cramped. Let's go to the rooftop. Orochimaru was uncertain about the black butterfly mark, but the priority was to relocate the battlefield. Raza naturally followed Orochimaru's lead. Minato Namake's mission was to stop Orochimaru, so he had no choice but to be led by the nose. For Violet Flames formation. As soon as Minato reached the rooftop, 4 ninjas appeared at the 4 corners, forming a ceiling barrier. This place actually suits me just fine. Minato was unconcerned about being sealed in. Once Konoha's reinforcements arrived, it would be undone. But this open space made him eager to test his new technique. Yata no Kagami. Minato flashed into midair, crossing his hands as light blazed between his fingers. Before Orochimaru and Raza could react, an endless barrage of light bullets rained down. Bang! 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 A dense series of explosions rang out. When Minato landed, only 2 of the 3 opponents remained. Raza's clone had been completely obliterated under the relentless bombardment, while Raza and Orochimaru were covered in black butterfly marks. Do you know what this mark does? Minato's voice came from behind Orochimaru. He lightly swung the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, barely touching one of the butterfly marks on Orochimaru, and another mark appeared. It is certain death. The Shikai ability of Hornet 2-strike kill. Anyone marked twice in the same spot would die instantly. Minato had fused this ability with his Glint Glint fruit power. Whenever he released Hornet, every attack made through the Glint Glint fruit triggered the 2-strike kill effect. Under this inescapable ability, Orochimaru disintegrated into ash. Raza, you're the only one left now. I'll give you a chance to surrender, or else you'll share Orochimaru's fate. Minato sternly warned Raza. But Raza was unwilling to give up. He had invested too much in this plan. Tsunade had dispatched nearly all its elite, and he had even sent his 3 children to Konoha. The consequences of surrendering were too dire for Raza to contemplate. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose from the Colosseum. Hope flickered in Raza's eyes. Tsunade's ultimate weapon had finally been unleashed. You have truly angered me. Gaara fixed his gaze on Sasuke through the gap created by the straight blade. Sasuke felt a bit unsettled under Gaara's stare, yet he retorted defiantly. Gaara unleashed his strongest defensive technique, the desert wave, forming a thick sphere of sand that enveloped him. Moreover, the sand, automatically defending from Gaara's sword, formed a shield of sand around him, adding to the layer of sand armor covering his body. In total, 3 layers of defense were nearly all of Gaara's defensive measures, yet they were pierced through by Sasuke's Chidori blade. It had been a long time since he tasted blood. Blood flowed freely from Gaara's face, some trickling onto his lips, and instinctively licking it a fierce glint ignited in his eye. 10,000 volts. Sasuke took advantage of the moment, refusing to withdraw the blade, and directly infused it with a surge of lightning. Ninja art side weasel. Sasuke mercilessly delivered a finishing blow, causing Temari in the stands to jump down, knowing that the chaos engulfing the arena meant her task was to protect the Jinchuri. The weasel's attack unleashed countless small wind blades that struck Sasuke, but passed through him as if he were momentarily intangible. Your wind blades are truly weak, Sasuke mocked Temari without mercy, especially compared to the wind blades of a certain How is that possible? Temari was surprised to see her attack, completely ineffective. Her weasel should at least leave Sasuke with some injuries. Should I practice my shuriken accuracy? In that moment, Temari even doubted whether her ninja skills had deteriorated, having failed to hit Sasuke at all. Temari, do we really need to rescue Gaara? Kankuro asked a bit apprehensively. Why not save him? Temari's words were cut off when she suddenly saw a giant sand hand reaching out from the hole Sasuke had created in Gaara. Let's retreat and assess the situation. Temari was unsure if Gaara was truly out of control, and since her techniques were ineffective against Sasuke, she could only watch and wait. Hey you two, is it appropriate to leave after causing such chaos here? Shikamaru's lazy voice came through, and Temari noticed that nearly all the allies from their temporary cooperation in the world of Biohazard were present. Can you let go? Shikamaru sighed, wondering why Kakashi's summoning beast was so dogged, refusing to release his grip on Shikamaru's hand. No, it was clear this fellow was indeed a dog. Ninja art dog bomb meteor. Shikamaru shouted as he hurled the biting Parker towards Temari, who was unsure of the technique's effect, but cautiously batted Parker. 1 star. A gust of wind swept through, sending Parker awkwardly back to Shikamaru. Are you still biting me? Shikamaru tugged on Parker's dog face, and with a loud snap the stretched skin sagged back. Amused, Shikamaru prepared to tug again. Oh well. Parker bit Shikamaru's hand again. Send help. Cheng Gong was happily enjoying a snack in his shop when he saw the biting dog, and instinctively shouted. Unfortunately, no one heard Cheng Gong's words. At that moment, the chaos in Konoha somehow felt orderly, yet there was no one left on the streets. You bastards, are you messing with me? Temari felt her inner anger surging as she watched Shikamaru play around without regard for their situation. Ninja art great side weasel. Temari unleashed the advanced technique of the weasel, hoping it would be effective against him. The great side weasel's range was deliberately expanded to encompass Shikamaru, Choji Ino, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. The wind blades of the great side weasel were sharper and swifter, yet still failed to harm Sasuke. Initially, Temari thought the attack would dissipate quickly, but it persisted for a long while. Not good. Sasuke immediately sensed something was off and tried to warn the others, but upon opening his mouth he found he couldn't make a sound. Damn it. Seeing Temari continuing to wield her fan and his comrades struggling, Sasuke gritted his teeth and unleashed a technique he hadn't mastered yet. Lightning strike. Sasuke released a massive amount of lightning that moved at high speed, creating a shockwave that ultimately blocked Temari's great side weasel. Naruto. Quickly release your sword. Sasuke, caught too close to a shockwave, was knocked back and hurriedly warned Naruto as the great side weasel threatened to sweep back over. I can talk again. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, shouting, let it rip, break, land, wind. Endless wind blades flowed from the short dagger in Naruto's hand, and upon contact with Temari's great side weasel, they exploded, instantly disrupting the continuous assault. Idiot, why didn't you release break, land, wind earlier? Sasuke asked Naruto with exasperation, seeing the great side weasel being suppressed. Earlier I wanted to release break, land, wind, but when I opened my mouth to recite the release incantation I found I couldn't make a sound, Naruto replied honestly. If you can't make a sound, does that mean you can't release your Zanpakuto? Shikamaru asked, curiously wanting to understand the limitations of Zanpakuto to avoid errors. No, it's just that if you can't say the release incantation you won't look cool. Naruto said matter-of-factly. Bomb spiral. Naruto threw out a Rasengan. Look how cool this is. You son of a... Sakura felt her inner second personality about to break free, overwhelming malice surging forth, but she managed to suppress it just before she You can't curse, Sasuke is watching. You can't curse, Sasuke is listening. Sakura mentally recited her mantra to You all seem to be having fun. Gaara's voice emerged and Temari looked on in surprise, but fell silent upon seeing Gaara's current state. It seems you need to feel my pain to truly recognize my existence. At that moment Gaara's face was twisted one side, already resembling that of a beast, and half of his arm was covered in sand, making it extraordinarily robust with a tail entirely made of sand behind him. Die! Gaara charged fiercely at Sasuke, determined to return the pain this man had inflicted upon him. Facing Gaara's assault, Sasuke showed no signs of retreat, lightning crackling and roaring in his hand. Their figures crossed. Is that all you've got? Sasuke sheathed his blade. After the exchange, Gaara's sand-covered arm was shattered, clearly indicating he was at a disadvantage. That move is impressive, but how many times can you use it? As he spoke, Gaara's arm was once again covered in sand. Sasuke silently drew his blade again. Gaara was right. Sasuke's current chakra reserves couldn't sustain the Chidori many times. Twice was already his limit. But now, Tamara, using her fan as a staff, was pushing Sakura back. Naruto, despite having the wind release Rasengan, hesitated for fear of her. Kankuro was single-handedly tying down Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Although he seemed strained while controlling 3 puppets and his chakra would eventually be depleted, for now the Ino Shikacho team was unable to lend a hand. Again, Gaara lunged at Sasuke with a sinister grin. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals and exhaled a fierce torrent of flames toward Gaara, his vision obscured by the blaze. Yet Gaara charged through the flames undeterred. Sasuke's pupils constricted as Gaara seized him. Lightning is useless, fire is useless. Is this sand really so troublesome? Sasuke escaped by turning into lightning, but he felt at a loss against Gaara. Both of his signature abilities were nullified by the properties of Gaara's sand. The only effective move, the Chidori, worked only because of its explosive nature, but the lightning's paralyzing effect had no impact on Gaara. As Gaara charged again, Sasuke gritted his teeth. Lightning flickered once more on his blade, and the chirping sound resumed. Sasuke himself didn't notice that forcibly drawing out his chakra had caused black patterns to spread across his face. Tsunade, how severe are the side effects of Sasuke's current state? High above Tsunade and Kushina sat on the giant slug Katsu, observing the battle below. Tsunade had already summoned Katsuya's clones to treat the wounded. Kushina watched Sasuke as he activated the power of the curse mark, her concern growing. I've already erased Orochimaru's soul fragment within the curse mark. The longer the state lasts, the more damage it does to Sasuke's body. But with his ability to turn into lightning, he won't die. Tsunade spoke while dropping a bag of penicillin from the sky. Due to her hemophobia, she was serving as a battlefield support, flying around on Katsuyu. Wherever supplies were needed, Tsunade would have Katsuyu fly over and airdrop them. Sasuke felt as if a ball of fire was burning his internal organs, the pain nearly causing him to collapse. But Gaara was already upon him again. Chidori blade. Though his body was in agony, Sasuke clearly felt himself growing stronger. Speed, chakra, everything was enhanced. His nearly depleted chakra surged forth like a mighty river. As expected, the Chidori blade shattered Gaara's sand-covered arm again. But this time Sasuke pressed the attack, quickly condensing chakra for another strike, this time aimed directly at Gaara's neck. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. Sasuke's hand holding the blade throbbed from the impact. You're being naughty, aren't you? Gaara's face had fully transformed into that of a beast resembling a plump tanuki, and his voice had become shrill. Don't ruin my fun of coming out to play. The tanuki's body rapidly grew until it towered over the arena. Found someone to kill right away. Its enormous eyes locked onto Sasuke on the ground. Sasuke's hair stood on end. He knew this was not the time to be reckless. A hidden confrontation could cost him his life. But the fat tanuki's body was too large. Sasuke felt there was nowhere to hide. Wind release. The tanuki's belly swelled. Yo! Shikaku. Long time no see. A voice like a nightmare emerged. The tanuki thought it had misheard, but when it saw the speaker, its entire body bristled. Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Aren't you long dead? This must be a genjutsu. Ha ha ha, it's definitely a genjutsu. Shikaku trembled all over. How could anyone come back from the dead? It had to be fake. Damn humans, always trying to scare it. Enraged and humiliated, Shikaku opened its massive mouth. A black sphere emanating boundless danger began to form slowly. It decided to teach these humans a lesson. Shikaku was not one to be intimidated. Sage Art Myojinmen. A colossal golden torii gate descended from the sky, pinning the one tail to the ground. The growth of the black sphere halted. You made this tailed beast ball yourself, now eat it. At that moment, Hashirama Senju had transformed into a giant golden Buddha, gazing at the one-tailed Shikaku with a benevolent expression. After all, it was a pet he hadn't seen for a long time, and he worried that striking too hard might kill it. Buddha fist. Hashirama's right hand blazed with Buddha light, accompanied by the chanting of a boundless Buddhist realm, striking the black-tailed beast ball from midair. The dreaded orb was driven directly into Shikaku's mouth by the Buddha fist. Close your mouth and swallow it clean. Water-style water dragon jutsu. Another chilling voice, Tobarama Senju, appeared. He clapped his hands and 2 massive water dragons emerged, but they were not for attack. Instead, they coiled around Shikaku's head, locking its jaw shut tight. Boom! A muffled explosion came from within the one-tail's belly. Shikaku's body swelled rapidly and then burst. For Red Yang formation. Hashirama and Tobarama stood at the east and west positions, clapping their hands together. From above, Tsunade and Kushina, their hands forming seals at blinding speed, landed at the north and south positions, instantly completing the sealing array. The aftermath of the tailed beast ball's explosion was entirely contained within the four red yang formation. A mushroom cloud rose, but it was fully confined within the formation, its immense force, even blasting open the clouds above the barrier. Tsunade, Kushina, your hand seals were too slow. If you had been even a moment slower, the shockwave might have destroyed the arena. Tobirama pointed out their shortcomings without mercy. Extra training after this is over. Yes. Tsunade and Kushina grumbled inwardly, but nodded solemnly. Still, they thought how rare it was to have someone at this level who could guide them to improve. It seems your tailed beast is gone. Minato's merciless words shattered the last shred of hope in Raza's heart. How is this possible? They're all still alive. Raza couldn't believe his eyes. The first and second Hokage working together to subdue the One-Tail. Shikaku would be bragging about this for the rest of its life. Aye, sir. With a dejected look, Raza raised his hands to surrender, but as he spoke, purple smoke suddenly billowed from his mouth, as if something was trying to burst out of him. The enunciation. I never imagined your Zanpakuto's power could be so terrifying, but how could your barren mind ever conceive of the greatness of my wicked consort? Orochimaru's voice emerged from the purple smoke. At this moment, Luo Sha's face was twisted beyond recognition, as if he were enduring boundless agony. The ultimate power of my wicked consort is not merely the simple replication of others, but the enunciation of conception. The purple smoke began to dissipate, and Luo Sha's pupils gradually faded, signaling that his life force had departed. I merely need to lay an egg inside the opponent's body in advance. This egg will absorb all the host's nutrients. When the absorption is complete, I will be reborn into the world. Orochimaru licked his lips as he revealed his form. At this moment, the wasp sting marks left by Shuiman's strike had all vanished from his body, making him truly appear as if reborn. So what? Can you evade my two-strike certain kill? Shuiman's fighting spirit would not be shaken so easily. Whether Orochimaru had never truly died or had just been resurrected, Shuiman did not care. He would kill him cleanly. Then how can you be sure that your body does not carry my enunciation of conception? Not just you, but also the old man Uchiha Sasuke, and that boy named Uzumaki no. At this, Shuiman was no longer hesitant. Several beams of light flashed and shot straight toward Orochimaru. How ruthless of you, Shuiman. Has the position of Hokage made you stop at nothing? Orochimaru dodged the probing attacks, but then dozens of laser beams rained down. Shuiman indeed did not know whether his own body carried the enunciation of conception, but he was sure that Sasuke and Naruto did not. Jixinite made Gangho check on those two boys 3 times a day. If there were any issues, Shuiman would have to sleep on the couch. As for the third Hokage, since he was the Hokage of Konoha, it was only fitting that he endure some suffering for the village. Thus Shuiman did not argue with Orochimaru. The laser beams kept Orochimaru dodging, fearing that Shuiman might mark his body again. However, Shuiman had already leaped into the air, crossing his hands, seemingly preparing to unleash another 8-fold sacred Magatama. The same technique only needs to be shown once. Orochimaru extended one of the wings behind him, and directly enveloped Shuiman. Shuiman felt that the wing seemed to be constantly tearing at his body, even attempting to establish a connection with his soul. But Shuiman could not use any techniques now. His spiritual pressure was completely sealed. Orochimaru did not know why Shuiman was so decisive in his attack, whether he was truly ruthless enough to disregard others' lives, or if he had learned the limitation of the enunciation of conception. The enunciation of conception could indeed allow Orochimaru to resurrect perfectly intact, but its usage had significant limitations. He had to use his own tentacles to lay an egg inside the opponent's body, and during battle his tentacles could not detach from the opponent. However, through his own research, Orochimaru had enabled the egg to remain active inside the opponent's body with the help of a sealing technique, only to erupt when he needed it. This was also the reason Orochimaru could use Luo Sha to resurrect. As for the third Hokage and Sasuke and Naruto that Orochimaru had just mentioned, they were merely meant to distract Shuiman. Although it did not work, it no longer mattered now, because Shuiman was already destined to lose. Orochimaru's wing opened and Shuiman, completely powerless, fell out. Although the seals had all vanished, Shuiman remained motionless for a long time. It was because Orochimaru had wrapped him too tightly. Shuiman felt as if his entire body had been dismantled. The 4 purple flame formation suddenly vanished. It seemed that Konoha's reinforcements had arrived. The 4 maintaining the formation had been instructed by Orochimaru earlier that if Konoha's reinforcements came, they should simply remove the formation and flee. Thus the 4 purple flame formation disappeared without hesitation. The third Hokage had no intention of pursuing the 4 escapees. Orochimaru was his target, and Shuiman's condition now looked very bad. Shuiman, how are you? The third Hokage helped Shuiman up, asking with concern. It's nothing. Shuiman forced out 2 words. Indeed, it's nothing now. Orochimaru licked his lips. A small object dropped from the wing behind him, and he caught it in his hand. But it might not be so in a while. The third Hokage clearly saw what Orochimaru held in his hand, a small doll identical to Shuimen. Pop! Orochimaru twisted it open, revealing countless small parts inside the doll. Let me first see what Shuimen will enjoy first. Orochimaru extended 2 fingers and gently picked out a part from the doll. It's the liver. How boring. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the part marked with the character liver was crushed. Shuimen, already somewhat weakened, let out a scream and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. What is this? The third Hokage could hardly believe his eyes. How could there be such a terrifying ability? Wouldn't the entire ninja world become Orochimaru's toy? Next is the stomach. This time Orochimaru stirred a finger inside the doll before pulling out a part. Another scream. Boring. Your spirit body now is really boring, Shuimen. Although Shuimen felt the agony of 2 organs being crushed, he was currently in a spirit state. Even if all his organs were crushed, as long as his spiritual pressure remained, he would not die completely. Old man, you should play too. Orochimaru set his sights on the third Hokage, who felt as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake. The wing extended, chasing the swiftly retreating third Hokage. Shuimen lay on the ground in agony while Yuanfei dodged and weaved, evading Orochimaru's wing as if fleeing from a snake or scorpion. Buddha's shockwave. A voice seemed to come from ancient times. Orochimaru only managed to turn his head sideways, not even fully twisting it. Out of the corner of his eye he vaguely saw a colossal Buddha with a wrathful expression throwing a punch at him. A golden shockwave of light accompanied by a Buddhist chant surged directly toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru was utterly annihilated under the shockwave, reduced to ashes. The wing chasing the third Hokage also broke off and fell to the ground, soon turning to dust and dissipating. Phew. Saved. The third Hokage bowed to the colossal Buddha. This person was naturally Qianshou Zhujian, who had dealt with Shoha. The 3 strongest combatants of the Konoha Crush Plan's executors were all slain. When Qianshou Zhujian transformed into the Buddha statue, she saw it and immediately returned to the Long Di Dong without hesitation. As for the other rogue ninjas, thanks to Konoha's well-prepared plan, they were quickly suppressed. Hi, you have rendered great service this time. Buzihuo Xianjian took out a new saban from his pouch and placed it between his lips. They were now preparing to call out the civilians hiding in the shelters. Cough. This is also thanks to the shop owner's reminder. Yueguang Jifeng said thankfully. The shop owner is involved in this too. Buzihuo Xianjian suddenly became interested. He only knew that Yueguang Jifeng had seen the sand villages leading Jonin Ma Ji and Yao Shirdo meeting in private, and had even overheard their plan to cause an uprising in Konoha. The fact that today's losses were so minimal could be entirely attributed to the crucial intelligence brought back by Yueguang Jifeng. But upon hearing that it was due to Konoha's most mysterious shop owner, Buzihuo Xianjian could not suppress his gossip fire. Then Yueguang Jifeng told Buzihuo Xianjian about how the shop owner had predicted his blood disaster that day, and how fortunate it was that Ma Wei Xian had unhesitatingly taken him to buy a devil fruit and a soul-cutting blade. Otherwise he might have died from a careless cough that night, being surrounded and attacked by Ma Ji Yao Shirdo and a group of sound ninjas. Moreover, Yao Shirdo turned out to be so powerful. Yueguang Jifeng narrowed his eyes, hoping that Senai Bixi might have some surprises. What? Senai Bixi slammed the table in fury. Since the person is missing, why are you still alive? Senai Bixi stared at the cowering ninja with murderous intent. Looking at the stammering young ninja who couldn't form words, Senai Bixi waved his hand in annoyance and dismissed him. It seems that Yao Shirdo is still highly valued by -1, a person in the interrogation office side. It's a pity we couldn't extract anything from his mind. Then I'll leave the matter of Maji's intelligence to Hai. Senai Bixi quickly composed himself and addressed the person in the office. No problem. I've already made headway on the seal in Yao Shirdo's mind. Even if Maji's mind has the same seal, I can still pry the information out of his brain. Shanjung Hai did not refuse, as this was originally his duty. This mission was clearly urgent and heavy. With Maji captured alive by Konoha, Sunagakure would surely soon send a letter of apology and request the return of the Suna ninjas in Konoha. The daimyo of the 5 great nations were united in interests, making it impossible for Konoha to annex Sunagakure. Therefore Konoha could only strive for maximum compensation within limited bounds. The person definitely could not be retained. However, it was still possible to extract more information before returning the person. I heard you've been wanting to see me. In the Konoha dungeon, the third Hokage held a smoking pipe and looked at Maji in the cell. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Maji produced a letter from his person and handed it to the third. This operation was the result of our Sunagakure heeding the slander of the Konoha rogue ninja -1, causing such great losses to Konoha. Tsunade is willing to fully pay for Konoha's post-war repair costs compensation for mental anguish and personnel deployment fees. This is our sincerity. An AMB member inspected the letter from Maji, finding no hidden weapons traps or ninjutsu, then handed it to the third. The third opened the envelope and read. The letter was indeed full of sincerity, its content wholly expressing hope that Konoha and Tsunade could maintain friendly relations for generations, and that this misunderstanding would not affect their alliance. At the end, the Hokage seal of Tsunade was genuine, and the signature was, Fourth Kazakage Luosha. It seems you've made preparations for both contingencies. The third felt that even his good temper was about to be laughed off. Do you know that Luosha is already dead? The third looked at Maji with mockery. What? Maji's pupils contracted in disbelief. If Luosha was dead, then who wrote this letter in his hand? Did Luosha write it in a dream? Maji, who had never expected Luosha's death, broke out in cold sweat. He had essentially handed Konoha a handle against himself. Maji's mind raced, his face flushed red, but he still couldn't figure out how to explain the letter. If it was written by Luosha in advance, why would he attack Konoha after repenting? It made no sense at all. You stay here and think things over. Seeing Maji unable to speak, the third naturally knew what he was thinking, but he had no time to deal with him. Maji would definitely have to make a trip to the interrogation. With the smoking pipe in his mouth, the third took the letter and left. There were still a pile of troublesome matters inside Konoha. There's a lot of content for today's meeting, so I'll make it brief. Nalion Lugio said, holding a notebook. Another Konoha high-level meeting, and this time the clan heads also participated. Qiansho Zhujian, Qiansho Feijian, and boss Wei Shuimen were conspicuously present. The resurrection of Qiansho Zhujian and Qiansho Feijian had been kept secret from the people of Konoha. Only Shuimen's family, the third, the three elders of Konoha, and gang. The purpose was to use them as a secret weapon to catch the enemy off guard in today's battle. Now the clan heads looked at the first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, and fourth Hokage gathered together, still unable to believe it. Is Konoha going to unify the ninja world again? A clan head couldn't help but exclaim. However, no one answered him because the other clan heads were thinking. First item regarding the normal launch of the post-war repair plan: additional funding is needed. Approved. Increase the cost tenfold, compile it into a ledger, and have Tsunade compensate. The third thought for a moment and said, 100-fold. Qiansho Feijian suddenly spoke. Agreed. 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 Second item regarding the increase in investment for the development of the Resident Evil world. Final item, the matter of the fourth Hokage's reinstatement. After the words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was silent, all looking at the four Hokage in the center of the meeting. Originally, Shuimen's succession was a done deal, but now the sudden resurrection of Qiansho Zhujian and Qiansho Feijian could likely introduce variables. After all, the relationship between the third and Zhujian and Feijian was a genuine bond of comrades forged on the battlefield. Zhujian and Feijian regarded the third no differently than their own child. I have no objection. Qiansho Feijian knew what everyone was waiting for in their silence, so he was the first to express. During this time, Gangho had already informed the two Qiansho brothers of Konoha's situation, so Qiansho Feijian also understood why everyone was asking Shuimen to be reinstated as Hokage. Little monkey, you're getting old too. Let the young people take the lead. Qiansho Zhujian sighed and said. With neither of the Qiansho brothers opposing, Shuimen's succession was basically settled. At this point, the third's opinion was no longer important. Zhujian had remained silent because of a disagreement over the handling of the Hyuga clan. Qiansho Feijian was very dissatisfied with the Hyuga's coercion, and even intended to use the same methods he had used against the Uchiha to deal with the Hyuga. However, Qiansho Zhujian felt that even a rabbit would bite when cornered. If someone dragged Gangho to a strange place to die, Qiansho Zhujian felt he would probably make that person taste the power of the true thousand hands. Store manager. Cheng Gong looked with a headache at the pink-haired girl who was calling him sweetly, truly annoyed by the noise. I've said it many times, the things I sell are honest and fair, all genuine and impossible to be defective. But look, Mingren and Chuanjingya have already achieved Shikai of their Zanpakuto, while mine is still just an Asachi. Xiaoying pouted, agitated, and took out her Asachi, waving it a couple of times. That's your own problem, Cheng Gong shrugged helplessly. Besides, look at your companions who can achieve Shikai now. There are only a few, right? Look at Zuoju, he can't do Shikai either. Don't lie to me, store manager. Xiaoying pouted. Zuozu's sword doesn't even look like an Asachi anymore. Although he hasn't released it, he definitely can achieve Shikai. In the weakest in Team 7. I told you when you bought it, the awakening of the Asachi depends entirely on whether you can establish a connection with it, achieving a state of mutual integration. They succeeded so naturally they awakened. You need to work harder. No. Xiaoying came up and hugged Cheng Gong's arm, shaking it back and forth, making Cheng Gong's arm ache. Store manager, I'd like to return the Chienda and exchange it for an EMO Guasher. Xiao Ying's true purpose today was to purchase an EMO guosher, but she simply didn't have enough money. Her family was already deeply in debt from buying her the tienda, so she decided to strive on her own to acquire an EMO guosher. After all, Zhuozhu had gained such formidable strength upon consuming the EMO guosher along with the life-saving ability of elementalization. I'm sorry, but this shop operates on a small scale and does not accept returns or exchanges. Cheng Gong refused Xiaoying outright. What a joke. How could he return the regression points he had already obtained? Xiao Ying's voice twisted into a melodramatic winding tone. You've come at the right time. Please take your student away, she's driving me crazy. Powerless Cheng Gong spotted she entering the shop and promptly asked him to escort the girl out. Understood, store manager. Xiaoying stopped making a scene. Let's go. She agreed. He had come precisely to take Xiaoying away. She had been causing a disturbance for too long and a ninja had already notified him. Now that Muyi feared provoking Cheng Gong she hurried over to retrieve her. But Kakashi-sensei, Xiaoying was reluctant to leave, but she forcibly dragged her away from the shop. Walking along the road, she felt troubled about Xiao Ying's future path. Initially, she had been assigned to Team 7 to serve as a lubricant between Mingren and Zhuozhu, but now that Mingren's parents were resurrected and the village's reputation regarding the demon fox had been reversed, things had changed. Jiushi Nai treated Zhuozhu like her own son, and the two brothers now shared an inseparable bond. Though they still bickered, it was clear to anyone that it was mere playful. Consequently, with Xiao Ying's role rendered obsolete, she as a civilian ninja with no outstanding talents, became somewhat conspicuous in the highly anticipated Team 7. Many had already come to inquire what benefits Xiao Ying's family had provided to the Huaying to secure her place in Team 7. Xiaoying, the most important thing for a ninja is to remain calm and avoid arrogance. The same applies to missions and training. You're merely unsettled because you've been driven by the progress of Zhuozhu and Mingren. Walking along she spoke earnestly. Regardless of the initial purpose, now that Xiaoying was his disciple, he had to shoulder the responsibilities of a teacher. Your theoretical knowledge, chakra control, and chakra condensation are among the top 3 in your age group. In the future, you might consider focusing on medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, or fuinjutsu. Seeing Xiaoying lost in thought, she knew that the girl's delicate mind had begun to ponder seriously. Moreover, Team 7 currently lacks a versatile support specialist. Zhuozhu and Mingren are already formidable on the offensive front. Even if you get an EMO guosher from the store manager, how would you bridge the gap between Zhuozhu's Xia Luanyan and the Jiao Wei inside Mingren? She's final words completely awakened Xiaoying and shattered her illusions. Yes, even if I had an EMO guosher like Zhuozhu without a powerful bloodline limit or the abundant chakra of a Jinchuriki, I would still drift further away from them. Recognizing the disparity, Xiaoying understood. In Team 7, her role now was to identify what the team lacked rather than trying to become something specific within it. Zhuozhu and Mingren's training directions were already set, and altering them rashly would enrage the entire Muyi. Since I can't change them, I have to change myself and adapt. Xiaoying finally realized her epiphany. At this moment, she was simply dedicating herself to the team's contribution, unaware that this was the path for nearly all civilian families and civilian ninjas. The path of a ninja from a great clan was determined from birth. Their family's heritage was enough for even mediocre clan ninjas to strive for their entire lives. Therefore, the remaining directions and paths for these great clans were the best opportunities for civilian ninjas to excel and integrate into them. Unless one displayed extraordinary talent from a young age and received special training from the village, identifying and filling the gaps was the ultimate way for ordinary civilian ninjas to rise. Otherwise, they would be crushed by clan ninjas on the same path, both in personal strength and family power. Seeing the light return to Xiao Ying's eyes, she knew that this sensitive girl had finally come to terms with reality. Muyi is now in its golden age. If you want to learn genjutsu, I can arrange a meeting with Shirihong, a jonin. For medical ninjutsu, Lady Gang Sho often gives guidance at the Muyi Hospital, so you can go there for training. For fuinjutsu, you can consult Mingren's mother. I believe Mingren would be happy to take you along if you ask. As she pointed out the suitable directions for her one by one. Xiaoying realized that on each path, masters who had nearly reached the pinnacle already existed, and they were all in Muyi. Moreover, each of them was connected to her or her teacher. At that moment, Xiaoying understood the importance of a good guide. I'd like to start with medical ninjutsu while also studying fuinjutsu and genjutsu. Xiaoying was not foolish. Since she had connections on every path, she would take them all. No problem. I'm only pointing out your future paths. How you walk them and how far you go will ultimately depend on you. Just remember not to bite off more than you can chew. She agreed readily. Trying them all was fine, and in the end she would find the one she loved and suited her best. The awakening of the tienda is actually related to your heart. It is said that a Zanpakuto-S ability reflects the deepest desire within you. So showing if you cannot cast aside your distractions, your Chienda may never awaken. I've talked too much today. What a great teacher I am. She thought to himself, feeling quite thirsty. He decided to go drink some water, and then share his glorious image of being a teacher with Dai Tu and Yi Yuan Lin. With that thought, she put away the Chin Ri Tian Tang in his hand and left Xiaoying behind as he walked away. Kakashi-sensei, Xiaoying was a bit bewildered by her teacher's sudden departure. Perhaps Kakashi felt he had said enough, and now it was up to her own determination. Keep going, Xiaoying. For Zuojun. Xiaoying clenched her fists, giving herself a boost of motivation. Ganbat. First go find Mingren. Xiaoying decided to start with the easiest approach. She had heard that Mingren's mother had a good relationship with Lady Gangsho, so perhaps she could gain an advantage by being close to them. So you're truly determined to learn the sealing technique. At Mingren's home, Xuanhua Jiushinai asked Xiaoying with a serious expression. Xiaoying nodded nervously while Mingren behind her also grew anxious. Although Mingren had pounded his chest to guarantee that he would persuade Xuanhua Jiushinai to teach Xiaoying, he now dared not speak. Though Jiushinai and Mingren had not been reunited for long, the innate pressure of bloodline had already made Jiushinai the undisputed authority in the household. Mingren, seeing Jiushinai silent, decided to use his trump card. He rushed over, grabbed her arm, and shook it. The solemn Jiushinai, unable to resist her son's cajoling, finally broke into a smile. All right, for the sake of my foolish son, I'll test your abilities first. Thank you, Lady Jiushinai. Hearing Jiushinai relent, Xiaoying breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was hope now. Finally arrived at my village. You three keep as silent as possible once inside, understand? At the my village gate, a blonde woman advised the three behind her, occasionally rubbing her shoulder as if weary. Understood. The three replied in unison. Hold on. Who are you? Just as they stepped into the village, the my gatekeepers appeared and stopped them. I am Samuia Jonin from Yunin Village, invited by Mai to participate in the joint Chunin exam. The blonde beauty produced a clearance document issued by the Laying and handed it to Gangziti. Gangziti verified the document and said, please also let me inspect the Muyud clearance document. The Laying said that the Chunin exam in Mai was moved up, so we had no time to obtain the Mai clearance before departing. Samui said nonchalantly. This. Gangziti hesitated. Is this the hospitality of Mai? You invited us, yet you changed the exam date without notice, just to humiliate our Yunin representatives at your gate. Samui rubbed her shoulder, irritably accusing Gangziti. Gangziti was both troubled and panicked, as Samui's words could affect relations between the two villages. Yet without a Muyud clearance, outsiders could not enter the village. Did the Laying think his own document was gold? You flatter me. Mai is always peaceful and friendly to its friends. I have some necessary forms for you to fill out. Once you're done, you may enter the village. With a glance from Gangziti, Shinhua Chuan understood and pulled a stack of forms from the file. There are chairs here, you may fill them out at your leisure. Gangziti kindly offered his and Shinhua Chuan seats. Is this form also required? Samui pointed at a piece of paper and asked. My residency registration form. Seeing the title, Gangziti quickly snatched it back. Sorry. My partner just took over this duty. He's still a bit inexperienced. Please bear with us. Shinhua Chuan took the blame innocently. Samui, knowing that petty officials can be troublesome, leaned against the table, finally relieved of her shoulder strain, and began filling out the forms. The Yunin people have arrived at the village gate, claiming they were invited by Mai for the Chunin exam. In the Huiying's office, Shui men looked puzzled at Yuanfei Risen, who sat on the sofa. The Laying did mention attending this Chunin exam, but I declined, saying we'd invite them next time. I didn't expect them to show. Yuanfei Risen took a puff of his pipe, recalling the matter. Since it's a matter for my tenure, I'll handle it. He rose and left the office. Third generation. Huiyingsama, where is the third generation? An Umbu ninja in a mask appeared. He went to the village gate. Seeing Shui men silent, Nailong Luzhou answered the Umbu. The Umbu said nothing more and vanished with a body flicker technique. Luzhou, how is Kaka's eyes preparation? Shui men suddenly asked. Everything is ready, but Kaka, she seems a bit hesitant. It's fine. I'll talk to him tonight. Shui men's gaze grew deep, as if lost in thought. How many more things do I have to write? Just bring them all out. Samui felt her anger barely contained. She had already filled out over 50 forms and written more than 20 essays, yet Gangziti kept producing new documents for her to complete. Gangziti even claimed that Mai needed to customize exclusive friendship uniforms for allied village ninjas, thus asking Samui and her team to provide their height measurements and other data. Gangziti's heart was also bitter. He didn't want to make Samui fill out so many forms, but he was merely stalling for time, hoping that my higher-ups would come to handle the situation. Someone should have reported it by now. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Gangziti gave Shinhua Chuan a covert glance and took the file bag from him. If my still didn't send anyone, he would have to send Chuan to report, otherwise the forms would really be finished. Are you the guests from Uni Inc? Hearing the familiar voice, Gang Ziti finally sighed in relief. Someone had come. He withdrew the paper he was about to hand out, which bore the title, "Please write an argumentative essay of no less than 800 words on the topic my home green and environmental protection depends on everyone." Yuanfei Risen walked over slowly, smoking his pipe. Samu E, who had seen his photo, recognized the person in charge and put down her pen, finally spared from writing 10 favorite foods and the reasons for liking them, at least 10 points each, no less than 300 words. But she had already written 9 points. It would be a pity not to finish. Samu E shook her head to clear her dizzy mind. Writing too much had made her drowsy. "We came to Mai with the sincerest friendship, yet we encountered such hospitality." Samu E voiced her displeasure bluntly to Yuanfei Risen. "My apologies. My subordinates were inexperienced and discourteous." Gang Ziti Shinwa apologized to our guests at once. At Yuanfei Risen's words, the two gatekeepers quickly apologized. Samu E knew he was just smoothing things over, but she could not press further. "Lady Gang Shou, are you there?" At the Chinsho ancestral home, Xuanhua Jioshinai knocked. "What is it, Jioshinai?" A bloodstained Gang Shou opened the door weakly. "Lady Gang Shou, what happened to you?" Jioshinai was puzzled. Didn't Gang Shou have hemophobia? Then why was she covered in blood? "Don't ask." Gang Shou led Jioshinai inside. "As soon as my great-uncle learned about my hemophobia, he prepared a pool of pig blood and dunked me in it that very day. I fainted and woke up and fainted. I've had enough sleep for days." Gang Shou complained bitterly to Jioshinai. Lord Fijian's methods may be extreme, but they seem effective. Jioshinai observed that even though Gang Shou was still covered in blood, she showed no signs of stress, indicating the treatment was working. "Enough about me. What brings you here?" Gang Shou entered the room, grabbed a bowl from the table, and began eating ravenously. She had fainted last night and only woke up at noon, starving nearly to death. "It's about Kaka's disciple." Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Gang Shou immediately released Ro. Now Sha dropped her bowl and flew out with Jioshinai. My red alert. There are so many delicious foods in this world. 3 girls draped in red robes and cloaks flew out from the sky, countless bats and insects swarming off their bodies. Samui, who had been idly chatting with Hiruzen Sarutobi, naturally noticed. "It seems they're invaders. Why not come and see?" Konoha now possesses enough strength to handle any external threat. Hiruzen Sarutobi was brimming with confidence, directly inviting Samui to observe the battle. Though he did not know where the enemies came from, with all 4 Hokage gathered, Konoha could surely overcome any danger. Lord Hokage Arkakechu can only slightly hinder these bats and insects. Shivi Aburame, the current head of the Aburame clan, reported helplessly to Minato. When the overwhelming swarm of insects first appeared, the Aburame clan acted immediately. To them, these unknown bugs were like a treasure trove. They refused to let others interfere with these insects, and the other clans tacitly allowed the Aburame to handle them. However, these insects were exceptionally ferocious. The Kakechu could not harm them at all. Only when clusters of Kakechu self-destructed did they manage to inflict losses on the invading swarm. But the insects seemed endless. The mass self-destruction of Kakechu only slowed their advance, not reducing their numbers. The civilians of Konoha have all been evacuated. Now the major clans will join the fight, but I hope the Aburame clan can quickly develop a specific countermeasure against these insects. Minato handed Shivi a sealed scroll containing the corpses of the insects. Although the Kakechu were ineffective and the Aburame's insecticide also failed to kill, no one doubted the Aburame clan's expertise on insects. Thus handing over the insect corpses to them was the best choice. "Yes, Lord Hokage. I will not fail your trust." The sky, darkened by the swarming insects even at noon, pressured Shivi to take the scroll without hesitation and immediately begin research. Fireball Jutsu. Prepare. Shikaka Nara had already organized the combat ninjas. At his command, all ninjas capable of using the fireball jutsu formed hand seals. Release. Every ninja expelled their prepared fireballs while wind-style users fanned the flames, making the blaze even fiercer. A dividing line quickly appeared in the sky. Below it, a sea of crimson fire raged, blocking the invading insects. Above it, the fearless insects kept crashing into the flames, dying and falling. After a stalemate, the insects finally retreated, much to the relief of Konoha's forces, as over half of the fire-style ninjas had depleted their chakra. "Have you found out their origins?" Minato asked Shikaku. "Yes. These 3 are the female demons from the northern castle in the world of Resident Evil. They somehow arrived in Konoha through our world gate." Shikaku handed Minato the intelligence report that had just been delivered. "They all seem to belong to the same clan, all surnamed Dimitrescu. In that castle besides them there is a woman in a white dress nearly 3 meters tall, apparently their mother. Kill freely, Suzumabachi. Yata no Kagami." Seeing the insects retreat, the 3 girls' figures appeared. Minato instantly turned into light, rushing into the sky and releasing his Zanpakuto, aiming to kill them in one strike. The sky flashed with golden light as countless beams shot out. When they struck the three sisters, they exploded and left black butterfly patterns on their bodies. Soon the patterns covered them entirely. Such an attack would be devastating on the battlefield. Samui, observing from the sidelines, immediately recognized the value of Yatta no Kagami. Though she did not know Suzumabachi's ability, the wide area explosive damage of Yatta no Kagami could sway the outcome of any battle. It seems the yellow flash of Konoha has developed a remarkable new technique, Samui remarked. The student surpasses the teacher. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not elaborate, tacitly acknowledging Samui's words. After the Yatta no Kagami, the three girls in the sky were barely alive, covered in butterfly patterns. With a flash of golden light, Minato appeared behind one girl and Suzumabachi struck the butterfly pattern. The girls silently dissolved. The remaining two screamed in agony. Sister! Sister! But before they could act, a cacophony of chirping birds filled the air. Double lightning shock. Kakashi's hands crackled with violent lightning like divine punishment. He pierced the hearts of the two remaining girls with one hand each. Well done, Kakashi. Minato praised, patting his shoulder. Sensei, could you please take me down? I've run out of... Kakashi said helplessly. Minato wordlessly brought Kakashi safely to the ground. Who has harmed my daughters? A roar came from the sky. Looking up, the azure sky seemed to split open and a huge claw extended from the rift. All of you will be buried with my daughters. The furious voice echoed again and a pale woman emerged from the torn sky. This is the mother of the three girls as per the intelligence. Shikaku whispered to Minato. Minato nodded slightly, handed Kakashi to Shikaku, turned into light, and appeared behind the woman. Suzumabachi gleamed dangerously as it thrust toward her. Ding! The woman raised her giant claw to block Suzumabachi. The claw looked like her own hand, but Suzumabachi left no butterfly mark on it. Despicable vermin. How dare you offend the esteemed Lady Alcina Dimitrescu? You deserve death. Alcina angrily swung her claw at Minato, who dodged by turning into light. Leaf-strong whirlwind. A green meteor shot up from the ground toward Alcina. It was Konoha's blue beast Might Guy. How annoying. Alcina slapped Guy away with a single blow. Dammy. The passion of youth will never stop. Guy, though sent flying, did not give up. A terrifying aura began to emanate from him. Guy, leave this to me. Minato stopped Guy from opening the 8 gates. Fine, even youth has its limits. Guy did not insist, knowing well the power of Minato's Suzumabachi, so he wisely withdrew. Minato charged at Alcina again, but her claw once more swung toward him. This time, however, the light of Minato's elemental transformation suddenly veered behind Alcina, and Suzumabachi left a black butterfly mark on the back. Light can refract. Minato had secretly placed the Yatta mirror while Guy attacked Alcina. When his light form encountered the mirror, it refracted, thus fooling Alcina. Damn it. Alcina felt the pain at the back of her head and grew even more enraged. Anger only exposes your weaknesses. Minato's Suzumabachi struck again, and a crossed overlapping black butterfly appeared on the back of Alcina's head. Eerie. Indeed, if the Resident Evil world hadn't restricted entry for Jonin and above, we would have unified it long ago. Akimichi Choza saw that Lady Achina was hit twice in the same spot by Minato's hornet sting and knew that this foreign invasion had ended anticlimactically. No. The activation time of the second level instant kill hasn't been this long. Nara Shikaku beside him already sensed something wrong. The two patterns had been forming for at least 5 seconds, yet Achina had not dissipated. This was truly abnormal. Boom. Minato also thought Achina would die instantly, so he stood there stunned, but Achina was completely unharmed. A giant claw with a whistling sound struck Minato, directly sending him crashing to the ground. Minato, sitting on the abused Uzumaki Kushina, saw a tuft of yellow hair falling from the sky from afar, and worriedly used Shunpa to check on the situation. Tsunade then exerted force with her feet, leaping directly from the abyss and charging straight at Achina, causing the ibis's body to sink downward from the push. Painful skyleg. Tsunade, with her robes fluttering, delivered a kick that carried immense momentum, threatening Achina. Achina's expression changed upon seeing Tsunade's flying kick, and her always open claws clenched into a fist which she swung forcefully towards Tsunade. So this is Tsunadeheim, one of the 3 ninja of Konoha. Samui clearly sensed the change in the surrounding people's emotions. The moment Minato was struck down, the morale of the nearby Konoha ninjas dropped. Yet the moment Tsunade's figure appeared, the lowered morale quickly recovered, and some even had uncontrollable smiles on their bang. The clash between Achina and Tsunade was evenly matched, but Tsunade had no ability to stay airborne, so she inevitably fell from the sky. Fortunately, the abuse came and caught her. Tsunade's feet trembled slightly as she landed on the ibis's back. She felt as if she had fractured a bone from the collision. Of course, Achina was not unaffected. Her huge claws had already been slightly dented. You are quite impressive. Would you like to become my daughter? China extended her other normal hand as if inviting Tsunade. I don't want an extra. A huge golden Buddha statue appeared, which was none other than Senju Hashirama, who had eaten the animal-type human fruit mythical Zoan Great Buddha form. Senju Hashirama did not fly, but thanks to the massive size of his manifested Great Buddha form, he could already look directly at the high altitude of China. Tsunade, you go down first. Senju Tobarama, standing on Hashirama's shoulder, noticed the abnormal trembling in Tsunade's legs, knowing that she had suffered in the previous clash, so he told her to disengage. Tsunade did not overestimate herself. In her eyes there was nothing that her grandfather and great-uncle could not handle together, so she directly ordered the abuse to descend. A war of attrition. China looked contemptuously at the golden glowing giant before her. The first yellow-haired man posed no threat. The second blonde girl was a bit tricky, but still beatable, but she had no idea what kind of moves this big guy and the little runt on his shoulder had. Buddha fist. Senju Hashirama had no mercy for enemies invading Konoha, so he raised his massive fist and smashed it toward China. What kind of ability is this? Although the fist was huge, China still wanted to try a direct clash, but the Buddha light and chanting attached to the Buddha fist made her extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, the closer the Buddha fist came, the worse she felt, to the point that China sensed her own soul being scorched. Therefore China rationally decided to dodge the punch. What's happening? Why can't I move? When China tried to evade, she found her body completely immobile. Watching the Buddha fist approaching, she began to struggle. I can move. At the last moment, China felt she had regained control of her body and hurriedly prepared to fly away, but the Buddha fist was already right in front of her. She only had time to raise her giant claws above her head. Pfft. Shikaki, you come in too. After reaching the ground, Tsunade did not idle as she threw all the injured into the ibis's mouth. Nara Shikaka had just used the shadow imitation technique to bind China, but China eventually broke free, causing backlash. Shikaku felt a sharp pain in his brain and could not help but spew a mouthful of blood. And Tsunade, seeing Shikaku vomit blood, had no reaction of hemophobia at all and directly threw him into the ibis's mouth as well. Fire-style toad oil flame bomb. A huge fireball flew toward the position of Hashirama's Buddha fist. China was directly struck by Hashirama's Buddha fist and slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, this could not stop the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, which instantly reported the news that China was still alive. At this moment, Jiraiya also summoned Gamabunta and joined the battle. The toad oil flame bomb flew in, and as Hashirama's fist lifted, the firebomb directly exploded on China's body. China, whose soul was already being scorched by the Buddha fist, now had her body burned by the toad oil flame bomb. The highly sticky toad oil clung to her body and could not be shaken off, so the flames continued to burn. China felt that she had never been so humiliated since birth. She would make all these offenders go to hell. Her nearly 3-meter body began to transform. Wings sprouted from her back and a tail grew out. Soon a ferocious creature resembling a western dragon appeared. Roar. China's transformed body was extraordinarily massive. Even lying down, it was taller than Hashirama's great Buddha form. After a loud roar, the transformed China flapped its wings, preparing to take off, and countless houses were destroyed under the immense wind pressure. Damn it. Don't let it take off. If such a terrifying creature took to the skies, it would be a disaster. Konoha's anti-air capabilities were too weak, and once this monster flew away and escaped, Konoha would be plagued by the constant threat of its revenge. Understanding this, Senju Hashirama quickly rushed forward and grabbed the tail of China's transformed form, slowing down its takeoff momentum. Super multi-size technique. Super multi-size technique. Super multi-size technique. Countless Akimichi clan members grew to enormous size. Hashirama's reminder made everyone realize the horror of this monster taking flight, so hundreds of Akimichi giants grabbed the 4 legs of China's transformed form, trying to pull it down. Son, why are you here? Akimichi Choza, the largest among the Akimichi clan, noticed a chubby boy nearby looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Akimichi Choji. Dad, uncles, and grandpas are all here, so of course I have to do my part. Chodao Dingxi was not feeling well at the moment. He still lacked sufficient strength to utilize the super multi-size technique and had to rely on the clan's secret pills to stimulate his chakra for its use. If the drug's effect wore off, Chodao Dingxi would shrink again. Why do I feel lighter? Dingxi suddenly felt as if he were about to fly. Looking down, he realized he was indeed airborne. The entire Chodao clan plus Qianshou Jian could not hold down a soaring China variant. Summoning technique, house destruction technique. Zilla Yi summoned a giant toad that leaped directly onto the back of the China. However, it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Instead, the toad was snatched up by the China variant's enormous ferocious maw and swallowed. Fortunately, at the last moment, the toad dispelled the summoning and returned to Miaomu Mountain. The wings of the China variant kept exploding under countless attacks aimed at them. Roar. The fully airborne China variant stretched its body, shaking off everyone clinging to its feet. As for Qianshou Zhujian, who had been clinging tightly to its tail, the China variant flicked its tail and sent him flying. The China variant shook its head in the air, spewing countless flying insects from its mouth, insects even more ferocious and swift than those of its daughter. Wherever they passed, even houses were devoured. On the ground, Kakashi was frantically consuming soldier pills of the 3 Tomo, and his Sharingan had also transformed with 3 sickle-like shapes interlocking. The Mangekyo was ready to be unleashed. The meaning of youth is to burn, even if it means burning to ashes. The energy surging around Mighty Kai grew increasingly violent, and he charged at China without hesitation. We need to get out. Let us out. The impatient Mingun bit down on Huibishu's hand. Though in pain, Huibishu still refused to yield the shelter door. The 4 Hokage jointly signed a Hokage order commanding all genin and below to remain in the shelter and not leave without notification. Outside, the shelter explosions and screams rose and fell. Huibishu himself was concerned about the situation outside, but his duty was also important. He had to protect the future of my word spirit Black Sun. A whisper echoed from the void, plunging the chaotic battlefield into dead silence. A massive black sun appeared in the sky, dividing the dome with the original sun, one black, one white, each claiming half the heavens. The black sun radiated oppressive heat, forcing the ninja on the ground to retreat quickly. However, the flying insects in the air were directly incinerated to ashes, while those farther away were drawn into the black sun by its slowly rotating gravitational pull and perished. Have you caused enough trouble? Suddenly a pair of golden lights blazed within the center of the black sun, and a figure emerged. Cheng Gong stepped out of the black sun. The oppressive aura slowed even the flapping speed of the China variant's wings. When it met Cheng Gong's dark gold molten dragon eyes, China's eyes were instantly burned blind. This was the sovereign's punishment for those who overstepped. Cheng Gong slowly approached the China variant, his feet stepping on the void, as if blooming lotuses, with each step the black sun floating like a giant will above his head following him. This is not a place you should have come. You should have been grateful for escaping punishment, yet you have committed heinous sins by slaughtering. Remember, this calamity is your own doing. A golden longsword gradually materialized in Cheng Gong's hand. Holding the Santian Shiji, he approached China step by step, but China only trembled and lowered its head, offering no other reaction. The longsword pierced the head of the China variant. There was no scream, no resistance. With a flash of blade light from the Santian Shiji, the massive body of the China variant suddenly vanished. The black sun dispersed and Cheng Gong also vanished from the sky. Was that just a dream? A ninja gazing at the dazzling warm sunlight and the serene blue sky couldn't help but rub his eyes. What had happened was too astonishing, only the ruins served as reminders of the reality moments ago. Ha ha ha, the shopkeeper is truly formidable. Qianshou Zhujian cancelled the Great Buddha mode and smiled brightly. After his shock, Shuimen quickly directed the repair work. With the cement formula exchanged from Cheng Gong, the construction speed and durability of buildings had greatly improved. Meanwhile, Neilong Lujiu also crawled out of the row now Sha to assist Shuimen. Shan Zhenghai activated the mind transmission technique to notify Huibishu to bring the people out of the shelter. Burp. Kakashi opened one dead fish eye and stored the soldier pills back into the sealing scroll. The intense feeling of fullness still made him burp involuntarily. Kakashi, what delicious food are you sneaking? Mighty Kai grabbed Kakashi, who was putting away the sealing scroll. Get lost. Burp. Kakashi shook off Mighty Kai, irritably unable to suppress another burp. His chakra was too abundant, making him a bit hyper, but the battle was over. Kakashi pulled out the Chinra Tiantang and prepared to go home. Then again, maybe he should go to the My Hospital to get some digestive tablets. He silently changed direction. After returning to his small shop, Cheng Gong let out a long sigh and slowly rocked in his chair. He had noticed when the people from the Resident Evil world entered the Naruto world. Cheng Gong had wanted to forcibly close the world gate, but China had torn it open. A portion of the spiritual pressure of the Santian Shiji needed to connect to the Resident Evil world, so he couldn't suppress China and let them through. Knowing that trouble was brewing, Cheng Gong quickly bought to strengthen himself, finally finishing the enhancements just before the China variant went completely berserk. When purchasing the word spirit, Cheng Gong also upgraded his bloodline to the first generation species, which was a perfect counter to the China variant, which possessed a thin dragon bloodline. In the end, China offered no resistance and willingly let Cheng Gong end her. After absorbing the world fragments within the Dimitisi Ku family, the Santian Shiji's control over the Resident Evil world greatly increased. Combined with Cheng Gong's soaring power, his world gate could now allow cage-level elites to pass through. Sammy, why are you in such a hurry to call me here? The fourth Reikage AI, who had been transported outside the My Village via the heavenly transfer technique, asked Sammy. Sammy told AI everything she had seen in My. So you mean the resurrection of the past Hokage, their bizarre abilities, and the inexplicable invasion of powerful enemies are all related to this shopkeeper? After watching the footage from Sammy's recorder, AI asked Sammy, "Yes, Lord Raikage. If we don't establish a good relationship with this shopkeeper, our Unionkin might become history in the ninja world." Sammy was worried that AI didn't fully grasp the seriousness of the situation. "Alright, I understand. I'll go find Bufeng Shuimen first." The China variant was even larger than the 8 tails of the terror of such a beast was unimaginable. Yet Cheng Gong had resolved it with ease, which spoke volumes about his power. AI was brave enough to challenge, but not foolish enough to seek death. Today's meeting is adjourned. From today, Qiansho Gangho will serve as the minister of the Maiumbu. Achimu Kakaxi will serve as the minister of the Maijenbu under the jurisdiction of the Maiumbu. Yuanfei Risen and Jitsu and Tuanzang are to complete the handover within 3 days. Bufeng Shuimen declared the conclusion of today's meeting. The attack by Akaina made the people of Mai realize the peril of the resident evil world. The benefits were certainly great, but the dangers were no less formidable. Mai could not consume the entire pie alone. From today, Yuanfei Risen will serve as the minister of the Mai Foreign Exchange Department and Jitsu and Tuanzang as the deputy minister. Within this month, they must advance the joint campaign of the 5 great ninja villages into the resident evil world. No delays. This meeting is adjourned. Cheng Gong had already informed Mai that the World Gate could accommodate level ninjas to pass through, but Mai was not pleased by this. Akaina's strength dealt a heavy blow to Mai. The might of Mai with 4 Huiying coexisting was enough to sweep the entire ninja world. Yet, even with such formidable power when facing Akaina, they had to muster the entire village's strength and nearly suffered defeat. Thus Mai decided to share the risks, dragging all the major ninja villages into the fray. Moreover, the benefits in the resident evil world made it impossible for these villages to resist the bait. Lord Huiying Sammy and her party have returned to my village. Accompanying them is a sturdy man who appears to be the 4th Liang AI. Right after the meeting, an Umbu ninja reported to Shuimen. How could he have arrived so quickly? Shuimen was somewhat... During the previous Ninja World War, the Cloud Hidden Village seemed to have demonstrated a ninjutsu called the Heavenly Transfer Technique, which could teleport any object to any location, but it was only used for objects. The 3rd Liang, due to his powerful physique, could ignore the risks and teleport. The 4th Liang might be the same. Yuanfei Risen, as expected of a ninja with the title of doctor, instantly analyzed the reason for the 4th Liang's sudden appearance in Mai. Then he'll go and talk to the 4th Liang. Please contact the remaining villages as soon as possible. Shuimen, after giving instructions to Yuanfei Risen, went to meet the 4th Liang. The yellow flash of Mai truly lives up to his reputation. The 4th Liang sighed in admiration as he watched Bufeng Shuimen suddenly appear before. From afar, he saw a yellow flash flying from a window of the Mai building straight toward him. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before him. The 4th Liang admitted to himself that he could not achieve such speed. "I know why you have come, Lord Liang. Why not first come with me to a place?" Bufeng Shuimen said straightforwardly. As for the place to take the Liang, it was naturally Cheng Gong's small shop. The shock of seeing it with his own eyes was more effective than any words. "Then please lead the way, Lord Huiying." AI, seeing that Bufeng Shuimen showed no formality, naturally did not stand on ceremony. "Shopkeeper, what are you doing?" After entering the shop, AI stood stunned as he received the shop's information. Shuimen went further inside first. Cheng Gong was fiddling with something unknown at the moment while Mingren was running in the center of a formation-like array, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, causing Shuimen to watch with some concern. Shuimen was not worried that Cheng Gong would harm Mingren. With Cheng Gong's strength, there was no need. However, Shuimen was afraid that Mingren might accidentally bump into something and get hurt. If Jixinai found out when he got home, he would end up sleeping on the sofa again. Truly a new thing almost done. "Mingren, come out." Cheng Gong stopped his movements and gestured for Mingren to come out. "Shopkeeper, how was my performance?" Mingren walked out in a stuttering manner, his entire body moving as if in slow motion. Didn't I cancel it?" Cheng Gong looked at Mingren, who hadn't returned to normal, and felt a bit strange. He couldn't have really broken the kid, could he? Mingren's father was still nearby, which was a bit awkward. Cheng Gong slapped the back of Mingren's head. Mingren, in pain, hugged his head and crouched down. "Shopkeeper, what are you doing? That hurts." Seeing Mingren return to normal, Cheng Gong nodded. "When something breaks, just give it a couple of whacks. The ancestors never lied." "Alright, I'll transfer 20 return points to you." Upon hearing this, Mingren's headache and leg soreness vanished instantly. He hurried to the counter to check his return points and found that he indeed had 20 more, immediately overjoyed. "Shopkeeper, if there's such a good deal in the future, remember to call me in very tough," Mingren said with a grin. I know. Next time I'll definitely come to you." Cheng Gong waved his hand. This was a revenue-generating project that Cheng Gong had prepared for himself. He had exchanged for the word spirit time 0, which allowed him to freely control the flow of time within a domain. Currently Cheng Gong could accelerate or decelerate the flow of time by 100-fold, but this word spirit was only effective as long as he continuously cast it. Once he stopped, time 0 would become invalid. Cheng Gong thought of combining the binding spells from the Shinigami world, the sealing jutsu from the Naruto world, and the alchemy array from the Dragon Clan world to create a formation that could contain, store, and even generate time 0. Once the research succeeded, this formation would undoubtedly become a cultivation paradise. Cheng Gong would then charge by time, guaranteeing a huge profit. For instance, Shuimin, ever since he realized the gap in strength last time, had started to make time for cultivation even amidst his busy schedule. The Hornet's 2-strike kill ability was indeed very powerful, but it was ineffective against opponents with spiritual pressure far higher than his own. That was why Shuimin's 2-strike kill failed when it hit Akaina. Akaina's soul had been tainted with a trace of dragon soul. Although only a trace, her soul had undergone a qualitative change, which was why Akaina was not afraid of Shuimin's Hornet. You figured it out so quickly and started allying with other villages. I thought you'd be hogging the spoils for a while longer. It was only then that Cheng Gong noticed the 4th Liang and Sammy's group at the door. Last time during Akaina's invasion of my, Cheng Gong had seen Sammy. He had thought that after he showed off his power, Sammy would come to the shop quickly. She unexpectedly waited until the 4th Liang arrived before coming to the shop. The higher-ups indeed wanted to continue developing the Resident Evil world on their own for a while longer, but Lord Zhu Jian felt that such matters should not be delayed. If a Resident Evil world could appear, then a zombie crisis world might appear in the future. We need to rapidly increase our strength. Shuimin gave an awkward smile. No wonder Mui's efficiency was so high when Qianshou Zhujian was pushing things forward. The current Qianshou Zhujian possessed the wisdom and spiritual enhancement of the Great Buddha form, so his vision was naturally far-reaching. Even if you didn't want to ally with other villages, they would have come knocking on your door soon anyway. After the renovation of Cheng Gong's shop, it attracted countless people every day. Many merchants would also come in to look. Although they couldn't afford to buy anything, they would use the items in Cheng Gong's shop as topics of conversation to show off. Recently, Cheng Gong had noticed some familiar faces from other villages. There were also many reckless youths who tried to steal items only to be struck by divine lightning and annihilated body and soul. You are the shopkeeper. AI looked at Cheng Gong, who appeared utterly ordinary aside from his look, struggling to reconcile the man before her with the celestial being she had seen in the recordings. That's me. You should already know my origins. Knowing too much would do no good. With a single sentence, Cheng Gong dismissed AI. Go handle your own affairs. If you're not buying anything, don't bother me. It was clear that Shuimin had something to discuss with AI, so Cheng Gong sent them both away. Hey you. After Shuimin and AI left to talk, Cheng Gong suddenly pointed at someone. Take this to the Tsuchikage. Tell him to open it, and then he can come find me. Cheng Gong tossed a small box to the person before him. I'm not. The person tried to deny something, but Cheng Gong cut him off. I know you're Chitu of Awagakure. Lately plenty of your villagers have come to my shop, but not a single one has spent a coin. Such stinginess. Cheng Gong felt a hint of disdain for Inoki. He had sent wave after wave of spies to investigate the shop, and the divine lightning had struck more Awagakure ninja than any other. Yet despite all those strikes, Inoki refused to allocate funds for his scouts, resorting only to theft, deception, and plunder. Perhaps he had finally relented or allocated some funds, for this time he sent his personal guard Chitu in person. But Chitu had wandered around the shop for half a day without touching anything, so Cheng Gong simply called him over and handed him a world box. The box's function was straightforward. Upon opening it would create a world gate at that spot leading to the world of Resident Evil. Cheng Gong could then open another world gate in Konoha to bring people over. Once the world box was opened, Cheng Gong could sense the world gate and choose to activate or deactivate it, so he had no fear of any random individuals from the ninja world slipping into the Resident Evil world. As for whether Inoki would dare to enter after receiving the box from Chita, Cheng Gong had no idea. Cheng Gong had also given a similar world box to Senju Tobarama, who had already led a team to Tsunade to negotiate reparations and help resolve the village's leaderless predicament. According to Senju Tobarama, they just needed to pick someone suitable. After arranging the new Kazekage, he would open the world box to allow the new Kazekage to participate in the conference. That evening, Cheng Gong told Dunshun Rika to keep an eye on the shop, then headed to the Forest of Death. Until Konoha managed to replicate the various special medicines and necessities that Cheng Gong sold, any ninja assigned to critical missions would come to his shop to buy essentials. Beyond that, another steady source of income came from selling Sea King food. Dishes made from Sea Kings were rich in energy that ninja bodies could absorb, and long-term consumption enhanced their physical strength. This discovery was first made by Chiodao Dingxi. The Kidō clan was the only one initially willing to buy food from Cheng Gong's shop, and as a top-tier second-generation member of the clan Kidō Dingxi, naturally had access to these exorbitantly priced dishes. Other Kidō clan members were stronger and didn't notice the effects of Sea King cuisine, but Kidō Dingxi, being relatively weaker, could directly sense the increase in his physical strength. After Kidō Dingxi pointed it out, Kidō Dingxi carefully examined the matter and found it to be true. From then on, the Sea King dishes from Cheng Gong's shop became a massive hit. Aside from the Kidō clan, the high-ranking members of other major families also began eating these dishes as regular meals, never missing a single meal. The specially trained young members of the families also enjoyed them. Kai frequently came to buy as well, and Cheng Gong had reason to suspect that Kai had saved most of his return points to purchase these dishes, especially since he had only bought a single asachi for himself so far. Beyond that, he came daily to buy dishes for himself and Shaoli. Sitting cross-legged, Cheng Gong took out the soul-refining chakra art that Senju Hashirama had sold to the shop. The soul-refining chakra art was a new technique painstakingly developed by the two Senju brothers after their resurrection. Its ability allowed one to extract and absorb chakra while in a spiritual state. In this way, despite lacking physical bodies, the two Senju brothers quickly regained their former strength. Cheng Gong intended to use this technique to break through to the 6 paths level. His current abilities were rather complex, each forming its own system, having blossomed independently under the forced endowment of the system. Thus, when Cheng Gong had previously attempted to condense truth-seeking balls, he had failed completely. After studying, he realized that his chakra nature transformation had not met the requirements. Now Cheng Gong could freely fuse 3 types of chakra, but adding a 4th would cause his physical mastery to be insufficient to control the changes between the various chakras. Therefore, he decided to take a different path, refining chakra from the soul, and using it to nourish the physical body. The method of refining chakra from the soul was not overly complicated. The two Senju brothers had likely considered mass adoption when developing the technique, so the difficulty was moderate. As far as Cheng Gong knew, both Minato and Kushina had learned it. Soon Cheng Gong felt a thread of chakra emerge within his soul. This was only the first step. Next, he needed to fuse that chakra with his spiritual pressure, eliminating any conflict between the two, and even making them complement each other. This step was a challenge for most, but it was relatively simple for Cheng Gong. Having refined countless fragments of world wills through the myriad worlds art, he possessed extraordinary proficiency in fusion, and it didn't take long for him to succeed. At this point, the soul-refining chakra art became useless. From now on, he only needed to slowly condense and expand his chakra. Word spirit time 0. Cheng Gong applied time 0 to himself, accelerating time by 100-fold. Then, with divided attention, he maintained the time 0 release while refining chakra. After his chakra was fully condensed and enriched, Cheng Gong decided to separate his soul from his physical body. This was the first time he had done so. Previously, whenever he used his Zanpakuto abilities, he would automatically transform into the Shahakusho form, which was essentially a state where his soul enveloped his body. Soul separation was a new attempt. Looking at myself in the mirror like this is quite strange. Cheng Gong muttered to himself as he gazed at his own physical, but once the novelty faded, he got down to work. Using a sliver of soul will, he controlled his physical body to fuse 3 types of chakra, while his soul simultaneously fused chakra of the remaining 4 natures. The fusion of the first 3 was easy, but when he added the 4th, he felt his chakra on the verge of collapse. At that moment, he directly summoned his spiritual pressure to suppress it. Under the forceful suppression of spiritual pressure, the collapse of the 4-nature chakra fusion slowed. Cheng Gong found the equilibrium point among the 4 chakras and successfully merged them. The final step, and the most difficult, was to fuse the 3-nature chakra with the 4-nature chakra. The difficulty of this was far from a simple 3+4. Every detail required Cheng Gong's meticulous control. A single mistake at any point would lead to total failure. Word spirit time 0. Cheng Gong activated time 0 once again, but this time he slowed down the 2 chakra balls in his hands. Under 100-fold time deceleration, Cheng Gong had ample ability to handle the difficulty of fusion. However, as it progressed, Cheng Gong found himself increasingly struggling. Not only was time 0 draining him, but the higher the degree of fusion of the 2 chakra balls, the more energy he needed to maintain their current state. Word spirit heavenly evolution. Now he had to accelerate the fusion. Cheng Gong invoked another word spirit. Heavenly evolution's ability was auxiliary in nature, making the user's brain exceptionally sharp, comparable to a high-performance computer. However, using 2 word spirits simultaneously was still too great a burden for Cheng Gong. He already felt a tearing sensation in his soul, and his physical body began to ooze blood. Knowing that time waited for no one, Cheng Gong accelerated. In the final 10% of fusion, he sensed that his soul was beginning to merge with his physical body. This situation worried Cheng Gong. Previously, he had thought that if the fusion failed, he could simply abandon his physical body and continue cultivating with his soul. But now that his body and soul were merging, if the fusion failed and the truth-seeking ball exploded, he might truly perish, both body and soul annihilated. Yet in the depths of his being, Cheng Gong felt a voice telling him that this was a necessary step for his advancement. Gritting his teeth, he chose not to stop the fusion of body and soul. Damn me. It hurts so much. After over half of the fusion between soul and body was complete, Cheng Gong could fully feel the pressure his physical body was under. His entire body was like a sponge, constantly squeezing out the last drop of water. It felt as if it was about to be crushed. Now with the tearing sensation in his soul and the crushing sensation in his body, Cheng Gong's mind became slightly dazed. The two chakra balls, almost completely fused, began to fluctuate on the verge of losing control. Second stage, Blood Rage. In desperation, Cheng Gong activated Blood Rage. This was an ability developed by hybrids of the Dragon Clan to further purify their dragon bloodline. Overuse of Blood Rage would turn one into a mindless killing machine, a dead servant. Initially, Cheng Gong had acquired this ability just for fun, but he never expected that his primordial species bloodline could also activate Blood Rage. This piqued his curiosity. What bloodline was he approaching after his primordial species underwent Blood Rage? Cheng Gong had originally planned to keep Blood Rage as a last resort, but he never thought he would have to use it now. Worried that the first stage of Blood Rage would provide too little enhancement, Cheng Gong directly used the second stage. Under the second stage, dragon scales began to grow on his body, showing signs of draconification. However, with the boost from Blood Rage, both Time Zero and Heavenly Evolution were enhanced. Time Zero could now adjust the time multiplier to 150 times, and the effect of Heavenly Evolution was directly doubled. Fuse. Cheng Gong's expression had never been so grim. His physical body and soul were now completely merged. From then on, body was soul and soul was body. It also meant that if the fusion failed, Cheng Gong had no means of escape. Heavenly Evolution was running at overload. Cheng Gong's face was flushed red and covered in sweat. 98, 99, 100. Heavenly Evolution withdrew. Time Zero receded. A golden sphere floated slowly before Cheng Gong, but in his memory the truth-seeking ball was black. But now Cheng Gong had no energy to ponder why the truth-seeking ball he had condensed was different, because he was currently fighting against the draconic nature awakened by Blood Rage. Cheng Gong felt an exceptionally violent voice in his mind, constantly roaring, trying to devour him. Become me. Merge with me and you will become the Emperor. The Emperor of the entire Dragon Clan. The voice kept pouring into Cheng Gong's mind, and the dragon scales on his body grew more and more. No. I don't want to. Cheng Gong hated nothing more than being forced to follow a predetermined path. He had ignored the system's tasks back then, and he ignored this voice's temptation now. But he found that no matter how he resisted, he could not stop being devoured. Just as Cheng Gong's sanity was about to be completely engulfed, a flash of golden light appeared. The 3,000 worlds automatically manifested in his mind, immediately striking at the overwhelming evil thoughts. Under this sudden attack, the evil thoughts paused their devouring steps, and Cheng Gong seized the chance to catch his breath. Yet even so, Cheng Gong had no way to resolve the crisis. As his sanity was about to be consumed again, he unconsciously began to recite a passage. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. Under Cheng Gong's recitation, the evil thoughts in his mind began to be purified. When he finished reciting the entire passage, the evil thoughts had completely vanished. Suddenly Cheng Gong opened his eyes, which he had closed at some point. The brutality in his eyes had dissipated, the golden pupils were fading, and his black eyes returned. At this moment Cheng Gong gasped for breath. The battle in his mind just now was known only to him, yet it was even more dangerous than fusing the truth-seeking ball. The ancient ancestor saved my life. Cheng Gong thanked sincerely in his heart. He remembered that the Tao Te Ching had saved him. After calming down, he finally saw the golden truth-seeking ball he had condensed. Has this thing been dyed? Cheng Gong had no idea what was going on. Who's there? Suddenly sensing someone spying on him, Cheng Gong yelled and looked up into the sky. This. It seems like chakra. After probing, Cheng Gong found that it was merely a chakra with Will hovering above him. Could it be? Cheng Gong had a guess. He flew straight up and found the chakra. It is indeed you, Daitongmyui. This was the first time Cheng Gong had encountered a member of the Daitongmyui clan, even if only a chakra will. I sensed someone fusing a truth-seeking ball to break through to my level, so I came to have a look. Daitongmyui, also known as the Sixth Path Sage, looked at Cheng Gong and the golden chakra behind him. So you mean that I have already reached the same level as you? The Sixth Path Sage had no concept of Six Paths level. He only knew that Cheng Gong had reached the same level as his living self. But Cheng Gong's goal this time was to break through to the Six Paths level, and being on par with the Six Paths Sage was exactly that. Yes. Although your breakthrough method was forcefully explored by yourself, I can sense that your life level is now the same. The Six Paths Sage acknowledged Cheng Gong's words. I forced my own exploration. Didn't you break through the same way? Cheng Gong had thought that the Six Paths Sage had achieved it similarly. My truth-seeking ball was condensed by cultivating sage arts to the utmost, then using natural energy as a buffer to fuse the chakra of 7 attributes. You forcefully fused the truth-seeking ball without cultivating sage arts. I thought you would fail during the fusion of soul and body. So the insight I had during the fusion of my body and soul, was it transmitted by you? Cheng Gong recalled the sudden insight that appeared during the fusion of body and soul. He had thought it was a stroke of inspiration, but it turned out to be the work of the Six Paths Sage. Moreover, the Six Paths Sage had thought he would fail. Wasn't that sending him to his death? At this thought, Cheng Gong stared at the Six Paths Sage with a dangerous gaze. I cannot sense your origin, and there is nothing in your bloodline that relates to the Daetongmu clan. Your breakthrough has brought me a sense of the unknown, so I hope you will fail to ensure the peace of the ninja world. Cheng Gong understood from this statement. This was the limitation of the chakra will. The chakra will of the Six Paths Sage was meant to protect the ninja world, so when Cheng Gong broke through the chakra will both hoped for a new powerhouse to emerge in the ninja world, yet, because of Cheng Gong's complete unknown, the will felt some panic and wanted to destroy it. Fortunately, Cheng Gong eventually broke through. What about my golden truth-seeking orb? Since you explored your own path, that is your own color, no different from my black truth-seeking orb. Cheng Gong, too lazy to argue with a chakra will left, this will would still serve as a tool for Naruto and Sasuke later, so he might as well keep it. Wait. The Six Paths Sage called out to Cheng Gong, who was about to leave. Could you promise me something? You don't want me to protect the ninja world, do you? Cheng Gong asked helplessly. The Six Paths Sage fell silent for a moment. That was indeed what he had in mind. The Six Paths Sage now only had a trace of chakra will left, and the energy of this will would eventually be exhausted. Therefore, the Six Paths Sage was now minimizing his exploration of the ninja world, sleeping most of the time. This time he had awakened only after sensing the imminent appearance of a person of equal rank. Now that Cheng Gong had broken through to the Six Paths level, the chakra will could do nothing to him, so he hoped Cheng Gong could help protect the ninja world. Once the Six Paths Sage found someone truly worthy of entrusting his will, he would no longer need Cheng Gong to guard the ninja world. Moreover, the Six Paths Sage could sense that the one he was waiting for would appear very soon. Cheng Gong naturally knew who the Six Paths Sage was referring to. Even the toads of Miamu Mountain could prophesy the appearance of the Child of Destiny, let alone the Six Paths Sage. But Cheng Gong only wanted to be a plain little shop owner. Oh right. A flash of inspiration struck Cheng Gong, and he began to carefully examine this chakra will of the Six Paths Sage. Just as I thought. Cheng Gong detected a remnant soul of the Six Paths Sage within this chakra will. If the Six Paths Sage truly only had this chakra will left, how could there be so many things to give to Naruto and Sasuke later? Indeed, in the end, he exhausted his soul power to give everything to Naruto and Sasuke, and the Six Paths Sage completely dissipated from the ninja world. To be honest, I am a small shop owner. I have a product that can allow your original body to be reborn. Do you need it? Cheng Gong didn't say resurrect. After all, with a remnant soul, the Six Paths Sage was essentially not dead. At the Six Paths level, the body is the spirit, and the spirit is the body. As long as the remnant soul of the Six Paths Sage grew stronger, it would be equivalent to returning to the ninja world. I know your Daetongmu bloodline is impure, so your lifespan is short, but I have the underworld fruit here. Eating it can resurrect you once. I also have various cultivation methods for souls here. Do you want to buy some? Cheng Gong coaxed the Six Paths Sage. Forget it. Since I am already dead, it means the ninja world no longer needs me. After a moment of silence, the Six Paths Sage refused Cheng Gong. If you truly believe the ninja world doesn't need you, why are you still keeping this chakra will? Isn't it because you are worried? And besides. Cheng Gong interrupted the Six Paths Sage. This was the moment to strike, while the iron was hot, and he couldn't let the Six Paths Sage hesitate and worry. You sealed your mother Daetongmu Huey, but she left behind means to break free soon. Are you sure the one you choose to inherit your will can defeat your mother? This sentence was a killer move, hitting the deepest soft spot of the Six Paths Sage's heart. I want to see your merchandise. After a long silence, the Six Paths Sage spoke. Cheng Gong knew he had landed a big client this time. Let's go. Cheng Gong led the Six Paths Sage back to the shop. Along the way, the Six Paths Sage said nothing. The fact that Cheng Gong had forcibly restrained him to examine his capabilities had shocked the Six Paths Sage. Although he was merely a chakra, well, he should not be so easily controlled without any resistance by someone who had just broken through. The Six Paths Sage had no idea that Cheng Gong's path had long since diverged. Others might struggle desperately in cultivation and still not reach the Six Paths level. But Cheng Gong had every system in his body nearly at the Six Paths level. Therefore, after merging his physical body and soul, the collision of various abilities had pushed Cheng Gong's strength to the top. If the Six Paths Sage was at the early stage of the Six Paths level, then Cheng Gong had already reached the late Six Paths stage, and this was still before he had fully stabilized his power. Once Cheng Gong stabilized his strength, his realm might directly reach six paths perfection. This thing feels like a light bulb. On the road, Cheng Gong toyed with the golden truth-seeking orb he had condensed. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within it. Moreover, because the orb contained all attributes of chakra, they could mutually reinforce and sustain each other, allowing it to exist indefinitely. Moreover, the golden color was too bright, if placed in front it could entirely illuminate the night-darkened Mai. Cheng Gong now realized that his strength had indeed reached the six paths level, but he was not a traditional six paths user because he did not have a new form under the six paths mode like Naruto and Uchiha-ban. No wonder the six paths sage said that Cheng Gong had walked his own path. Having nothing better to do, Cheng Gong wanted to test the power of his truth-seeking orb, but it was not convenient to throw it around in Mai. After scanning with his spiritual pressure for a while, he aimed at a mountain peak about 1,000 kilometers away and threw it. This was roughly the limit of his spiritual pressure's detection range. The truth-seeking orb flew out extremely fast, turning into a golden streak of light and rushing straight toward the mountain peak. However, the moment it touched the peak, there was no explosion. It simply passed straight through the mountain. All the mountain mass that came into contact with the orb turned to dust. At this point, Cheng Gong dared not let the orb fly any further. If it went farther, he would lose control. Unable to test its full power for the moment, Cheng Gong simply retracted the orb. It's rare to see you out so late. Gang Shou, who had dragged Jiu-Shinai out for a stroll, noticed that Cheng Gong had actually gone out today. This was truly rare. Brought a new customer. Cheng Gong gestured toward the Six Paths sage behind him. The Six Paths sage remained silent. His seniority was too great, and he didn't know what to say to the younger generation. Who is this? The Six Paths sage's appearance was truly too distinctive. A Gang Shou had already noticed him, which was why she took the initiative to greet Cheng Gong. He is the father of the ancestor of your Qianshou clan. Cheng Gong was succinct. The Qianshou clan were descendants of Axiuluo, and Axiuluo was the son of the Six Paths sage, so Cheng Gong's statement was not wrong. Gang Shou did not get angry upon hearing this. With Cheng Gong, anything was possible. Gang Shou carefully examined the Six Paths sage's appearance and found it strikingly similar to a certain being recorded in the Qianshou clan's archives, but she could hardly believe it. Could it be the Sage of Six Paths? Tsunade could hardly believe it, but before her stood a man in a white robe with 6 magatama on his chest, 2 horns on his head, and a red mark on his forehead. Most importantly, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary Rinnegan said to belong only to the Sage of Six Paths himself. Although Tsunade knew that Jiraiya had a disciple with a Rinnegan, Jiraiya had said that person was from the Uzumaki clan, nowhere near as eerie as the Sage of Six Paths. Not bad, you guessed it right away. Seems like your mind's been sharper lately. Cheng Gong remarked casually. But isn't that just a legend? Tsunade was still incredulous, but she could not sense the Sage of Six Paths aura at all, just as when she faced Cheng Gong. Tsunade had witnessed Cheng Gong's terror more than once, and the identity of the Sage of Six Paths who was on par with him left her no choice but to believe. Alright, he did exist, and he died. This is just a chakra will of his, but there's a remnant soul inside. I could save him, so I brought him back. Cheng Gong did not linger and led the Sage of Six Paths into the shop. Even a being like the Sage of Six Paths stood frozen for a moment upon entering, receiving the shop's existence information. Alas, I never thought we were merely specks of dust among the myriad worlds. The Sage of Six Paths absorbed the shop's information in a single second. Though astounded, it was not beyond belief, considering his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki was also an outsider to the ninja world. Yet the Sage of Six Paths still harbored doubts about Cheng Gong's strength. How could such a being have only just reached his own level of power? But the world-shattering items in the shop told the Sage of Six Paths that this might all be real. I'll take this one. The Sage of Six Paths picked a devil fruit and reached for it directly without exchanging any return. Cheng Gong did not warn him, as all essential information had already been transmitted to the Sage of Six Paths upon entry. In truth, the Sage of Six Paths was doing it deliberately. He did not believe Cheng Gong could instantly kill him and wanted to test the limits of the shop's rules. Little one, still acting tough in my territory. Inside the shop, Cheng Gong was invincible, but he did not stop the Sage of Six Paths. If the man truly dared to break the rules, death would be his own doing. After all, Cheng Gong did not lack such a customer. The Otsutsuki clan had more than just the Sage of Six Paths. There were still living ones on the moon, and more would come later. The Sage of Six Paths' hand finally stopped just a hair's breadth away from the devil fruit. Impossible. A bead of cold sweat dripped from the Sage of Six Paths. He now felt death looming over him. If his hand moved even a fraction forward, he would truly die. This sense of danger was unprecedented for the Sage of Six Paths, not even present during his rift with his mother. Yet now it appeared. In the end, the Sage of Six Paths withdrew his hand. Cheng Gong was too mysterious, and he decided to first restore his soul. In truth, the Sage of Six Paths could not sense the shop's punishment mechanism at all. His crisis came from the world will of the Naruto world, which warned the Sage of Six Paths still had an unfinished mission, so the world will frantically alerted him when he was about to court death. Fortunately, the Sage of Six Paths pulled back in time, otherwise the world will of Naruto would have had to find another tool to ensure the future path of the ninja world. From then on, the Sage of Six Paths behaved much more obediently, exchanging return points with Cheng Gong and heading for the devil fruit he desired. The items the Sage of Six Paths exchanged were mostly ninjutsu, many lost to history over the ages, but he knew them all. Though he never used them, they were perfect for sale now. This thing tastes terrible. Even the Sage of Six Paths at his level was overwhelmed by the taste of the devil fruit the moment. The devil fruit he consumed was the Yomi Yomi Nomi which Cheng Gong had mentioned. Originally, he only needed to exchange for a spiritual pressure cultivation technique to gradually recover. But Cheng Gong mentioned that Kagaya Otsutsuki was about to break free, creating a sense of urgency. Thus the Sage of Six Paths decided to directly consume the Yomi Yomi Nomi to rapidly restore his soul. The Yomi Yomi Nomi had many abilities, but the most straightforward was the power to resurrect a person once, indicating it was rich in soul energy. After consuming the fruit, the remnant soul hidden in the chakra will rapidly expanded, and soon the Sage of Six Paths regained his former strength. But the price was that the Yomi Yomi Nomi's energy was completely absorbed, leaving no trace of it in the Naruto world. Aren't devil fruits unique items? Now the Sage of Six Paths spoke with full vigor, holding the sage's staff in his right hand and the sage's sword on his back, fully restored. They are indeed unique, but you absorbed all the energy of the Yomi Yomi Nomi without gaining its ability. So the guild issued me a new one. At the Six Paths level 1 could touch the essence of items. The Sage of Six Paths could have developed the Yomi Yomi Nomi's abilities after consumption. But for some reason, perhaps caution, he directly absorbed the soul energy, prompting the system to refresh a new Yomi Yomi Nomi. Can I buy that? The Sage of Six Paths suddenly pointed at the Ryūjin Jakka in the center of the shop. This Ryūjin Jakka had become the shop's treasure. Every day ninjas entering the shop would come to admire it, even if they couldn't afford it, just feasting their eyes was satisfying. Yes! Cheng Gong checked and found that the Sage of Six Paths had enough return points to purchase the Shikai form of Ryūjin Jakka. The Sage of Six Paths had many things to sell: various bloodline powers, special abilities, the 9-tailed beasts, which were his possessions, the 10 tails, and even the moon. Then I'll take it. The Sage of Six Paths pooled his return points and indeed bought Ryūjin Jakka without selling the tailed beasts or the moon. Everything in the world reduced to ashes. Ryūjin Jakka. The moment Ryūjin Jakka was in his hand, the Sage of Six Paths spoke the release command. The shop's temperature soared instantly and some ninjas fainted from the heat. This is the second time. Cheng Gong directly severed the connection between the Sage of Six Paths and Ryūjin Jakka, turning the sword into a walking stick. The shop rules clearly stated that no abilities were to be used inside the shop. The Sage of Six Paths had knowingly violated them again. If there is a third time, I will directly erase you. Cheng Gong unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, infused with the dragon might of a primordial being enveloping the Six Paths Immortal. The oppressive weight made it difficult for the Six Paths Immortal to breathe. Do not assume that witnessing my momentary amusement reveals the extent of my power. My interest in cultivating the chakra of your world does not imply that I am limited to chakra alone. Do you understand? As he spoke, a bolt of purple sky divine thunder struck the ground beside the Six Paths Immortal. The destructive force within the thunder sent a chill down the immortal's spine. Sparks scattered from the thunder, and when they landed on the Six Paths Immortal, they directly annihilated a portion of his recently restored spiritual body. The Six Paths Immortal swallowed hard. Even the mere aftermath could damage his spiritual form. If he were struck directly by that divine thunder, he would truly die. Not only was there the intimidation of the purple sky divine thunder, but Cheng Gong's fully unleashed Conqueror's Haki pressed down on the Six Paths Immortal, making him feel as though his spiritual body was cracking. He wanted to speak, but could not open his mouth. In my eyes, you are no different from them. Do you understand? The Six Paths Immortal knew that Cheng Gong was referring to him and the other ninjas in the shop. Cheng Gong had said the same words to Zabuza before, but unfortunately that man was no more. Get lost. I don't want to see you again today. Cheng Gong waved his hand and swept the Six Paths Immortal out of the shop. The Six Paths Immortal was still in shock, standing frozen in place without any movement. This sudden development startled the ninjas in the shop. It was not until the Six Paths Immortal was expelled by Cheng Gong that the shop erupted into an uproar. They were not only surprised that someone dared to provoke Cheng Gong, but also astonished that someone had purchased the Ryūjin Jakka, a divine weapon that countless others coveted, but could never obtain. In an instant, many ninjas left the shop to report back to their respective clans. Of course, there were also ANBU agents stationed in the shop daily, and they immediately went to inform the Hokage. No one dared to trouble the Six Paths Immortal. Although Cheng Gong had instantly suppressed the Ryūjin Jakka, the heat it emitted was already terrifying. If the temperature continued to rise, the consequences would be unimaginable. And your sword. Cheng Gong also tossed the Ryūjin Jakka to the 6 Paths Immortal. In business, when someone pays, you must deliver the goods. That is the rule. With the windfall from the 6 Paths Immortal's purchase of the Ryūjin Jakka, Cheng Gong's empty wallet was once again filled. Otsutsuki bloodline. The 6 Paths Immortal had exchanged his Otsutsuki bloodline to buy the Ryūjin Jakka. How could Cheng Gong miss out on the strongest bloodline in Naruto? After the Otsutsuki bloodline merged into his body, Cheng Gong felt his eyes undergoing a transformation, as if something was gestating within them. At the same time, his forehead felt slightly itchy. What? You say that when you first saw him there was no trace of chakra cultivation in his body. The 6 Paths Immortal was now sitting in the Senju ancestral home facing Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade. Hashirama had taken the 6 Paths Immortal to his ancestral home, and the Immortal was naturally curious to inquire about Cheng Gong's origins. When Tsunade mentioned that she had detected no traces of chakra cultivation when she first treated Cheng Gong, the 6 Paths Immortal was shocked. According to Tsunade, Cheng Gong had appeared in the ninja world less than a year ago, and in such a short time he had already condensed truth-seeking balls. This speed was truly alarming. Moreover, Tsunade said that Cheng Gong had been immensely powerful from the very beginning. This meant that Cheng Gong might have merely taken an interest in the chakra cultivation method created by the 6 Paths Immortal and practiced it, while his true strength might be unfathomably vast. After all the cultivation paths displayed in Cheng Gong's shop were already numerous, the cultivation of spiritual pressure, bloodline refinement, and the development of the Yomi Yomi no Mi that the 6 Paths Immortal had absorbed was enough to restore his remnant soul to its prime, which meant that the ultimate potential of devil fruits also reached the 6 Paths level. As for the cultivation of spiritual pressure, it was even more elusive. The Ryūjin Jakka in the 6 Paths Immortal's hands, even in its Shikai state, could release the surface temperature of the sun. The Immortal could not detect the origin of the Zanpakuto at all. In fact, whenever the 6 Paths Immortal attempted to communicate with the Ryūjin Jakka, he felt a scorching heat that seemed to melt his soul, forcing him to. This was only possible because the sword was sold by Cheng Gong. Since the 6 Paths Immortal had purchased the Shikai of the Ryūjin Jakka, the shop forced the sword to be usable in its Shikai state for the Immortal. However, to communicate with the Ryūjin Jakka and even awaken its Bankai, the 6 Paths Immortal would need to gain the sword's recognition or possess enough power to overpower it. Otherwise, the sword would forever remain in its Shikai state in his hands. Every cultivation path in Cheng Gong's shop could at least reach the level of the 6 Paths Immortal. So how powerful was Cheng Gong himself, the shop owner? Thinking of this, the 6 Paths Immortal felt some regret. He seemed to have offended a formidable powerhouse. Fortunately, Cheng Gong appeared to be merely annoyed with him. Perhaps he could try to mend their relationship later. Cheng Gong was unaware that the 6 Paths Immortal had imagined him to be so terrifying. Even if he knew, he would not have cared, as this was precisely the effect he had intended when he drove the Immortal out of the shop. The ninja world has now developed its own path. As long as nothing threatens the survival of this world, I will not. The 6 Paths Immortal knew exactly why Senju Hashirama had sought him out late at night, to learn his attitude toward the ninja world. Thus he directly stated his stance. I have matters to attend to, so I will not appear in the ninja world lightly. With that, the 6 Paths Immortal rose and left. He still needed to go to the moon to check on the seal from years ago. If it had loosened, he would reinforce it. If possible. He gripped the Ryūjin Jakka in his hand, a sliver of murderous intent flashing through his mind. If the moon could not contain Kagaya Otsutsuki, then the sun might suffice. Konoha appears so peaceful, doesn't it, Atakasan? A man with a shark-like face carrying an unknown object wrapped in bandages on his back spoke to the expressionless man. Many things have happened in Konoha recently. We must gather accurate intelligence to ensure no unexpected disruptions to the organization's plans. The man addressed as Atakasan was Uchiha Itachi, the executor of the Uchiha clan massacre and Sasuke's older brother. Understood. I merely need to follow Atakasan's orders. The sharp-faced man said lightly. This was Uchiha Itachi's partner Hoshigaki Kisame. At that moment, Konoha's sky was clear and cloudless, a pure blue, without a trace of pollution. Hoshigaki Kisame took a deep breath, feeling that even the air in Konoha's peaceful environment was sweet. Want some? A skewer of tricolored dango appeared before Uchiha Itachi. He looked at the food in silence. The person offering the food was Cheng Gong. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame had been standing at the entrance of his shop for a long time. Cheng Gong, who had been sitting by the door soaking up the sun, had initially no intention of acknowledging them. But the two refused to move, completely blocking the sunlight. This irritated Cheng Gong immensely. I mean no harm. I am the owner of the shop. Would you like to come in and take a look? Cheng Gong pressed down on Gashur Gijio's hand, which was about to grasp the hilt of his sword, and took out another skewer of tricolor dango. You should try it too. This is your partner's favorite treat. Neither Yuzhibo nor Gashur Guijiao took the tricolor dango, which left Cheng Gong a bit helpless. He had even offered them food, yet they still lingered. Don't block the sun. He had even worried that Yuzhibo couldn't see clearly, so he considerately shoved the tricolor dango in front of his face. The shopkeeper seems to know me quite well. Yuzhibo turned his head, swallowing the uncontrollably secreted saliva in his mouth. I know both of you quite well. Why not come in and see if there's anything you like? Seeing the two still standing still, Cheng Gong was speechless. How could they be so inconsiderate? If you're not coming in, don't stand at the doorway either. You're blocked. After saying that, Cheng Gong felt relieved, because the two did move aside. Mister. You. Gashur Guijiao looked at Yuzhibo with confusion. Gashur Guijiao had not been treated so rudely in a long time. Just as he was about to make a scene, Yuzhibo pulled him back. Don't expose ourselves. Let's go in and take a look first. Yuzhibo stepped into the shop. Shopkeeper. So, what kind of existence is this world? Is it an illusion? Are you here to take us back to the real world? Gashur Guijiao rushed out of the shop, asking Cheng Gong excitedly. You are real, and this world is real too. It's just that there are too many unknowns for you. This world has never been illusory. It's just that you at the bottom of the well don't know the vastness of the outside. I am only here to give you the courage to leap out of this well that confines you. Cheng Gong patiently spun his tail to Gashur Guijiao. After killing his own comrades, Gashur Guijiao had fallen into confusion, believing that he himself was illusory, and the world was illusory. Perhaps it was this very notion that led Gashur Guijiao to join the Shao organization, determined to create a real world, unaware that he was merely stepping into a deception. After hearing Cheng Gong's words, Gashur Guijiao fell into an unusual silence, as if digesting what Cheng Gong had said. Cheng Gong got up from the rocking chair, stretched, and went into the shop, where he saw Yuzhibo browsing the Zanpakuto. If you like it, why not buy one? Each one is definitely better than the Totsuka sword in your hand. Cheng Gong noticed that Yuzhibo had been hesitating in front of a Zanpakuto for a long time, seemingly tempted. Yuzhibo stiffened. The shopkeeper really knows everything. A wry smile appeared on his face. Not bad, at least I know you better than your younger brother. Cheng Gong shrugged. It's fine. His current perception of me is exactly what I want. Perhaps because of the understanding Cheng Gong had shown of him, Yuzhibo did not refute anything. Shopkeeper uncle. Is there anything I can help with today? Mingren's loud voice came. Not today, little Ming. Alright, shopkeeper uncle, you must remember to find me. If the pay is high, I can even lower my price. Mingren looked at Cheng Gong with eager eyes. Now the money Mingren earned from missions wasn't even enough to buy food at Cheng Gong's shop every day. He relied entirely on Jutsune's daily allowance for meals. Mingren's pockets were cleaner than his face. Are you? Yuzhibo. Kakaxi, who had made the small shop his regular canteen, came with Mingren today. As soon as he entered, he immediately noticed Yuzhibo and Gashur Guijiao. There was no helping it. The red cloud and black robe outfit was too distinctive. Guijiao, let's go. If more Muyu people arrive, it'll be troublesome. Yuzhibo obviously didn't want to clash with Kakaxi, so he directly led Gashur Guijiao out of the shop. No one made a move, as they dared not violate the shop's rules. However, once the two left the shop, Kakaxi immediately... Shopkeeper uncle, who are that Sharface and the old brother? Mingren asked curiously. That old brother is Zuozu's older brother. Kakaxi went to catch up with him. Really? Then I'm going to tell Zuozu his brother is back. He'll definitely be very happy. It's been so long since anyone was in Zuozu's house. Mingren rushed out excitedly to find Zuozu, even forgetting to eat. Yuzhibo. Stop right there and surrender. Suddenly two people appeared in front of the retreating Yuzhibo, a pair of secret lovers, Yuanfei Asima and Shiri Hong, who were having a rendezvous here. Noisy. Gashur Guijiao irritably drew the samahata from his back and swung it at Yuanfei Asima. Asima, who was still adjusting his pants, had his shoulder directly torn open by the samahata. How is that possible? Shiri Hong's incredulous tone carried a hint of frustration. She had used her illusion technique at the fastest speed, but why was Yuzhibo completely unaffected? Using illusion techniques in front of Mr. Yu's eyes, have you forgotten who is the ancestor of illusions? Gashur Guijiao mercilessly taunted. However, Guijiao and Yu still stopped. Delayed by Asima and Shiri Hong, Kakaxi had already caught up from behind. What is the purpose of your return to me? Kakaxi revealed his Sharingan and asked Yuzhibo directly. The organization has a mission. I came to take a look. You have an organization. Yes, the Shao organization. We are preparing to make some major moves in the ninja world. What major moves? Mister. Yu, is it really okay to tell them everything? Gashur Guijiao couldn't help speaking up as he watched Yuzhibo revealing almost all their secrets. It's fine. They can't defeat us. Yuzhibo said succinctly. That's right. Hearing this, Gashur Guijiao became excited. Even if they know about the organization, we just need to kill them all. The blue beast of Muyu, here I come. A vigorous voice approached from afar. Gonsher Guijiao held the Samahata horizontally at his side, blocking the kick from "You arrogant rogue ninjas who dare invade Mu, ye feel the passion of youth." Meitikai prepared to advance again. Kakashi suddenly let out a scream and fell to the ground. "Kakashi, what's wrong?" Meitikai quickly caught him as he collapsed. Only the bloodline of the Yuzabo clan can unleash the true power of the Sharingan. Outsiders can never fathom the secrets of the Sharingan. Yuzabo, you had just used Tsukuyomi to drag Kakashi into the Tsukuyomi world and slash him for 3 days and nights. The fact that Kakashi's spirit hadn't collapsed was already a testament to his strength. "Let's go, Guijiao." Seeing that he had intimidated Meitikai and the others Yuzabo, you told Guijiao to continue retreating. If they were any slower, the Muyi reinforcements would really arrive. Brother. As Yuzabo you walked out of Muyi, he suddenly heard someone calling out. For a moment he was dazed, as if there had once been someone who clung to him every day, calling him brother. Brother. Mister. You, someone is approaching us. Guijiao had also heard the voice. Guijiao was ready to accelerate and retreat, but he didn't expect you to stop in his tracks. Mister. You. It seems to be the Ninetales Jinchuriki. You took the initiative to explain. Mister. Your eyes that can see chakra are truly miraculous. Guijiao drew the Samahata from behind, waiting for the target to deliver itself. Brother Yuzabo, you're here. I finally found you. Mingren panted as he caught up with you. Don't leave in a hurry. I just went to look for Zhuozhu, but didn't find him. I asked Xiaoying to search. Wait a bit longer, a hell definitely come. You looked at the person who called him brother for the second time in his life. Do you know who I am? Of course. The shopkeeper uncle said you're Zhuozhu's brother. Zhuozhu is now my mother's adopted son, so you're... Mingren grinned widely, showing his teeth. His family was growing and Mingren felt increasingly happy. This kid seems to have a few screws loose, mister. You. Guijiao scratched his head, somewhat doubting whether the blonde in front of him was a fake. But the hunger from the Samahata behind him proved Mingren's immense chakra. The Samahata hadn't been this excited about anyone in a long time. Kid, let me see how much chakra a Jinchuriki like you really has. Guijiao swung Samahata and slashed at Mingren. Hey! Shark face, what are you doing? Facing Guijiao's undisguised malice, Mingren's hair stood on end. Mingren looked at Yuzabo and found him making no move, suddenly understanding everything. So brother Yuzabo, you haven't come back all these years because this shark face kidnapped you, right? Mingren felt he had uncovered. And what do you plan to do, eh? Samahata struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Guijiao stared at Mingren, finding the young brat somewhat interesting. Stinky shark, I'll rescue brother Yuzabo. Mingren flicked his wrist and Duandifeng appeared in his hand. Rage and whirl Duandifeng. Several wind blades flew out. Guijiao instinctively blocked with Samahata, but to his surprise the wind blades exploded upon contact with the blade. What is this thing? The wind blades shredded the bandages wrapped around Samahata, and Mingren finally saw Samehata's true form. Samehata's blade was grayish-blue, covered in barbs, and most notably it had a mouth at the very tip. Your wind blades aren't made of chakra. Kid, your ability is quite interesting. Guijiao had intended to use Samahata to absorb the chakra in the wind blades, but they were entirely composed of spiritual pressure. The lack of intelligence caused Samahata to reveal its blade. Under the bombardment of wind blades, Samahata even lost a few barbs. Feeling pain, Samahata clung to Guijiao's back, refusing to come down. Enough. Brat, let me show you what a ninja's battle is. Seeing Samahata throw a tantrum, Guijiao stopped trying to use it offensively, since he still didn't fully understand Mingren's abilities. Water release, water clone technique. Guijiao quickly formed hand signs and created 3 clones glaring at Mingren. I can do that too. Mingren excitedly formed hand signs. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant hundreds of clones appeared in a frenzy. Let's go. With a shout, hundreds of clones charged at the 4 Guijiao, caring not which was the original. They would just defeat them all. Haven't been out to play in a while, and the first thing we do is work. One of Mingren's clones complained. Sorry, Mingren scratched the back of his head. Mom said this technique can only be used in emergencies, not normally. As someone who had inherited the Uzumaki clan's legacy, Uzumaki Kushina knew well the advantages of the Uzumaki bloodline, so she privately taught Mingren the multiple shadow clone technique. But the multiple shadow clone technique was a forbidden technique, officially banned from practice. Thus Kushina warned Mingren to avoid anyone using it to attack his father Minato. This was the first time Mingren used the multiple shadow clone technique in front of outsiders. Truly worthy of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The number of clones is enviable. Guijiao looked at the surging clones with a mix of envy. Though he was called the tailless tailed beast, he dared not use the clone technique so recklessly as his chakra supply couldn't keep up. A ninja's battle isn't just about numbers. Water release, great shark bullet technique. Guo Jiao quickly formed hand signs, creating a giant star-shaped water bullet that flew toward Ming Ren's clone swarm. Though the number of clones didn't decide the battle's outcome, the sheer multitude made it hard for Guo Jiao to locate Ming Ren's original body. Rasengan. Two Ming Ren clones combined their four hands to form a blue palm-sized orb and hurled it at Guo Jiao. Guo Jiao initially planned to ignore it as his great shark bullet technique could absorb chakra, but he spotted several slender wind blades flying toward him. Those things weren't made of chakra and would explode, so Guo Jiao had to encase himself in a water bullet to dodge. After a few maneuvers, Guo Jiao glided through the air using the water bullet, hoping to spot Ming Ren's original from a higher vantage point, but it was futile. Then he'll wipe them all out. Seeing that his great shark bullet only scattered a few clones, far too inefficient, Guo Jiao began forming hand signs in midair. Water release, exploding water collision wave. A massive torrent of water erupted from Guo Jiao's mouth, uprooting trees and soil for miles around, eventually forming a barrier lake. Ming Ren's clones were all dispersed by the sudden large-scale attack. Are you really a fish? How can you spit out so— Ming Ren crawled out of the water, drenched, looking curiously at Guo Jiao. Rain for sharks. Guo Jiao, no longer interested in talking, slapped his hand on the water's surface. For lifelike water, sharks shot into the air, then dove toward Ming Ren. I feel like you and Kakaxa Sensei would get along. You like drawing sharks, and he likes drawing dogs. Ming Ren swung duandifing at the descending sharks, sending wind blades toward them. That kind of move is useless against— Ming Ren looked at Guo Jiao with confidence. Is that so? Guo Jiao let out a sinister grin. The wind blades struck the sharks, causing explosions that successfully dispersed them, but the attack wasn't over. The scattered water droplets turned into countless tiny sharks that continued to rain down on Ming Ren. Oh no. If my clothes get ruined, Mom will spank me. Ming Ren dodged frantically among the tiny sharks, terrified of being hit. Enjoying the show, Yuziboyu? A chaotic buzzing bird chirp suddenly reached the ears of Guo Jiao and the watching Yuziboyu. After all these years you remain so feeble, my foolish little brother. Though the cacophony of birdsong clung like a parasitic wail to the ears of all present, Itachi Uchiha's large hand seized a small one with unerring precision. Clack! With a firm twist of his wrist, Itachi sent Sasuke's forearm into sharp pain, the straight-bladed sword clattering to the ground. Do you seek vengeance, or merely death? You cannot even hold a blade. Sasuke's eyes blazed crimson in response to Itachi's scorn. Then witness my resolve, the unwavering conviction I stake everything upon to kill you. In an instant, Sasuke became a streak of lightning, shattering Itachi's grip. So this is the power sold at that peculiar little shop. Itachi observed the elemental transformation, a technique clearly beyond the realm of ninjutsu, and understood Sasuke had purchased something from the shop. Raiden. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Itachi Uchiha. The thunder struck his head, but only a flock of crows scattered, and the lightning also struck the fallen sword, propelling it skyward before it landed firmly back in Sasuke's grasp. Chidori blade. He raised the blade and thrust it backward. You've changed greatly these past years. Itachi appeared behind Sasuke, raising a kunai to parry, but upon contact with the blade, only the hilt remained. The blade pierced forward, its target unmistakably Itachi's heart. Itachi pushed off the ground, retreating swiftly. Sasuke pursued relentlessly, blade held high. Great fireball technique. Itachi formed the seals and expelled a roaring fireball toward Sasuke. That technique no longer works on me, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke charged straight into the fireball, his raging Chidori cleaving it apart. Yet embers still seared tiny holes into his garments. Itachi had not anticipated Sasuke's refusal to evade, and was impaled mid-thrust. Poof! Momentum carried Sasuke forward, blade and body slamming Itachi into a tree before halting. Itachi Uchiha, do you possess only this much strength? Your growth is indeed remarkable. Yet you have forsaken the Uchiha's glory, distracted by flashy heterodox tricks. As Sasuke turned, Itachi's voice echoed behind him, while the body pierced by the blade dissolved into a log. What is this? Even with his Sharingan activated, Sasuke's pupils trembled visibly upon seeing Itachi reappear. Itachi now stood encased within a colossal crimson skeletal frame, his chakra manifesting as a turbulent red aura. Its violent resonance could be felt even without the Sharingan. Your eyes perceive only what is fleeting and shallow. Now behold the ultimate ability of the Sharingan, one you have long overlooked. The massive crimson skeleton raised an arm and brought it crashing down upon Sasuke. Amidst the billowing dust, a flash of lightning erupted. 10,000 volts. A slightly disheveled Sasuke unleashed a torrent of electricity against Itachi. Is this truly all? Is this the power you rely upon? The lightning struck Itachi without effect, absorbed entirely by the crimson skeleton. Refusing to yield, Sasuke clenched his teeth and amplified the current with every fiber of his being. 100,000 volts. Still the assault shattered against the skeleton. All these years later, and your strength remains unchanged. Clearly you've grown soft in Konoha's gentle embrace. A colossal sword coalesced in the skeleton's right hand, and slashed downward once more. Sasuke evaded again, elemental transformation carrying him clear. So, what if you wield such power, Itachi Uchiha? You cannot touch me, not even now. Seeing his brothers might prove futile against him, hope flared anew in Sasuke's chest. Chakra depleted. The crimson skeletal frame abruptly vanished. Amaterasu. Itachi's right eye flickered, and black flames spiraled around Sasuke. I told you, you cannot harm me. Sasuke shifted into elemental form again to evade Amaterasu, but the black flames pursued him, relentlessly burning unceasingly. Gritting through the searing agony, Sasuke transformed into lightning once more, yet the black flames clung unyielding. You are unworthy of family, do you know? Itachi approached slowly, standing over Sasuke writhing on the ground. I see no anger in your eyes, Sasuke, no hatred. Is it because of the Uzumaki family? That casual mention of a name shattered Sasuke's cries, his breath hitched then deepened heavily. What do you mean, huh? Exactly what I did back then. Itachi's icy words shattered Sasuke's soul. Why? I barely know them. Barely know them. Just now that Jinchuriki boy mentioned you've already acquired a foster mother. Itachi's Sharingan locked onto Sasuke. Where is the Uchiha pride you once bore? Where is the hatred that burned within you? A single kind word, and you fawn like a dog. Truly you are the Uchiha's shame, Sasuke. No. No. No, it's not true. Sasuke shook his head violently, tears welling in his eyes. If you wish not to drag others down with you, then hate me alone until you slay me, my foolish younger brother. Amaterasu's flames began spreading, when suddenly a wave surged forth, summoned by Kisame. The water struck the black fire, and slowly the inferno subsided. Next time we meet, I will kill you for real. Itachi cast one final glance at Sasuke sprawled on the ground like a defeated cur, then strode across the water's surface toward Naruto. Oh no, my clothes are torn. I'll get scolded again when I get home. Naruto dodged frantically, yet countless miniature sharks rained from the sky, slicing open his garment. Brat, you've had your fun and no one's coming to save you. Come quietly with me. Kisame, growing weary of Naruto's childish antics, lost interest. Itachi's battle had ended abruptly. He couldn't afford to fall behind. He formed the seals, when suddenly a golden blur shot forward, striking Kisame squarely in the abdomen. Stunned, he spat blood and flew backward. Bullying children is hardly honorable. Minato Namake's materialized midair, Kisame's easy confidence hardening into grim focus. Such cruelty toward a child is unforgivable. Allow me to entertain you instead. Minato leapt skyward, arms crossed. Yada mirror. Countless radiant projectiles rained down, piercing Kisame dozens of times. With nowhere left to flee, he plunged into the water and vanished. As Itachi departed, his gaze met Minato's. Both nodded silently. You brat, sent to eat at the shop, yet you stir up this much chaos. Mingren. Both Feng Shui men turned to look at Mingren, only to find that he had already run off to find Zhuozhu. This child. Shui men felt his old father's heart grow cold. After all the hardships he endured to rush here and save his precious son, he didn't even hear a word of thanks. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Shui men returned to the village. The arrival of Yuzebo you had brought much intelligence, necessitating an urgent meeting. Zhuozhu. Did your brother teach you a lesson? Mingren helped Zhuozhu up, and seeing the wretched state of his body, couldn't help but shudder. Even when Gyo Xianmei disciplined him, she hadn't been this harsh. Zhuozhu pushed Mingren away without a word. He knew his own injuries, mere flesh wounds. That man's black flames seemed nothing special, extinguished by a splash of water. The only trouble was that they couldn't be shaken off. But Zhuozhu recalled the last words Yuzebo you had spoken and worried that you might target Mingren's family. And that red giant of Yu's, it seemed to be a power of the Xia Luan Yen, yet how could he not use it at all? Was it an ability only attainable with Sango? The battle here seems quite intense indeed. A small snake slithered out from behind a tree and with its mouth wide open disgorged a person. Deshiwan. Deshiwan. The previous Konoha collapse plan had made both Mingren and Zhuozhu aware of Deshiwan's existence, but hadn't he been eliminated by the first Hokage? So you already know me. That's good. Deshiwan was not surprised that the two recognized him. Yuzebo Zhuozhu, I have come specifically for you. Deshiwan stated his purpose. I don't recall having any dealings with you. Zhuozhu frowned at Deshiwan. I can help you defeat that Yuzebo. Deshiwan extended his tongue and licked his lips, looking at Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu sneered at Deshiwan. I can kill him myself. Is that so? Deshiwan laughed. Do you think you've truly seen the full extent of Yuzebo-Yu's power? What do you mean? Yuzebo-Yu's strength is far more than what you've witnessed. The bloodline of your Yuzebo clan is not weak. Zhuozhu was puzzled by Deshiwan's words. Today both that man and Shiwan spoke of the Xia Luoyan's power, but wasn't his own Xia Luoyan already formidable enough? He could already dominate his peers. Seeing Zhuju's confusion, Shiwan knew that this orphan of the Yuzhibo clan understood less about the Yuzhibo than he did. Not to mention Yuzhibo, you take Kakazai's Xia Luoyan for instance. Can you copy others' ninjutsu through the Xia Luoyan like he does? When I reach Sangoyu, I will naturally be able to do that. And after Sangoyu, do you know how to advance further? Is Sangoyu not the end? Zhuju felt a pang of confusion. His confidence came from his Shuanggoyu Xia Luoyan, for he knew the ultimate stage of the Xia Luoyan was Sangoyu. At his young age, he already possessed Shuanggoyu, and Sangoyu was merely a matter of course. It must be said that with the help of Jiu Xi and Nai, Zhuju's eagerness for quick success had gradually calmed. The skeleton giant unleashed by Yuzhibo is a unique ability of the Xia Luoyan called Su Zhuanenghu. To obtain this power, you must evolve your Xia Luoyan to the Wanhuatong Xia Luoyan, which is above Sangoyu's Xia Luoyan. Wanhuatong. Yes! This Xia Luoyan, which surpasses Sangoyu, is the ultimate reason for the strength of the Yuzhibo bloodline. Every Wanhuatong Xia Luoyan user possesses unique power, and Yuzhibo is one who is Wanhuatong in both eyes. Shiwan revealed secrets Zhuju did not know. One of Yuzhibo Eye abilities is called Tianjiao, which can release black flames that never extinguish until the target is burned to ashes. Zhuju recalled the black flames that had covered him earlier was that Tianjiao. The other eye of you holds a different ability, but considering the effect of Tianjiao, would the ability of the other Wanhuatong be weak? Damn it. At this moment Zhuju had no mind to ponder why the never-extinguishing flames in Shiwan's words were put out by ordinary water. He only knew that such a powerful Yuzhibo was truly beyond his current ability to match. Even his elementalization was completely suppressed by Yu's Tianjiao. Come with me, Zhuju. I will help you evolve a more powerful Xia Luoyan and also help you release your Zanpakuto. How do you know? My Zanpakuto has long been released. Sensing your Lingya is too simple. Although the blade in your hand has transformed from a Qianda into a straight-edged sword, you still cannot establish a connection with your Zanpakuto, can you? Shiwan hit the mark. This was why Zhuju had never used the power of his Zanpakuto. He could not hear the voice of his own Zanpakuto at all. I can help you as long as you come with me. Shiwan stated his purpose again. Why would you help me? Zhuju voiced his doubt. Because I am very curious about the body of the Yuzhibo. Saying this, Shiwan licked his lips again, recalling some unpleasant memories with you. You come with me, I help you grow stronger. In return, you merely need to serve as a research subject when I require materials. Zhuju was now deeply conflicted. Shiwan's understanding of the Xia Luoyan and of you exceeded Zhuju's expectations. In Konoha, only Kaka, she possessed the Xia Luoyan, but Kaka, she always became weakened after using it. Hardly someone who could advance the Sangoyu Xia Luoyan further. Zhuju, don't be fooled by Shiwan. Ming Ren's loud shout pulled Zhuju out of his thoughts. You have so many comrades in the village, and your mother and father wait for you at home every day. How can you leave just because of a few words from him? Actually, you should have felt the power I gave you. Shiwan was confident that Zhuju would follow him, so he was not in a hurry. Haven't you already used it? The Zhou-in on the back of your neck, I bestowed it upon you. Zhuju subconsciously touched his neck, suddenly recalling the mark he had acquired at some point. It was Shiwan's work. Your current application of the Zhou-in is too crude, just like your use of the Xia Luoyan. Both are a waste of heaven's gifts. Come with me, and I will show you its more powerful aspects. Stop talking, you snake demon. Fearing that Zhuju would really go with Shiwan, Mingren raised his Duandi Feng to attack Shiwan. Don't be impulsive, little one. Shiwan raised his hand slightly, and countless snake shadows emerged from the ground, binding Mingren tightly and rendering him immobile. The Zhou-in you have is a temporary version from Do. Now let me show you the true power of the Zhou-in. Similar snake shadows bound Zhuju. Shiwan circled behind him, opened his mouth, and bit Zhuju on the neck. Naruto, why haven't you returned to the village? Jiraiya's voice appeared. He had set out with Minato, but Minato was faster and arrived first. Although Minato had returned to the village, Jiraiya still had to come to bring Naruto and Sasuke back. After all, there were only 2 people in Konoha who were strong and idle. No one dared to order Hashirama around, so only Jiraiya was available for mobile operations. Orochimaru, you're not dead yet. Jiraiya saw Naruto and Sasuke bound by countless small snakes, and the first person he thought of was Orochimaru. He didn't expect to actually see him. And not so easy to kill Jiraiya. Orochimaru saw that Konoha had sent people and prepared to retreat. Although he had a way to resurrect death was still painful. Sasuke, if you've made up your mind, feel free to come find me. With that, Orochimaru left. Jiraiya had no intention of fighting, and he knew Orochimaru would definitely leave. Naruto, what's wrong with Sasuke? Jiraiya saw Sasuke clutching his neck, writhing on the ground in pain, and hurried over to check on him. Sasuke was bitten by Orochimaru. Naruto, having freed himself from the restraints, said anxiously. Jiraiya moved Sasuke's hand aside and saw the extremely clear curse mark on Sasuke's neck. This black curse mark was more prominent than before, and its color was even somewhat lustrous. Jiraiya dared not waste time. He picked up Sasuke and took Naruto back to the village. At a time like this, only Tsunade could help. Orochimaru's curse mark this time is even more complex. Tsunade withdrew her probing spiritual pressure and chakra. In the previous curse mark there was a faint trace of Orochimaru's soul while floating within it, so I only needed to directly erase that soul will. But now the curse mark has begun to erode and fuse with Sasuke's soul. As for whether there is Orochimaru's soul, well, I can no longer detect it. Tsunade smoothed her furrowed brow with her hand. Orochimaru's Zanpakuto ability is too strange. It's very likely that he can hide his soul will even more. For now I can only temporarily alleviate Sasuke's pain. Concealing techniques help. Kushina looked at Sasuke. No, it won't work. The curse mark has begun to fuse with Sasuke's soul. Sealing the curse mark would also seal Sasuke's soul, making him no different from being dead. We cannot allow a threat to Konoha to remain in the village like this. Hand Sasuke over to me. Danzo opened the door of the hospital room and said from the doorway, "Get out." Tsunade closed the door, impatiently showing no respect for Danzo at all. With Kakashi taking over Root, all of Danzo's deeds over the years in Root came to light. So now whenever Tsunade saw Danzo, she felt murderous intent. Only by not seeing him could she avoid annoyance. "Shopkeeper, why were we suddenly ejected?" The fourth Hokage entered the small shop agitatedly. The world will of the Resident Evil world has entered its final stage of resistance, so the world's binding force has increased greatly. From now on at most 5 of you can enter battle at the same time. Cheng Gong explained. Although Konoha intended to wait until all the major nations had arrived before speaking, the Cloud Ninja had already learned about the Resident Evil world from Cheng Gong, and he had no reason to hide it. The impatient A immediately refused to wait any longer, and wanted to enter the Resident Evil world. He had already destroyed 2 bosses with overwhelming force. Seeing this, Konoha had no choice but to join forces with a first. The strength of the bosses in each direction varied. Some were weak like the giant fish in the waters first discovered by the Hyuga clan, which Jiraiya had defeated alone. Others were stronger than even Lady Archina. Today Hashirama A and a group of Cloud and Konoha ninjas had launched a raid to take down the last boss, but they were suddenly teleported out halfway through the battle. Learning the reason, the fourth Hokage was momentarily speechless. He quickly calculated in his mind whether 10 people could defeat the final boss, and concluded that it might still be difficult with only the current manpower. Killer Bee and Yujido will arrive in Konoha soon. They can join the Tenin team. Killer Bee is the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails and Yujido is the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. Both have high compatibility with their tailed beasts, and Yujido can even have the 2 tails separate from her body and fight obediently. Although Konoha currently has the 9 tails, Jinchuriki Naruto has not yet grown strong enough, so he cannot be sent into battle. Hashirama, who came to the shop with A, was also calculating the hand combat power Konoha could dispatch. Jiraiya and Tsunade are available. Minato's ability is only suitable for finishing moves, so he's not counted for now. Tobirama has gone to the Sand Village. Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi are too old and Kakashi lacks stamina. So it seems only 3 people can join the team. Moreover, even with these 6 it might not be enough to defeat the final boss. If we had other ninja villages, we might have enough. The Hokage felt a bit discouraged after hearing Hashirama's words. This would mean giving up some benefits. The items in the shop were too amazing. A himself had bought a devil fruit and eaten it. Although it tasted terrible, the boost to his strength was significant. However, I didn't buy a Zanpakuto because he was really not good with swordsmanship. How about including me? An old hoarse voice sounded and a short old man floating in the air appeared in the shop. I thought you were going to hide in a Wagakure until you died. Recognizing the newcomer, A immediately retorted. Since you want to hold a 5 Kage summit as the 3rd Sachikage, I naturally have to come. The newcomer was none other than the 3rd Sachikage Inoki. Initially Inoki had been hesitant, but later intelligence reported the wonders of the shop and the devil fruit brought back by his guards. Feeling the magic of the shop, Inoki couldn't stay still and activated Cheng Gong's world gate to come over. Inoki couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the living Hashirama Senju before him. He had witnessed Hashirama and Madara Uchiha dominating the ninja world back then and knew the terror of Hashirama's strength. If even Hashirama Senju couldn't defeat such an existence, could they really win even with him added? So many people. Another world gate opened and Tobirama, Senju, Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro, and Baki appeared. Gaara had originally died in the Konoha Crush plan, but Konoha, to show its sincerity for peace talks and intending to promote Gaara as the new Kazekage, had found Gaara's soul and allowed him to cultivate spiritual pressure to ensure his soul's strength. Actually, Konoha had wanted to resurrect the fourth Kazekage Raza, but Raza's spiritual pressure had been completely devoured by Orochimaru's Annunciation, making him truly and completely dead. Kirigakure refuses to participate in this summit. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already informed Hashirama Senju of this news, so when he saw representatives from 4 villages already present, he announced it. This meeting was originally convened for the joint development of a new world. In a building within the Resident Evil world, Senju Tobarama sat at the conference table and spoke. However, due to the addition of the 4th Hokage, the Resident Evil world now has only one remaining formidable existence. But because of personnel restrictions, we will prioritize recruiting powerful experts from each village, at least at the Kage level. Profits will be distributed according to the number of participants. With this approach, it seems we won't have enough people. Anoki calculated the number of eligible individuals in several villages and found it insufficient. Konoha can provide a resurrection method priced at 2,000 return points per person. However, the condition is that Konoha must unconditionally receive 50% of this venture's profits. From the remaining 50%, Konoha will also join the personnel distribution. Senju Tobarama stated the plan previously discussed with Konoha's higher-ups. It's not the impure world reincarnation type of resurrection, but the kind of revival my brother and I experienced. Senju Tobarama knew the concerns of those present, so he spoke first to dispel their doubts. This made the attendees hesitate. Although Konoha's demand seemed exorbitant, being able to revive the village's powerful warriors would continuously enhance the village's strength. I agree. The 4th Hokage was the first to consent. Agreed. Gaara nodded at Senju Tobarama's signal. Can the price be lowered? It's a bit too expensive. Having been to the shop, Anoki knew the value of return points and felt a pang of reluctance. No bargaining. Currently only Konoha knows the method of resurrection. This is a friendly price. It won't be this low in the future. Senju Tobarama flatly rejected Anoki's haggling. He had a monopoly on this business and was not worried about a lack of customers. Then, very well. Anoki knew that the leverage now lay with Konoha, so he had no choice but to agree. Next is the intelligence we obtained after the recent infiltration of Konoha by the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi. It was Minato Namikaze's turn to speak, as Tobarama was in Sunagakure when Itachi arrived and was unaware of the specifics. So the Akatsuki organization's mission is to capture all the tailed beasts. Anoki was aware of this organization and had even hired them for many shady tasks, but he had assumed it was merely a mercenary group. Collecting all tailed beasts can fuse them into a terrifying entity known as the Ten Tails. Their ultimate goal may be to overthrow the shinobi world. Hashirama Senju spoke up at this point. He had learned of the Ten Tails during his earlier meeting with the Sage of Six Paths. You're finally here. In the small shop, Cheng Gong suddenly stood up and walked to a corner. From there he pulled out a clump of black mud, and then a black and white figure wrapped in a pitcher plant appeared. If you're coming to my shop, just walk in boldly. Why hide like this? Cheng Gong dangled the black and white figure, swaying it back and forth. Zetsu was extremely shocked at that moment. His technique, the Mayfly technique, allowed him to merge with the ground and completely conceal his presence. Yet he had been caught by Cheng Gong the moment he entered the shop. You don't need to hide anymore. Someone should be helping you achieve your goal soon. Cheng Gong set Zetsu down. After the Sage of Six Paths was resurrected here, he went to find Kagaya Otsutsuki. This time the sage may eliminate the root of the problem, so Kagaya Otsutsuki will likely be released. Why has it gotten so hot all of a sudden? Several ninjas drenched in sweat entered the shop and complained. The weaker ninjas attributed it to the weather, but Cheng Gong sensed a massive spiritual pressure erupting from beyond the heavens. It was likely the Sage of Six Paths unleashing the initial release of Ryūjin Jakka. This blade, hailed as the oldest and most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, could achieve in its initial release a level of power that many Zanpakuto could not reach even with their final release. Let's go. I'll take you to see it. Cheng Gong enveloped Zetsu in spiritual pressure and flew toward the source of the... During the flight, the surrounding temperature gradually dropped, indicating that the battle had ended. If Cheng Gong hurried, he might still witness Kagaya Otsutsuki's final moments. Zetsu felt terrible. A sudden ominous unease surged within him, as if something important was about to be lost. Zetsu knew that something had happened to his mother. Perhaps Cheng Gong was right, the Sage of Six Paths had gone to find her. Don't rush. Don't rush. In the last second, Cheng Gong managed to arrive. Hearing Cheng Gong's voice, the Sage of Six Paths hesitated, but stopped his blade just before it struck Kagaya Otsutsuki. Before you kill her, why not learn more about your Otsutsuki clan? Cheng Gong advised the Sage of Six Paths. Because the Sage of Six Paths was the offspring of Kagaya Otsutsuki and a human, he had never returned to the Otsutsuki clan, and had little knowledge of its existence. The only prominent Otsutsuki he knew was Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. Kagaya Otsutsuki, lying on the ground and barely breathing, did not know who Cheng Gong was, but she sensed that this might be her chance to survive. The heat of Ryūjin Jakka was so intense that during the battle she felt as if she were being vaporized. The moon that had sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki had already been split in two by the Sage of Six Paths. So our true enemies are the other Otsutsuki clan members who may arrive at any time. Kagaya Otsutsuki nodded. This made the Sage of Six Paths feel troubled. If Kagaya, who had consumed only one divine tree fruit, was already this powerful, then what about other Otsutsuki members who had consumed multiple fruits? With this thought, the Sage of Six Paths no longer had the intention to kill. To some extent, Kagaya Otsutsuki and he were now on the same side. The Sage of Six Paths wished to protect the shinobi world and would naturally not allow other Otsutsuki clan members to interfere. Meanwhile, Kagaya Otsutsuki, having stolen the divine tree fruit, dared not face the other Otsutsuki. How about coming to my shop for a talk? With my shop around, dealing with the Otsutsuki clan is actually a trivial matter. Black Zetsu slipped into Kagaya Otsutsuki's sleeve and whispered about the situation in the shop. This intrigued Kagaya, and the Sage of Six Paths, who had purchased Ryūjin Jakka from the shop, naturally trusted its merchandise. Buying these things is really meaningless. I like them. Kagaya Otsutsuki fearlessly glared at the Sage of Six Paths in the shop. Once inside the shop and learning that violence was prohibited, Kagaya felt no fear of the Sage of Six Paths and began to wander around the store. After a stroll, Kagaya Otsutsuki had acquired several sets of clothing and accessories. The Sage of Six Paths frowned at the sight. Shopkeeper, is this dress available in white? Kagaya Otsutsuki held up a dress and asked Cheng Gong. Yes, it is. Cheng Gong brought out a white dress. It seemed he would need to set up a fitting room in the shop. Watching Kagaya continuously hold up outfits against herself, Cheng Gong successfully developed a clothing business. By the way, did you see anyone else when you went to the moon? Cheng Gong suddenly recalled that there seemed to be someone else on the moon. Was there? I don't know. Even if there was, they should have died when I unleashed Ryūjin Jakka. The Six Paths Sage said nonchalantly, as it was merely an irrelevant person. Seeing the Six Paths Sage speak thus, Cheng Gong didn't press further. A peeping Tom dead was dead. I also want that. Having adorned herself beautifully, Kagaya Otsutsuki finally set her eyes on the Zanpakuto displayed in the center of the shop, her eyes gleaming. Buy it, buy it. The Six Paths Sage felt that what he couldn't see wouldn't trouble him. I don't have enough money. Kagaya stared intently at the Six Paths Sage, who glanced at the price and his vision darkened. No money. I want it. Buy it yourself. The two argued in the shop. Mother, I have money. I'll go get it for you. Zetsu emerged from Kagaya's sleeve. Wonderful, you truly are my good son. Go quickly. Hearing there was money, Kagaya stopped pestering the Six Paths Sage and leisurely continued browsing the shop. Cheng Gong surmised that Zetsu had likely returned to the Akatsuki to liquidate their assets. Zetsu's sole purpose had always been to rescue Kagaya Otsutsuki. Now that she was free, the Akatsuki held no further value in his eyes. Now that Kagaya needed money, Zetsu would sell off the Akatsuki to extract its last bit of worth. Kakuzu, how much money do you have on you? Conan sent me to withdraw funds. Zetsu found Kakuzu using the mayfly technique. I just collected 30 million Ryo from the black market, and it hasn't even warmed my hands yet before you come asking for it. TCH, fine. Kakuzu's face stretched long when he saw Zetsu reluctantly handing over the money, resigning himself to the loss. After taking the money from Kakuzu, Zetsu next visited Conan's secret warehouses. Not a single coin was in those warehouses. They were all filled with explosive tags. Zetsu packed everything up and took it all. In addition, he took the white Zetsu he had secretly cultivated and the ninja remains he had painstakingly and covertly collected over the years. Everything. Shopkeeper, I want to exchange all of this for return points and transfer them to my mother's account. The items Zetsu brought back truly opened Cheng Gong's eyes as he saw the remains of almost every ninja who had made a name in the major villages before dying. Scorch release Pakora, Magnet release Toroi, Explosion release Hunter, Dark release Dust release Shikatsumiyaku. Cheng Gong's eyes blurred at the array of special ability ninja remains. Since Zetsu was selling, Cheng Gong accepted the lot. He even spotted White Fang's remains. Your return points are still insufficient. Even after exchanging all of Kagaya's valuable items combined with Zetsu's savings, the amount was still far from enough to purchase the Zanpakuto she coveted. How about exchanging for a Shikai first? The Six Paths Sage had no choice when Kagaya started throwing a tantrum. No. I want the Bankai. The Zanpakuto Kagaya had her eye on was a new one Cheng Gong had put out. Ryūjin Jakka and Zanka no Tachi had originally been displayed in the center of the shop as the crown jewels. But since the Six Paths Sage had bought Ryūjin Jakka, Cheng Gong could not sell Zanka no Tachi unless the Six Paths Sage died or failed to awaken its Bankai within a specified time. So Cheng Gong put away Zanka no Tachi and made this new Zanpakuto the shop's new centerpiece. This Zanpakuto was called Shirafeud, belonging to a member of the Zero Division, the unit above the 13 court guard squads of the Soul Society. The Shikai ability of this Zanpakuto was not particularly powerful, so its price was not very high and many people had already purchased it. As for why there were many people, naturally because many bought it hoping to acquire the Shikai first, only to be slain shortly after leaving the shop. Afterward, Cheng Gong would recycle it and continue selling. Gradually, everyone understood that to obtain this Zanpakuto one either needed sufficient strength or enough wealth to buy the Bankai outright. Otherwise, it could never be secured from others. If Kagaya bought the Shikai form, she might actually be able to keep the Zanpakuto. Zanka no Tachi was renowned as a blade capable of destroying the Soul Society, while Shirafeud's Bankai was said to shake the three realms. Shirafeud's Bankai form was even more expensive than Zanka no Tachi. If Kagaya actually bought Shirafeud, Cheng Gong would take a huge loss. Though Kagaya was dissatisfied with the Shikai form, poverty forced her to bow her head, and she could only purchase it. Seeing this, Cheng Gong put away Shirafeud's Bankai and placed a new Zanpakuto on display. Ikemonji. The Six Paths sage curiously examined the abilities of this new Zanpakuto and couldn't help but gasp. Shopkeeper, the items in your shop are truly beyond imagination. Cheng Gong shrugged. You're still far from it. This Zanpakuto should be able to hold out in the shop for a while longer, as the price of Ikemonji's Shikai alone was higher than many Zanpakuto's Bankai. Starting today, I'm saving money. Kagaya played happily with her newly acquired Shirafeud and set a goal to buy its Bankai. But first, let me see if there's a devil fruit I like. After toying with Shirafeud for a while, Kagaya went to the devil fruit section. The fruits with good looks had abilities she didn't like, and those with good abilities had ugly fruits. Kagaya fell into a dilemma. I'm so hungry. Let's eat first. Kagaya was drawn by the aroma from the culinary section. This spendthrift. The Six Paths sage felt fatigued by love. With Kagaya acting like this, it would take who knows how long to save enough for Shirafeud's Bankai. Kagaya bought a large pile of delicious food and began devouring it while the Akatsuki was in chaos. Nagato, our secret warehouse has been robbed. Konan flew anxiously to the side of the Akatsuki leader Nagato. It's fine. Losing just one won't matter. Nagato knew Konan had many secret warehouses, but the Akatsuki was so poor that Konan usually tried to stretch every coin. Not one. All of them. And they've been cleaned out completely. What? Has there been a traitor in the organization? Nagato's first reaction upon hearing that all the secret warehouses were empty was that there was a traitor. But aside from Kakuzu and Konan, no one else in the organization ever cared about money, and they couldn't possibly know the locations of all the secret warehouses. Where's Zetsu? Nagato suddenly thought of someone who might have the means to empty the warehouses. Zetsu withdrew the money from Kakuzu in my name, and is now out of contact. Konan had asked Kakuzu before coming. It seems Zetsu has defected. The warehouse theft is fine. How much money was lost? I'll make up. I'll have Kakuzu make up the difference. Nagato had calmed down by now. The money was a minor issue, as Zetsu's betrayal was the major concern. It's not that much money, but the main loss is several 100 million explosive tags. Xiaonan clenched her teeth, her heart already filled with a deathly hatred towards Ju. Several 100 million. Chang Men looked at Xiaonan in disbelief. The girl who constantly complained about being broke couldn't be joking, could she? Around 5 or 6,000. Xiaonan calculated in her mind. I knew you were joking. The Hidden Rain Village could produce 5 or 6,000 explosive tags. Chang Men, seeing that Xiaonan was unusually willing to jest with him, played along with a smile, but meeting her pained and desperate gaze, he swallowed hard. Could it be 5 or 600 billion? Xiaonan nodded. Ju. After that roar, Chang Men felt his heart bleeding. Though he usually cared little about money, not to mention 600 billion explosive tags, even 600 billion Ryo would be enough to pain him. Cough. 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 How did you buy so many explosive tags? Chang Men's health was already poor, and the sudden anger triggered a violent coughing fit, as if he might cough out his lungs. I was just preparing for emergencies. Xiaonan felt a bit aggrieved. She had only hoarded some explosive tags, admittedly quite a lot, but it was all for the organization. Chang Men was now speechless. Several 100 billion explosive tags for emergencies. Was the entire ninja world going to launch a joint attack on the Akatsuki's headquarters? Convene the members for a meeting immediately. We must retrieve the items. With so many explosive tags in the hands of a traitor, Chang Men felt he wouldn't be able to sleep. Shopkeeper, I want to redeem return points. Kaka, she looked helplessly at the numerous shinobi remains that had appeared in the shop. When the root members reported, he had already prepared for redemption. Cheng Gong had specially set up an exhibition area for these remains. Entering it felt eerie, with prices ranging from high to low. Those with bloodline limits were priced higher, and Kekiai Toda even more so. Shinobi like the white fan of Konoha Shuamao, despite his legendary fame during his lifetime, had relatively low prices due to his lack of special abilities. She looked at his father with mixed feelings. After so many years, he believed he had come to understand his father's choice to abandon the mission to save his comrades. But there was always a knot in Kaka's heart. If Shuamao believed he had done no wrong, why didn't he defend himself instead, cowardly taking his own life? With 1,000 knots in his heart, yet the person was now before him. She redeemed Shuamao's remains and sealed them in a scroll. As for the other remains, some she recognized, some he didn't. He assumed people from their respective villages would come to claim and redeem them. These remains were casually displayed for sale, and if no one claimed them, the villagers would surely have their own thoughts. Shopkeeper, why aren't there any remains of the previous wind shadows? Shoju also visited the remains section and found only Yi-sang's remains there with no other shinobi from the hidden sand village. She couldn't help but find it strange. These remains were traded in by customers. If they're not here, they're not here. This shop only handles sales. Cheng Gong figured that Ju looked down on the strength of the first and second wind shadows of the hidden sand village. The third wind shadow had been taken by the Akatsuki Sia and turned into a puppet, while the fourth wind shadow's corpse had disintegrated after his spiritual pressure vanished. The hidden sand village had essentially no one left to speak of. After that, the remains were gradually redeemed. The shinobi who usually kept their wallets tightly shut reluctantly bought the remains of their well-known village members, especially those of high status. Watching the rapid influx of return points, Cheng Gong opened the store and redeemed the Otsutsuki jeans that Hui had sold. Although the Six Paths Immortal was also a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Daitongmi Hui's bloodline contained the pure essence of the divine tree fruit, a bloodline that could only be provided by someone who had consumed the divine tree fruit of the Naruto world. After fusion, Cheng Gong felt something gestating in the center of his forehead. Upon internal inspection, he found it was exactly what he had anticipated. The Rinna Sharingan. A power that belonged solely to Hui, which Cheng Gong obtained after fusing with her bloodline. The Rinna Sharingan, like the Sharingan, appeared red, but with 9 tomo in its eye. After sensing it for a moment, Cheng Gong closed it. Having a third eye on his forehead felt strange. Thus Cheng Gong had nearly gathered the ultimate forms of the 3 great dojutsu in the Naruto world. The Rinnegan had awakened upon fusing with the Otsutsuki bloodline, and it was a 6 tomo Rinnegan. The Rinna Sharingan had also awakened, leaving only the Byakugan. Cheng Gong had never redeemed the bloodline of the Hyuga clan because he remembered there was a place with a Tensigan. Damn it. Cheng Gong suddenly realized the Six Paths Immortal had already cut the moon in half. Could the yellow Tensigan on the moon have been lost? Remembering this, Cheng Gong quickly rose and flew to the moon. Damn wastrel, truly not caring about things that aren't yours. Cheng Gong cursed the Six Paths Immortal under his breath as he traveled. Upon arriving at the moon, he found the Tensigan amidst the ruins. Good. Seeing that the Tensigan was unharmed, Cheng Gong stored it away. Then, using observation haki and spiritual pressure, he probed the moon and found no living beings. He returned to the shop. How do I install this eye? Cheng Gong's current eyes had all awakened from his fused bloodlines. He had no idea how to handle a physical eye. As far as he remembered, eye transplant surgery existed in the Naruto world, but that would mean losing one of his 6 tomo Rinnegan. Each Rinnegan contained a unique jujutsu, and Cheng Gong couldn't bear to part with it. Lord Ban just pressed the eye in and it worked. I'm stronger than Lord Ban now, so it should be fine. Cheng Gong attempted to bring the Tensigan close to his eye, but after several attempts, he still couldn't bring himself to force it in. Though stronger than Lord Ban, he lacked Lord Ban's audacity. I'll think of another way. Cheng Gong intended to store the Tensigan for now and find a solution later. Unexpectedly, the Tensigan turned into a stream of light and entered his eye. Unaware of what was happening, Cheng Gong quickly closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. After a long while, he let out a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, the yellow Tensigan was clearly visible in his right eye. However, Cheng Gong didn't sacrifice a Rinnegan. The Tensigan could be hidden like the Rinnegan, normally only switching to its power when used. Thus the 3 great dojutsu of the Naruto world were all mastered. Actually, there should have been one more dojutsu. Cheng Gong remembered he had a Jingyan or some other eye, but he had no idea how to obtain it, so he had to give up for now. When he returned to the front of the shop, Cheng Gong immediately felt many eyes on him. This had happened frequently when the shop was first revamped. Besides being curious about the goods, people also observed Cheng Gong curiously. But it had been a long time since so many people in the shop had looked at him like this. Are you all rebelling from the Pure Land together? Cheng Gong looked at the Third Hokage and others who were supposed to be dead now appearing in his shop, somewhat surprised. Shopkeeper uncle, you haven't shown up for half a month, where did you go? Naruto rushed to Cheng Gong and asked. Half a month. Hearing Naruto say this, Cheng Gong realized how long it had taken him to fuse the Tensigan, thinking it had only been a moment. I was in seclusion for a while and made some breakthroughs in strength. Cheng Gong smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair. Having his mother's care made a difference. Naruto's hair was much softer than before. Cheng Gong wasn't wrong. The fusion of the Tensigen and the awakening of the Rinnegan had pushed his power from the late six-path stage to the perfect six-path stage, which greatly lifted his spirits. But everyone in the shop was astounded. They couldn't even gauge Cheng Gong's strength, and now he could still improve. It was simply terrifying. Even the Sage of Six Paths was equally shocked. Yet these people were also full of confidence. Especially the Sage of Six Paths, who thought himself invincible in the ninja world, saw in Cheng Gong a path forward. Although Kaguya had recently told him about the terror of the Otsutsuki clan, without facing it directly, he still lacked a tangible comparison. The unfathomable Cheng Gong before him was the motivation for the Sage of Six Paths to train diligently. "Shopkeeper, we've gathered the 10 people for the battle." Hashirama Senju stepped forward and said to Cheng Gong. Cheng Gong noticed a proud man in armor standing beside Hashirama. It could only be Madara. "All of you who are participating, come out." Since the last battle participants were expelled from the biochemical world, the final battle arena had been sealed. Only by activating the world's power could Cheng Gong open the battlefield and let everyone enter. That was why so many people were in the shop, all waiting for Cheng Gong's return. Hashirama Senju Madara Uchiha Tobarama Senju Tsunade, Senju Jiraiya the 4th Raikage the 3rd Raikage the 2nd, Suchikage the 3rd Suchikage, and Chio. "Are you really going to participate?" Cheng Gong asked Chio. To be honest, with her strength, she wasn't qualified. "Of course. Shopkeeper, don't underestimate me." Chio was in full battle gear, her voice vigorous and firm. However, the worried and guilty looks of the Suna ninjas behind her betrayed her words. It seemed Tsunade truly had no one left. "Where is Pakura?" Cheng Gong asked. He felt reluctant to let Chio go into battle. This old woman had endured too much suffering. Her child died in war, her grandson had run away, leaving only her aging near-death brother to accompany her. Pakura has defected and is being pursued. Hearing this, Cheng Gong knew Pakura wouldn't be back anytime soon. Hashirama Senju watched Chio forcing herself and sighed, but said nothing. Tsunade truly had no strong ninjas left. The remains of several Kazekages were nowhere to be found. Under internal compromise and threats within Tsunade, Pakura was resurrected, but she fled immediately after revival, discarding her ninja headband. Seeing that Tsunade was about to lose its share in the distribution of benefits, Chio stepped forward, even if it meant allying with Konoha, which she had a blood feud with, and even knowing this battle might be a one-way trip. But for the future of Tsunade, Chio had to gamble. She was betting that this operation would succeed, and that the benefits from the shop would give the new generation of Suna a bright future. "Then let's set off." Cheng Gong checked and found that the string fruit in the shop had been sold, presumably bought by Chio. It should provide her some protection. The world gate opened and Cheng Gong directly sent the 10 people into the final battle arena. Whether they could win, Cheng Gong didn't know. "Shopkeeper, do you want peace for the ninja world?" A red-haired young man in a wheelchair approached. "Nagato. Did Madara take back your Rinnegan?" Cheng Gong hadn't noticed whether Madara's eyes were Rinnegan, but Nagato now had ordinary eyes, probably replaced after Madara Uchiha took away these eyes that belonged to a god. "Lord Hashirama brought me back to Konoha and they transplanted new eyes for me. Those eyes were originally Madara's, it's just returning them to their owner." Cheng Gong stated the truth. Although Zetsu Madara and others had said the eyes were Madara's since coming to the shop, Nagato never believed it. Now hearing this truth from the shopkeeper, he thought omnipotent Nagato was devastated. Impossible. Those eyes belong to a god. How could they be Madara's? Then look at those two, they both have. Cheng Gong activated a projection of the final battle in the shop, so no one had left. The Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya were both watching. One is the Sage of Six Paths, the other is his mother. They are gods by nature, so it's natural for them to have Rinnegan. What you think of as a god is just a person with great power. No one is born a god. Madara's strength was sufficient, so he gained the Rinnegan. Cheng Gong paused here. Most importantly, we all have the strength to protect these eyes. Cheng Gong also revealed his own 6-tomo Rinnegan. You should know by now that the ideal you've been pursuing was just a scheme, right? Nagato remained silent. Zetsu had been here all along, so the arrangements were probably already known to everyone. But my desire to pursue peace will not change, Nagato said firmly. Then work hard. I support everyone with ideals. When you have money, come to my shop and buy something to increase your strength. You're always welcome. Cheng Gong waved at Naruto. "Naruto, have you talked with this person?" "Yes, I have. Mom says he's from our clan, so we're all family, but he always says things like not enough pain and let the world feel pain, strange stuff. Then talk with him more often in the future." Cheng Gong wasn't good at heartfelt conversations, so he would leave it to Naruto, the king of Takunijutsu, to resolve Nagato's ideological issues. "Conan, are you interested in being a clerk here?" Cheng Gong suddenly spoke to the girl behind Nagato. Then can the shopkeeper return my 600 billion explosive tags? Cheng Gong was choked by Conan's words. Although it was Zetsu who sold them when Cheng Gong redeemed them, he knew exactly who owned those explosive tags, so he was in the wrong with Conan. Zetsu sold them to me. Go talk to Zetsu. I'm just a businessman. He simply shifted the blame to Zetsu. Zetsu, who was watching alongside Kaguya, saw Conan's gaze, and immediately crawled back into Kaguya's sleeve. I provide meals and accommodation plus a monthly salary. It's definitely more promising than the Akatsuki. Cheng Gong continued to extend an olive branch to Conan. I'm fine in the Akatsuki, Conan declined again. Conan, stay here, said Nagato from his wheelchair. I agree. Xiaonan agreed to Cheng Gong's proposal without hesitation. I disagree. Cheng Gong refused Xiaonan with a smile. You. Xiaonan was instantly enraged. Cheng Gong shrugged without a word. He had only thought of recruiting Xiaonan on a whim as he had liked her character in the Naruto series. But now Xiaonan clearly could not let go of her bond with Cheng Men, and she would inevitably leave again. So it was better to not take her on. Cheng Gong went to the remains area and found that most of the remains had already been redeemed. This explained why the shop suddenly had so many resurrected people. After Orochimaru used the Impure World reincarnation to summon the two Senju brothers in the shop, which led to their resurrection, the method became known to Konoha. The Impure World reincarnation summons the souls of the dead from the Pure Land, and by granting them spiritual pressure, the step of going to the Pure Land was skipped. It was considered a shortcut discovered by Konoha. Through this wall lies the place where we fought. Senju Hashirama pointed to the wall in front of him and said to those present, the battle plan has already been set, so I won't repeat it now. Are you all ready? Ready. No problem. Alright. Everyone responded. They were actually just waiting for Chiyo to finish preparing the puppets. Then let's go in. Hashirama placed his hand on the wall and the scenery before everyone changed. They appeared in a blood-stained ruined wasteland. You again. A woman with 6 black wings on her back and a divine halo behind her head began to roar the moment she saw Hashirama and the others. It was clear she had a deep impression of Hashirama. Is this the mother goddess Miranda? The Third Hokage Chiyo and others who had entered for the first time were shocked by the woman's appearance. When they first heard the title of Mother Goddess, everyone felt a bit uneasy as it was a being bearing the name of a god. However, upon seeing her, they found Miranda to be very strange. Her appearance and aura were too eerie, more like a demon god. Miranda, it seems your wings have healed. In the previous battle, Hashirama had activated his giant Buddha form and, catching Miranda off guard, tore off one of her wings. But now it was completely intact. If I put my wings in front of you now, would you dare to touch them? Miranda spread her wings and mocked Hashirama. Hashirama remained silent. Although he had torn off Miranda's wing last time, the moment it was torn, the wing turned into black dust and swept toward him. The terrifying corrosive power had even eroded the golden energy coat formed by Hashirama's giant Buddha form, and it couldn't be shaken off. In the end, Hashirama had to use a substitution technique to escape. Just burn it away. Uchiha Madara, clad in armor, said disdainfully. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands, and a massive flame burst from his mouth, directly engulfing Miranda. Hashirama looked helplessly at Madara, who had ignored the battle plan and charged straight in. He knew this was Madara's nature, impossible to control. Or rather, if he could be controlled, he wouldn't be Uchiha Madara. She's fine. Continue attacking. Madara stopped his flames because he sensed that Miranda's life force hadn't decreased at all, and he directly called for reinforcements. Just as the others were about to move, a powerful surge of chakra pushed everyone back. A massive blue armored warrior appeared in Madara's position, its wings spread, and it flew into the sky. Madara. Seeing Madara's actions completely out of control, Hashirama shouted anxiously, but he couldn't stop. Madara had activated his complete Susanoo. His greatest wish was to defeat Senju Hashirama, and since Miranda was someone Hashirama greatly feared, Madara used his full power against Miranda after the initial probing. Miranda also burst out of the flames and chased after Madara in the air. Everyone joined the battle as you see fit. Seeing this, Hashirama had no choice but to let the others act on their own. In the first battle, he had activated his giant Buddha form, turning into a golden giant. So Miranda fought in the air with Hashirama, while those without flight abilities became mere spectators. Therefore, for this battle, Hashirama specifically warned not to use giant forms or flight-capable abilities. But Madara ignored all that. Thus, only the second Tsuchikage Mu, who was wrapped in bandages, and the old third Tsuchikage used the light and heavy rock technique to fly, but they only dared to stay on the sidelines, not daring to interfere in Madara's fight. Tsunade's Flying Thunder God technique could also fly, but at this level of combat, relying solely on that ability to stay in the air would severely limit her capabilities, so she didn't take off. Brother, you should join too. Senju Tobirama said to Hashirama. Hashirama nodded. Since the situation had already become chaotic, there was no need. Then Hashirama activated his giant Buddha form, becoming a giant, and joined Madara's battle. Shopkeeper, what do the DPS total damage and damage taken on this projection mean? Naruto, who was watching the battle in the shop, asked Cheng Gong. This feature was newly added as Cheng Gong's control over the Resident Evil world increased. He could now sense the energy intensity within the Resident Evil world. As long as the attacks unleashed in the Resident Evil world did not exceed the limit of Cheng Gong's perception, he could quantify the attack intensity. DPS is the average damage per second, total damage is the cumulative damage dealt, and damage taken is the damage received from enemies. Initially, all three values for the 10 ninjas were 0. After Madara began attacking with fire, the total damage number started increasing by 1. The values for the others remained unchanged. Bang! A loud noise came from the projection. Miranda's figure fell from the air and crashed to the ground. Madara's total damage instantly became 77843. The complete Susanoo was indeed formidable. Is this thing so troublesome? The giant warrior formed by Susanoo flew in the air holding a massive blade. It was this blade that had knocked Miranda down, but now the blade was tainted by a black substance spreading rapidly across the entire blade and corroding it. Only when Madara encountered this ability for the first time did he finally understand why Hashirama was so wary. Madara decisively discarded the blade in Susanoo's hand. When he tried to manifest another one, he found that, even as soon as a handle appeared, the black substance would materialize out of thin air and begin to corrode and infect. Thus Madara had to abandon the blade. Yasaka Magatama. Although the blade was unusable, Madara still had ranged attack capabilities. Susanoo began to gather energy in its hands. Several Magatama formed and were directly hurled by Madara, targeting the falling Miranda. The Magatama were extremely fast. Miranda raised her claws, which were long enough to reach the ground, and with a single swipe, she deflected the Magatama away. Hell, stab one finger. Miranda's attention was entirely focused on the massive Susanoo in the sky, ignoring the people on the ground. But she forgot that she was in the midst of falling. The third Hokage, seeing that the distance was sufficient, directly unleashed his ultimate killing move, one finger. The third Hokage can condense lightning onto his finger to penetrate enemies. The fewer fingers used, the greater the power and penetration. One finger is the strongest form of this technique, attacking with only a single finger. One finger was aimed at the back of Miranda's heart, but when it struck her back it failed to penetrate at all. The third Hokage's abdomen was slashed open. The wings behind Miranda had somehow transformed into spikes resembling spider legs. A single spike directly slashed open the third Hokage's abdomen. Gangsho, whose hemophobia had been physically cured by Fei Jian, was not afraid of the bloody scene and immediately stepped forward to toss the third Hokage into the mouth of Ryūjin for healing. No. Quick-witted Gangsho immediately condensed a chakra scalpel and cut away most of the third Hokage's abdomen, because the part struck by the spider spike was contaminated with a black substance that began to corrode. The part cut off by Gangsho was completely corroded by the black substance before it even hit the ground. Only after ensuring that the third Hokage's body was free of the black substance did Gangsho allow Ryūjin to swallow him. Dust release original world stripping. Seeing the third Hokage's miserable state, De Yimu and Wu in the air no longer approached Miranda. Instead, they each unleashed dust release from a distance. The dust release, carrying an aura of destruction, rushed straight toward Miranda. The spider spikes on Miranda's back transformed again into wings even larger than her previous ones. With a flap of her 6 wings, she dodged the linear attack of the dust release. Having dodged the 2 dust releases, Miranda failed to notice a golden shockwave approaching from afar. The Buddha shockwave launched by Zhu Jian struck Miranda solidly. In his great Buddha form, each of Zhu Jian's attacks carried additional Buddha light and chanting, which proved twice as effective against such an evil being. The Buddha shockwave did not harm Miranda, it only knocked her to the ground. However, the Buddha light continuously scorched her body, and the chanting of sutras ceaselessly purified and disturbed her mind. As soon as Miranda landed, a relentless barrage of attacks came. Qian Dai manipulated 2 of the Chikamatsu 10-man squad to release 4 chain sickles, which pulled and bound Miranda's limbs. Lightning cleave horizontal thousand dance. The 4th Hokage, who had been silent on the ground for a long time, moved. Furious lightning chakra condensed in his hand, aimed directly at Miranda's neck. Rip! The 4th Hokage's long charged attack directly pierced through Miranda's neck. Miranda's head fell to the ground, but instantly another grew back. How can we fight this? The 4th Hokage stared in astonishment. If her head could grow back after being cut off, where was Miranda's vital point? Get out of the way! A loud shout came from the sky. The 4th Hokage saw a shadow looming over him and looked up to find a colossal meteor heading toward him. No, toward Miranda. Is this a jutsu that a human can unleash? The 4th Hokage cursed under his breath and quickly evaded. Qiandai also ordered the Chikamatsu 10-man squad to stay away from Milanda as there was no place to repair the puppets if they were damaged. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The gigantic meteor crushed the ground, causing it to collapse. What state Milanda was in within it was unimaginable. Heavenly obstruction star. A single meteor was already pushing the limits of everyone's comprehension, but now an even larger meteor appeared in the sky, directly crashing down onto the first one. Even if she isn't dead, she can't escape from this, right? Looking at the two massive meteors, Qiandai knew that if it were herself, there would be no way to avoid it. However, Milanda was crushed beneath the meteors. No one present knew her exact condition, but those watching from the small shop had a clearer picture. When Uchiha Ban's first meteor fell, the total damage directly reached 150000, but when the second meteor fell, Ban's total damage did not. Shouldn't she be dead? Someone in the shop asked. No, Milanda is still alive. Nailu Luwan immediately noticed something wrong because the total damage of Senjuju Jian was still increasing, indicating that the Buddha light and chanting damage from earlier were still dealing continuous damage, which also meant Milanda was not dead. Before Ban's second meteor landed, Milanda somehow escaped. Zhu Jian used the giant Buddha's hands to pry apart the two meteors, but there was no sign of Milanda in the crater created by the impact. The probability of Milanda's death is 0. Zilai Yi, with his hands clasped, suddenly manifested a card in front of him. This was the ability of the fortune-telling fruit he bought from the small shop, which could predict the probability of various events. When developed to the extreme, it could even foresee the future and alter the past. Where did she go? Everyone present was searching for Milanda. Da Yi Mu and Wu flew in the air, continuously scanning the ground. Ban had already cancelled his Susanoo and stood on the ground with his arms crossed, saying nothing. Zhu Jian also cancelled his great Buddha form. If Milanda didn't show up soon, they would be exhausted from their own consumption. The people watching from the small shop were also constantly searching for Milanda's location. It's Tien Deus Chikamatsu 10. Although everyone was looking for Milanda, each person's focus naturally differed due to their positions. Kan Kulang was the first to spot Milanda. Unbeknownst to everyone, a person had infiltrated Tien Deus Chikamatsu 10-man squad, turning it into 11 puppets, and no one had noticed. How can Uchiha Ban's Rinnegan be so powerful? Chang Men inwardly compared to when he used his Rinnegan to release the planetary devastation. The meteor's size was at most 1/10 of Ban's. Have you used planetary devastation? Cheng Gong suddenly became curious, since Chang Men's eyes were already lost. Would the classic scene of experiencing pain be gone? I have. Chang Men seemed hesitant. Where did you use it? Konoha. Cheng Gong's curiosity for... No, it was outside the Rain Village. He was sent flying by Lord Zhu Jian's giant Buddha's palm. Yuanfei Ryūjin came forward to explain. Cheng Gong nodded in understanding. Poor kid, under the oppression of Zhu Jian and Ban, he was destined not to be able to make anyone feel pain. By the way, where is Tuanzong? Aren't you street hooligans always together now? At the last Konoha meeting, Yuanfei Ryūjin and Jicun Tuanzong were appointed as the director and deputy director of the External Liaison Department, which was essentially a disguised move to sideline them. After that, Yuanfei Ryūjin and the former 3 elders of Konoha would wander around the village, occasionally visiting the Ninja Academy to promote the will of fire. Tuanzong was executed by Lord Ban. Well done! Cheng Gong inwardly praised Lord Ban's might. Water release water dragon bullet. In the battlefield, Qianshou Feijian suddenly formed hand seals and 2 water dragons appeared, binding one of the Jinsong 10-man squad. Found out already. How boring. Miranda, seeing that she had been discovered, ceased hiding and directly reverted to her original form, breaking free from the water dragon bullet. The probability of attacking me is 98. Another card appeared before Zilai. As the divination result emerged, Miranda charged at Zilai, but he remained with his hands clasped together. The probability of attacking the left is 99. Zilai sidestepped as a giant claw swiped at his left side, narrowly dodging. The probability of attacking the neck is 87. Miranda's wings transformed into spider stingers, thrusting towards Zilai's neck. Zilai ducked to evade. Sage Art Bright God Gate. A Tori gate descended from the sky, directly suppressing. Little Zilai, your mastery of Sage Art is still insufficient. Qianshou Zhu Jian chuckled as he looked at Zilai's awkward posture. He'll be ready soon. During this time, Zilai had been pulled into special training by the Qianshou brothers, mainly Zujian's hellish training of his Sage Art. Among the known users of Sage Art, Zilai was likely the least proficient, needing the help of the Miaomu Mountain Toads even to enter Sage. Through Zujian's guidance, many essential secrets that Miaomu Mountain had not taught were imparted to Zilai, allowing him to enter Sage mode unaided by the Toads. However, the problem of the lengthy preparation time remained unsolved, so as soon as he entered the battlefield, Zilai began activating Sage mode, but even now he had not yet entered it. Weighted Rock Thunderous Horizontal 1000 Generations Dance. Seizing this opportunity, the second Hokage used the weighted rock technique to enhance the fourth Hokage's fist, and the fourth Hokage unleashed his strongest jutsu once more. The fourth Hokage's body was covered in a blue chakra cloak, his hair stood on end, and his speed was so immense that only after images remained at his original position. Such speed is truly astonishing. The onlookers in the small shop were stunned. No one could track the fourth Hokage's figure, even Zuiju with his Sharingan activated could not discern it. The probability of your body weakening is 69. Zillai's face developed markings and his nose became larger. These were the sage characteristics after entering sage mode. After entering sage mode, Zillai felt more powerful, and the effect of the divination fruit could now take effect on Miranda. The divination fruit not only could predict the probability of future events, but also could turn illusions into reality, and at its peak it could even achieve words becoming reality. At this moment, Zillai was turning his words into prophecies, and using the divination fruit to manifest the weakness effect into reality. However, against opponents of equal or far greater strength, the success rate drastically decreased. The divination card flew into Miranda's body and her skin seemed to loosen slightly. It appeared that despite the low success rate, the effect had taken hold. Puff! A spurt of black blood erupted as Miranda's impenetrable heart chamber was pierced by the Hokage. However, the black blood seemed corrosive, beginning to erode the fourth Hokage's chakra cloak. With a scream, Miranda, whose heart had been pierced, vanished directly. Not even the binding effect of the bright god gate could. This technique is amazing. Ningren, seeing the fourth Hokage's total damage instantly soar to 880,000, could naturally understand the power of this technique. In fact, the fourth Hokage's ability to cause such massive damage was largely due to Zillai's assistance. Otherwise, he might not have been able to breach her defenses. The moment Miranda vanished, darkness began to shroud everyone's sight, and then their vision completely disappeared. It's not an illusion. Qianzhou Feijian first suspected whether this was a genjutsu similar to the darkness technique, but he found he could not dispel it. The loss of sight greatly affected some in the field. Qian Dai had already gathered the Jinsong 10-man squad around. The cautious Qian Dai felt a sharp gust of wind from behind and instinctively tried to sidestep, but her physical functions had declined with age, so she could not fully evade. In desperation, she could only use a puppet to block the strike. The puppet's perception completely vanished. After Qian Dai used the puppet to block the attack, she could no longer sense its existence. The next moment, the end of her chakra thread was empty. Qian Dai knew that Miranda's eerie black substance must have directly corroded the puppet. Qian Dai dodged left. Zujin's warning came a bit late, but Qian Dai still retreated a few steps to the left. A golden shockwave flew in. Though unable to see, everyone in the field could sense the energy fluctuation. The Buddha's shockwave grazed Qian Dai's hair, taking a strand with it, and struck Miranda. The wounded Miranda vanished again. My observation haki can only sense her when she appears. I can't sense her when she disappears. Da Yemu. As Zhu Jian spoke, his observation haki sensed Miranda appearing behind Da Yemu, and he urgently warned. Picking on the elderly. Da Yemu, who had already prepared his dust release, directly unleashed it. Dust release limit stripping technique. Da Yemu hurled the dust release toward Miranda and began to retreat rapidly. This time the dust release was not a straight-line energy attack like before, but condensed into an energy cube flying toward Miranda. Perhaps fearing that Miranda would vanish again, Da Yemu detonated the energy cube before it even touched her. The energy cube began to rapidly expand, forming a massive cube. Everything within was annihilated by the dust release. Miranda sensed the danger, but could not evade. A half of her body was caught in the dust release and directly disintegrated. The damage inflicted this time seemed too great, and Miranda could no longer maintain the darkness over everyone, and their vision was restored. It seems her recovery has limits. This time everyone noticed a difference in Miranda. Although her body had recovered as before, the restored half was pitch black, resembling the black substance of her wing. That black substance, though terrifyingly corrosive, was not particularly strong in defense. After fully recovering, Miranda's 6 wings became extremely large. She flew directly into the sky, stopped midair, and began to gather her next attack above. The attack gathered with alarming speed. Before anyone could interrupt, a massive energy sphere composed entirely of black substance, large enough to cover the entire field, had already appeared above Miranda's head. Farewell. Miranda cast a cold smile at the crowd below as the energy sphere crashed down. Everyone showed grim expressions upon seeing this black energy sphere. There was no way to dodge it, as the entire battlefield had been enveloped. Once contaminated by this black substance, one would only be corroded, and no one dared to confront it directly. The survival probability is 22. Zillai's divination result lifted everyone's spirits, who still had a way to ensure their survival. Let me give it a try. Although Qianzhou Feijian was not entirely confident under such urgent circumstances, he had no choice but to attempt it. Flying Thunder, God-Guided Thunder. Qianshou Feijian confronted the giant sphere and used the flying thunder god technique. The giant sphere slowly disappeared into the air. With this technique, he could teleport objects away, but the larger the object, the more chakra it consumed. The location Qianshou Feijian chose to teleport to was where he had left his flying thunder god technique mark on Milanda. However, the giant sphere was too massive. Qianshou Feijian could feel his chakra rapidly depleting even though he hadn't experienced chakra deficiency for many years. Just as Qianshou Feijian's chakra was about to be exhausted, the giant sphere was finally completely transferred by the flying thunder god technique and reverse direction, crashing onto Milanda, who was above the giant sphere. The giant sphere did not explode, instead it began to dissolve upon contact with Milanda as the black substance was essentially one with her. The dissolved black substance began to fall like raindrops. This was beyond Qianshou Feijian's ability to transfer, as there were simply too many. Everyone gathered together. Qianshou Zhujian gestured for everyone to huddle closer, then clapped his hands together. With style, tree world birthed. Countless trees emerged from all around with thick twisted branches coiling and quickly enveloping everyone. The probability of a successful defense is... Zilai performed another divination. The probability of hardness is 99. A card flew toward the trees and instantly the tree bark became smooth with a faint metallic sheen. The probability of a successful defense is 42. The defense success rate had only increased by 9 percentage points, still too low. However, Qianshou Zhujian kept generating new trees so that as soon as the outer layer was corroded, a new layer of trees would immediately cover it. After the black rain stopped, Zhujian immediately sensed it as his wood style no longer needed to be replenished. So he dispelled the tree world birth. But when they saw Milanda, everyone's pupils constricted. A giant black energy sphere was once again forming above her head. We can't let her stay in the air any longer. We need to find a way to bring her down. This time Yuzhibo Ban made his move. A war fan appeared in Ban's hand. Yuzhibo reflection. The giant energy sphere was reflected back by Ban, but the war fan was instantly corroded upon contact with the black substance. However, Ban had anticipated this and simply discarded the fan. At this moment, Yuzhibo Ban was no longer clad in samurai armor. A white divine robe had somehow appeared on him, and several black truth-seeking balls orbited behind him. Ban rose into the air using only his own abilities. Has Lord Ban already become a god? When the onlookers in the shop saw Ban's new form, they noticed it was extremely similar to the attire of Daitongmu Hui and Lu Dao Xianren, so they naturally assumed that Yuzhibo Ban had stepped into what they considered the realm of gods. Hui and Lu Dao Xianren remained silent. Their status and level made them disdain to explain anything to these juniors. Even one more word would be beneath them. Yuzhibo Ban is still far from mother. The two Daitongmu did not speak, but Ju was displeased. How could they casually compare others to his mother? Ban's change in attire did indeed indicate that he had entered the Six Paths level, but only temporarily. Ban had Zhujian cells within him, so having gathered the chakra of Azura and Indra, he could fully become a new Lu Dao Xianren. However, to fully awaken his bloodline, that is to purify it to the Daitongmu bloodline, Ban would need the power of the divine tree, also known as the Ten Tails. Otherwise, like Zhujian and others activating Sage Mode, he could only maintain this form temporarily. After hearing Ju's explanation, everyone was still a bit confused. Matters concerning bloodlines already excluded most ordinary ninjas, and bloodline purification left many Kekkei Genkai users of insufficient strength bewildered, as they hadn't even fully developed their current Kekkei Genkai, let alone purification. Only Rishiong Rizu and a few elders of the Rishiong clan were deep in thought. Although their strength was still far from enough, the Rishiong clan's records contained some. Cheng Gong had now entered the interior of the shop. This was a place that Cheng Gong had designated for himself, only where he had previously rested and cultivated. Mother Goddess Milanda did not originally possess such immense power, but due to the enhancement of the world will of the resident evil universe, Milanda's power skyrocketed. Initially, Milanda still had her own consciousness. However, as the damage inflicted by Zhujian and others increased, each repair was conducted by the world will using the world's power. This caused Milanda's self-awareness to begin to dissipate, and the world will started to control her. Such a Milanda no longer tested her opponents. When unleashing attacks, every move was a killing blow. Even if her body could no longer withstand it, she felt no. The physical breakdown caused by overload would be instantly repaired by the world will. However, this would cause the world power of the resident evil universe to be consumed, and Cheng Gong's Zanpakuto 3000 worlds was also constantly resisting the world will. With both internal and external consumption, the world power of the resident evil universe would eventually be exhausted. Zhujian and the others did not yet know that Milanda was now an immortal existence. Unless the world will could be erased, even if Milanda were completely annihilated, she would be instantly recreated by the world's power. Therefore Cheng Gong also began to fight against the world will of the Resident Evil universe together with the 3,000 worlds, so that the world power would eventually be exhausted. The truth-seeking balls behind Lu Dao Ban had pierced Melanda's body countless times. In essence, the truth-seeking balls possessed the ability to annihilate. In the original work during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the truth-seeking balls could even prevent the bodies reanimated by the impure world reincarnation from regenerating. When the truth-seeking balls came into contact with Melanda's wings, they were not corroded, but pierced through them. However, the wings would still regenerate. It seemed that both sides were on the same level and neither could overpower the other. However, Ban's truth-seeking balls attacked too quickly and Melanda's wings soon became riddled with holes, causing her to fall. With style, with dragon technique. The falling Melanda was restrained by the technique released by Zhu Jian. The wood dragon appeared golden as Zhu Jian had infused it with the Buddha's light from his giant Buddha form. Sure enough, while the wood dragon bound Melanda, wisps of black smoke were purified from her body. Like throwing balls. Uchiha Madara manifested a truth-seeking ball in each hand which rapidly expanded. Then you try it too. The two expanded truth-seeking balls enveloped the entire wood dragon and Miranda was directly annihilated by them. Is this the end? At this moment the only thing Chio and the others could do was to stay away from the center of the battlefield. This was no longer a battle they could intervene in, and their involvement might only hinder Hashirama. Madara wouldn't think so, he would just eliminate them altogether. The probability of enemy death is 100. Jiraiya's cards had already predicted the outcome. Tsunade released the third Raikage as his wounds had stopped bleeding and the rest would be healed by his own regeneration. Chio had already begun to control the Chikamatsu's 9 puppets to scour this place. At that moment a powerful pressure descended and a humanoid figure was rapidly coalescing in midair. The world's power was recreating Miranda. A perfectly restored Miranda reappeared. The pressure dissipated and it still had to resist Cheng Gong's invasion. Can 100 be wrong? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya skeptically. He didn't miscalculate. Tobirama had already noticed the difference in Miranda. The current Miranda is the same form as the one we encountered when we first entered. You see, before half of her body was already composed of black matter. This Miranda is likely a completely new one. Tobirama's analysis was correct, but the current Miranda had lost her self-awareness. She was merely a puppet spawned by the worlds while mechanically executing the program of attacking intruders as granted by the world's will and automatically locked onto the person with the highest threat level present, Uchiha Madara. Miranda flapped her wings and a sky full of wings made of black matter shot toward Madara. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Madara activated the most basic ability of the Rinnegan, releasing a powerful repulsive force that deflected all the wings in the sky. Madara, be careful not to hurt us. Hashirama dodged the wings that were scattered chaotically after being deflected by Madara, warning him. Madara said nothing and behind him black truth-seeking balls condensed again to attack Miranda. But this time Madara closed in. The truth-seeking balls pierced through Miranda's spine, causing the wings behind her to fall off. After a moment the wings began to regenerate, but Madara produced several black iron rods in his hands and stabbed them into Miranda's back. The regeneration of the wings stopped instantly. Deprived of her wings, Miranda began to fall. Banshou Tenon. Worried that Miranda would disappear again upon landing, Madara simply pulled her back with the attraction. The black truth-seeking balls destroyed the joints of Miranda's limbs while he inserted the black iron rods into them to suppress her regeneration. Thus Miranda was immobilized. Since she revives when killed, let's keep her restrained like this and slowly figure out how to destroy her. Madara landed on the ground. Madara, your ability is amazing. This time you've surpassed me. How did you learn it? Hashirama patted Madara's shoulder with a big hand. Madara glanced at Hashirama. I learned it by taking a bite of your flesh. Hashirama. In the following time everyone took turns trying to deal with Miranda, but except for the parts suppressed by Madara's iron rods, the other areas attacked by the group recovered after. Hashirama, lend me your chakra. Madara suddenly appeared in front of Hashirama and grabbed him, absorbing all the sage chakra from Hashirama's body, forcing him out of sage mode. I need to consume chakra to maintain this form, and also to sustain the iron rods that suppress Miranda's regeneration. My chakra is running low. Madara inwardly sighed, feeling that it had been many years since he last felt his chakra nearly depleted. How nostalgic. But what do we do now? Jiraiya kept using his divination cards, and the kill probability displayed on the cards was always 0, not even 1. Hashirama tried to envelop Miranda completely with Buddha's light. In the light, wisps of black smoke emerged from Miranda's body, all purified away. Not good. Retreat. The iron rods that Uchiha Madara used to suppress Miranda suddenly sensed a strong surge of energy that broke through the rod's binding. Madara hurriedly called for everyone to retreat. Miranda's body rapidly expanded, and with a thunderous explosion the entire battlefield was engulfed. Miranda self-destructed, summoning 5 layers of Rashomon. Hashirama, seeing that there was no time to dodge, could only summon 5 giant gates that reached the sky to block the blast. The power of the explosion tore through the first gate upon contact. The second and third layers of Rashomon held it back briefly, but were still breached. The fourth gate resisted for a longer time, but failed to stop it, finally coming to a halt at the fifth gate. She's not going to revive again, is she? Chiyo, seeing that Miranda had failed to escape and instead self-destructed, worried that this was just a way for Miranda to break free. No, she's not dead yet. Madara's Rinnegan saw that there was still life force at Miranda's location, and it was rapidly increasing. A vine suddenly appeared with a whoosh and snatched Chiyo away. Even Madara didn't react in time. Before the others could go to rescue her, several more vines appeared, each entangling a person. Hell stab, one finger piercing. The recovered Third Hokage struck again, attempting to cut the vine, but the vine quickly transformed into a shield shape, blocking the Third Hokage's thrust. Even the attack of the Fourth Hokage did not damage this vine. This is going to be troublesome now. Tobirama smiled wryly after seeing Miranda's current form. At this moment, Miranda had transformed into a giant flower. The scarlet petals were wide open and black dust was spreading outward from the center. Behind the petals, countless black roots coiled around, and the vines that grew from them forced everyone to fight separately. The earliest taken Chiyo was now nowhere to be seen. Anoki and Mu were jointly resisting a vine of the Third and Fourth Hokage, were also cooperating against another. A Jiraiya and Tobirama were a team. Hashirama and Madara each dealt with a vine. Tsunade realized that she was not being attacked at all. She was being underestimated by Miranda. A pattern of markings appeared on Tsunade's forehead. As the most proficient medical ninja in this team, she had been restraining her desire to attack, but now that she had become the mobile unit, she would go all out. Painful skyleg. Tsunade activated the Een seal and delivered a full-force kick straight at the petals. The moment she struck, a powerful rebound force transmitted, and she quickly flipped to dissipate the force. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds echoed. The Third Hokage and Jiraiya were sent flying. Jiraiya's chakra was exhausted, forcing him out of sage mode, while the Third Hokage lay on the ground groaning, clutching his waist. It had already been quite difficult to resist together, and with 2 people down the situation became even more urgent. Girl, use that technique. Hashirama shouted at Tsunade. Okay. Tsunade responded. Minazuki, come. Minazuki transformed back into a Zanpakuto and came into Tsunade's hand. Bankai Jiajin. In an instant, blood-colored flowers bloomed. Tsunade gripped the hilt of the Zanpakuto with one hand and the blade with the other, then slashed her palm across the edge, staining. The blood began to drip thickly to the ground. Bankai Jiajin. The battlefield turned crimson as an endless torrent of blood rained from the sky, saturating the earth. Tsunade strode forward through the gore, her blade dripping with viscous blood. The petals sensed the immense threat, and all the vines lunged toward Tsunade. This game ends here. Tsunade's eyes grew vacant. As the vines rushed and she swung Jiajin, severing even the tendrils that had only been scratched by truth-seeking balls, which dissolved into the blood-soaked ground. With a burst of speed, Tsunade reached the giant petal and thrust her blade. It did not pierce, but the point of contact with Jiajin immediately began to liquefy, and the blade sank in, cleaving the petal apart. The petal seemed to feel pain as dozens of vines erupted to attack Tsunade, but under Jiajin's edge, everything was reduced to nothing. Tsunade struck again and again, hacking off the 4 giant petals of the flower, all of which gradually dissolved in the blood. A terrifying black substance clung to Tsunade, its highly corrosive nature eating away at her skin, but beneath each layer peeled away, another layer remained. This corrosion. It truly touches the soul with pain. Tsunade raised Jiajin. The black substance did harm her, but within the blood hell constructed by Jiajin, everything was Tsunade's domain. She could recover endlessly, but the pain of the wounds was unavoidable. End this, Miranda. Tsunade thrust Jiajin into the flower's pistil. The entire blood hell trembled, and a colossal wave of blood cascaded from the sky. Jiajin, empowered by the ever-increasing blood, clashed with the pistil, and finally pierced through it. Have some consideration for the elderly. Anoki grumbled as he rose from the blood, the crimson tide now nearly reaching his chin. Despite his back pain, he forced himself to fly. As Anoki ascended, a chilling sensation seized him, as if a predatory beast had locked onto him. The stench of blood filled the air as Tsunade, wielding Jiajin, materialized before him and swung her blade. A scream rang out as the resurrected Miranda, attempting to ambush Anoki from behind, was cut down once more by Tsunade's blade. Thank you. Blood from Jiajin dripped onto Anoki's head, but he could only stammer his gratitude and fear. Tsunade's gaze at that moment was truly terrifying. No, it was more accurate to say that her eyes held no expression at all. Anoki could only see his own reflection in her hollow pupils, uncertain if she was even looking. Tsunade ignored Anoki vanishing and reappearing beside Jiraiya. The resurrected Miranda had set her sights on him. Again a single stroke dispatched her, clean, swift, yet drenched in endless blood. Tsunade. Jiraiya watched her with concern, sensing something amiss in her state. But Tsunade had already teleported to the second Tsuchikage's side. The blood hell was entirely under Tsunade's control. No matter where Miranda appeared, Tsunade detected and slew her instantly. The cascading blood never ceased, and the ground level rose steadily. There's a ceiling. The third Tsuchikage, flying upward, met an invisible barrier after a dozen meters, realizing Tsunade's blood hell was sealed. Tsunade's Jiajin can create a blood domain entirely under her control. Within this domain, anything she strikes turns to blood. The falling blood will gradually fill the space, and when it is completely submerged, Tsunade and everyone inside will dissolve into blood. Tobirama Senju, who had been primarily responsible for helping Tsunade overcome her hemophobia, had a good understanding of the abilities she awakened in Jiajin. But Miranda keeps resurrecting. If Tsunade doesn't release the domain, well, just die in vain. The fourth Raikage watched the rising blood sea with concern. At this stage, Tsunade hasn't fully mastered Jiajin. The longer it lasts, the more her consciousness is eroded. We just need to call out to her and have her withdraw the domain. Hashirama had devised this plan before allowing Tsunade to use Jiajin. But who dares to call her now? Jiraiya swallowed, looking at Tsunade, who now seemed more like a villain chasing down a poor soul, with trepidation. Ordinarily, Tsunade's monstrous strength punches almost killed Jiraiya. If he were cut by Jiajin now, it would truly be the end. I could use the Buddha's light merged with Sage mode to summon the 1,000-armed cannon and physically awaken Su. Hashirama mentioned a method he had tested before, but his voice trailed off as he remembered that Madara had absorbed all his Sage chakra, leaving him unable to enter Sage mode now. Madara Uchiha was observing Tsunade's state. Her current power intrigued him, and he wanted to test it himself. Suddenly, he felt someone staring at him. Turning, Madara saw Hashirama glaring at him reproachfully. What's wrong? Tsunade's consciousness may be fading. You go wake her. No problem. Madara agreed, readily eager to clash with Tsunade. Tsunade was nearing her limit. Blood oozed from her skin, and she seemed on the verge of merging entirely with Jid. Now Madara. Move. The blood sea in the domain had risen so high that Hashirama, standing on the surface, could touch the ceiling. They had to force Tsunade to dispel Jiajin. Madara charged forward with excitement. Tsunade, now indiscriminate, swung her blade at him the moment she saw him. The incredible speed left a gash on Madara's body. But Tsunade's body seemed to be struck flying backward. Yet she defied physics, vanishing midair and reappearing before Madara with a slash. Madara instantly teleported to a distance. Jiajin still struck, as if cutting something with blood spilling out of nowhere. Sage Art Stormlight Fawn. A laser beam shot from Madara's mouth, piercing Tsunade clean through, but her wound healed in an instant. Madara. What the hell are you doing? Go easy on her. She's not your daughter, so you don't care. Hashirama, pained seeing such a heavy blow, cursed loudly. Madara wanted to curse too. If he went easy, he'd be dead. Sorry I'm late. A sliver of light appeared in the dark dome, and the blood prison that had trapped them was breached from outside. Cheng Gong suddenly realized that the world power of the biohazard world was rapidly diminishing while he was locked in a fierce struggle against its will, knowing at once that it was due to the efforts of Hashirama. As long as they continued to slay Miranda, she would keep consuming the world's power to resurrect. Ultimately, Cheng Gong managed to extinguish the will of the biohazard world and entered it for the first time. After sensing the locations of Hashirama and the others, he teleported directly to them. Cheng Gong looked at the large dark red Q-shaped building before him, puzzled by its immense size. After opening a rift with the 3,000 worlds above, he saw the group half submerged in blood. Cheng Gong also noticed the shadow of Madara appearing after the release of the Wheel of Fate. There were only two. With a sweep of a blood blade, only one remained. The user of the blood blade seemed to be Tsunade. Had her blood phobia been cured? Cheng Gong was unaware of the situation when Tsunade unleashed her Bankai, since he wasn't watching from the small shop, but he saw that Tsunade appeared to be in a state of confusion, prompting him to rush forward. Tsunade, wake up. Tsunade showed no reaction, merely raising her blade Kinjo towards Cheng Gong, who stood before her. Cheng Gong's spiritual pressure surged rapidly, and he grasped the blade of Kinjo. Under the suppression of his formidable spiritual pressure, the thick blood clinging to Kinjo was completely wiped away by him. After wiping the blood away to the end of the blade, Kinjo's blood domain vanished, freeing the group at last, and Tsunade's Bankai was lifted by Cheng Gong. Tsunade. Cheng Gong called out to Tsunade, while supporting her shoulder, placing one hand on her forehead to reseal the Yin seal. Cheng Gong. Tsunade's gaze regained some focus, and upon recognizing the person before her, she fainted without having time to process what had happened. You can't just tackle someone like that. Seeing Tsunade faint, Cheng Gong let her head rest on his shoulder before picking her up. Thank you for your hard work, let's leave this place for now. Cheng Gong opened the world gate and returned to the small shop with the group. As soon as Cheng Gong exited the World Gate, Kushina rushed up knowing that she was worried about Tsunade. She's fine, just a bit drained of spiritual pressure. Chiyo. Hanabi, seeing that everyone had exited the World Gate except for Chiyo, called out loudly. An ominous feeling enveloped her and Hanabi could only call out loudly. Chiyo was consumed by Miranda's final form. Cheng Gong revealed this painful truth to Hanabi. The highly corrosive black substance on Miranda is a fungal virus that carries a certain amount of world power, which has eroded Chiyo's very soul, preventing her resurrection. The people of Tsunade found it hard to accept this news, as they had prepared for Chiyo's revival in the event of her demise. Some were genuinely heartbroken, like Hanabi, whose tears flowed, while others among the Tsunade ninja felt despair over the future. 4 of the 5 great nations had arrived. Aside from Tsunade, the other 3 countries boasted incredibly powerful ninja, while Tsunade struggled to find a competent ally. They had only reluctantly equipped Chiyo for battle, yet now there was no possibility of her revival. The death of Yakumo had remained a secret until his revival, followed by immediate defection, revealing the true circumstances surrounding his demise. The 4th Kazekage had sacrificed Yakumo in the Great Ninja War, orchestrating his death at the hands of the Mist Village. This revelation left Yakumo feeling a deep sense of resentment. However, I can reverse time back to the moment Chiyo entered the biohazard world, allowing her to be revived, but it will require a considerable number of return points. With the will of the biohazard world extinguished, the 3,000 worlds could now fully integrate with the biohazard world. Upon integration, Cheng Gong would effectively become the creator of the biohazard world, making time reversal entirely feasible. Cheng Gong's words gave hope to the people of Tsunade. Chiyo must be revived at least until the new generation of Tsunade could. Store manager, do you have a Zanpakuto like Tsunade's? I want one too, Uchiha Madara asked Cheng Gong. Madara had never purchased anything from the shop, believing all these items to be insignificant under his 6 paths mode. However, witnessing Tsunade's Kinjo nearly led to his downfall, he naturally desired a powerful Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto don't actually have a distinction of strength, Cheng Gong replied, glancing at the Sage of 6 Paths, who clearly was also intrigued by Tsunade's Kinjo. Zanpakuto abilities vary widely, encompassing physical attacks, law attacks, rule attacks, assistance, and many more. For instance, the Zanpakuto Ryūjin is powerful enough to ignore spiritual pressure. As long as the enemy cannot withstand the temperature of the sun's surface, they stand no chance against Ryūjin. Then there are abilities like those of Suzumabachi and Kinjo, which are similar to rule-type capabilities. Suzumabachi's ability guarantees a kill on the second strike to the same location, resulting in the target's immediate death. This rule presents extremely harsh limitations. That is, if the opponent's spiritual pressure far exceeds yours, this rule will fail, rendering this ability useless against truly formidable foes. Tsunade's Kinjo is similar. After using her Bankai, all she touches turns to blood, but if the opponent's power exceeds hers significantly, Kinjo's abilities will also fail. With this explanation, the Sage of 6 Paths understood the limitations of rule-type Zanpakuto and recognized the power of his own Ryūjin, which would never fail regardless of how strong the opponent was. The shop will only be open for a limited time today, please leave for now. All rewards will be distributed tomorrow. With the curious gazes of the crowd upon him, Cheng Gong closed the shop's door, having not done so in a long while since acquiring the Shield of 6 Flowers. After closing the shop, Cheng Gong felt the progress of the 3,000 worlds merging with the biohazard world and found that it had been fully integrated. Thus Cheng Gong cancelled the binding of the system shop space with this wood leaf shop and entered the biohazard world. Standing atop a 100-story building, Cheng Gong bound the system shop to this building, which would henceforth serve as his new storefront. With the first world merged, Cheng Gong aimed to further professionalize his shop and unveil the new projects he had prepared. Master, do you need my help? A soft, sweet voice chimed in, and Cheng Gong noticed a little girl with pink hair had appeared beside him, adorably clutching his 3,000 worlds and gazing at him. Cheng Gong felt that this little girl seemed to have an extremely close connection with him, yet he had never seen her before. My name is Wanxiang. I've been living inside this big guy, the little girl indicated by hugging Sanqian Shiji, but she was too short and Sanqian Shiji fell backward, hitting her on the head. Living inside Sanqian Shiji, could it be his own Bankai? Cheng Gong had considerable knowledge about Zanpakuto. Each Zanpakuto had its own independent form and possessed its own consciousness. But was this little girl before him the ability he most desired in his heart? What was he yearning for? Cheng Gong tormented himself deep within his soul. Master, what are you thinking? Wanxiang, struggling to hold Sanqian Shiji, gently tapped Cheng Gong's thigh. Coming back to his senses, Cheng Gong stood Sanqian Shiji upright on the ground. Little kids shouldn't play with this. I'm not a kid. I'm a meter tall. Looking at Wanxiang, who was trying her best to make her little face serious, Cheng Gong then glanced at the upright Sanqian Shiji. Its height hadn't even reached the sword's hilt yet. Can you tell me what abilities you have? Cheng Gong was also a bit confused at this moment. Judging by Wangxiang's attitude, she seemed to acknowledge him, but whenever he had tried to establish a deeper connection with Sanqian Shiji before, he had always been rejected. "My ability is Wanxiang Guizhen," the little girl Wanxiang said with an air of obviousness. When Wanxiang spoke the name of her ability, detailed information about it appeared in Cheng Gong's mind. This little girl truly was his Bankai. Bankai Wanxiang Guizhen. This was the Bankai form of Cheng Gong's Zanpakuto. The reason he had been unable to communicate with Wanxiang before was that her ability was too powerful, requiring too much spiritual pressure, so she had not yet been conceived. After Sanqian Shiji fully merged with the resident evil world, it successfully conceived Wanxiang by drawing on the world's power. Subsequently, as Sanqian Shiji merged with more worlds and Cheng Gong's strength increased, Wangxiang's power would continue to grow. As for Wangxiang's ability, Cheng Gong saw at a glance that it was exactly the power he most deeply desired. Wanxiang Guizhen could turn everything Cheng Gong imagined into reality, though this process required time. If Cheng Gong simply wanted a glass of water, Wanxiang could instantly materialize the glass and water from his imagination. If Cheng Gong wanted to condense a divine tree, the 10 tails from the Naruto world, Wanxiang would need nearly a month to manifest it, and even then it would only be the 10-tailed shell. For the divine tree to possess the ability to hatch the god tree's fruit, it would take even longer. During this period, Cheng Gong could not use Bankai. Forcing Bankai would only cause the object being manifested to vanish into nothingness. The more powerful the thing Cheng Gong wanted to manifest, the longer it would take. Unconsciously playing with a pink strand of hair on the little girl's head, Cheng Gong fully grasped Wangxiang's ability. He also understood why Wanxiang acknowledged him so readily. Wanxiang was created from Cheng Gong's spiritual pressure and the world's power, so she naturally felt a sense of closeness to him. "Wanxiang, can you manifest this time array?" Cheng Gong recalled his idea of permanently engraving time zero into an alchemy array using sealing techniques. "Of course, master." A soft light shone from the pink strand on Wangxiang's head, imprinting a small array onto the ground, exactly the same function of altering time flow that Cheng Gong had wanted. It could also absorb external energy to automatically sustain time zero's operation. However, the time flow could only be adjusted to a maximum of 10 times faster or slower. Beyond that, time zero would not be able to maintain itself automatically. Wanxiang would normally need some time to conceive this array, but because Cheng Gong had already had the idea and practiced it for a long time, Wanxiang manifested the array based on a semi-finished product, so the process was faster. The process from 1 to completion was simple. The difficulty lay in the foundation from 0 to 1. In that case, this floor will serve as the training room. Cheng Gong enveloped the floor he was on with the array, dividing it into small rooms. Each room contained only a small cushion for sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Thus this training room could officially operate as a paid service. Afterward, Cheng Gong went to the first floor and displayed the merchandise according to the previous categorization. However, he did not place some extremely expensive items on the first floor. In Cheng Gong's plan, the second floor was also a merchandise area where various Bankai forms of Zanpakuto, Devil Fruit Awakenings, high sequence incantations, and other costly items were displayed. At the same time, Cheng Gong changed the price of items on the second floor from return points to second-order return points, while the first floor items were all priced in first-order return points. The division of return points was a new measure by Cheng Gong. Wealthy merchants and daimyo from the Naruto world had exchanged a large number of return points, but these people simply wanted basic self-protection. Such trivial gold and silver were no longer useful to Cheng Gong. Therefore, from then on, gold and items below the value of a rank ninjutsu could only be exchanged for first-order return points. First-order return points could not be converted into second-order return points. Second-order return points were worth 100 times first-order return points and could be converted back. One second-order return point could be exchanged for 100 first-order return points. In this way, in order to obtain more powerful items, people would likely develop more wondrous and potent things to trade with Cheng Gong. For example, Naruto's Bomb Rasengan was a simple ability development, combining the Shikai ability of a Zanpakuto with ninjutsu to create a technique with a lower usage threshold, but greater power. Cheng Gong also removed some low-value items from the shop, such as ordinary clothing, food, and daily necessities. These items took up space and had few buyers. After all, wealthy patrons like Otsutsuki Kagaya were rare. After adjusting the shop, Cheng Gong began to understand the current state of the resident evil world. After being merged by Sanqian Shiji, this world under its catalysis continuously produced new world power to strengthen itself, while also nourishing Sanqian Shiji and Cheng Gong. However, the world rule of the resident evil world was a zombie world. Thus, while generating new world power, it also produced new zombies. When the number of these zombies reached a critical mass, it would cause a qualitative change, giving rise to new powerful beings. After understanding the current situation of the resident evil world, Cheng Gong decided to place the zombie incubation grounds at the locations where the 8 previous powerful beings had resided. Zombies were failed byproducts of world power. They could simply be eliminated. Cheng Gong named these 8 incubation grounds trial grounds. Since these zombies are failed products derived from the world's power, they still contain traces of the world's power within their bodies, just like the zombies in the previous Resident Evil world, which also harbored world fragments imbued with the world's power. These 8 trial grounds would be opened to everyone for hunting, as such world fragments could be exchanged for second-tier return points, and many would undoubtedly flock to them. Apart from these, there were the original inhabitants of the Resident Evil world. Although they had been wiped out by the people from the Naruto world earlier, the growth of the world's power would still nurture new humans. Thus, Cheng Gong's shop would also cater to the original inhabitants of the Resident Evil world, while designating Raccoon City as a safe zone where all killing and conflict were forbidden, with zombies barred from approaching. Raccoon City, centered around Cheng Gong's shop, was now under the surveillance of the world's power he had mobilized. Anyone who violated the set rules would be annihilated by the world's power. After handling these matters, Cheng Gong looked at Wanxiang, who was clutching the 3,000 worlds without letting go while constantly eating something, and felt a hint of helplessness. Wanxiang did not need to eat, but as a newly born little darling, it had no resistance to various delicious dishes. These dishes were all replicated by Wanxiang, using its Wanxiang Guasian ability after seeing them in the shop. Although it did not consume Cheng Gong's return points, the replication continuously drained Cheng Gong's spiritual pressure, as it essentially meant he was constantly using his Bankai. But what could be done about his own child? He would just have to spoil it. Next, Cheng Gong returned to the shop in Konoha. Although he no longer used the shop, it had become well known to the people of Konoha. So Cheng Gong simply opened a permanent world gate in the shop, allowing everyone to reach the shop's entrance for free through this gate. Additionally, the 2 world gates from Iwagakure and Tsunade were also relocated to the shop's entrance in the resident. After that, 2 world gates would be opened in Kumogakure and Kirigakure, and then a world gate would be set up in the center of the Naruto world, enabling ninjas from smaller nations and those with grudges against the major powers to enter the shop. At the same time, the world gate was restricted. Only those with chakra, spiritual pressure, or other cultivation traces were allowed to enter. Otherwise, they wouldn't have money to buy anything even if they came in. Cheng Gong sensed a spatial fluctuation nearby. Without the system's spatial support, various abilities could enter, but his current strength intimidated everyone, so no one dared to break into the shop. He wondered who had come to the shop. Wasn't there supposed to be a shop here? A man wearing a mask, revealing only when I stepped out and looked at the empty shop in bewilderment. Moved. Enter through this door. Cheng Gong naturally recognized who the visitor was. In the Naruto world, only a few people possess spatial abilities, let alone the fact that this man's mask was as distinctive as having his name written on his forehead. The man hesitated for a moment upon seeing the world gate. Cheng Gong pointed to then prepared to step through. Wait, the shop is closed today. Come back tomorrow. Cheng Gong grabbed the man's shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. How is that possible? The man turned around in disbelief and stared at Cheng Gong. Nothing is impossible. I am the shop owner, Abito. You came to resurrect Rin Nohara, didn't you? Cheng Gong knew what the man was astonished about. The man called Abito by Cheng Gong trembled in his pupils, never expecting that the omniscient shopkeeper from his intelligence reports was right before him. Suddenly, everything seemed to make sense. When Cheng Gong's hand was about to touch Abito's shoulder, Abito merged his body into the Kamui dimension. At that moment, Abito was in a state of intangibility, making any attack or touch ineffective against him, yet Cheng Gong still managed to grab him directly. For Cheng Gong, it was a simple matter. He felt a spatial rift with his outstretched hand, so he simply reached into it. The shopkeeper truly knows everything. Abito sighed. Cheng Gong shrugged and said nothing. Too many people who had come to the shop had expressed the same sentiment. He had grown numb to it. The Moon's Eye plan, which I had clung to for so long, turned out to be nothing but a conspiracy. When I thought of ending my life in this false world, I remembered the shopkeeper, so I came to ask you to show me the real world, a world with a real Rin. Abito stated his purpose. A real world. Abito was not the first to say this. Cheng Gong, wanting to practice his talk no jutsu, was about to speak when he sensed another spatial fluctuation. This time, without guessing, it was definitely Minato Namake's. Sure enough, a head of yellow hair appeared and Minato walked in wearing the Fourth Hokage's Haori. Shopkeeper. Minato had sensed a flying thunder god seal he had left behind appearing in Konoha, and out of curiosity, he teleported to check, only to see the shopkeeper. And Abito, someone Minato could never forget. Abito was wearing a mask, so Minato didn't recognize him, but he remembered that he had died on the night of the Ninetails attack because of this masked man. Who are you really? Minato was no longer curious about why the shop was empty. He only wanted to uncover the masked man's identity. He is Abito Uchiha. Cheng Gong cut straight to the point, stopping Obito from starting his mystifying act. Obito, wasn't he? Minato naturally remembered Obito and had even wanted to resurrect him, but his body had never been found. Not Obito, seeing that his identity had been exposed by Cheng Gong, simply took off his mask. The grown-up Obito had changed a lot in appearance, but Minato still recognized him as his former student. Obito, why did you? Minato had too many questions, not only why he hadn't died, but also why he hadn't returned to Konoha, and why he had caused the Night of the Nine Tails. Regardless, I think you owe me an explanation. Minato's thoughts were in turmoil, and he said something seemingly disjointed, but he believed Obito understood what he meant. An explanation. I have nothing to explain. You live in this false world, living false lives, watching people around you die one by one without doing anything. You are all false. I just wanted a real world. Minato was left with 3 question marks floating above his head. He didn't understand a word Obito said. Forget his nonsense. Cripple him first. The shop door was suddenly smashed open and Kushina Uzumaki appeared at the entrance, her red hair flowing. Oh well, this shop wasn't needed anymore. Cheng Gong looked at the wrecked door and decided to let it go. You wanted a real world, didn't you? Well, here it comes. Cheng Gong said to Obito. Kids after all have their quirks, it's normal. A good beating will fix it. And here comes Kushina. Scream Hongji. What the heck? It turned out that Hongji had been awakened by Jyoshinai, something Cheng Gong hadn't known before. If you want to fight, take it outside. If they really fought, the shop without system protection would be destroyed. Cheng Gong could only rush to shoo them away. Daitu hadn't come to Konoha to clash with Shui Men and the others, so he naturally activated his Kamui and left. Take me to him. Jyozinai's face was full of fury as she stared at Shui Men. Earlier, Shui Men had suddenly said at home that he sensed his Flying Thunder God technique's mark, so Jyoshinai knew Shui Men must know Daita's location. After a momentary disappearance, Shui Men sensed the Flying Thunder God technique's mark again. Thus he simply took Jyoshinai with him, using the Flying Thunder God to teleport there. Given Jyozinai's current state, Shui Men dared not provoke her. Tomorrow I'll enter the World Gate. The shop is moving. Cheng Gong informed the Konoha Umbu outside the door, and then entered the World Gate. The small shop still had some details to refine. Burst open Hongji. Wufeng Shui Men led Xuanhua Jyoshinai, following the Flying Thunder God technique's mark of Yuzebo Dai-Tu, to the outskirts of the village. As soon as they appeared, Hongji in Jyozinai's hand activated its ability. A hexagonal blood haze shield emerged before Jyoshinai, and countless red light arrows shot from the shield's surface toward Dai-Tu, who was close at hand. However, to Jyozinai's surprise, all those red light arrows passed through Dai-Tu's body without causing any harm. Jyoshinai, I think we can talk to Dai-Tu. Seeing Jyoshinai still ready to strike, Shui Men quickly raised his hand to stop her. Talk. Jyoshinai looked at Shui Men in disbelief. He almost killed your entire family, and now you want to talk. Get lost. Jyoshinai shook off Shui Men's hand and continued chasing Dai-Tu, who had already distanced himself. Shui Men was now helpless. It wasn't that he was overly merciful, but he was worried that Jyoshinai might be too heavy-handed and kill Dai-Tu. After all, Shui Men was curious about Dai-Tu's experiences over the years. What had happened to give him such formidable power and such deep hatred for Konoha? These were all things Shui Men wanted to understand. If Jyoshinai were facing anyone else, she would naturally grasp Shui Men's meaning. But now facing the one who had caused her son to live for over a decade without parents, Jyoshinai felt nothing but a raging fire in her heart that had to be vented. The Flying Thunder God sure is a troublesome ability. Looks like I'll have to deal with you both to get away. Although Dai-Tu didn't know when Shui Men had planted the Flying Thunder God mark on him, he knew that if he wanted to leave this time, he had to eliminate Shui Men and his wife. Fire release Great Fireball. Dai-Tu quickly formed hand signs and spewed a massive flame toward Jyoshinai. Jyoshinai, shielded by the blood haze shield, ignored the Great Fireball and charged at Dai-Tu. The Great Fireball was deflected to both sides upon contact with the shield. She swung Hongji down at Dai-Tu, but the result was the same as before. Hongji passed through Dai-Tu without inflicting any harm, though the flames had dissipated. No matter what, how can you attack your master's wife without any scruples? The instant Hongji passed through Dai-Tu, Shui Men appeared behind him, a blue Rasengan already in his hand. What a strikingly similar scene. Dai-Tu recalled being hit by Shui Men like this once before. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, and the back of Dai-Tu's clothes was torn apart by the Rasengan. Is that all you've got? Jyoshinai stared at Shui Men with a scrutinizing gaze. Shui Men scratched his head awkwardly. He knew Jyoshinai was blaming him for holding back, given that he had the hornet that could kill in 2 strikes. Isn't it a bit unfair for you two to bully a child like this? A sinister voice sounded and a figure emerged from the ground. Dashiwan. Jyoshinai frowned at the uninvited guest. Long time no see, Jyoshinai. My apologies for not greeting you last time. Dashiwan gave a slight bow, expressing his apology to Jyoshinai. Joshinai knew he was referring to the Konoha collapse plan. Hypocrite, Joshinai said disdainfully. You're finally here. I thought you'd forgotten. Dai-Test injuries had already healed with Hashirama's cells in his body. His recovery was swift. Sting all enemies to death, Hornet. Before Dashiwan could speak, a formidable spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. That's not very friendly of you, Shuei-men. Dashiwan dodged Shuei-men's attack with a swift movement. I don't know why you're still alive, but Konoha won't allow you to keep provoking it like this. When Shuei-men saw Dashiwan appear, he immediately attributed Dai-Test changes over the years to Dashiwan. After all, Dashiwan had shown interest in the Uchiha. Shuei-men remembered Dashiwan's attempt to recruit Sasuke. Now it's unknown. Dai-Tu said to Joshinai. What? Do you think I can't do anything to you alone? Joshinai caught the implication in Dai-Test's words, that without Shuei-men's flying thunder god he wouldn't lose. But from the earlier moment when Shuei-men suddenly appeared behind Dai-Tu and struck him, Joshinai had already formed a conjecture about Dai-Test's ability. She raised her blade again and charged forward. A chain appeared in Dai-Test's hands as a weapon. Hongji slashed down, and as expected it passed through Dai-Test's body. After Hongji cut through Dai-Tu, his chain whistled through the air toward Joshinai, but 6 golden chains abruptly emerged from behind her. Adamantine sealing chains. 4 golden chains pierced through Dai-Test's body, while 2 more bound his entire body. Under the golden chains, the regenerative power of Hashirama's cells in Dai-Test's body was suppressed. Joshinai, don't kill him, he's still useful. Shuei-men, who was fighting Dashiwan, quickly reminded Joshinai upon seeing Dai-Test's swift defeat. Joshinai responded with displeasure. Shuei-men knew she had agreed, and as for how Dai-Tu would survive, that was beyond his control. Bakudo 73, Inverted Mountain Crystal. An inverted triangular prism appeared out of thin air. Each demon art had a corresponding incantation. Those with high mastery could release the art without chanting. Joshinai used it without chanting. The triangular prism was not very large, only able to envelop the space around Joshinai and Dai-Tu. Although Joshinai could use Inverted Mountain Crystal, without chanting its effect was somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. Joshinai used Inverted Mountain Crystal merely to seal off the surrounding space and prevent Dai-Test Kimui. With the space sealed, Joshinai began to chant a demon art. She would vent her anger first, whether Dai-Tu lived or died would depend on his own luck. Wall of iron, sand pagoda of monk's form, iron glowing brightly, then silent at last. Bakudo 75, 5-pillar iron fortress. As the incantation ended, 5 enormous iron pillars emerged, pinning down Obito's head and limbs. The immense weight of the pillars crushed the bones of his arms and legs. However, Hashirama's cells were suppressed by the adamantine sealing chains and could not regenerate, so the intense pain made Obito's... Minato, hearing Obito's screams, felt a bit worried. Would he be played to death? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, upon hearing Obito's screams, began to retreat. He hadn't expected that Obito's Kimui would be so thoroughly countered by the couple, so after dodging one of Minato's attacks, he simply fled. Minato did not stop Orochimaru's departure. He couldn't detain Orochimaru. Even if the 2-strike certain kill technique had taken effect, Orochimaru might still resurrect. For now, it was more important to save Obito. The myriad hands of the Senju unreachable, the dark and noble hand unreflected of the heavenly archer, the path of shining radiance, the wind that fans the spark when they gather together, there is no need to hesitate. Follow my command, light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 strands, heavenly scripture, swift treasure, great will gray turret draw the bow and vanish into the distance like pure moonlight. Minato, who had released his Shikai of Suzumabachi, suddenly heard a long incantation. As husband and wife, Minato naturally knew what Kidō Kushina was chanting, and his face changed drastically. However, the Flying Thunder God technique was also sealed by the Reverse Mountain Crystal, so Minato could not teleport in to stop her. Kushina. Heido 91, 1,000 hands, bright heaven cannon. Kushina's forehead was already sweating. Using such a high-level Kidō was still a strain for her, and she had only used it on a whim. 10 twinkling stars appeared behind Kushina. When she heard Minato call her name, she swept her hand, and 5 of the stars disappeared. At the same time, Kushina released the adamantine sealing chains. Obito's body began to heal rapidly, but before he could fully recover, 5 meteors shot straight toward him. The towering explosion blasted one side of the Reverse Mountain Crystal from the inside. Kushina shielded herself with the blood mist shield and the adamantine sealing chains, enduring the blast's aftermath. Bind Red Princess. Kushina swung her sword, and a black net appeared, rolling up Obito, who was severely injured and unconscious from the explosion. Here he's alive. Minato sensed Obito's faint spiritual pressure and smiled bitterly. He needed to be treated quickly or he wouldn't last long. Let's go back. Minato stepped forward to embrace Kushina, ready to use the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha. Don't touch me. You'll sleep on the couch. Kushina pushed Minato away, sheathed her Zanpakuto, and started walking back. Minato could only smile, wryly hoist Obito onto his shoulder and follow. The next morning, not only Hashirama and the others who had participated in the battle, but also other ninjas were eager to enter the world gate to see the relocated shop. Wow! Naruto exclaimed as he entered, because yesterday Cheng Gong had used the myriad phenomena Return to Truth to create an alchemical array similar to a spirit gathering formation that covered the entire Raccoon Town. The shop's natural energy was now more abundant than the 3 sacred places of the Naruto world, and the spirit particles that could be absorbed into spiritual pressure were also extremely rich. Some ninjas who had not trained in spiritual pressure even felt their steps heavy under the abundant spirit particles, because their spiritual pressure was too low to withstand these particles. The reward for this battle is 1,000 Tier 2 return points. Cheng Gong, seeing that all participants were present, went straight to the point and announced what everyone was most concerned about. I don't know how you plan to divide the rewards, but I will distribute the return points according to the damage ranking. The value and function of Tier 2 return points had directly appeared in everyone's minds upon entering the shop, so they were all delighted to hear there were 1,000 points. Cheng Gong displayed the damage ranking. First place was Tsunade, Senju second was Madara Uchiha, and third was Hashirama. Tsunade alone accounted for 69 of the damage, Madara 17, and Hashirama 9. The remaining damage was from others who had managed to break through defenses occasionally. Tsunade directly obtained 690 Tier 2 return points, making her the new rich woman. The ninjas from Kumogakure and Sunagakure naturally wanted to follow the profit distribution agreed upon in their previous talks, so they became a bit anxious. All those who died completely in the Resident Evil incident can be resurrected with Tier 2 return points. Tier 1 10 points, Tier 2 100 points, Tier 3 1,000 points, Tier 4 10,000 points, and so on. Tier 1 and Tier 2 were the new power system Cheng Gong had defined. He, with his 6 paths level of power, was about to enter a new realm. The Naruto world had no understanding beyond the 6 paths, so Cheng Gong established a new system. Tier 1 corresponds to the Chunin level, Tier 2 to the Jonin level, Tier 3 requires Cage level strength, and Tier 4 corresponds to the 6 paths level. Cheng Gong himself was currently at the peak of Tier 4, not yet reaching Tier 5. The first place in this ranking can obtain a city founding order, which allows you to establish a safe zone with a radius of 1 kilometer in this world. The city lord has complete control over this zone, and later the safe zone can be expanded by upgrading the city. Cheng Gong handed a token to Tsunade. Whether she would use it herself or not, Cheng Gong did not care. Then Cheng Gong informed everyone about the division of the trial areas. As expected, everyone was eager to take action. Lord Madara, please let me follow you. Sasuke Uchiha blocked Madara, who was about to leave, looking at him with a fanatical expression. Madara's display of the Sharingan's abilities in this battle made Sasuke envious, and he believed that by following Madara he would surely be able to kill Itachi. Oh, you are the only Uchiha descendant left in Konoha. Madara was aware of the Uchiha situation in Konoha, otherwise he wouldn't have directly killed Danzo. Although the survival of the Uchiha clan meant little to Madara, it did not mean that anyone could challenge the ferocious reputation of the Uchiha. Yes! Lord Madara, Konoha has no place for the Uchiha anymore. Please let me follow you. Sasuke begged Madara again. What is your relationship with Itachi Uchiha? Madara had remembered Itachi, the one who had exterminated his own clan. He is my older brother. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said it anyway. Is that so? Then do you hate him? Do you want to kill him? Madara became a bit interested. Of course. I train relentlessly every moment just so that when I meet him in the future I can kill him. In his agitation, Sasuke involuntarily activated his Sharingan. However, Sasuke did not receive Madara's response. He looked up and found that Madara had already walked far away. Lord Madara. Sasuke hurriedly chased after him. Get lost. Madara waved his hand impatiently. Lord Madara. Why have you suddenly changed your mind about taking me? Sasuke was utterly confused. Madara had clearly shown interest in him, so why had his attitude suddenly changed? Your entire clan died and you only activated 2 Tomo. To awaken the Mangekyo, you'd have to sacrifice me, your ancestor, wouldn't you? Madara had never seen an Uchiha with such poor talent. He had thought that even if it wasn't a Mangekyo it would at least be 3 Tomo. But this was all there was. Cheng Gong prepared to draw another commodity channel. He hadn't paid attention when drawing previously, but later realized that each draw of the system's commodity channel multiplied the cost tenfold. The commodity channel for the Bleach world was a free gift from the system. The One Piece commodity channel cost 1 million return points, and the Dragon Clan commodity channel cost 10 million return points. To draw another commodity channel would require 100 million return points. However, recent sales had been quite impressive, and with the major changes yesterday, world gates established in the major nations of the Shinobi world along with the newly opened cultivation rooms, today's revenue had increased significantly. Hope I can draw a decent commodity channel. Cheng Gong silently prayed to all the gods he knew. Congratulations, host, for connecting to a new commodity channel Pokemon. It was a familiar world. Cheng Gong browsed through the Pokemon world's merchandise and found an abundance of new items. Most of the additional items were related to Pokemon, various Pokemon food Pokeballs, and Pokemon accessories. Beyond these there were Pokemon for sale. The cheapest was a Caterpie for 1 return point, while the most expensive included creation-level beings like Arceus, but their prices were exorbitant. Most Pokemon were not unique. Even if one person bought a Rayquaza, another could also buy a Rayquaza. However, there were still unique items available. Authorities. In the Pokemon world, these were special abilities akin to laws. A Pokemon that mastered the authority of life could grant life, while one that mastered the authority of death could take it away. In the original Pokemon world, such authorities were directly bestowed upon specific legendary Pokemon. However, in Cheng Gong's shop they were sold separately, meaning that if you had enough money you could even bestow the authority of the ocean upon a Caterpie. These authorities could also be used directly on oneself, provided one could withstand the pressure they imposed. Cheng Gong opened a new floor for these unique authorities and placed them on the third floor display cabinets. The authorities were priced starting from 1 million second order return points for the weakest ones. Powerful authorities commanded astronomical prices. New merchandise. The people lingering in the shop quickly noticed the changes. The newly added Pokemon section was immediately surrounded by curious onlookers. As they examined the introductions and ability projection displays of each Pokemon, many shinobi found themselves utterly amazed. The shop has a third floor. The opening of the third floor was also discovered. If some were not interested in the Pokemon section, the appearance of the third floor captured everyone's attention. After all, even the immensely powerful Zanpakuto Bankai abilities were only placed on the second floor. How extraordinary then must the merchandise on the third floor be? When the first person stood frozen before a display case containing an authority, those behind him gradually fell into a similar stupor. The ability to directly control the most fundamental essence of matter was undeniably tempting. This was especially true for shinobi. If a shinobi had to face someone who had mastered the authority of water, all water-style techniques would be directly dissolved before that authority, and the user could even be controlled and counterattacked. But the exorbitant prices of the authorities made the shinobi hesitate. Western Trial Zone Swift Wind Squad needs a medical need. Jonin level. Northern Trial Zone Akatsuki needs a Taijutsu Jonin. Come quickly. A week had passed and Cheng Gong's shop had not quieted down with time. Instead, it had become increasingly lively. The completion of the cultivation rooms led many wealthy individuals to make the place their home, training day and night in the cultivation chambers. When they ran out of return points, they would head to the trial zone to kill zombies and earn more. At the beginning, even the Sage of Six Paths and others went to the trial zone to clear zombies. However, they soon discovered that the return points gained from eliminating zombies were far less valuable than the new jutsu they casually created. Thus the powerful shinobi quickly abandoned the trial zone. Conversely, less powerful shinobi eventually exhausted themselves against the seas of zombies in the trial zone. Consequently, more and more people chose to form teams before entering. The medical need project that Tsunade had long struggled to promote in Konoha suddenly saw a surge in demand. Now it wasn't just Konoha that needed medical need, the entire shinobi world required them. Business is booming. Cheng Gong stepped out of the shop today. The safe zone around the shop had become a gathering place for teams and many shops had opened nearby. Ichiraka Ramen had set up a branch just outside the shop with Ikaraku's daughter Changpu serving as the head chef. Shopkeeper, what would you like to eat today? Changpu immediately stopped what she was doing and came to Cheng Gong. The usual. Earlier Ichiraka had exchanged for many recipes and cooking books from various worlds to learn and gain experience. Now the taste of Ichiraka Ramen was even better than when Cheng Gong first tried it, so he was willing to come for a bowl from time to time. While Cheng Gong waited for his ramen, a sudden urgent alarm blared, followed by Jiraiya's voice. A zombie siege on Konoha City. Send reinforcements immediately. A zombie siege on Konoha City. Send reinforcements. Many customers in Ichiraka Ramen heard the call and left the streets quickly. After obtaining the city building order, Tsunade handed it over to Minato, citing her busy schedule managing the AMBU and Konoha Hospital as reasons for declining to build the city herself. However, Minato also lacked the time to stay at the shop permanently. Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju were now immersed in training and developing forbidden techniques. Hiruzen Sarutobi was old, and the other two elders were too weak in strength. In the end, the city building order was given to the only idle person in Konoha, Jiraiya. He chose to establish the city 10 miles from the southern trial. Thus the southern trial zone practically became Konoha's private training ground. But wasn't the city range selected by the city building order supposed to be a safe zone? How could it be besieged by zombies? Many puzzled shinobi used the teleportation gate between Raccoon City and Konoha City to reach the latter. At that moment, the walls of Konoha City were on the verge of collapse. Tens of meters high, they were covered with countless zombies, and the moat had already been filled with the undead. The only fortunate thing was that the zombies had not yet breached the city. Fire-style fireball. Jiraiya unleashed a fireball, reducing a large swath of zombies to ash, but new zombies quickly filled the gap. Jiraiya looked at the endless sea of zombies with some helplessness. He seemed to lack large-scale techniques. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta. The giant toad's immense size made clearing the zombies considerably easier. A powerful zombie has been discovered in the southern trial area. Defeating it will drop a second-tier return point. A pinned message appeared on the task board set up in the small shop. Originally, this task board was for ninjas passing through to post-employment quests, and Cheng Gong would collect a handling fee. Now he could also use it himself. As soon as the message was posted on the task board, the ninjas who had previously been unwilling to go to the Muyi City rushed there in droves. Hello there. Are you the shopkeeper? Cheng Gong looked at the monkey-tailed lad before him who called him by name, feeling that someone from the new world had finally arrived. After the fusion of 3,000 worlds with the Resident Evil Crisis, Cheng Gong had cut out a new world. However, this world's level seemed quite high, and its resistance to Cheng Gong's invasion was exceptionally fierce. This made it impossible for Cheng Gong to open a world gate in this world. In the end, he could only find a place with low world will alertness and open a one-way spatial rift. Such rifts exist more or less in every world, so Cheng Gong had hidden this spatial rift. After that, Cheng Gong had been waiting for someone from the other world to enter this spatial rift so that he could absorb the world power from that person and disguise himself as a native of that world. A week passed and finally someone came, and it was even the protagonist. Yukong, how did you get here? Cheng Gong looked at the little child before him and asked with a smile. This monkey-tailed boy was son Yukong from the Dragon Ball world. However, Cheng Gong did not know how far the plot of the Dragon Ball world had progressed, so he could only guess where Yukong had entered the spatial rift. I was hunting in the mountains, but I accidentally fell and ended up in the small shop. Son Yukong looked around the shop with curiosity, as everything inside was something he had never seen before. Yukong, where do you live now? I've always lived in the mountains. After my grandfather passed away, I've been living alone. Yukong spoke carelessly without any guard. It seemed the plot hadn't even begun yet. After hearing Yukong, Cheng Gong knew that Yukong hadn't even come down from the mountain. Shopkeeper. This is amazing. I want to buy it. Yukong pointed at a pistol in the shop, his eyes sparkling. The power displayed by this pistol was far stronger than a staff. With this he could hunt many more. Of course you can. Just give me a drop of your blood. Really? Shopkeeper, you're so kind. Yukong bit his finger hard and a drop of blood flowed out. Cheng Gong collected it. Scion bloodline acquired. Alright, here is your return point. The Scion bloodline was extremely powerful. Its trait of growing stronger with each battle made the Scion race formidable even in the Dragon Ball world. For a moment Cheng Gong wanted to fuse it into himself, but in the end he held back. After all, most Scions had violent tempers. Although there were relatively mild ones, Cheng Gong didn't dare to gamble on what changes might occur in his own personality. Wan Xiang, purify this drop of blood and remove its side effects. Received. Little Wan Xiang, wearing a small skirt, lifted the 3,000 worlds and ran over on her short legs, trembling cautiously. Yukong's gaze was immediately drawn to the pink-haired little Wan Xiang. He circled around her and observed for a long time. Little monkey, it's rude to keep staring at a girl like that. Wan Xiang looked oddly at Yukong, who kept scrutinizing her, and gave him a slight reminder. A girl. Are you a girl? The curiosity in Yukong's eyes grew heavier. Suddenly he reached out a hand and grabbed for Wan Xiang's skirt. It was the first time Wan Xiang had seen someone dare to reach for her. She swung the 3,000 worlds she was holding like a club, horizontally slapping Yukong, sending him flying out of the small shop. Furious, Wan Xiang wanted to chase after him, but Cheng Gong grabbed her by the collar of her fate. All right, little Wan Xiang, it's the first time he's seen a girl. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Cheng Gong smoothed Wan Xiang's skirt and set her down. If he hadn't known that Yukong was truly a pure-hearted, inexperienced boy, he would have swatted Yukong away himself without needing Wan Xiang to act. Cheng Gong, what just flew out? As Gang Shou entered the small shop, she saw Yukong flying out, but because of the speed and Yukong's small size, she couldn't tell. Aren't you guarding the city? Cheng Gong was curious to see that Gang Shou didn't seem worried at all. My grandfather and Ban have gone. There's no use for me there, so I came to the shop to look around. Gang Shou saw Wan Xiang and immediately buried little Wan Xiang in her embrace. Gang Shou says no. It's suffocating. Wan Xiang struggled to poke her head out, and when she saw that Gang Shou was holding a stick of 3 colored dumplings, she happily took it and began eating. Gangsho sis, let me tell you, just now a monkey man tried to lift my skirt, and I slapped him away with one hit. Little Wanxiang, while eating, casually told Gangsho about what had just happened. Really? Little Wanxiang, you did great. Next time you meet that guy, remember to let Gangsho sis handle it, okay? Gangsho sis will use love to reform him. Gangsho gently stroked Wanxiang's soft pink hair, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Recently Zilai Yi had been behaving himself and Gangsho's monstrous strength punch hadn't been used for a long time. What's wrong with you attacking without saying anything? Yukong came back and rubbing his belly, but he didn't intend to fight back. He didn't know why, but whenever he wanted to strike, a sense of deadly crisis would envelop his heart. Yet Wanxiang had clearly been able to attack. You dare to come back? Little Wanxiang struggled to lift the 3,000 worlds, ready to strike again. Wait a moment, Little Wanxiang. Gangsho held back the 3,000 worlds. Yukong's appearance made her curious, a human body, but with a monkey tail. Was he one of Dashiwan's new test subjects? That was Gangsho's first thought. He is a person from a world called Dragon Ball. People of his race all look like that. Cheng Gong's explanation dispelled Gangsho's doubts. After all, the Datong Mu clan also looked strange, so it made sense if it was a racial trait. Cheng Gong, have you discovered a new world again? Gangsho suddenly realized the key point in Cheng Gong's words. The benefits from the Resident Evil world had made the Muyi village flourish. It was now the most powerful among the 5 great nations, and it had completely stood up to the Fire Country, no longer dependent on its finances. The daimyo had been completely sidelined. So the moment she heard about the new world, Gangsho took it seriously. She wouldn't say she wanted to profit again, but at least she couldn't fall behind. The Wuyin village had finally entered the shop this week, but because they had entered too late, their village's strength couldn't really improve. Yes, I just discovered it recently. Do you want to go take a look? Tsunade felt a momentary surge of desire, but reason told her that such a significant matter must first be discussed with her grandfather, so she shook her head. Seeing Tsunade's refusal, Cheng Gong didn't mind. There would be no shortage of people willing to go to the new world. Shopkeeper, I want to buy this. Do I have anything left on me that I can exchange for return points? Goku had set his sights on the word spirit and the devil fruit, but he didn't have enough return points left, so he had no choice but to come to Cheng Gong again. Cheng Gong took a look at Goku now. To be honest, Goku didn't have anything truly valuable left on him. After selling the Scion bloodline, all that remained was Goku's Rui Bang and the 4-star ball. He kept at home, but Goku probably wouldn't part with those. No. These are things my grandfather left behind. I won't sell them. Goku's instinctive refusal came as no surprise to Cheng Gong. Then he'll go back to hunting and earn some money. Goku could only buy one devil fruit for now, planning to take it home as a post-meal snack and come back later to buy one of those interesting-looking word spirits. Goodbye, shopkeeper. I'll be heading back now. Goku returned to the Dragon Ball world, and some people tried to follow him, only to find that the world gate to the Dragon Ball world had closed. These people essentially served as a strength test. Whenever someone bought a unique item in Cheng Gong's shop, they would attract attention, and if their strength was insufficient, they would be targeted by these individuals. When these buyers returned to the ninja world or left the safe zone set by Cheng Gong, they would be hunted down. Upon death, these unique items would return to the shop. This group wasn't idle. They were hired by someone who lacked enough return points to purchase the desired unique item, but feared it might be bought by someone else, hence this desperate measure. Of course, if the buyer was a ninja whose strength surpassed these mercenaries, they wouldn't court death. Goku had not yet begun his training. His strength was negligible, so it was only natural that he became a target. Dragon Ball World Power, 100 return points per day. Cheng Gong placed this item at the entrance of the shop, ensuring it would be the first thing anyone saw upon. This was the strand of world power that Cheng Gong had extracted when Goku arrived. Anyone blessed with this strand could enter the Dragon Ball world without being detected by the world's will. The overall strength of Earth in the Dragon Ball world was not high, but the universe was teeming with formidable beings. If the Kais, or the god of destruction, were drawn here, it would be quite troublesome. Cheng Gong only offered this strand of world power as a rental. Once more people from the Dragon Ball world came to the shop, he could extract more world power. Shopkeeper, I've come to exchange for return points. Ban entered from the door holding a crystal in his hand, which was none other than the world crystal from the body of the corpse tide leader. Cheng Gong gave Ban the second-tier return points. This kind of corpse tide will occur once a week from now on, randomly appearing in one of the 8 trial grounds, not specifically targeting the Konoha city-state. So there's a chance to exchange for second-tier return points every week. Tsunade was a little excited. The reason she hadn't participated in the city defense this time was that Zhu Jian and Ban had both gone, and she didn't want to compete with them. But if it happened every week, maybe she could get lucky once. Yes! Upon hearing Cheng Gong's affirmative answer, Tsunade left the shop to find Shuimen. Both the weekly corpse tide and the Dragon Ball world matter required Konoha to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Little Wanxiang. After Tsunade left, Cheng Gong noticed that Wanxiang was also missing. He wanted to ask Wanxiang how long it would take to purify the Scion bloodline, but he couldn't find her. However, Cheng Gong wasn't worried about Wanxiang's safety. The strength Wanxiang could unleash except when facing Daitongmu was more than enough to handle anyone else. Little Wanxiang, why are you staring at it? Cheng Gong went upstairs and immediately spotted Wanxiang, who was gazing at a Pokemon egg lost in thought. Master, do you think this egg is tasty? Wanxiang's question actually stumped Cheng Gong, he had never eaten one either. Little Wanxiang, see, this egg once hatched becomes these Pokemon. Do you think they look tasty? Wanxiang looked at the bizarrely shaped Pokemon on the second floor and realized that none of them seemed edible. The Pokemon placed on the second floor were either pseudo-legendaries or various legendary Pokemon, and their offspring, indeed very few, looked like they could be eaten. Alright then, Wanxiang won't eat this egg, but Wanxiang wants to eat something. Wanxiang looked at Cheng Gong pitifully. Because Cheng Gong had asked Wanxiang to use Wanxiang Guizhen to purify the Scion bloodline, she couldn't use that ability to make food for herself, so now she was hungry and couldn't find anything to eat. Cheng Gong suddenly realized why Wanxiang was asking for food. With a flash of inspiration, he exchanged a Milcery from the system. Milcery was a rather magical Pokemon in the Pokemon world. Its body was made entirely of cream, and it could produce cream that made people feel happy. The happier the Milcery, the sweeter and more delicious the cream. Depending on the color of its body, Milcery's cream came in different flavors. So far, 63 flavors of Milcery had been discovered. The one Cheng Gong exchanged was the basic vanilla cream flavor. He handed the little Milcery, which looked like a sundae, to Wanxiang. Milcery looked at Wanxiang, who was holding it, then suddenly took out a fruit, coated it with its cream, and offered it to Wanxiang with both hands. Wanxiang took a curious bite. A feeling of happiness enveloped Wanxiang. She had never tasted anything so delicious. Even the food she created with Wanxiang Guizhen was merely tasty, but could never make her feel this happy. Master, is this for me? Wanxiang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Cheng Gong. Yes, you must get along well with this Milcery. The happier Milcery feels, the more delicious its cream will be. Really? Then Milcery, I will definitely make you happy. Wanxiang said to Milcery seriously while switching hands to hold it. The other hand was covered in cream and she couldn't waste it, so she had to lick it off. Milcery felt Wanxiang's sincerity and smiled, raising its hands. If you want to eat something else, go check out the shops next. Cheng Gong gave Wanxiang a black card. This card was a storage card introduced by the ninja world mainly for convenient spending near the shop. The card contained a sealing array with gold inside. When swiping, the Flying Thunder God technique engraved on both cards facilitated the transfer of gold. Konoha had given Cheng Gong one of these cards after launching them. Cheng Gong used it when eating out, and now he gave it to Wanxiang. Thank you, Master. Wanxiang took the black card and eagerly went downstairs with Milcery. Milcery, you treated me to such delicious cream, so we'll treat you to something delicious too. Shopkeeper, I would like a frost milk fairy. Shopkeeper, where is the frost milk fairy? Shopkeeper, is there still a frost milk fairy available? After little Wanxiang took the frost milk fairy on a tour around the shop, the results were remarkable. Many ninjas were either attracted by the lovely appearance of the frost milk fairy or captivated by its delicious cream, leading to an influx of customers wanting to buy the frost milk fairy. Even many ordinary people unable to cultivate have asked ninjas to purchase the frost milk fairy for them from Cheng Gong's shop. Cheng Gong was quite annoyed by the constant questions over the past few days. To address this, he specifically set up a sign pointing directly to the display case of the frost milk fairy. This incident allowed Pokemon to enter the ninja's line of sight. Not only could they be used in battle, but they also served as a delightful addition to life. Oh! Cheng Gong suddenly noticed that the power from the Dragon Ball world he had placed at the entrance of his shop had been rented out. Upon sensing it, he discovered it was rented by Orochimaru. Recently, Orochimaru has been having a tough time. With the growing strength of Konoha, the rogue ninjas from Konoha have become a target for everyone in the ninja world. Orochimaru could only rely on the Sound Ninja Village for contact with the outside world, yet he has been discovered several times and forced to relocate his secret base. The 8 trial grounds in the biochemical world have also become distinctly categorized. Konoha established the Konoha city-state in the south, thus occupying the southern trial ground. Following that with Hashirama and Tobarama's strength, they took control of the southeastern trial ground. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages each secured a trial ground due to their formidable power, while the Hidden Sand and Hidden Mist, the weaker, managed to claim a trial ground by joining forces. After Madara incorporated the Akatsuki organization, he led it to occupy another trial ground. The remaining trial grounds are complex in environment, requiring not only defense against zombie attacks, but also vigilance against potential assassinations. Orochimaru intended to occupy a trial ground himself, but he couldn't show his face. As soon as he did, he would attract Konoha's pursuit. The ninjas around him bearing cursed seals also dared not act recklessly lest they arouse suspicion. The ninjas of the Sound Ninja Village were ultimately still lacking in strength. Thus, under these circumstances, Orochimaru planned to enter the Dragon Ball world to lay down some groundwork, confident that he could survive with his capabilities. Orochimaru. Cheng Gong suddenly appeared before Orochimaru. Shopkeeper. Orochimaru slightly bowed. Once you reach the Dragon Ball world, find a secluded spot to place this. Cheng Gong handed a blue orb to Orochimaru. What is this? After placing it down, it will grant you 100 Tier 2 return points. I will not fail you. Although Cheng Gong didn't explain its purpose, the return points he was willing to offer indicated the importance of this item. What Cheng Gong produced was a world core possessing extremely strong infectious properties. Once placed in the Dragon Ball world, this world core would silently spread rapidly and absorb the world's energy. Cheng Gong's request was simple. He just needed the absorbed world energy to allow him to open a permanent world gate in the Dragon Ball world. Orochimaru, I've made up my mind. I am willing to go with you. Just as Orochimaru was about to depart, Sasuke suddenly arrived. Have you finally made up your mind after all this time? Then you should return to Konoha. Someone will come to escort you. I will be leaving for a while due to some matters. Orochimaru knew that Sasuke had been under a lot of pressure lately, which made him consider leaving. Originally, Orochimaru had intended to find Obito later, but unexpectedly, before he could start researching Obito, he was captured by Konoha, forcing him to continue focusing on Sasuke. Sasuke wanted to train under Uchiha Madara, but was rejected. Subsequently, Madara clearly stated he would not return to Konoha. Although Madara was not labeled a rogue ninja by Konoha, most Konoha members still believed he had betrayed the village, and many Konoha individuals also despised Sasuke, who had expressed his intentions toward Madara. Recently, Minato and Kushina brought back a member of the Uchiha clan, declaring him to be the instigator of the Nine Tails incident. This only worsened the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha. The Uchiha clan was a family that brought pain to Konoha. They were likened to a wolf that could not be tamed. It was only a matter of time before Uchiha Sasuke would betray Konoha, bringing disaster upon it, and such rumors spread rapidly within Konoha. Although Naruto would always defend him, Sasuke saw it merely as Naruto's pity. He resented his own weakness for not being able to silence everyone. Even though Madara no longer returned to Konoha and had boldly incorporated the Akatsuki organization, including Itachi Uchiha, no one in Konoha dared to speak ill of them. They only dared to criticize Sasuke. During this time, Sasuke's thirst for strength reached its peak, and he began to frequently seek guidance from Kakashi. However, Kakashi had also been extremely busy lately. Tsunade was preparing to completely merge the Root and Umbu divisions, assigning the position of Umbu captain to Kakashi, which had been causing Kakashi quite a headache. The Umbu was manageable, but there were many ninjas within the Root whose ideologies had become very extreme. They would go to any lengths to complete their missions, and Kakashi was extremely cautious in dealing with these individuals. Sasuke felt that he could no longer reach Kakashi, leading him to believe that Konoha had begun to guard against him. This made him recall the cursed seal on his neck, and the one who granted it to him, Orochimaru. If he could find Orochimaru, he might learn something. At the very least, Orochimaru would not look down on him, and had sufficient knowledge about the Sharingan. Most importantly, Orochimaru had actively invited Sasuke before, which made Sasuke feel valued. After making up his mind, Sasuke naturally accepted Orochimaru's arrangements, and waited for the people Orochimaru had sent to him. Shopkeeper. Yui Kurenai pushed a wheelchair to reach Cheng Gong. Cheng Gong found the red-haired woman on the wheelchair somewhat familiar, yet she didn't resemble Uzumaki Karui. Surely she couldn't be Uzumaki Karui's mother. The red hair immediately brought to mind the Uzumaki clan, but Cheng Gong couldn't recall any other Uzumaki clan members. Shopkeeper, this is my former student Kuruma Yakumo. After Yui Kurenai introduced the person in the wheelchair, Cheng Gong finally remembered. It seemed to be a plot from an early... The Kuruma clan was also an ancient clan with a very powerful bloodline limit, but fewer and fewer descendants awakened this limit, and in this generation, only the clan leader's branch gave birth to Kuruma Yakumo, who awakened the bloodline limit. Kuruma Yakumo, who was expected to achieve great things from a young age, had a weak body, and was eventually deemed unsuitable to become a ninja by Yui Kurenai. Yakumo's parents also hoped she could lead a normal life. However, this only placed an even greater burden on Yakumo, as the disdainful, resentful, jealous, and expectant gazes from her clansmen made the sensitive Yakumo feel uncomfortable. Ultimately, she awakened her dark side, Ito, and fused it with her bloodline limit, allowing Ito to manifest in the... In a moment of emotional outburst, Ito took control of Yakumo's body, committing patricide and matricide, and was eventually restrained by Konoha. Little did she know that today she was pushed over by Yui Kurenai. As expected, Yui Kurenai's introduction of Yakumo's situation aligned closely with what Cheng Gong understood. She came today because various clans in Konoha have rapidly developed due to the shop, making it even more difficult for the Kuruma clan, which had not even awakened their bloodline limit, to survive in Konoha. Today, at the request of the Kuruma clan members, Yuhi Kurenai brought Yakumo to meet Cheng Gong, hoping that he could find a way to resolve Yakumo's issues. The solution here is simple. First, go directly to the third floor to purchase the authority of emotion. After all, Idu is merely a product of Bayun's negative emotions and can be redeemed through the power of the authority of emotion. Second, directly trade the Idu within her for return points, but since Idu is a part of Bayun's personality manifestation, Bayun may lose some memories, and it could cause unpredictable damage to her soul. The third method is to transfer Idu into items such as devil fruits or Zanpakuto through their abilities. However, Idu would continue to grow and could eventually surpass your expectations in power. Cheng Gong directly stated the solutions, but all three were somewhat unacceptable to Shirihong. One would harm Bayun, one would make Bayun even more uncontrollable, and the last was simply too expensive. Is there a more perfect solution? There is, but it will be somewhat troublesome. Cheng Gong nodded. Shirihong's heart tightened at this. Even the shopkeeper whom she considered omnipotent found it troublesome. Just how difficult would it be? You can choose a Pokemon to temporarily alleviate Bayun's current condition. Afterwards, it would be best to arrange human intervention to ease the knots in her heart, which might even completely eliminate Ida's influence on Bayun. What kind of Pokemon? We can buy it. The Onma clan had already prepared a sum of return points for Bayun's treatment, so Shirihong did not hesitate regarding the purchase of Pokemon. What I most recommend is this Imulito. The Imulito clan has mastered the authority of emotion for generations, capable of controlling emotional changes. Although the Imulito currently for sale does not hold the authority of emotion, their abilities are inherently imbued with emotional control. Therefore, with Imulito, Bayun's condition can be temporarily alleviated or even directly resolved. Next is Daodan Xiaoao. It feeds on negative emotions, and the more it devours, the stronger its power becomes. When Bayun produces negative emotions, it can devour them. Its final evolved form, Changmao Jumo, is also extremely powerful and can serve as Bayun's guardian without issue. Furthermore, there is Mabulamu. This Pokemon can keenly perceive emotions. When Bayun's emotions fluctuate strongly, the small ball on top of its hat-like head will glow, alerting you to Bayun's condition. Its evolved form, Tibulima, has the ability to soothe hearts. When Bayun is mentally unstable, it can use this ability to stabilize her, but this cannot alleviate the generation of negative emotions. It can only suppress them. Finally, there is this Pokemon called Shinigami. She possesses extremely powerful psychic energy and can sense her master's mental state. When the master's mind fluctuates intensely, she can respond in time. Shinigami even has the ability to foresee the future, allowing her to act before Bayun loses control. Cheng Gong displayed one of each recommended Pokemon for Shirihong to choose from. Shirihong first eliminated Imulito. Imulito required second-level return points to purchase, and its price was substantial. Although the Onma clan had exchanged many family-inherited ninjutsu for second-level return points, they were still far from enough. As for exchanging with others, that was even more impossible. The private exchange rate for second-level return points had reached 11000, and it was still a market with no supply. Those with few second-level return points were unwilling to trade, while those with many disdained to exchange. Therefore, Shirihong could only choose from the remaining Pokemon. According to Cheng Gong's introduction, this Pokemon, called Daodan Xiaoao, was quite good. It could directly devour negative energy. However, its appearance was indeed lacking, and Bayun clearly had no interest in Daodan Xiaoao. As for the remaining Mabulamu and Shinigami, Shirihong felt that either could work. It was up to Bayun to decide. Shinigami approached Bayun and waved at her. Standing Shinigami was much taller than Bayun, who was seated in a wheelchair, so Shinigami gently patted Bayun's head. Bayun smiled in response. The Mabulamu beside them hopped onto Bayun's lap, its headlight flickering on and off. Clearly Bayun's emotions at that moment were very joyful. Why don't you buy them all? Cheng Gong didn't understand what Shirihong was hesitating about. Oh right. Shirihong slapped her forehead. She had fallen into a thinking trap. When Cheng Gong mentioned choices, she subconsciously thought she could only pick one Pokemon, but she could easily afford all the Pokemon except Imulito. Second-level return points were insufficient, but the Onma clan was willing to give all their first-level return points. Then we want one Shinigami, one Changmao Jumo, and Tibulimo. Shirihong quickly made her decision. Daodan Xiaoao's final form, Changmao Jumo, also had the ability to devour negative emotions. Moreover, since Shirihong could get reimbursed by the Onma clan for spending return points, she directly chose Changmao Jumo. Finally, Shirihong had initially wanted to buy the final evolved form of Mabulamu. However, seeing Bayun happily playing with the Mabulamu in her arms, she realized that Bulimian standing over 2 meters tall would prevent Bayun from playing with it like this. So Shirihong bought a Tibulimo, which had the ability to soothe the heart, and also a small body, allowing it to play with Bayun for a long time. Cheng Gong understood Shirihong's intention and recommended an Everstone to her. Giving it to Tibulima would prevent it. Storekeeper, what do you mean by human intervention? After choosing the Pokemon, Shirihong asked again. Let Mingren and the others become friends with Bayun. Just follow the original course for such matters. Cheng Gong had strong confidence in Mingren's Taknojutsu. This. Thank you, Storekeeper. Well, consider it. Shirihong had not expected Cheng Gong to want Mingren to do this. With that, things would not be easy. Regardless of Mingren's status as the son of the Hokage, as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, every move he made was watched by Konoha. With Bayun's current state so prone to losing control, Shirihong felt the hope was slim. Moreover, she didn't understand why Cheng Gong would recommend Mingren. Was it because Mingren had a more difficult childhood? No problem. If that brat doesn't go, I'll use love to reform him, and then make him go. Shirihong chose to discuss this with Jio Shinai. Clearly Shirihong knew who was really in charge in the Minato household. Upon seeing Bayun with her red-haired, Jio Shinai naturally felt a sense of affinity. She had only heard rumors about Bayun's situation before, but after listening to Shirihong's detailed account, she felt even more sympathy for Bayun. Finally, when Shirihong said that Cheng Gong had recommended Mingren to help Bayun, Jio Shinai immediately agreed. Although she could not fathom Cheng Gong's intentions, she believed that with his strength he would not use such a roundabout method to harm Mingren. Mom, why did you call me back so early? I still need to train. Let me introduce you to your new friend Onma Bayan. Don't you dare bully her or I'll have your head. Kushina presented Bayan to Naruto. Naruto stared at the crimson-haired Onma Bayan, letting out a silly chuckle. Hello Bayan. I'm Uzumaki Naruto and my dream is to become the fifth. Naruto extended his right hand. Hello, I'm Onma Bayan. My dream is to become a ninja. Bayan reached out her right hand and clasped Naruto's. When she spoke of her dream, there was a momentary hesitation, yet she declared her aspiration with resolve. Hearing the conviction in Bayan's voice, Yuhi Kurenai realized just how deeply Bayun yearned to become a ninja, and yet she had so lightly ended Bayan's path to that. Naruto pulled with his strength, unexpectedly lifting Bayan from her chair. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward into his embrace. Limbu. The timber that had been resting on Bayan's lap fell to the ground, rubbing its tiny hands against its... Naruto. Don't be so reckless. Bayan isn't in the best of health, be careful. Bang! A heavy door slammed shut. Sasuke opened the door, took one look at the scene inside, then closed it and left. Naruto, how long are you going to hold her? Let Bayan go. See, even Sasuke got shy and left. Kushina helped the blushing Bayan back into her wheelchair. Bayan's face was unusually flushed. You can breathe, you know. Huh. Huff. Huh. Huff. Only after Kushina's reminder did Bayan, whose mind had gone blank, snap back to reality and gasp for air, nearly having suffocated herself. Kushina looked at Bayun, then at Naruto, who seemed puzzled by Bayan's condition and couldn't help but sigh. Her foolish boy clearly hadn't a clue. But Bayan's rapid breathing did not slow, instead it grew more intense. Kushina sensed a strange disturbance in the surrounding space, as if something was about to emerge. Limbu. The timber on the ground cried out, then leaped up and struck Bayan with its enormous twin pigtails. Immediately Bayan's breathing steadied. Kushina also noticed that once Bayan's breathing calmed, the spatial fluctuation ceased. This child. She's dangerous. For a child so young to cause such intense spatial distortions was truly terrifying. Thank you, Limbu. Bayan placed Limbu on her lap, knowing it had driven the demon inside her back down. Come on Bayan, let me push you outside to get some sun. Mom says sunshine makes you stronger. Naruto, oblivious to what had just happened, cheerfully pushed Bayan's wheelchair out the door. Bayan let out a soft gasp as Naruto pushed too fast, the acceleration pressing her into the seat. Meanwhile, Sasuke was restlessly packing his bags in the Uchiha clan compound. Sasuke had been wavering before because Kushina had been so kind to him and Naruto had become a comrade he acknowledged. Leaving them behind was something he too regretted. But the sight he had witnessed upon entering Naruto's house shattered his heart. Kushina had found a daughter, and that person had already embraced Naruto, an action Sasuke had never shared with him. It seemed Kushina and Naruto had already found a replacement for him, Sasuke thought bitterly. Everyone, let me introduce my new friend, Onma Bayan. Naruto brought Bayun to the training ground, a facility specially designated for the Leaf Ninjas who had passed the second stage of the previous exam. Onma. Hinata murmured the surname. Though the Onma clan had declined in Leaf the Hyuga as an equally ancient lineage possessed records of the Onma clan, so Hinata quickly identified Bayan's background. Actually, Bayan is also a student of teacher Kurenai. Naruto recalled the connection between Yuhi Kurenai and Bayan. You're teacher Kurenai's student too. Why haven't we heard teacher Kurenai mention you? Inuzuka Kiba looked curiously at Onma Bayan while Akamaru, perched on his head, stared at the timber. Because I'm not in good health, teacher Kurenai teaches me at home. What's your method of reconnaissance? Are you really capable of scouting while in a wheelchair? Kiba was puzzled. Kiba the Onma clan possesses a bloodline limit. Their ability lies in illusions, not reconnaissance. Noticing Bayon's spirits sinking, Shikamaru realized Kiba might have struck a nerve. He nudged Choji. Want some chips? Akimichi Choji offered his bag of chips to Bayon, but she shook her head. That creature of yours is a Pokemon too, right? Choji released his alchemy from its Pokeball. Perhaps because Choji also had a Pokemon, Bayon seemed a bit more interested. Alchemy's cream is delicious. It brings happiness. Give it a try. Choji dipped a chip in Alchemy's cream and handed it to Bayon again. She smelled the sweet fragrance of the cream, couldn't resist, and took a bite. Is this happiness? A feeling Bayon hadn't experienced in a long time washed over her, a sensation she hadn't felt since her parents died. How did her parents die? The Third Hokage had them killed. Bayon's memory had become distorted. Because the pain of killing her own parents was unbearable, she had chosen to forget it. But she overheard Sarutobi Hiruzen assigning Yuhi Kurenai the mission to eliminate Ito and mistakenly believed that her parents too had been killed on Hiruzen's orders. As a first meeting, let me draw you a picture. Bayon picked up a branch and began sketching in the sand, the only joy she had while living alone in the mountains. She drew quickly and the shape of the Hokage building was already taking form in the sand. Bayon, you're so good at drawing. I wish I could learn too. Sakura looked at Bayon with envy. If she could become a delicate, elegant girl with such a talent for art, maybe Sasuke would fall for her. Impressive. There's more. A smile curled on Bayon's face, but it held a hint of eeriness. Then she swung the branch again. But this time Shikamaru, Niji Hinata, and Shino all sensed something different. Bayon's movement now carried chakra. Woof. Akamaru uneasy barked and leaped from Kiba's head into his arms. Boom. The branch came down, slicing the Hokage building in half. A sudden thunderclap cracked from a cloudless sky and black smoke billowed from the direction of the Hokage. Damn it, what have you done? Even the thick-head Rock Lee sensed something was wrong. The coincidence was too great, surely there was a connection. He confronted Bayon. Taking revenge, of course. Bayon's face twisted into a ferocious expression. The training ground abruptly transformed into a starry void. Bayon's face had morphed into a demonic mask with two long fangs glinting coldly. Shinai. Shinai duo directly emerged from Bayon's pokeball, enveloping Bayon with a powerful spiritual force, while Chang'ao Jumo incessantly absorbed Bayon's negative emotions. Everyone. Is anyone here? Ningren shouted in the suddenly appearing space, but no one answered him. This space was Bayon's illusionary space. People inside might encounter various things, even if companions gathered together, they might only be illusions created by Bayon. Showing. Ding Ci. Yeah. Ningren's calls received no response, not even an echo. The darkness ahead grew deeper. Ningren, somewhat worried, turned back, but it was still getting darker. After walking for an unknown time, he saw a large door ahead and pushed it open without hesitation. Bayon. After pushing open the door and entering, Ningren saw Bayon sitting on the edge of a bed with her head buried, but she did not respond to him. Bayon, come eat now. A man's voice sounded. A door opened at some point and a man and a woman entered carrying food. Bayon, don't be sad, okay? Mom and Dad want you to be an ordinary person for your own good. Were these Bayon's parents? Ningren looked at the pair that appeared. Bayon, get up and eat. He stepped forward to pull Bayon up, but his hand passed. An illusion. Bayon, please eat something, okay? Mom and Dad will be very worried about you like this. Your health is... Bayon's parents crouched in front of her with the food. Bayon still remained silent. Bayon. Bayon's father called her several times without response, so he went to pull her. However, unexpectedly, the first pull did not move her hand, her hand still covered her head. The second time Bayon's father pulled harder, but then Bayon suddenly lifted her head. Her face had turned into a demonic visage with protruding fangs, hideously ferocious. Bayon. What's wrong with you? Bayon's mother was frightened by the sight, but still gathered her courage to approach. Bayon opened her mouth and exhaled a foul breath, then bit her own mother. Bayon's father tried to stop her, but unexpectedly another demonic face grew from the back of Bayon's head, and also bit the father. Who? The demonic faces released their bites, but then spat out a stream of flame. The massive fire engulfed both parents completely. Bayon. You can't do this. When Bayon lunged at her mother, Ningren wanted to stop her, but it was only an illusion. He could only watch helplessly. After Bayon's parents were burnt to ashes, the two demonic faces both turned to look at Ningren. Isn't this an illusion? Who are they looking at? Ningren felt a chill of terror. He looked behind him, but there was no one. Who? The two demonic faces spat out flames again, and this time the fire rushed toward Ningren. It hurts. This is real. Ningren felt a scorching burn on his hand. He hadn't expected this to be real. Stepping back a few steps to evade the flames, Mingren instinctively tried to release his Zanpakuto, but found his hands empty. Where is my Duandi foam? Mingren, seeing the demonic faces charging at him, grew anxious and quickly formed a spiral sphere. The azure spiral sphere struck one of the demonic faces, which split apart directly. Seeming to feel pain, Yun fell to the ground motionless. Mingren felt the space begin to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. The illusionary space shattered like a mirror. Mingren began an endless fall, his feet plunging into a bottomless abyss that he could never reach. Mingren-kun. Mingren-kun. Mingren regained his sight in response to Chu Tian's call. The moment his vision cleared, he met Chu Tian's large white eyes. Chu Tian. Are you all okay? We're fine, but we were worried because you hadn't woken up. Mingren looked at everyone and found that they all had varying degrees of injuries, some with traces of lightning strikes, some with frostbite, and some like himself with burns. It seems we need to have a serious talk with this Miss Anma Bayun. Ning Xiai looked at the unconscious Bayun, unsure of what to do next. Why don't we take her home first? I know she lives on the back mountain. Mingren knew that it was best to take someone who felt unwell back home. I understand. I can only hold it off for you for at most 1 week. The Hokage building had been split in half by lightning. Before Shui Men could have someone investigate, Shiri Hong came to him and explained the situation. Shui Men naturally hoped that the powerful Kekiai Genkai clan of Anma could regain its former glory. Therefore, even though Bayun held a grudge against the Hokage, he was willing to resolve it through gentle means. However, the hardliners within Muyi wielded great influence, foremost among them being Qian Shou Fei Jian. Fortunately, Zhu Jian could keep Fei Jian in check, so Fei Jian rarely interfered with Shui Men's management. However, on matters concerning attitudes toward Muyi, Fei Jian had always been one to err on the side of killing without mercy. That was why Shui Men said he could only help mediate for at most a week. After a week, Fei Jian might take action. Shiri Hong was also uncertain, not knowing whether Ming Ren and the others could actually resolve it. Wow! There are so many paintings here. There was only one house on the back mountain, so Ming Ren and the others easily found Bayun's residence. Upon opening the door, the first thing they saw were paintings covering the walls and scattered on the floor. Each painting was lifelike, demonstrating the owner's superb skill. However, every painting conveyed a sense of terror, despair, and resentment. Welcome to my domain. A demonic figure emerged from a painting on the wall. It was Idu. It seems Bayun's abnormalities are all related to this monster. Xiaoying immediately analyzed. Correct. But no reward. Idu emerged from the painting behind Xiaoying and, catching her off guard, pulled her into Xiaoying. Mingren slashed at Idu with Duandi foam, but Idu had already entered the painting and Mingren only damaged the painting itself. In that case, he'll destroy all the paintings here. Mingren raised Duandi foam and began swinging wildly. Don't act recklessly, Mingren. We don't know the consequences of destroying all the paintings. What if Xiaoying can't get out of the painting world? Jingyi stopped Mingren. Congratulations, you're also correct. Idu appeared again and dragged Jingyi away as well. Everyone gather together and stay away from these paintings. Quan Zhongya gathered everyone together. Wrong answer. Am not limited to coming out of paintings. This time Idu appeared from beneath Quan Zhongya's feet and bit at his neck. Woof. Akamaru was the first to react, instantly clamping its jaws onto Ito, giving Kiba Inuzuka a chance to dodge. What a troublesome pup. Ito lifted Akamaru and tossed it aside, then with a flick of his finger sent Kiba plummeting into the earth. Akamaru was also thrown in. Before the battle had even officially begun, several people had already been taken out, leaving Naruto and the others on edge. All of you go play in the paintings. Ito let out a vicious laugh. The remaining paintings in the room flew up and circled around the group, quickly sucking Shino and Shikamaru, who had lost their footing, into the canvases. What are you still holding out for? Ito emerged from the ground, poking his head out to look at Naruto. Anticipating this, Naruto slammed a Rasengan into him. Damn brat. Half of Ito's face was blown off by Naruto's attack. Revealing his full form, Ito flew over to Yakumo, his wounds visibly regenerating. It seems to be absorbing Yakumo's spirit energy to recover. Hinata's Byakugan caught Ito's current action, but she was momentarily caught off guard and sucked into a painting herself. Miji, anxious to protect her, they had come in a crowd, but in just a short while only Naruto remained. Feeling the weight of the burden, Naruto raised Duandi foam. Rage Duandi foam. Naruto's blade unleashed countless wind blades, shredding all the paintings swirling around him. He deliberately spared the ones that had swallowed his comrades. The wind blades surged toward Ito after clearing the paintings. Fearing he might hit Yakumo, Naruto only sent a few blades at Ito. Ito's face had mostly healed by now. Though his abilities were bizarre, his combat instincts seemed lacking. Faced with such an obvious attack, Ito failed to dodge. An explosion rang out. Ito's body was shattered, forcing him to intensify his absorption of Yakumo's spirit. This caused Yakumo's brows to furrow. Even in her unconscious state, she felt the strain. Ow! The long-haired giant suddenly appeared and bit Kidō, who let out a harrowing scream. It was the dark-type move, Bite, which dealt double damage to ghost-type beings. Worse still, Kidō's form became translucent on the verge of vanishing. But in a desperate move he slipped directly into Yakumo's mind. Yakumo's body began to tremble clearly in immense pain. Gardevoir appeared again, but her powerful psychic energy could only temporarily stabilize Yakumo's mind from collapsing. With Kidō inside Yakumo's brain, his abilities seemed to falter. Everyone trapped in the paintings fell out except for Kiba, who was nowhere to be seen. Naruto explained the situation to the others, but no one knew how to proceed. There might be a way to enter her mental world in spirit form and defeat Kidō there. Ino, who knew the most about the mind, finally suggested this. However, it was only a secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, and she had only read about it as a legend since they had never dealt with souls before. Soul. Naruto felt he had experienced this form before but couldn't recall when. Scratching his head in frustration, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Duan Foam. You can turn me into a spirit, right? Naruto remembered entering a soul state once before at Cheng Gong Shop, so he pinned his hopes on Duan Foam. The blade of Duan Foam flashed and Naruto suddenly saw himself collapse to the ground. Hey! How can I see myself lying down? Naruto raised his hand and found himself still there while his body lay on the ground. Clearly his soul had left his body. Duan Foam, you're amazing. Let's go save Yakumo. Naruto approached Yakumo. Gardevoir could see his spirit form, and sensing his goodwill toward Yakumo, did not block him. Neither did the long-haired giant. Naruto successfully entered Yakumo's mental world. You monster, let Yakumo go. As soon as Naruto entered, he saw Kidō devouring Yakumo's soul. I didn't expect you to get in here too. Kidō was clearly surprised. But it doesn't matter. He'll soon devour her soul, and from then on I will be Yakumo. Seeing Yakumo's soul shrinking rapidly, Naruto grew frantic. Unbeknownst to him, a trace of red chakra began to emanate from his body. Why do I feel a bit empty? Kurama, growing bored, sensed a strange void. Not knowing what was happening, he simply turned over and went back to sleep. Bomb Rasengan. In his fury, Naruto formed a sphere in his hand. But this sphere was not blue. It was red, filled with violent red chakra that made the spiritual pressure within it even more turbulent. The Bomb Rasengan sent Kidō flying, but the red chakra faded. Naruto. Once Kidō stopped devouring her soul, Yakumo's soul awakened. Seeing Naruto, she looked confused, unsure of where she was. Yakumo, is it true? Did this demon kill your parents? Naruto asked her about everything he had seen in the illusionary space. Kidō killed my parents. Yakumo was puzzled. She had no such memories, yet something seemed to be surfacing. The scenes she had forced herself to forget suddenly emerged. In her cowardice, she had sealed those memories to escape the truth. And Kidō, using his abilities, had kept those memories suppressed whenever they threatened to resurface. Only now, with Kidō gravely wounded, did Yakumo recall those memories. So, it was you. You killed my family. Yakumo asked Kidō in disbelief. It was me. But I am you are and I just did what you wanted to do. Kidō did not deny it. No, that's not true. I didn't want to. Yakumo covered her ears, unwilling to listen. We are one. Only I will care for you wholeheartedly. Why do you doubt me for an outsider, Yakumo? We should kill them all. Kidō stepped closer, each step restoring his form. Just as he was about to touch Yakumo, she lowered her hands. No. I love my parents deeply. I would never wish to harm them. And I am grateful to Kirinai Zensei. I would never hurt her. Yakumo's gaze grew resolute. We are indeed one, but I no longer need you. No matter the pain, I will separate from you. As she spoke, her soul began to split. You. Feeling his power rapidly diminishing, Kidō could not believe Yakumo was tearing her own soul apart. She was cutting him away completely. The splitting of Bayon's soul slowed down. The pain was simply unbearable. Initially driven by sheer fury, she had forcibly torn a rift, but soon agony overwhelmed her entire mind. Mingren did not know the torment of soul splitting, but seeing how Bayon's body trembled uncontrollably with each fragment torn away, he knew it was far from pleasant. Though Mingren longed to stop Bayon from enduring further pain, his single-minded mind understood that this was a golden opportunity for her to sever ties with Idu completely. Only she could see it through. You'll never be rid of me. Idu charged recklessly toward Bayon. His power originated from her. If separated, he would gain freedom, but the vigilant Mingren would never let him go. Thus Idu could not allow the separation under any circumstances. He needed to make Mingren hesitate. Stay away from her. Mingren stepped in front of Bayon, his expression resolute as he faced Idu. Since Bayon had made her decision, Mingren would ensure she could complete it without interference. Countless wind blades shot forth. Idu had tasted their sting before, so he could only dodge frantically while attempting to attack from other directions. Multiple shadow clone technique. Several puffs of smoke, later dozens of Mingren's clones surrounded Bayan from all sides, foiling Yida's attempts from any angle. Sensing that Bayan's condition in the center had stabilized and that fully separating Adu was only a matter of time, Mingren felt for the first time what it meant to protect. It was also the first time he felt his arduous training was truly worthwhile. Don't you dare come closer. Get lost, you freak. Mingren's clones chattered threats at Adu, but he remained relentless. He could already feel the power he drew from Bayan. Still looking. Take this. A clone noticed Yida's eyes darting around, clearly plotting something, and threw a punch. Once one clone moved, the others followed. Soon Adu was buried under a swarm of clones. Mingren realized that when Adu was attacked, Bayan's splitting accelerated. He understood now Yida's power still affected her. Weakening him would speed up her progress. In that case, let's go all out. Mingren raised his Duandi foam, which crackled with spiritual pressure. Hurricane net. Blades of wind flowed from Duandi foam, but this time they did not rush at Adu. Instead, they quickly spread out, forming the shape of a net. This was a technique specially crafted for Mingren by Bufeng Shuimen based on the abilities of Duandi foam and Mingren's weakness in trapping enemies. Shuimen had originally named it Gale Severing Shadow Ultimate Mora Style, but Mingren argued that shouting it in battle wasted time. As a result, both Shuimen and Mingren received a loving knuckle flick from Jaksinai, who finally named it Hurricane Net and increased Mingren's training time. The Hurricane Net enveloped both Mingren's clones and Adu. Retreat. The original is being ruthless. The clones turned to see the wind net enclosing them and quickly vanished in puffs of smoke. With a series of pops, all clones disappeared, leaving only Adu inside the net. What is this damn thing? Let me go. The net began to contract, tightly binding Adu. The wind blade strands, no longer explosive and volatile as before, were now imbued with immense toughness and cutting power, embedding deeply into his body. Moreover, the net flowed and circulated, intensifying his agony. After subduing Adu and inflicting continuous damage, Mingren observed Bayun again. Indeed, her splitting speed had increased significantly, almost complete. Then let me help you speed things up. Mingren swung Duandi foam down. The hurricane net tightened violently, cleaving Yida's body into pieces. Even after shrinking into a small sphere, the net did not dissipate. Explode. The sphere expanded and detonated, annihilating Adu in the blast. At the same time, as if sensing Mingren's help, Bayun's soul-splitting speed increased. Yet this also made her break out in cold sweat of the pain she had barely adapted to had intensified. Mingren. Bayun opened her eyes and called out. Bayun. Are you alright? Seeing her soul so frail, Mingren grew worried. I'm fine. This is my mental space, it'll recover soon. Indeed, Mingren could sense Bayun's soul rapidly absorbing energy from the space to restore itself, something he could not— Damn you. You actually dared. Adu reappeared, but he looked much weaker than before. You won't leave this place. Bayun waved her hand, and a streak of light pierced Adu. His wounds did not heal, instead they dissolved into glowing motes that vanished into her soul space. Bayun was refining Adu. The motes multiplied and Yida's body stopped regenerating, soon disappearing completely. Bayun, you're amazing. I couldn't kill him. Mingren envied Bayun's ability to conjure anything with a wave of her hand, and how she could permanently destroy Adu. While Mingren could defeat him, Adu always revived. This is my mental space, my domain, so of course I'm strong. Now return to your body. With that, Bayun expelled Mingren from her mental space. Phew. Mingren exhaled deeply before standing up and stretching. Mingren-kun, you're awake. Chutian, who had been watching him most closely, immediately helped him up despite her crimson cheeks. Adu is dead. Everyone can stand down. Mingren hopped up and announced to the wary group. He felt his body disobeying him, and his mind's commands took a moment to reach his limbs. Extremely uncomfortable, Mingren kept moving to shake off the sensation. Shinigami. What's wrong? Awakening, Bayun saw Shinigami, who had been protecting her, growing weak. She hurriedly supported the tottering Pokemon. Shauna. Thank you so much, Shinigami. Bayun understood. The reason she had endured the excruciating pain of splitting Adu from her soul without mental collapse was because Shinigami had been outside, using powerful psychic energy to protect and replenish her mind. Now Shinigami's psychic energy was severely depleted. Shauna. She whispered to Long Mao Jumo before returning to her Pokeball. Hey Bayun. That demon is still on your shoulder. Mingren pointed at her shoulder where Yida's hideous face was clearly— This is just a mask. Bayun took the ghost face off his shoulder, and indeed it was just a mask. But how could it look exactly like that demon? I don't know. We'll have to ask Teacher Red. Then let's go quickly. Okay. Naruto pushed Bayun's wheelchair and took her to find Kurina, Yuhi, and the others. Hinata and the others also left. Since the matter was resolved, there was no need to stay. But he felt like he had forgotten something. Is anyone going to save me? Kiba Inuzuka shouted. I can't figure out what this is either. Let's just ask the shopkeeper. Minato returned the mask to Kurina Yuhi. Yes! This mask contains a part of Yakumo Kurama's ability as well as the residual spirit of Ito. If left unchecked, Ito might still be resurrected. You can sell Ito's spirit and exchange it for return points. Cheng Gong played with this lifelike mask, finding it quite interesting. Kurina Yuhi naturally agreed and directly sold the residual spirit of Ito. Give this mask to Bayan. In the future when she wears it, she will be able to unleash all the abilities of her bloodline. Bayan had turned misfortune into blessing. The reason for her physical weakness was that her own Kekkai Genkai was too powerful for her body to bear, similar to how Nagato was drained into a mummy by the Rinnegan. Now part of the ability from Bayan's Kekkai Genkai had been transferred to the mask, allowing her body to gradually recover. In the future when her strength improves, she might be able to fully integrate this ability. Naruto. Cheng Gong suddenly called out to Naruto. Naruto paused for a moment, stopped and looked at Cheng Gong. Ouch, that hurts. Uncle Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Naruto covered his forehead and cried out in pain. Nothing, just thought you were cute. Naruto turned and walked away, feeling that something was different about him yet also the same. Cheng Gong had actually noticed that the compatibility between Naruto's soul and body had decreased, which was obviously a side effect of him forcibly entering his soul form and leaving his body for too long. At most 10 days to half a month, Naruto would have fully recovered, but Cheng Gong simply flicked his forehead and instantly restored him. 995. 996. Cheng Gong counted the world power he had recently extracted from the Dragon Ball world. He was almost at 1,000 units. With 1,000 units of world power, Cheng Gong could open a permanent world gate. 999. 1,000. Holding 1,000 units of world power, Cheng Gong communicated with the Dragon Ball world. This time with the world power of Dragon Ball, he felt no obstruction and directly condensed a world gate. Cheng Gong sensed that this world gate was somewhat different. It didn't seem to have as strong a repulsion toward him. Previously, whenever he approached the world gate of the biochemical world, he would feel a repulsive force striking him. Master, do you want to enter this new world gate? Wanxiang walked over, holding alchemy, occasionally licking the cream off alchemy's body. It seems I cannot enter before conquering this world. Facing Wanxiang, Cheng Gong had nothing to hide. That was before. The world gate was not blocking you, Master, but the 3,000 worlds and me. So now that I'm staying here with the 3,000 worlds, you can go to the new world. Is that so? Yes, but once you enter the new world, you cannot use any abilities, or you will be detected and expelled by the world will of Dragon Ball. Despite this restriction, Cheng Gong was not worried at all. He just needed to find a few bodyguards. Shop announcement: in 3 days, a Ninja World Duel tournament will be held. The top 100 will receive a 1-month free access to the training room. The top 10 will additionally receive second-tier return points. The first and second place winners can accompany the shopkeeper into the new world with additional compensation. Cheng Gong quickly spread the news to everyone in the shop. With these people knowing the information, it would quickly spread throughout the ninja world. On the first day, a large number of people came to the shop to confirm the news with Cheng Gong. On the second day, many people started shopping wildly at the shop to increase their strength. Although everyone knew that the top 2 or even top 10 positions were out of reach, they could still strive for the top 100. After all, a month of free training room was quite valuable. On the fourth day, the shop was packed with people and the entire raccoon town could hardly accommodate the crowd. Fortunately, Cheng Gong had prepared well. A huge grandstand appeared in the sky capable of accommodating everyone. A heaven-reaching staircase appeared before the crowd. Today is the ranking match. By the end of today, the top 1,000 from the top of the staircase downwards will advance. Is it about speed? Many ninja were somewhat indignant. This was definitely a home ground for speed-type ninja. Minato Namikaze shamelessly elementalized and rushed straight to the top of the staircase, while Tobirama Senju threw a flying thunder god kunai onto the staircase. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling. First, Minato Namikaze stopped at the 233rd step. Then Tobirama Senju, using the flying thunder god technique, appeared directly from the 50th step next to Minato, but ended up face-planting on the ground. This staircase is imbued with pressure. The higher you go, the stronger the pressure. Speed alone is useless. Cheng Gong kindly reminded them. Tobirama's strength was not so weak that he couldn't handle the 200th step. It was just that he hadn't adapted to the sudden increase in pressure from the 50th to the 200th step, so he was caught off guard and fell flat on his face. After Cheng Gong's reminder, the fast ninja dared not charge recklessly. Even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had made such a fool of himself. They certainly didn't think they were stronger than Tobirama Senju. Of course, people like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju charged forward without slowing down at all. Time's up. Tomorrow will be the second round of elimination matches. When the time was up, Cheng Gong announced the results. Kagaya Otsutsuki was the highest, reaching the 550th step, followed by the Sage of Six Paths Madara Uchiha Hashirama Senju and others. Although Kagaya's combat experience was insufficient, her strength was genuinely formidable, and as a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, she was naturally the strongest under the pressure that purely tested power. As soon as Cheng Gong announced the end, many people found an open space to sit and recover, since Cheng Gong only gave them 1 day of rest. The day of rest passed quickly, and a full 100 arenas appeared in midair. Today is the elimination match. Pair up, winner advances, loser is eliminated. Each person is only allowed to participate once. Contestants, get on the stage yourselves. If no one challenges within 30 minutes, you automatically advance. Anyone who hasn't gotten on stage by the end of today will be considered forfeited and eliminated. As soon as Cheng Gong finished speaking, dozens of platforms had people standing on them. Madara Uchiha Hashirama Senju the 4th Hokage and others tacitly each found a platform, apparently not wanting to encounter each other too early. These renowned experts like Ryūjin, whose fame had long been established, were universally acknowledged as destined to advance, so no one dared approach their arenas. One by one, the remaining empty arenas began to claim challengers. Some held their ground while others were knocked down. Mingren, aren't you going to give it a try? Due to the nine tails within him, Mingren's true strength was formidable. By tapping into the nine tails chakra, he had become one of the few genin to rank among the top. The first batch of powerhouses, including Ryūjin, had all advanced automatically. Seeing Mingren hesitate, Sakura thought he was intimidated by the overwhelming presence of the other competitors. Sakura, have you seen Sasuke lately? Mingren's spirits were low. He felt an ominous foreboding, a heavyweight press. No, come to think of it, Sasuke didn't even participate in the first round. I'll go check on him after the match. Only then did Sakura realize that Sasuke had been absent for quite some time. As the competition progressed, the number of arenas gradually dwindled from 500 to 10, then to 5, and finally to just 1. Those hoping to seize an opportunity began to retreat when they saw no chance. The battles on the remaining arenas grew fiercer with each passing moment. After all, the match would last only 1 day. How many could advance by simply standing on the arena for half an hour? Mingren, go up and test your true strength. Don't be afraid, with your skills you can still surrender in time. Jiraiya, elated by his own victory, also wanted Mingren to taste defeat. Though Mingren's path as a ninja had been rough, he had yet to suffer a crushing loss. Jiraiya believed that by now everyone in the ninja world knew Mingren's identity and would hold back to let him live. So he urged Mingren to step onto the arena. But I want to go find Sasuke. Mingren grew increasingly restless. He had no desire to compete. Go after the match. Jiraiya grabbed Mingren, who was about to leave. Oh, you pervy sage, you're so annoying. Fine, I'll go knock that old woman off the arena right now. Annoyed beyond measure, Mingren climbed onto the arena. Aren't the female ninjas done with their matches? Who's still up? Jiraiya had already kept a close eye on all the female ninjas who had advanced. He knew their whereabouts. Had he missed someone? When Jiraiya saw the person on the arena, he froze, struck dumb. Mingren. He tried to call him back, but Mingren was already on the platform. Uzumaki Mingren versus Otsutsuki Kagaya begin. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone knew who Otsutsuki Kagaya was and who Uzumaki Mingren was, but the thought of these two facing off left them bewildered. After a brief hush, the crowd erupted. Otsutsuki Kagaya was universally expected to advance, not only because of her surname, but also her first-place finish in the first round. Yet someone actually dared to provoke the tiger's whiskers. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at the yellow-haired boy before her with curiosity. She sensed a familiar aura from Mingren, reminiscent of the god tree, though faint and incomplete. At the start of the battle, Mingren unleashed a wind blade. But when it swept past Kagaya, its usual ferocity vanished, brushing her like a gentle breeze, stirring a strand of her long hair. Kagaya was puzzled by Mingren's actions. Was he fanning her? How kind of him. When Mingren's wind blade proved useless, he launched a Rasengan, only to have Kagaya catch it in her hand. Is this a gift for me? What a beautiful blue energy ball. Kagaya toyed with the azure sphere until it dissipated from... Damn it, it's completely useless. Mingren grew impatient watching Kagaya play with his attack. He was eager to return and find Sasuke. In desperation, Mingren resorted to taijutsu. Leaf Village hidden technique, ultimate secret. He invoked the ultimate move taught by Kakashi. What game are you playing? Before Mingren could execute his technique, Kagaya vanished. A black rift opened behind him, and she stepped out, lifting Mingren with curiosity to observe his movements. Damn it, let me go. Cold sweat broke out on Mingren's forehead. He hadn't even seen Kagaya's movement before she caught him. Suspended in midair, he had no leverage and could only thrash and struggle. Thinking Mingren wanted to perform for her, Kagaya released him. But he fell flat on his face. Standing up, Mingren looked at Kagaya with a grim expression. He had exhausted almost all his techniques, and his only option was to negotiate with the fox inside him to pay some rent. But no matter how much he mentally called out to the Ninetales, it refused to answer. Even when he entered the sealed space, the fox simply shoved him out without a word, leaving Mingren feeling aggrieved. The big fox is being disobedient. I'll have to ask Mom to discipline it again. Since the Ninetales wouldn't help, Mingren had only one move left, a technique that had ensnared countless victims, including Kakashi Jiraiya and even Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are the strongest opponent I've ever faced. All my abilities are useless against you, so I will use my ultimate technique. Be careful. Mingren formed hand seals. Only then did Kaguya realize he hadn't been playing with her, he was genuinely attacking. What other move does he have? Jiraiya asked Kakashi, who had come to watch out of concern for Mingren. Mingren once unleashed Bankai. Kakashi recalled the new form Mingren had entered through his Zanpakuto, though his tone was uncertain. But wasn't that achieved only by forcibly drawing on the Ninetales chakra? Would it be dangerous for him to try it now? Jiraiya watched Mingren with worry. Sexy technique reverse harem. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared, instantly transforming into alluring young men of every kind. There were wolfish types, puppy-like types, fair and dark, tall and short. Kaguya froze at the sight of these unclad transformations. A faint blush crept across her pale face. Get down. Before Kaguya could recover, Mingren rushed at her, throwing all his weight into a collision. Unprepared, Kaguya was knocked off the arena. Uzumaki Mingren wins. A thunderous roar erupted from the onlookers after a brief moment of stunned silence. No one had ever imagined that Naruto could actually win, even if his methods were unconventional. Nor had they ever imagined that Kaguya could lose so thoroughly. Many eyes stealthily darted toward the Sage of Six Paths, eager to gauge his reaction. With a cold snort, the sage donned a mask, too ashamed to face the crowd, yet he was compelled to remain and await Cheng Gong's announcement of the next match. Jiraiya, you and your team have truly raised a fine disciple. Choza Akimichi, Shikaku Nara, and others offered their congratulations with complex expressions. Jiraiya silently covered his face. A battle of the underdog overcoming the mighty, yet both sides' kin found it rather embarrassing. Pervert sage Kakusha Sensei, I am off. After descending from the arena, Naruto paid no heed to the curious stares around him. He greeted Jiraiya and Kakashi before leaving to find Sasuke. Today's matches are over. 320 advance. Rest for one day, then the finals begin the day after tomorrow. Cheng Gong announced the conclusion as the time arrived. He cared not for those who had failed to appear. Hesitation was the original sin of cowardice. On the day of the finals, the scene shifted once more. Only a single arena remained, yet it was colossal beyond measure. Today's finals are simple. All participants engage in an unrestricted free-for-all within the arena. The last one standing wins. With that, Cheng Gong opened the arena, allowing the remaining 300+ participants to enter. Those who fail to enter within 30 minutes will be considered disqualified. Noticing that one person was missing, Cheng Gong did not hasten the start of the battle. This time served as a preparation period within the arena. As expected, the arena was soon divided into several major factions. Konoha, being the focus of everyone's vigilance, naturally formed one faction. The few shinobi from Tsunade and Kirigakure joined forces with the forces from Iwabakure and Kumogakure. The remaining faction was composed of smaller nations and independent shinobi led by Madara. There was also a singular presence, the Sage of Six Paths. He spoke not nor moved, yet the crowd instinctively cleared a space around him, making him a faction unto himself. The match begins. When the time came, the missing person still had not appeared, so Cheng Gong closed the arena without further. The shinobi within the arena had long been itching for action. The moment Cheng Gong announced the start, various ninja tools flew through the air and an array of summoning beasts emerged. Yata mirrors Magatama. Wood style flower tree world descends. Earth style golem technique. Chibaku Tensei. The powerful combatants unleashed their large-scale attacks immediately, and the chaos on the field actually clarified the situation considerably. Hashirama Senja's flower tree world descended, covering the entire arena with countless poisonous pollen. The trees, as if alive, swept through the surrounding shinobi. The light spheres of the Yata mirrors Magatama flew in all directions, each aimed at enemy shinobi. Anoki used Earth style to create a colossal monster that charged into the crowd, its massive size allowing it to sweep away several shinobi who were too slow to dodge. As for Madara's Chibaku Tensei, it had no such reservations. Everyone within the arena was his target, and a gigantic meteorite plummeted from the sky. You are all eliminated. Cheng Gong addressed a group of terrified shinobi who had been whisked away by him just as they were about to die from the large-scale attacks. Thank you, shopkeeper. Having narrowly escaped death, they bowed in gratitude to Cheng Gong, and then turned their attention to the battle. The arena was now buried under the meteorite of Chibaku Tensei, leaving no clue as to the fate of those trapped beneath. Suddenly a flash of white light split the meteorite, and the Sage of Six Paths emerged from within. All phenomena shall return to ash, flowing blade of fire. The long sword in the sage's hand turned into a blaze. The onlookers felt the temperature around them soar, and Cheng Gong quickly sealed off the arena's oppressive pressure to prevent harm to the spectators. At the same time, Cheng Gong transferred several more people out, those who could not even withstand the natural rise in temperature from the initial release of the flowing blade of fire. Blazing hell. Dozens of pillars of fire descended from the sky surrounding all those remaining, and the pillars steadily tightened their encirclement. Explode. All the fire pillars detonated instantly, turning the arena floor into scorched earth. This time Cheng Gong transferred over 30 people out. Madara had entered his Six Paths form, but the Sage of Six Paths was thoroughly familiar with his abilities capable of countering every move. Torch. At this moment the Sage of Six Paths finally drew the flowing blade of fire. As the blade left the sheath, a fiery tornado emerged, enveloping everyone except Madara. Let me see just how strong you are now. The Sage of Six Paths looked upon Madara, whose fighting spirit blazed. The sage was pleased to witness Madara's strength, for he had long since learned from Kaguya about the impending arrival of the Otsutsuki clan, and thus urgently needed someone to rise to his level. Yet Madara, unable to maintain his Six Paths mode indefinitely, still wielded the power of the Six Paths level too crudely. Ultimately, the Sage of Six Paths expelled him from the arena. Even so, Madara secured second place in the tournament. The rest had been annihilated by the extreme heat and flames of the fire tornado. The match is over. Rewards will be distributed immediately according to this ranking list. Cheng Gong, seeing the battle concluded, released the list of the top 100. The first place was none other than the Sage of Six Paths. Otsutsuki, Hagoromo, and Madara report to the shop tomorrow at 8 in the morning to serve as my escorts into the new world. Any objections? Neither the Sage of Six Paths nor Madara had any objections. Cheng Gong returned to the shop, but the crowd's excitement had not yet subsided. They stared at the list of 100 names with fervent eyes, recognizing it as the list of the 100 strongest shinobi in the world. Some were famous, while others had remained obscure. Many began to inquire about the unfamiliar names, hoping to recruit them into their own forces. Sasuke. Sasuke. Sasuke, where are you? After returning to Konoha, Naruto searched frantically for Sasuke, but found him neither at home nor at the training grounds nor in the forest behind the village. A growing unease gnawed at his heart. Sakura, have you seen Sasuke? Naruto spotted Sakura sitting alone on a park bench, her expression seemingly melancholy. Sasuke. Sakura hesitated, but finally made up her mind. Sasuke said he's leaving the village. Leaving? What? After returning to Muyi, Xiaoying inquired among the remaining civilians. They all claimed they had not recently seen the handsome young man whose garment bore the emblem of the Ujibwa clan. Xiaoying had no choice but to venture to the Ujibwa clan's territory in search of Suoju. This was the first time she had set foot there, a place renowned as the origin of many of Muye's eerie tales. Xiaoying felt an oppressive gloom all around, as if someone were watching her. Creak. Startled by the sound, Xiaoying immediately crouched down, covering her head and screaming in terror. After a long while, realizing nothing was amiss, Xiaoying cautiously lifted her head. She saw a black cat perched on a wall staring at her with a broken branch lying below. Knowing she had frightened herself, Xiaoying let out a long sigh, slowly stood up, and moved her weary, chilled body. Suoju. Xiaoying spotted a figure darting past ahead. Though still trembling with fear, she mustered her courage and called out. The figure paused at the sound, but seemed about to leave again after a mere moment. Xiaoying hurriedly chased after him. Suoju. This time Xiaoying saw clearly it was indeed Suoju. However, Suoju carried a backpack, as if he were preparing to go on a long journey. Suoju, what have you been doing lately? I haven't seen you in so long. Xiaoying forced a gentle smile and faced Suoju. Is it some important mission? Why isn't Team 7 handling it together? Suoju could sense the genuine concern in Xiaoying's words, which slightly thawed the heart he had spent days freezing over. I am preparing to leave. To go somewhere far from Muyi where I can become stronger. But the thought of that man only hardened Suoju's resolve to grow stronger. Yet, since he had encountered Xiaoying, there was no harm in telling her. After all, she was the one who came looking for him. Right now Muyi has 4 Hokage in total, along with 2 of the legendary Sannin who shake the ninja world. Kakashi Sensei is still our teacher. What place could be better than Muyi? Xiaoying suspected Suoju had been deceived. The news of Ban's rejection of Suoju had already spread, and she couldn't imagine any other power in the ninja world that could tempt him. But none of that belongs to me, nor is it my power. I haven't shown myself for so many days, and only you came to find me. This place is not my home. My home was destroyed long ago by that man. Listening to Suoju's increasingly cold voice, Xiaoying realized that the psychological shadow cast by Yu over Suoju was still too vast. Yet, if Suoju left Muyi, she wouldn't know what reason she had to grow stronger. She had trained so hard just to stand beside Suoju, hoping that one day he would notice her. But all her efforts had only earned her a farewell. Then can I come with you, Suoju? I can be your strength too. Look. Xiao Ying's pink hair fluttered in the wind. Only then did Zhuozhu notice that she had grown bangs. She lifted the hair from her forehead, revealing a diamond-shaped mark gleaming at its center. Is this the Yin seal? Xiaoying nodded in confirmation. Zhuozhu's inner dissatisfaction swelled. He was not happy that Xiaoying wanted to leave with him, or rather he felt Muyu was unjust. Mingren had learned Shui Men's technique the Rasengan and was now training with Zi Lai Yi. Xiaoying had also trained with Gang Shou. Only he had become a child with no one to care for or guide him. Enough with the romantic moonlit scene. Time to go. A man with white hair and 2 red dots between his brows appeared beside Zhuozhu. I am the one sent by Da Shiwansama to receive you. We must leave now. You're going to defect to Da Shiwan. Xiaoying never imagined that Zhuozhu's leaving Muyu was to seek out Da Shiwan. Da Shiwan was a rogue ninja of Muyi. Joining him meant Zhuozhu would be classified as a traitor and dealt with accordingly. No, Zhuozhu. You can't go. Da Shiwan himself was hiding in the shadows, barely daring to show his face. Going to him would be no different from walking to his death. Xiaoying rushed forward desperate to grab Zhuozhu. Come any closer and you die. A white bone suddenly sprouted from the palm of the white-haired man, pointing directly at Xiaoying's throat. Did only you come? Seeing Xiaoying freeze, Zhuozhu turned to the white-haired man. There are 3 more of us. We will risk our lives to ensure you arrive safely. After all, Da Shiwansama has set his sights on your body. As the white-haired man spoke, 3 figures appeared. Zhuozhu departed with his backpack, which contained the kunai Shui men had given him the clothes Zhou Xian Nai had sewn for him and other belongings. Xiaoying walked in a daze, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. When she grew tired, she sat down on a random bench, torn over whether she should report this to the village. Xiaoying, have you seen Zhuozhu? Xiaoying heard Ming Ren's voice. Wasn't he supposed to be in the competition? Zhuozhu. Xiaoying hesitated. But if Ming Ren reported it to the village, it wouldn't be her doing. She hadn't betrayed Zhuozhu, she still loved him. Zhuozhu said he wants to leave the village to leave us and go to Da Shiwan. What? Ming Ren jumped 3 feet in the air. Then let's hurry and bring him back. Ming Ren started to head out of the village. It's no use. 4 people came to take him away. I only saw one of them, but his strength was overwhelming. I couldn't see through him. Xiaoying stopped the hot-headed Ming Ren. Ming Ren, did you rush back because of this? Lu Wan emerged from the shadows. He had been asked by Ri Xiang to check on Ming Ren and unexpectedly overheard news about Zhuozhu. We must inform the Hokage-sama immediately. We don't know how many enemies have infiltrated Muyi. We need to investigate the village as soon as possible. Lu Wan made a decisive judgment. No. If the village finds out, Zhuozhu will be labeled a rogue ninja. Xiaoying shook her head, rejecting Lu Wan's idea. Lu Wan gave Xiaoying a piercing look. If we can bring Zhuozhu back before he reaches his destination, he won't be considered a rogue ninja, just a victim kidnapped by Da Shiwan who covets the Sharingan. So we must act quickly. With that, Lu Wan ignored Ming Ren and Xiaoying and headed straight for the Hokage building. Ming Ren didn't understand the difference between Lu Wan's 2 statements, but as long as bringing Zhuozhu back meant he'd be safe, he followed along. I'll handle this myself. After hearing the news, Shui men prepared to act. The Flying Thunder God technique was perfect for such situations. Hokage-sama, the city of Muyi, is under siege by zombies again. We need to dispatch ninja reinforcements. Send the Inoshikacho clan heads with their people. The sudden urgent report did not change Shui men's mind. Boom. 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 Several consecutive explosions rang out and Shui men's expression turned grim. Hokage-sama explosions are occurring in various places within the village. There may be intruders. It seems Da Shiwan is determined to keep me occupied. The timing of events was too coincidental for Shui men not to suspect Da Shiwan's hand. But it was a straightforward scheme, as Shui men had no choice but to be led by Da Shiwan. It seems the task of retrieving Zhuozhu falls to you all. Shui men turned his gaze to the young ones who were watching him intently. Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura, Nara, Shikamaru, Inazuka, Kiba, Hyuga, Niji, and Aburame Shino. As Minato called out the names, he realized that there was someone in the Hokage's office whom he had never noticed all along. The mission to retrieve Sasuke is yours. This mission is ranked Strength. Naruto had never taken on such a high-ranked mission before, and he was instantly filled with motivation, not just because of the mission, but also his determination to bring Sasuke back. Naruto, don't get excited. The full authority of this mission goes to Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru has the power to decide any actions in this mission and to discipline any ninja involved. Minato worried that Naruto might act recklessly, simply handed overall command to Shikamaru. What you need to do now is to go all out to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke, the last descendant of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, who was forcibly taken by Orochimaru. Konoha cannot be without the Uchiha, just as a Wagakure cannot be without Dust Release. Do you understand? Understood. The 6 youngsters answered in unison, but it was unclear how many truly understood Minato's meaning. At least Naruto was still in a fog. Move out quickly. Let's go. As soon as Naruto stepped out of the Hokage building, he couldn't help wanting to rush out of the village. Naruto, don't rush. Let's each pack what we need and meet at the village gate in 15 minutes. Shikamaru stopped Naruto's impulsiveness. 15 minutes. In 15 minutes Sasuke will be long gone. How could Naruto agree with Shikamaru's idea? Retrieving Sasuke is our mission, but I also need to ensure your safety. I don't want any comrades to die due to insufficient preparation. Shikamaru had many considerations, but this couldn't convince Naruto, who was obsessed with Sasuke. If you don't accept my arrangements, I'll remove you from this mission. 15 minutes of preparation time was quite tight. Everyone had to go home, grab their necessities, and then rush to the village gate. Shikamaru didn't have time to stare at Naruto, so he directly played his trump card. Now, no matter how unwilling Naruto was, he had to obey the command. Shikamaru's authority was granted by Minato in front of Naruto precisely to let Naruto know who held the highest authority in this mission. Shikamaru, you'll regret this. Naruto said as he walked toward the village gate. He had nothing to prepare. Naruto, I am the commander. Shikamaru didn't indulge Naruto either. Alright, let's quickly pack our things. Seeing that Naruto was about to turn back and argue with Shikamaru, Sakura quickly pushed him away. Kiba, it's up to you. Although it was supposed to be 15 minutes, everyone gathered at the village gate in just 10 minutes. Seeing that everyone was there, Shikamaru didn't insist on waiting until the full 15 minutes. Instead, he said something seemingly random to Kiba. No problem. Minazuki Kiba put down Akamaru, who had been resting on his head. Akamaru sniffed around and soon barked loudly in a certain direction. Here. Kiba, lead the way. Michi on the left flank, Shino on the right flank, Naruto at the rear. Sakura as the medical ninja stays in the center. Everyone spread out 100 meters from me as the center. Move out. From this moment the operation truly began. Everyone followed Kiba, constantly speeding up. Woof woof. Akamaru at the front bar. They're not far ahead. Kiba understood Akamaru's meaning. My Byakugan can see them. Niji's Byakugan also detected the enemy. Slow down a bit. Everyone adjust your state while tracking. Shikamaru didn't ask them to speed up anymore. Being able to see with the Byakugan was much better as it could observe the enemy's movements from all angles, which was safer than simply tracking by scent with Akamaru. Although the speed slowed, the distance between Sasuke and the group began to shrink. Kiba, a warning kunai. Shikamaru could already see figures ahead, but not Sasuke. He called out for Kiba to throw a kunai to test. Though it was a warning, Kiba's 3 kunai still flew toward a person. Although he didn't see where Sasuke was, Kiba knew that the person he was attacking was definitely not Sasuke. The figure dodged Kiba's kunai in a flash, but they continued forward without looking back, even speeding up. Kiba. As soon as Shikamaru gave the order, Minazuki Kiba shot 6 more kunai each with an explosive tag attached. Several explosions rang out and the people ahead finally stopped. However, only one person stayed behind, the rest continued on. Let us, brothers. The man who stayed let out a strange laugh, and then split into 2 people. Kiba didn't slow down at all. He drew his Zanpakuto and charged straight at the man. Niji, take the lead. Naruto replaced Niji on the left flank. Sakura guard the rear. Shikamaru quickly adjusted the formation. Except for Minazuki Kiba, everyone else continued the pursuit. Hey, you should be looking at me. The man who stayed had intended to hold everyone back, but he didn't expect that only a dog owner would remain. Hunt him down, Wolfpack. Seeing the man's contempt, Minazuki Kiba snorted and immediately released his Zanpakuto. Akamaru transformed into a streak of light, merged with the Zanpakuto in Kiba's hand, then split apart, eventually turning into 2 pistols in Kiba's hands. Let's see who has more people. Kiba sneered at the 2 men surrounding him. Soul split. Countless lone wolves appeared around Minazuki Kiba, glaring at the 2 men with fierce eyes. Now I am the one surrounded. Kidō, you stay. This time you must hold them all back. The leader, seeing that Shikamaru and the others were relentlessly pursuing, had no choice but to order another person to stop. No problem, Kimimaro. I'll have some fun with them. Kidō stopped as instructed and even waited actively for Shikamaru and the others to arrive. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Looks like you can't wait to play games with me. Kidō grinned fiercely and quickly spat out several spider webs from his mouth, blocking the path ahead of Shikamaru and the others. Rip! A tearing sound came as the sticky spider web was cut through with a single slash of Shikamaru Sasaki, and then he rushed forward. Hey, you're not playing by the rules. Kidō, seeing the situation developing beyond his expectations, became a bit flustered. Then I'll play with you. Niji, under Shikamaru's signal, stayed behind. Sasuke was now within reach and his reconnaissance work was done. These brats are really troublesome. They make us look bad. A woman holding a flute stood on a tree watching them, and then she played her flute. Under the flute's sound, everyone instantly suffered excruciating headaches. The sonic attack had a wide range. The flute sound lasted for 5 or 6 seconds, and then stopped abruptly. Naruto Sakura, I'll leave Sasuke to you. I can only accompany you this far. Shikamaru formed hand seals and used the shadow imitation technique to restrain the woman, but it was very strenuous. Alright Shikamaru. Thank you. Along the way his comrades had stayed behind one by one to fight the enemies, which made Naruto realize that if he had chased Sasuke impulsively, he would surely have failed. So this time he was genuinely grateful to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, do you need my help? Shino. Shikamaru did not expect to have overlooked someone. That's great, I was just worried about how to manage things. Since Yamanaka Shino stayed behind it was good. Shikamaru's abilities leaned towards control, and he still lacked offensive power. Shino's assistance was just what he needed. Sasuke, you can go on ahead by yourself. Your cursed seal will react as you get closer to Orochimaru's base. Kumadori realized he couldn't shake off Naruto and Sakura, so he let Sasuke go alone. Sasuke glanced back at Naruto and Sakura. With only 2 of them left, there was no chance for him to be caught up with, so he considered this a final farewell. Sasuke turned back without any reluctance and walked in the direction Kumadori indicated. Kumadori stood still, moving his neck slightly, a series of joint cracking sounds echoing as 2 bone spikes grew dangerously from his wrists. Naruto and Sakura also stopped, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Kumadori. Let the gales sweep, sever the earth. Naruto unleashed his Zanpakuto, the wind blades ruthlessly flying towards Kumadori. Corpse bone path, dance of the willows. Kumadori's body swayed like a willow in the wind, easily evading the wind blades released by Naruto, even managing to rapidly close in on Naruto. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Kumadori's bone spike was blocked by Sakura. The powerful force behind Kumadori's bone spike nearly caused Sakura to lose her grip. Sakura gently moved her slightly numbed wrist, realizing Kumadori's strength far exceeded her expectations. How dare such an ant wield a blade against me? Kumadori seemed intrigued by Haruno Sakura charging straight towards her with his chilling bone spikes aimed at her heart. Sakura swung her blade down again, managing to deflect Kumadori's bone spike, but before she could counterattack, another bone spike from Kumadori's other hand came piercing towards her. Rip! The sound of torn fabric echoed as Sakura's sleeve on her right arm was severed, a trickle of blood slowly flowing down Kumadori's bone spike. Sakura! Naruto exclaimed anxiously, wanting to rush to her aid. Naruto, don't come over. Sakura stopped him. Since our teammates up ahead have already stayed behind, I, being in the same class as Sasuke, cannot fall behind either. I'll handle this person. Sakura glanced at the wound on her arm while her other hand gathered chakra and pressed it against the injury, healing it. Sakura, be careful. Sakura's intentional display of healing technique eased Naruto's mind, and he prepared to pursue Sasuke himself. With only Sasuke left ahead, he was determined to bring him back, even if it meant fighting. How ridiculous, this is not a situation where you can just leave at will. Kumadori found it somewhat amusing to see the 2 casually discussing their plans. Taking 2 or 3 steps back, Kumadori raised his hands. Corpse bone path, 10-finger piercing. From Kumadori's 10 fingers shot out a torrent of bone projectiles. These bone projectiles were immensely powerful as Sakura swung her shallow strike to try and intercept them. However, these projectiles forced Sakura to retreat repeatedly as they clashed with her shallow strike. Naruto was in a similar predicament, jumping around in an attempt to dodge the bone projectiles. This situation was untenable. Sakura realized that although Naruto could force his way out of the range of the 10-finger piercing, he was unwilling to leave her behind, so he stayed to support her. Summoning technique. Sakura swiftly formed hand seals, slamming her hands on the ground, summoning a slug large enough to cover her in front of her. Sakura. Are there so many things going on in Konoha? Lady Tsunade also summoned part of my body. The slug, seeing Sakura, found it strange, as the scene before her did not resemble Tsunade's area. Slug-sama, I need you to help me block the enemy ahead. I need a moment to prepare. Sakura saw that Naruto had already left, but it seemed he had dropped a kunai on the ground. However, at this moment she couldn't afford to worry about that. Sakura formed hand seals with both hands, the diamond mark on her forehead glowing as a circle of patterns slowly appeared around the diamond mark. This was the In seal and In seal release taught to her by Tsunade. Sakura had not fully mastered this technique. The In seal required the practitioner to have some knowledge of sealing techniques, as well as a high degree of chakra control. The In seal on Sakura's forehead was only barely condensed with Tsunade's help. Sakura had to sense the flow of chakra within the In seal and the chakra activities involved every day. The release of the In seal was much simpler. All it required was a release technique to open the seal. Sakura had learned it long ago, but her current physical strength was insufficient. Releasing the chakra contained within the In seal all at once would cause Sakura to explode, so she could only control the speed of the In seal's release, allowing the chakra to gradually spread throughout her body. During this time the slug had to assist her. "Sakura, please hurry, that person's attacks hurt quite a bit." The slug, lacking agility, could not dodge Kumadora's attacks, so it simply stopped dodging. Acidic saliva. The slug spat out a yellow acidic fluid, releasing a strong pungent odor. Kumadori managed to dodge one attack, but the slug had no intention of stopping, continuously spraying slime at Kumadori. The slime, upon hitting the ground, corroded the surface at a visible speed, leaving the ground full of pits. "I'm running low on energy in this body, Sakura, you need to hurry up." Unlike other summoning beasts, there was only one slug, but it was immensely large. No one had ever managed to summon the slug in its complete form. Thus the slug would send corresponding clones according to the chakra released by the summoner. Each clone had limited energy, and the slug Sakura summoned was only as tall as a person, quickly exhausting its energy. "Thank you, Slugsama, I'm all set now." The ink seal on Sakura's forehead had been completely released, and the patterns crisscrossed across her face. "There's just a little energy left, so I'll stay here to help you." The slug ceased its attacks, dispelling the summoning and returning, but before leaving it split off a smaller slug to rest on Sakura's shoulder. The slug could replenish her chakra. Corpse Bone Path Dance of the Camellia. Kumadori drew a bone blade from his arm and charged towards Sakura as soon as the slug disappeared. "Damn it." Sakura crossed her arms to block Kumadora's attacks as best as she could. Kumadora's attacks were erratic, extremely fast, and powerful, leaving Sakura to do her utmost to protect her vital areas. The scars on her body healed almost instantly under the immense chakra, so while Kumadora's strikes were furious, Sakura remained unscathed, even numb to the pain with each rapid succession of attacks. Now, often before Sakura could even feel the pain of one wound, another would already heal. Realizing that passive defense was futile, Sakura took a risk and channeled her chakra into the Asachi. The blade in her hand became enveloped in a layer of chakra, directly confronting Kimamaro's bone spikes. Troublesome brat. Kimamaro's bone spikes were severed by Sakura's Asachi. However, anticipating this, he discarded the broken bones and drew out 2 new bone spikes. "Your weapon is indeed formidable, but it seems you are not adept at wielding it." Kimamaro lunged again, and Sakura attempted to counterattack. But this time Kimamaro was prepared. He evaded every slash Sakura made, instead continuously striking the blade of the Asachi with his bone spikes. Demonic illusion tree bind death. Sakura vanished from Kimamaro's sight, and a massive tree suddenly grew on the path of his charge, binding him tightly. Before Kimamaro could break free, Sakura emerged from the tree, her Asachi aimed at his neck. A powerful shockwave reverberated, and Sakura stared in astonishment at Kimamaro's neck, the very spot she had targeted. A trifling trick. Kimamaro snorted coldly, dark patterns spreading across his face as bones protruded from his entire body. The vines and the giant tree restraining him vanished instantly. This technique was an illusion. Kimamaro activated his Earth Curse Seal, and the surge of chakra in his Curse Seal form naturally dispelled the Genjutsu, Kagaya-style dance of the seedling fern. Kimamaro seized Sakura's position and attacked instantly. This time he abandoned all defense, not even dodging when Sakura swung her Asachi at him. The ground was littered with bones, all severed by Sakura. Yet Kimamaro's bones regenerated at an astonishing speed, reappearing as soon as they were cut. Bang! Kimamaro's knee strike drove a bone spike straight through Sakura's abdomen. Even with her formidable regenerative abilities, the wound was not immediate. "To have witnessed this form of mine is enough for you to die with pride." Kimamaro gazed at Sakura, who lay gasping on the ground as a bone spike extended from his palm, ready to deliver the finishing blow. "Why?" "No reason. You are weak, so you deserve to die." Kimamaro assumed Sakura was asking why he wanted to kill her. "Why must you take Sasuke away?" Kimamaro had not expected Sakura's question to be about this. "Because Lord Orochimaru has set his sights on the Uchiha body. He will nurture Sasuke's Sharingan to its final form and eventually seize Sasuke's body to obtain the Uchiha's abilities." Saying this, Kimamaro felt a pang of envy. He had been willing to offer his own body to Orochimaru, but his frail constitution had failed him. Despite all efforts, Orochimaru could not halt Kimamaro's early demise. Thus Kimamaro now believed his sole purpose was to sacrifice everything for Orochimaru, to eliminate all who opposed him, even at the cost of his own life. Seize Sasuke's body. This was nothing less than fattening him up for slaughter. What did they take Sasuke for? Sakura felt both fury toward Kimamaro and his ilk, and deep concern for Sasuke's future. "I have told you this much so that you may die in peace. Rest easy." Kimamaro spoke no more, driving the bone spike through Sakura's heart. Her eyes held a complex mixture of longing for life, regret over her training, and above all, her feelings for Sasuke. Alas, it was all for naught. Sakura felt her body grow numb, losing control over it. Her eyelids grew heavy, and finally she closed her eyes. "Since everyone is here, let us go." Cheng Gong, seeing that Ban and the Six-Paths Sage had arrived at the shop, took the lead and entered the Dragon Ball world. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world, Cheng Gong sensed a bustling crowd ahead. There was a platform with a banner overhead reading, "The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament." Cheng Gong was baffled. When Wukong had visited the shop not long ago, he had not yet left the mountains. Barely a month had passed in the shop, yet the tournament had already begun. Shopkeeper, you've come to our world for a visit. Long time no see. A taller Wukong noticed Cheng Gong and greeted him. Beside him was the turtle hermit sizing up Cheng Gong, evidently having heard of him from Wukong. Cheng Gong was currently sensing the Dragon Ball world. Since he could not use his powers, his perception seeped in extremely slowly. Finally, he discovered that time flowed much faster here, explaining why Wukong and the others had already begun participating in the tournament. Are all the members of the 10,000 Snakes sect this powerful? Indeed, it feels like a force that emerged from nowhere, yet every member is incredibly strong. Cheng Gong overheard people around him discussing the battle on the platform. Looking over, he saw one fighter being relentlessly suppressed, while the dominant opponent bore a wild, dark pattern across his face. It seems Orochimaru has been thriving here, Cheng Gong remarked. This was clearly Orochimaru's curse seal ability. Given the time flow of the Dragon Ball world, Orochimaru had been here for nearly a year without thinking of returning to the shop. It appeared he was quite comfortable. Shopkeeper. Orochimaru, whom Cheng Gong had not seen in a long time, appeared before him. His attire had changed drastically. He now wore a modern short-sleeved shirt and casual trousers. Yet he still exuded an androgynous aura, almost looking like a submissive. I came to have some fun today. It seems you've made extensive arrangements here. Ban and the Six Paths Sage remained expressionless. The humans on Earth were far too weak. Even the turtle hermit barely reached the threshold of the first level, and the rest had not even attained that. Have the Dragon Balls been gathered once already? Cheng Gong had originally planned to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon, a childhood dream of his. But since the tournament had already begun, the Dragon Balls might have been used recently. Yes, they were used not long ago. Though Orochimaru had never collected the Dragon Balls himself, the 10,000 Snakes sect now spanned the entire Earth, and such news naturally reached his ears. Hagoromo sensed that there is a dragon on Earth. There is sleeping in a spatial rift. The Six Paths Sage spread his perception and quickly located the Eternal Dragon. This Eternal Dragon. Its power is rather weak. After reaching the vicinity of the spatial rift where the dragon resided, Cheng Gong also sensed its presence. Its aura. This Eternal Dragon. Its power is rather weak. After reaching the vicinity of the spatial rift where the dragon resided, Cheng Gong also sensed its presence. Its aura was far too feeble, merely at the 3rd level. The Six Paths Immortal reached out and grabbed the divine dragon from the space between dimensions. Who are you? Awakened from its slumber, the divine dragon was startled and terrified as it saw the menacing figures before it. The divine dragon realized that the person holding it possessed terrifying power. With this grip, the dragon could not use its abilities at all. I want to make a wish. Cheng Gong curiously examined the dragon. Have you gathered the Dragon Balls? The dragon, not daring to refuse, could only comply with Cheng Gong. No. No. Yes, is that not allowed? Not quite. Before the dragon could finish its refusal, the Six Paths Immortal tightened his grip, causing the dragon to struggle for breath. How about now? After Cheng Gong spoke, the dragon felt it could breathe again. Clearly the Six Paths Immortal allowed the dragon to answer. The dragon now understood that Cheng Gong was the leader of this group. My ability is to activate the 7 Dragon Balls. Once all 7 are gathered, I can unlock the energy of the Dragon Balls to fulfill wishes. So this dragon was merely a key. Without the 7 Dragon Balls, it couldn't use its power. Hagoromo, search for the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls and bring them here. The Six Paths Immortal once again extended his perception and located the Dragon Balls that Cheng Gong had mentioned. They had turned to stone, but he immediately teleported them over. Is this enough? The dragon was stunned to see the 7 Dragon Balls appear before it in an instant. If gathering Dragon Balls were this fast, it would be exhausted. Cheng Gong picked up a Dragon Ball to examine it. This was the first time he had seen one, as his previous attempt to trick Goku's Dragon Ball had failed. The Dragon Ball felt warm and smooth like jade with 4 stars shimmering inside. Within the Dragon Ball, Cheng Gong sensed a powerful force of wishful energy, the collective desire of all people on Earth toward the Dragon Balls, which could fulfill any wish within its capability. However, the abundance of this wishful energy seemed mediocre. Maximize his power. Without waiting for the dragon's reply, Cheng Gong pointed at Orochimaru and ordered the dragon to enhance his strength. Choose another wish. The dragon sensed that Orochimaru's power was comparable to its own. If it could enhance Orochimaru, it would have done so for itself. Create a universe. Impossible. Eternal life. No. Time travel. Insufficient wishful energy. You're useless. Cheng Gong grew disheartened that none of his wishes could be fulfilled. Ordinary wishes were useless to him, and the ones he desired were beyond the dragon's power. Had he gone through all this trouble for nothing? Feeling that he had come away empty-handed, Cheng Gong thought he had suffered a great loss. Cheng Gong gave a glance to the 6 paths immortal who understood and extinguished the divine dragon's consciousness, killing it instantly. Let's taste dragon meat. Who are you? A small dark-skinned plump figure wrapped in white cloth appeared staring at Cheng Gong's group in surprise. Mr. Popo. Cheng Gong recognized the figure. Your power is immense. The Shinran must be useless to you, right? Mr. Popo had been sent by Kami as Kami had granted life to the dragon. When the dragon's life force was extinguished, Kami sensed it and sent Mr. Popo to investigate. Mr. Popo had expected a great battle, but upon arrival, he found an old man in white holding the dragon like a dead snake. This made Mr. Popo decide to be polite. Take us to Kami. I want to make a deal with him. Mr. Popo agreed and opened a portal. For Mr. Popo, his only concern was to save his own life. If these people killed Kami, he would simply choose a new Kami. He was only an assistant. Popo, who are they? Kami, seeing Popo return with strangers, was curious. Kami want to make a deal. Cheng Gong transmitted the information about his shop directly into the minds of Mr. Popo and Kami, leaving them both in silence. He also gave them the coordinates of the World Gate, confident they would visit the shop. These two were valuable customers on Earth, but Cheng Gong had something more important in mind. So, what do you want from me? Corinne opened his eyes and looked at Cheng Gong. Indeed, Cheng Gong had bypassed Mr. Popo and Kami and directly arrived at Corinne Tower. I hope to establish a long-term partnership. My shop is willing to purchase your senzu beans with return points on a regular basis. Cheng Gong stated his purpose. The yield of senzu beans is quite low. Corinne naturally wished to establish a partnership as it would give him a steady source of return points, but the yield was I can help you develop and increase the yield of senzu beans. Orochimaru stepped forward and handed a business card with his name and title: CEO of 10,000 Snakes International Group. The leader of the 10,000 Snakes sect. Corinne had heard of the recently famous 10,000 Snakes sect, but since he rarely left Corinne Tower, this was his first time meeting Orochimaru. Our 10,000 Snakes International has a mature research team. We will surely find a way to increase the yield of senzu beans. Once new products are developed, we can split the profits 50-50. Orochimaru's eagerness stemmed from the fact that this was Cheng Gong's first attempt to find a long-term supplier. Even though Orochimaru didn't know what senzu beans were, he trusted that Cheng Gong's business would not suffer losses. Back at Corinne Tower, Cheng Gong sensed that Kami and Mr. Popo had entered his shop. They carried more world energy, allowing Cheng Gong to use some of his abilities on Earth. However, the next person he sought seemed troublesome. Cheng Gong's visit to the Dragon Ball world was not a trivial matter, but the target was too far away. In that case, Cheng Gong flew into space and unleashed his full pressure, causing the universe itself to tremble. This inevitably attracted the will of the Dragon Ball world. Cheng Gong left a world gate at the spot, then returned to his shop with the 6 paths immortal Madara and Orochimaru. He wasn't sure if his target would come to the shop. If not, he could always try again. Is this the place where the threat came from? A short blue-skinned chubby figure appeared in Cheng Gong's shop, followed by 3 or 4 servants of various forms. Cheng Gong saw the childlike figure and knew that his target had arrived. This was the most valuable customer in the Dragon Ball world. The little blue chubby guy wandered around the small shop, never having experienced such novelty before. He paid no attention to the modern world firearms. He had seen far too many of those in his own universe. The little blue chubby guy had no interest in Imo Guisher, Jonfa, Dao, or Yenling either. He was neither skilled in nor fond of combat. Huh. This looks fun. The little blue chubby guy set his eyes on Pokemon. No one can resist the charm of Pokemon. Do you like it? Buy it if you do. Wan Xiang, holding the Santian world, curiously observed the little blue chubby guy and the strange people behind him, finding everything amusing. The servants behind the little blue chubby guy wanted to drive Wan Xiang away, but the little blue chubby guy stopped them. Aren't you afraid of me? Not a single person was around the little blue chubby guy. Everyone gave him a wide berth because his servants looked intimidating, but Wan Xiang alone stepped forward. Afraid? Why should I be afraid of you? I haven't even complained yet. Since you came, the shop's customers have dwindled. If you're not buying anything, don't disrupt the business. Wan Xiang bristled at the little blue chubby guy's words. She now understood the importance of those return points. With them, Cheng Gong could exchange a variety of delicious food, fun toys, and many adorable Pokemon for her. Especially the Shuang Naishan. When Wan Xiang learned that there were over 60 flavors of Shuang Naishan, her eyes lit up, and she pestered Cheng Gong to buy them all. However, Cheng Gong thought exchanging for so many Shuang Naishan was too troublesome. He couldn't very well have Wan Xiang walking around with over 60 Pokeballs clanking and jangling on her body. So Cheng Gong thought of the Huijian team's Ibu. The Huijian team's genetic research had created an Ibu that could change among multiple evolutionary forms. Although this Huijian team Ibu possessed such a miraculous ability, the price it paid was countless cruel experiments and enduring permanent pain. But Cheng Gong could now directly exchange for this mature genetic potion. As long as the Shuang Naishan drank it, it could activate the hidden genes within and switch between multiple flavors. However, this genetic awakening required nearly a week to slowly activate after drinking the potion. Currently, the Shuang Naishan could awaken one flavor every week, which was why Wanxiang's Shuang Naishan had 5 flavors. This made little Wanxiang often go to other Shuang Naishan to mooch food and drink. Although the people of the ninja world did not know that Wanxiang was Cheng Gong's Wanjia. But seeing little Wanxiang running around the small shop every day holding Cheng Gong's Sanqian world, they knew she had a close relationship with Cheng Gong, and thus they were naturally willing to share with Wanxiang. The changes in Wanxiang's Shuang Naishan naturally attracted the attention of the ninjas. Some had come to look at the genetic potion but were immediately put off by the price. The cost of this genetic potion could buy a truckload of ordinary Shuang Naishan, and it had to be exchanged using second-level return points. Only a spendthrift like Cheng Gong would be willing to do such a thing. After learning the price of the genetic potion, Wanxiang silently began working as a sales guide. She had to earn back the money for these genetic potions for Cheng Gong. With over 60 bottles of genetic potion, it might take a very long time to earn it back. So now, seeing the little blue chubby guy disrupting the shop's business, Wanxiang was furious. How dare you? How are you speaking to the noble supreme Quan Wang of the universe? A servant behind Quan Wang, seeing Wanxiang's disrespectful words, broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Your name is... You also have the surname Yu. There are a few people with the surname Yu in our shop. They're called Uchiha. Are you from their family? Wanxiang didn't quite understand what such a long title was, so she thought Quan Wang's name was exactly that. I am Quan Wang. Quan Wang didn't get angry. He simply told Wanxiang his name. Quan Wang. What a strange name. Are you going to buy some Pokemon here? These Pokemon are very cute. Look, this cream is produced by a Pokemon. It's delicious. Saying this, Wanxiang took out a chopstick, dipped it into the cream from the Shuang Naishan, and offered it to Quan Wang to taste. Quan Wang looked at the chopstick Wanxiang handed him, falling silent. He had never seen such a crude way of eating. If you think it's not enough, you can buy a Shuang Naishan yourself. Then you can eat as much as you want. Stop staring at mine. Wanxiang made the Shuang Naishan switch to a different flavor, dipped another bit of cream, and held it out to Quan Wang, only to realize that Quan Wang had taken an interest in her Shuang Naishan. I want this Shuang Naishan of yours. Quan Wang had seen the Shuang Naishan earlier, but none of those had the ability to switch flavors like Wanxiang's. That made Quan Wang covet her Shuang Naishan. This one is mine. You can only buy your own. Wanxiang recalled the Shuang Naishan into its pokeball and threw the chopstick into the trash. This little blue chubby guy was not a good person. He came straight up wanting to snatch her things. I said I want that Shuang Naishan of yours. Quan Wang had not been refused for a long time. He had forgotten who last refused him. He only remembered that he had destroyed that person's universe. Lord Quan Wang allowed this servant to handle it. The servant behind Quan Wang, seeing signs of Quan Wang's rising anger, hurriedly stepped forward to shield him. Little girl, we can pay to buy your Shuang Naishan. Name your price, we can afford it. Not for sale. If you want one, you can buy it yourselves. The servant was much more polite, so Wanxiang's tone softened as well. She even kindly pointed out the location of the Shuang Naishan for them. Why waste words with her? Just snatch it directly. Another servant behind Quan Wang with a human body and a leopard head, his face full of malice, moved forward to grab Wanxiang's pokeball. Smack. Wanxiang grabbed the Sanqian world and swung it horizontally, smacking the man into a shooting star that flew away. A proper Zanpakuto is almost being used as a fire poker. Cheng Gong muttered under his breath. Thinking that Wanxiang was so young and carrying a sword around every day was unsafe, Cheng Gong had ordered the Sanqian world not to be drawn from its sheath without his permission. This way there was no major problem. The servant who had wanted to negotiate, seeing Wanxiang's formidable strength, immediately backed down. This would have to be left for Quan Wang to handle himself. Are you still going to snatch things? Wanxiang smacked the Sanqian world onto Quan Wang's bottom. Both Quan Wang and his servants were stunned. Not speaking. Still don't know you're wrong. Wanxiang smacked Quan Wang's bottom again. This time Quan Wang realized he had been hit. His entire oval blue face flushed to a purplish red. Just as he was about to explode, he found that he could not use any of his abilities. His outstretched hand hung there dry and useless. Still daring to resist. You really need to be taught a lesson. Why are all the kids these days so ill-mannered? Wanxiang recalled the monkey-like kid from last time who came to the shop and tried to lift her skirt. All of them were without upbringing. Thinking of this, Wanxiang felt it necessary to give Quan Wang a good lesson. She stretched out her short leg and kicked Quan Wang to the ground. I must teach you a lesson today. Smack. Am I not dead yet? Closing her eyes, a trace of crystal tears streamed from the corners as Sakura realized her consciousness hadn't fully faded. She could sense her injuries slowly healing under the powerful chakra accompanied by a blend of pain and tingling numbness. Had Kimimaro held back? Could someone like him find it hard to strike her? Sakura slowly opened her eyes. You. Who are you? Before her stood a figure proudly holding a double-head javelin. Me. Though I loathe to admit it, I am you, the cowardly me. This figure bearing an identical face to Sakura, but with a skull resembling half an antelope's cranium atop her head, and a centaur-like lower body gazed helplessly at the prone Sakura. How long will you lie there, cowardly me? The antelope knight sighed, seeing Sakura still dazed. Huh. Am I the coward? Sakura rose from the ground, recognizing the familiar tone and presence before. This antelope knight was the other consciousness within her mind. Sakura had often wrestled for control, but as her training deepened, that consciousness had long remained dormant. The coward does not deserve the Zanpakuto. Antelope knight following you is like a pearl cast before swine. The antelope Sakura swung her weapon, deflecting Kimimaro's assault. So this Zanpakuto is called Antelope Knight. Sakura's Asachi had vanished. She had long struggled to connect with her Asachi, yet her other self had already mastered it. Don't freeze. I can't beat him alone, you need to move too. Don't you want to chase after Sasuke? Kimimaro gave the two Sakuras no time to converse. His attacks grew faster and more ferocious, pushing the antelope Sakura to the brink, forcing her to summon her counterpart. Alright. But Sasuke. With her Asachi gone, Sakura pulled a kunai from her pouch and coated it with a green toxin she had brewed herself. Hyper-acceleration. The antelope Sakura, no longer needing to shield her counterpart, unleashed her technique. A streak of yellow light surged toward Kimimaro. The massive double-head javelin thrust forward, its sharp tip aimed directly at him. Kimimaro had been wary of the sudden appearance of the antelope Sakura, so he noticed her movement instantly. As the javelin closed and he sidestepped to evade. Huh. The antelope Sakura sneered as Kimimaro dodged her attack and turned his attention to the other Sakura, a slight he couldn't ignore. Emerald throwing spear. The antelope Sakura spun and hurled her double-head javelin, which tore through the air with immense force toward Kimimaro. Kimimaro sensed the overwhelming momentum of the javelin. Comparing Sakura's kunai with the ferocious antelope knight, he pivoted to block the latter's strike. Boom. The antelope knight slammed into the hastily formed bone shield, the violent collision forcing Kimimaro to stumble backward. Shink. As Kimimaro retreated, he felt something pierce his lower back. Damn it, who would be so shameless as to You'll pay for your negligence. Sakura's kunai sank into Kimimaro's back, and the poison, as if alive, seeped into. Sakura was also caught in the recoil of Kimimaro's violent retreat. Are you that stupid? You only know how to fight by trading wounds. The antelope Sakura used hyper-acceleration again to rescue Sakura, who would have been impaled by the bone spike sprouting from Kimimaro's back. Tossing Sakura behind her, the antelope Sakura, still riding the momentum of hyper-acceleration, gripped the antelope knight and thrust again, cracking Kimimaro's bone shield. Seeing his defense crumble, Kimimaro abandoned caution and swung his bone blade vertically at the antelope Sakura, who was forced to halt her acceleration to dodge. Are you alright? Sakura noticed blood pooling beneath the antelope Sakura's feet and rushed to check on her. It's nothing, just a scratch. A gash ran from the antelope Sakura's forehead down her nose to her cheek, a wound from Kimimaro's bone spike. The nose bridge being prominent exposed the bone beneath. The antelope Sakura dabbed her saliva onto the wound, which began to heal at a visible rate. The double-head javelin flew back, and she caught it, warily eyeing Kimimaro, whose body was undergoing a monstrous transformation after his chest was pierced. Now Kimimaro's skin had turned black, 6 massive bone spikes jutted from his back, deeper markings surrounded his eyes, and a tail had sprouted behind him. Kimimaro said nothing. Every moment in this form brought him agony, and he needed to eliminate the two foes swiftly. He lunged at the two Sakuras, who split apart to avoid a simultaneous attack. Kimimaro decided to deal with the weaker Sakura first, then focus on. With a whip of his tail, Sakura was sent flying like a wild boar's charge, coughing blood mixed with fragments. The blow had shattered her internal organs. Sakura fell unconscious from the impact, but life still clung to her. The chakra from her in seal continued to repair her body. However, Kimimaro wouldn't give her that chance. He pursued her relentlessly, ready to finish her off. Damn it. The antelope Sakura saw his intent and hurled her javelin to force him to dodge. Kimimaro, having been pierced by the javelin once, didn't take it lightly. As he evaded, the antelope Sakura had already placed Sakura on her back. Thank you. By now Sakura's body had partially healed, and she regained consciousness to see her position. He's growing stronger. I need a more powerful technique to defeat him. What do you need me to do, eh? Sakura knew the antelope Sakura wouldn't mention the move without a specific requirement. This ability requires us to merge again, with me taking the lead. Sakura had prepared to agree to any demand, but this one made her hesitate. She feared that after merging she might lose her consciousness entirely. If the antelope Sakura suppressed her will like before, she might never awaken again. Rest assured, I have no interest in your body. I can now completely detach from it, but we are ultimately one entity. Only through fusion can we unleash our strongest techniques. Sakura, who could now see and touch Lingang Sakura, nodded. Bone Pulse Dance of the Iron Thread Flower. Seeing that he could not subdue the two Sakuras for a long time, Kimimaro was forced to use his forbidden technique. This move placed a heavy burden on his body and was not lightly employed. Kimimaro's entire spine detached from his back, lashing out like iron threads at Lingang Sakura in a chaotic dance. Such attacks were nearly impossible to fully evade, so both Sakuras inevitably sustained injuries. As the spine attacked, it gradually contracted, slowly binding the two Sakuras together. Meanwhile, the massive bone spikes on Kimimaro's back swelled again, blooming like a flower behind him and thrusting towards Sakura. At this moment, Sakura had vanished, not due to a genjutsu, but because she and Lingang Sakura had merged with Lingang Sakura as the dominant consciousness. Guided by Sakura's willing relinquishment of control, Lingang Sakura effortlessly mastered the fused body. A massive condensed spiritual pressure fluctuation emerged from Lingang Sakura's mouth, rapidly forming a red energy sphere. Facing the charging Kimimaro, Lingang Sakura stood her ground and fired her Zero. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. Kimimaro, utterly unable to withstand the Zero's impact, staggered backward repeatedly. Thus Kimimaro retracted the spine coiled around Lingang Sakura, reformed a bone shield on his arm, and used this small shield to block the incoming Zero. The Zero, upon contacting the bone shield, was completely reflected back. Lingang Sakura remained unruffled. Zero reprise. All the reflected Zeros were absorbed by Lingang Sakura, who then fired them together with the Zero she had originally gathered. This combined Zero barrage exceeded the reflection threshold of Kimimaro's bone shield. The shield was torn apart like paper, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground like a broken mirror. Kimimaro was engulfed by the attack. The ground after the Zero bombardment was a desolate wasteland, especially the final concentrated Zero, which blasted a pitch-black bottomless crater into the earth. Kimimaro's fate hung in the balance. Is it over? Sakura and Lingang Sakura separated. Unaware of what had just transpired, Sakura had deliberately sealed her consciousness to avoid hindering Lingang Sakura. Now looking at the pockmarked battlefield, she knew the fight had been fierce. I don't know. He's probably dead. If not, there's nothing more I can do. By now, Lingang Sakura's form was somewhat ethereal, a sign of overexertion of spiritual pressure. Lingang Sakura released her Zanpakuto's release date. The double-head spear Antelope Knight reverted to a long sword, and the centaur-like Lingang Sakura returned to her human form. Wow! How can you be so beautiful? Sakura's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the human form Lingang Sakura. The antelope helmet atop Lingang Sakura's head had lost its centaur state sharpness, its horns transformed from long straight ones into curved spiraled ones, appearing far less aggressive. Lingang Sakura's height matched Sakura's, but her legs, accentuated by tight leggings, seemed especially long. And most importantly, how could Lingang Sakura's bust be so voluptuous? Hey, did you steal mine to add to yours? Sakura pointed accusingly at Lingang Sakura's ample chest. Oh! Lingang Sakura chuckled softly, and as she laughed, the spot Sakura pointed at bounced, lightly touching Sakura's fingertip. Blushing, Sakura withdrew her finger. So firm, it's the real deal. Sakura lightly rubbed her fingers, brushing away the lingering softness. I am the perfect version of yourself you imagine. Everything about me is what you believe you lack. My very existence stems from you, my timid self. Can you stop calling me timid self? Sakura felt as if Lingang Sakura was insulting her. Is that so? But isn't timidity your very essence? Because of your timidity you achieved nothing on your first mission. Because of your timidity you dared not seek guidance from Tsunade, you stubbornly studied with Kushina, knowing full well you had no talent for sealing techniques. If not for Kushina and Tsunade recommending, you would have spent your life buried in sealing scrolls. Because of your timidity you never dared to share your training results with anyone, fearing someone might challenge you. Because of your timidity you couldn't even communicate with the Asachi. After it repeatedly refused to connect with you, you no longer dared to calm down and touch it. Because of your timidity you like Sasuke, but lacked the courage to accompany him in defecting the village. Because of your timidity. Enough. Sakura shouted, stopping Lingang Sakura from continuing. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She couldn't bear to listen, for she knew every word was true. She understood herself too well. They were one and the same. And what about you? Aren't you just spouting empty words here? What can you actually accomplish? Sakura asked Lingang Sakura hysterically. What can I accomplish? Lingang Sakura looked at Sakura with disdain. If I could have a pair of wings I would spread them and fly for him. Even if this land were completely submerged. If I could have a sharp sword I would stand up and fight for him. Even if the sky had pierced him with light. This is my will, the will you yearn for but never possessed. Lingyang Sakura lightly leaped forward. Are you going to chase after Sasuke? If not, I'll go on my own. Faced with Lingyang Sakura's question, Sakura hesitated. She had already confessed her feelings to Sasuke, but he hadn't even replied, as if she didn't exist. Even if she caught up to him, would he spare her a glance? Lingyang Sakura saw through Sakura's hesitation at a glance. Her love was too humble. Lingyang Sakura's existence was to escape from the shackles of that humility. Without lingering, Lingyang Sakura turned and left. Suddenly the ground began to tremble, making Sakura unsteady on her feet. She couldn't tell if it was a dragon's turning or something else. Bone pulse dance of the early fern. Countless bones erupted from the ground. A bone spike also shot up beneath Lingyang Sakura as she descended through the air. With no leverage, she could only watch as her body approached the spike. Watch out. Sakura tried to warn Lingyang Sakura and rushed to help. But as she moved, she found herself unable to advance. Her hair was being pulled. Turning her head, Sakura saw Kimimaro yanking her long hair to immobilize her. Seeing Lingyang Sakura about to be impaled, Sakura produced a kunai and sliced off her own hair. Such a commotion. A yellow flash suddenly appeared. Are you alright? Sakura caught the antelope Sakura, but the bones on the ground continued to surge, leaving them with ever-shrinking. Suddenly Sakura realized that the scenery before her had changed. Though they had been on the verge of being engulfed by the forest of white bones, they now found themselves in a lush jungle. Lord Fourth Hokage. Sakura caught sight of the robe embroidered with the title of the Fourth Hokage. At that moment she understood why Minato Namikaze commanded such immense prestige in Konoha. In times of such crisis, only Minato after Tobirama could have saved the entire village. Sakura, it seems something extraordinary has happened here. Minato gazed at a long-haired Sakura and a short-haired Sakura along with the bone forest in the distance and knew that some change had occurred in Sakura. This appears to be the Kagaya clan's Kekkai Genkai Shikatsu Miyaku. Wasn't the clan wiped out for rebellion? How could there still be a survivor? Minato Namikaze formed a Yata mirror in his hand and raised it above his head. Kimimaro suddenly appeared in that very spot. Kimimaro's hand had already transformed into a bone spear poised to strike down, but it was blocked by the Yata mirror that had been placed there in advance. Your mission is complete. You may leave. Minato did not attack Kimimaro, for he could see that the young man was already on the verge of collapse. Lord Hokage. Sakura hesitated, wanting to warn Minato that Kimimaro was an enemy. After a few glances at Minato, however, Kimimaro actually retreated. His body is already breaking down. You must have poisoned him. Minato looked at the blood dripping from Kimimaro's mouth on the ground. The blood was even corrosive. It was easy to imagine the agony Kimimaro endured while fighting. You can return to the village. Shikamaru and the others have already finished their battles and gone back. Leave Sasuke and Naruto to me. Minato noticed the exhaustion of the two Sakuras and decided to let them end their mission. Oh, and take this pass. It allows the bearer direct entry into Konoha. As Minato prepared to leave, he remembered something and retrieved a token from his pocket, handing it to the Sakuras. The antelope Sakura stepped forward and accepted the token. Then Minato vanished in a yellow flash. Ah, my hair. Sakura finally began to lament her lost hair. It had been long hair she had kept for so long, and now it was gone so abruptly. What are you? While Sakura was still mourning, she noticed red hair flying in the air. Looking up, she saw the antelope Sakura drawing her Zanpakuto and cutting off her own long hair as well. The short-haired me is the most perfect. The antelope Sakura sheathed her blade without glancing at the hair falling to the ground. She was herself, and she was also herself. Sasuke, stop running. No one is chasing you anymore. Come back to the village with me. Naruto gritted his teeth as he chased after Sasuke. Both of them were panting heavily. Sasuke now had a competitive urge to outrun Naruto, constantly accelerating in an attempt to shake him off, but he was surprised that Naruto kept up relentlessly. Could it be that this dead last strength is now truly on par with mine? Unable to accept this outcome, Sasuke came to a halt. Sasuke, come back with me. Naruto stopped when he saw Sasuke do the same. Having expended so much energy chasing Sasuke for days, Naruto panted heavily as he pulled a water bottle from his backpack and gulped it down. Let's fight, Naruto. Our last duel was never settled. Sasuke drew his straight-edged sword. A duel? When? Naruto was confused. He had long forgotten. The bell-snatching exercise. Kakashi interrupted our fight. This time, let's finish it. But why? Can't you just come back to the village with me? Naruto didn't understand why Sasuke was so fixated on fighting him now. No. If you lose, then you're not worthy to stand by my side. And there's no reason for me to return to Konoha. The word return no longer held any meaning for Sasuke. Once the arrow was loose, there was no turning back. Since he had chosen to leave, he would not look back. Then he'll defeat you and drag you back to Konoha. Naruto felt the seriousness in Sasuke's tone. Having spent so much time together, Naruto knew when Sasuke was bluffing and when he meant every word. Naruto lunged at Sasuke in a flash, but Sasuke vanished in a streak of lightning. Are you looking down on me? I might actually kill you. Sasuke teleported behind Naruto and swung his straight-edged sword directly at Naruto's head. Shadow clone technique. Dozens of Naruto's clones appeared. One-faced Sasuke directly blocked his attack and dispersed into smoke. The other clones paired up, each pair forming a Rasengan and charging at Sasuke. Sasuke did not dodge at all. He sneered as the Rasengans flew toward him. Several explosions erupted. After all the Rasengans detonated, Naruto's clones vanished, their chakra spent. A flash of lightning streaked by and Sasuke reappeared completely unharmed. His Thunder Fruit's elementalization rendered those attacks useless. The moment Sasuke materialized, his arm was pierced by Naruto's Dwandi foam. The blade sank deep into his arm and the excruciating pain made Sasuke Good Naruto. Very good. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson instantly, each with two tomos slowly rotating. Sasuke's cheek suddenly met Naruto's fist. His cheek caved in, and the immense force sent a spray of blood and a tooth from his mouth. That's for leaving the village without a word. That's for making me miss my shop's competition. That's for making Sakura worry about you so much. Damn it, that's so infuriating. One more punch. Sasuke was pinned to the ground by Naruto, dazed as Naruto rained punches on his face from left and right. Why isn't my elementalization working? Sasuke had long wanted to counter with his fruit ability, but he found that he couldn't use it at all. Could it be that? When he tried again to use his fruit ability, Sasuke noticed the clue. Every time the power was about to activate, a suppressing force from his arm sealed it. And embedded in his arm was Naruto's Dwandi foam. Figured it out. Naruto saw Sasuke trying to pull out the Dwandi foam and knew that Sasuke had realized the reason for his restriction. But can you really pull it out now? Naruto was straddling Sasuke with Sasuke's hands firmly trapped between Naruto's legs. The only limbs that could move, his legs, were completely unable to reach Naruto. The two rolled on the ground like children fighting. How could this happen? With his prized fruit ability nullified, Sasuke didn't even know how to counter. He wanted to use ninjutsu but couldn't even form hand seals. Sasuke began to struggle desperately, even if it meant the Dwandi foam would widen the wound on his arm. He just didn't want to lose, not in this duel that he himself had proposed. During the struggle, the spiritual pressure of the straight-edged sword in Sasuke's hand grew stronger, and the blade began to glow. The next moment, the blade shattered. Naruto felt an inexplicable spiritual pressure beginning to surge. Cautiously, he quickly rose to his feet and decided to draw the Dantian wind from Sasuke. After all, Dantian wind could not restrict the spiritual pressure. Scatter. Thousand cherry blossoms. The Zanpakuto in Sasuke's hand seemed to disintegrate into powder, dancing in the air while refracting brilliant and mysterious light. The sky filled with powder instantly engulfed Naruto, and his body erupted in a spray of blood. Impressive. Is this your Zanpakuto's ability, Sasuke? Although Naruto was covered in wounds and bleeding, his injuries were not severe, merely superficial cuts. Instead, it was Sasuke's Zanpakuto's first release that left Naruto more astonished. Haha, this is all thanks to you. The thousand cherry blossoms in Sasuke's hand were reduced to just a hilt, the scattered powder being the blade itself. During the release, the blade disintegrated into countless tiny blades reflecting light as they danced. Sasuke stood within a circle of light, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle with a lonely demeanor, while the blades outside the circle danced dangerously in the air, beautiful like falling cherry blossoms. Sasuke gently waved the hilt, and the flying blades once again enveloped Naruto, cutting deep wounds into his body. Naruto found himself in a difficult spot. Although these injuries weren't fatal, they were painful. What he lacked the most right now was defensive ninjutsu, and even using the shadow clone technique wouldn't allow him to escape Sasuke's thousand cherry blossoms attack range quickly. There's no other choice. Naruto silently muttered an apology and swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his palm against the ground. Come forth, Boss Toad. A massive figure appeared out of nowhere. Toad Wenta emerged holding a pipe. Dammy, what is this? Upon Toad Wenta's appearance, Sasuke quickly changed his strategy. He wouldn't hold back against the summoning beast. The flying blades began to attack Toad Wenta's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. You little brat, how dare you! Hundreds of blades greeted Toad Wenta's left eye, but a thin membrane protected his eyes from Thousand Cherry Blossom's assault. However, Sasuke continuously directed the blades of Thousand Cherry Blossom to attack the same spot on Toad Wenta, eventually piercing the membrane and driving a blade into his eye. The intense pain made Wenta clutch his left eye and curse. He saw the Uchiha clan emblem behind Sasuke and recalled Jiraiya's earlier mention of Madara's resurrection and the Uchiha clan's appearances, feeling a sense of retreat. Truly tough skin and flesh. Seeing that the blades from Thousand Cherry Blossom had difficulty inflicting damage on Toad Wenta, Sasuke had a flash of inspiration and activated his fruit ability, enveloping the blades with a layer of lightning. The lightning's penetrating power and high temperature instantly cut through Toad Wenta's skin, causing injury. "You little brat. This is outrageous." Feeling the pain coursing through him and the blades swirling chaotically in his eye, Toad Wenta, unable to bear it any longer, drew his short sword. Although it was called a short sword, it was merely relative to Toad Wenta's massive size. To Sasuke it appeared endless. With one hand covering his eye, Toad Wenta swung his short sword, chaotically creating gusts of wind that made even Sasuke stagger. Then Toad Wenta leaped into the air and a puff of smoke appeared, causing him to vanish. Boss Toad. Naruto, who had been hiding inside Toad Wenta's clothing, suddenly fell from midair. Seeing this, Sasuke withdrew the lightning from Thousand Cherry Blossom. "Looks like you won't win today, Naruto." Thousand Cherry Blossom remained still, but Naruto knew that any movement would provoke another violent outburst from it. "That's impossible. I will definitely defeat you." Naruto's body began to be enveloped in a layer of red violet chakra. This was the chakra of the nine tails being summoned by Naruto, and two fox tails made of chakra appeared behind him. With his eyes transformed into slits, Naruto brandished Dantian Wind and charged towards Sasuke. "You can't get through, Naruto." Sasuke turned the flying blades of Thousand Cherry Blossom into a wall of blades to block Naruto, even reapplying the lightning to the blades. This made Naruto hesitate to break through. The feeling of only being able to passively take hits was uncomfortable, and in his agitated state another tail sprouted behind him, intensifying the fury in his eyes. He recklessly charged towards Sasuke. The blades of Thousand Cherry Blossom pierced deeply into Naruto's body, and the energy from the lightning caused him to feel numb. Nevertheless, Naruto did not slow down. He only wanted Sasuke to receive this explosive Rasengan that he had been gathering for a long time. Naruto rushed into the circle of light where Sasuke stood, and once inside that small area, he was no longer subjected to the attacks of Thousand Cherry Blossom. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently discovered Thousand Cherry Blossom's limitation. This circle was a safe zone, and as long as one remained within it, Sasuke himself would not be attacked by Thousand Cherry Blossom. To initiate an attack on someone within the circle, they must be allowed in by Sasuke, and Sasuke himself would be at risk of injury amidst the flying blades. Unless one day Sasuke's strength grew strong enough to precisely control each of the 1,000 blades, he would always risk injury. In a flash, Sasuke used a teleportation technique to move behind Naruto. This circle was only large enough for 2 or 3 people, making it difficult to evade. Naruto did not turn around, but leaped out of the circle, throwing the explosive Rasengan towards Sasuke. This sudden change left Sasuke feeling helpless. At that moment, he was in the process of restoring his normal body after elementalization, and during this time, he could not use his abilities again. Quickly, black patterns spread across Sasuke's face. He activated the Curse Mark ability. With the enhancement of the Curse Mark, Sasuke dodged the explosive Rasengan, but he accelerated his escape because he knew the attack would explode. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and Sasuke did not look back at the explosion, but began to concentrate Thousand Cherry Blossom. The blades looked a bit dim after Sasuke's Curse Mark transformation, but their attacking power seemed to have increased. The atmosphere around the flying Thousand Cherry Blossoms became increasingly dangerous. This time it was not only the power of the spiritual pressure, but also the violent chakra fluctuations causing the blades to emit sharp cries. Chaotic Cherry Blossom 1,000 Birds. Sasuke's face turned pale, clearly indicating that this ability was putting a significant strain on him. The 1,000 blades of Thousand Cherry Blossoms surged forth, each one enhanced with the 1,000 Birds technique. This ability consumed too much of Sasuke's energy, allowing him to release the blades simultaneously, but rendering him unable to control them. The rain of electric blades surged towards Naruto, and as he barely turned his body, he was instantly overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks. After using Chaos Sakura Chidori's, Ryūjin voluntarily deactivated the 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. The countless blades recondensed into a single straight-edged sword, but he could barely sustain the consumption of this technique. However, within the dust and debris stirred up by the Chaos Sakura Chidori attack, Ming Ren had not lost his combat, for tails had already sprouted behind Ming Ren, and his vertical pupils now held only the bloodlust and savagery of a beast. Both of his arms were wrapped in steel tracks connected behind his back, and each hand held a serrated blade. Half of the Chaos Sakura Chidori attack struck Ming Ren, but were all deflected by the armor covering his body. Zuoju gazed at Ming Ren's new form with a grave expression. He had seen this form once before, and according to Kakashi, it seemed to be the Bankai form of Ming Ren's Zanpakuto. The power of this form was evident from the fact that Ming Ren had completely blocked the Chaos Sakura Chidori. Ming Ren merely stood still, yet the ground beneath him cracked and splintered under the surging spiritual pressure. The wind blades that once required the use of earth-shattering wind to manifest now swirled constantly around him, obliterating everything in his vicinity. Roar! Mingren let out a bestial roar and charged at Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu's condition was too poor, his chakra was nearly depleted, and his spiritual pressure could no longer sustain the release of 1,000 cherry blossoms. Zhuozhu teleported again to evade Mingren's attack, but his clothes were shredded by the gale that arrived ahead of the strike. As he blinked behind Mingren, he was instantly entangled by the steel tracks connected to Mingren's back before he could launch an attack. Mingren pulled with both hands, and the tracks immediately tightened around Zhuozhu's throat. The overwhelming spiritual pressure suppressed Zhuozhu's devil fruit ability, preventing him from turning into his elemental form. Zhuozhu felt the suffocating sensation of death. Zhuozhu desperately tried to tear the tracks from his neck, but Mingren would not give him that chance, tightening them further. Already at 4 tails. Good thing I arrived in time. A yellow flash appeared just as Zhuozhu was about to lose consciousness, and he thought it was a hallucination. Well, this is the first time I've seen you in Bankai form, and you're already attacking your old man. After rescuing Xiaoying Bofeng Shui, men rushed to find Mingren in a hurry. To his surprise, the moment Mingren saw him, he swung his serrated blade at him. Although Shui men knew that Mingren had been reduced to only a beast's will by the evil chakra of the 9 tails, he couldn't help but complain. Shui men easily dodged Mingren's attack and struck the back of Mingren's head with a knife hand, but his hand was jarred by the armored tracks covering Mingren. 8 trigram seal. A slightly embarrassed Shui men stopped playing with Mingren and directly used the 8 trigrams seal, a combination of the double 4 symbols seal, to completely seal away the 9 tails chakra within Mingren. Once the 9 tails chakra receded, Mingren's Bankai automatically deactivated. His body could not yet sustain the Bankai's consumption. Mingren also fainted and the tails behind him disappeared. You'll have to face Jiao Xianai's wrath when you get back. Shui men said this to the 9 tails inside Mingren, who involuntarily shuddered. Now as for you, Zhuozhu, are you going to try to escape from me? After dealing with Mingren, Shui men turned his gaze to Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu's heart sank the moment he saw Shui men. Even with his pride, he knew he could not overcome the Hokage's strength. Hey, don't be so hasty, Shui men. A sinister voice rang out and Shiwan emerged from the ground. Shiwan, do you always have to appear at such opportune moments? Shui men frowned when he saw Shiwan. He could stall Shiwan, but there would be no one to stop Zhuozhu. I just returned with the shopkeeper and wanted to check on Zhuozhu. Who knew I'd find you bullying a child here? Shiwan pulled Zhuozhu behind him. Actually, isn't it the best option for Zhuozhu to come with me now? In Leaf Village, there is no one who possesses a deep understanding of the Uchiha clan and has the time to guide Zhuozhu. I am willing to invest that time, and I will also pass on the heritage of Ryūjin Cave to him. Isn't that better than his development in Leaf Village? Shiwan's words made Shui men ponder. From the Hokage's perspective, keeping Zhuozhu in Leaf Village was ideal. He was the last Uchiha in the village, and he must be protected until he could carry on the bloodline. However, from the perspective of Zhuozhu's godfather, what Shiwan said was indeed true. With Shiwan's help, Zhuozhu could accumulate many return points to exchange for items at the shop. Shui men could also keep track of Zhuozhu's situation through the shop, and Zhuozhu's safety would at least be assured. Moreover, as one of the 3 ninja, Shiwan possessed the heritage of Ryūjin Cave, one of the 3 great sacred lands. If he truly passed it to Zhuozhu, and Zhuozhu mastered the sage arts of Ryūjin Cave along with his Sharingan, he might well become a second Uchiha Madara. With this thought, Shui men abandoned the idea of bringing Zhuozhu back. The child was old enough to have his own thoughts. He would rather make a deal with a snake than stay at home. Lord Shiwan, I apologize for the delay in completing the mission. Junma LV appeared behind Shui men and bowed to Shiwan in apology. It's fine. Your body ultimately couldn't hold out. But this is good, at least in your soul state you suffer less pain. Shiwan could tell at a glance that Junma LV was in a soul state. He had shared the spiritual pressure cultivation method he obtained from the shop with Junma LV and had also given him an Asachi. Thus, even though his physical body had been corroded by Xiaoying's poison, his soul still existed. However, Junma LV had never been diligent in his cultivation of spiritual pressure and the Asachi, so in his soul state, he had virtually no combat ability. Since your group has assembled, I'll let you off today. After deciding not to fight, Shui men prepared to leave. Wait, Shui men, take this. Shiwan took out a specially shaped kunai from Zhuozhu's bag. It was Shui men's flying thunder god kunai, which Shiwan recognized. Truly, even a gentleman must be wary. Shui men took the kunai with a wry smile, then patted Zhuozhu on the shoulder and gave his final instruction. If anything happens, go to the shop. You will be absolutely safe there. Seeing Zhuozhu nod, he left. Really, if you can't hide it, why bother? Shiwan was also speechless when he saw the flying thunder god seal engraved on Zhuozhu's shoulder. It was as if Shui men didn't trust him at all. You've surprised me. After observing Zhuozhu, a smile curled at the corner of Shiwan's mouth. Seeing Zhuju's puzzled look as Shiwan pulled a mirror from his mouth. Take a look yourself. This is... Zhuju looked at himself in the mirror and immediately noticed the difference. His double Tomo Sharingan had somehow become a triple Tomo. Still being cheeky, are you? Cheng Gong looked down at Zeno, who was clutching his bottom and had cried all his tears dry. Though he was the supreme being of the Dragon Ball world, he still had the heart of a child. Zeno shook his head in grievance, knowing that Cheng Gong had restrained him and allowed Wan Xiang to spank him, so he dared not speak further. This little shop doesn't exist in your world, so your authority is useless here. If you break the shop's rules again, you'll be erased. Hearing Cheng Gong's warning, Zeno felt a life-threatening crisis for the first time since his consciousness was born. Seeing that Zeno had finally calmed down, Cheng Gong knew the child had learned fear. The lesson taught by Wan Xiang had achieved its effect. Zeno was the strongest being in the Dragon Ball world, even surpassing Cheng Gong in power, reaching the early 5th stage. However, Zeno's power was merely forcibly elevated by the will of the Dragon Ball world. The world's will created Zeno to have its own spokesperson and granted him immense abilities. But fearing that Zeno might slip out of its control, the world's will permanently confined his mind to that of a child, preventing him from seeking to improve his strength and instead focusing only on play. With the temperament of a child, Zeno was capricious. There were 18 universes in the Dragon Ball world, but 6 had already been destroyed by his wrath. Cheng Gong had originally thought Zeno was at the peak of the 4th stage, but he never expected him to break through to the 5th stage, which showed Cheng Gong a path forward. Currently, Cheng Gong had broken through to the 4th stage by relying on the Otsutsuki bloodline and allurement chakra, and had reached the peak of the 4th stage by controlling the biochemical world. So for Cheng Gong, the path to breaking through to the 5th stage might involve opening multiple worlds and controlling many universes. Shopkeeper. Shopkeeper. 2 voices sounded simultaneously. Cheng Gong looked over and instinctively rubbed his eyes. 2 short-haired Sakuras greeted Cheng Gong at the same time, yet they were vastly different, as if 2 distinct bodies shared the same. Sakura told Cheng Gong about how the antelope Sakura had suddenly appeared during her battle with Kimimaro. This Naruto world really has its share of bizarre characters. The mentally ill ones are always the strongest. First there were the Uchihas, where every family was crazy, and now there was Sakura and Yakumo, whose split personalities formed separate entities, yet somehow made them stronger. Sakura's dual personality had appeared early in the anime Cheng Gong watched, but later her second personality vanished. Now it seemed that as Sakura's main personality grew stronger, her soul power also increased, completely suppressing or even erasing the second personality. But after Cheng Gong arrived, Sakura bought the Asachi and the method of spiritual pressure cultivation, which allowed the second personality's soul to barely strengthen and find a place to exist. The reason Sakura could never communicate with her Asachi was likely that the Asachi had formed a connection with her second personality. To be precise, you have already died once. Cheng Gong looked at Sakura and said, during the battle with Kimimaro he actually killed you, but the Antelope Knight died in your place. That's why the Antelope Knight's soul separated from your body. The Antelope Sakura was now a complete spirit body. Since she had never been able to appear alone before, the only reason she could now exist separately was that her physical body had already died. But ultimately you are a whole. The Antelope Knight can indeed fight independently, but she has taken part of your soul. Only when you two merge will you unleash your strongest power. Cheng Gong understood Sakura's concern. She didn't know what the Antelope Sakura truly was because her situation was different. Ida had been completely killed and Yakumo could unleash her full power with the help of the ghost mask. But the Antelope Sakura might now be even stronger than Sakura's main personality because she held the initial release of the Zanpakuto, while Sakura was still a child just starting her ninja journey. Just get along well from now on. Training together means doubling the speed, a blessing many would envy. Seeing Zeno rushing over excitedly, Cheng Gong knew business had arrived, so he quickly dismissed Sakura. Shopkeeper. I want to buy something from the 3rd floor. Zeno handed something to Cheng Gong, who was startled when he saw it. In his hands was a universe from the Dragon Ball world. What a reckless kid. Without the supervision of the Dragon Ball worlds, well, even if Zeno sold a universe, the worlds will could do nothing about it. In Cheng Gong's shop there was no such thing as a miner's refund. Sold was sold. Cheng Gong decisively converted the universe Zeno had sold into return points. The moment the deal was made, he clearly felt the Dragon Ball world weaken significantly, and he could now open world gates everywhere in the Dragon Ball world. Otsutsuki. Zeno, having exchanged his return points and heading to the 3rd floor, saw Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was wearing a veil, entering through the door. Kagaya Otsutsuki had a habit of visiting the shop every day, looking at this and that. Since Pokemon had been stocked, she had bought many cute Pokemon. But a few days ago she felt she had lost embarrassingly in her battle with Naruto. Originally she planned to hide away, but she couldn't resist the urge to shop, so she wore a veil in a futile attempt to conceal herself, yet her distinctive Otsutsuki features were completely exposed. Passers-by simply didn't dare to comment because she was an Otsutsuki. Who is Otsutsuki? I'm not Kaguya Otsutsuki, you've mistaken me for someone else. Kaguya walked along thinking her disguise was successful since no one gave her strange looks, but she was caught off guard by Zeno's shout, so she quickly waved her hands and covered her face. What Cheng Gong found even more surprising was how Zeno knew the name Otsutsuki. He had only just entered the shop for the first time. You're not an Otsutsuki, but you look exactly like one. Zeno scrutinized Kaguya Otsutsuki for a long time before shaking his head. Kaguya didn't think much of it, assuming Zeno was just comparing her to the version of herself on the arena. Where else have you seen an Otsutsuki? The Six Paths sage walked in from the door and asked Zeno seriously, having sensed that the Otsutsuki Zeno mentioned referred to someone else. Another Otsutsuki. You don't seem to have much Otsutsuki aura. Zeno looked at the Six Paths sage, sensing that he wasn't a pure Otsutsuki. Where are you planting trees now? I haven't seen any Otsutsuki for hundreds of billions of years. Zeno hopped over to the Six Paths sage looking somewhat excited. We no longer plant trees. The Six Paths sage realized that Zeno even knew about the Otsutsuki's god tree planting, so he must have some understanding of the Otsutsuki. You don't plant trees anymore. Then you should be able to return to our place. Why haven't you come back to visit me? The hundreds of billions of years mentioned by Quan Wang shocked those who heard the conversation in the small shop. For them not to mention billions, even a few hundred years seemed like an extremely long time. Quan Wang noticed that the Six Paths Immortal was somewhat stunned, and then realized that although the Six Paths Immortal was from the Otsutsuki clan, he probably had never seen him before. A long time ago, shortly after I was born, someone named Otsutsuki Shirbai from your clan tore through space-time and arrived in our world. At that time his strength was not as great as mine. Although he was an outsider, he was friendly to our universe, so I did not expel him. Otsutsuki Shirbai borrowed a universe from me, saying he wanted to plant trees, so I lent it to him. Who would have known that the trees he planted would completely absorb the universe's origin? He filled that universe with giant trees, and the entire universe's origin was absorbed by him. In the end, he brought many members of the Otsutsuki clan, but they all disappeared after one day. Then the trees bore fruit, and he consumed them all by himself. A voice in the void told me that I could not allow Otsutsuki Shirbai to continue planting trees in the universe, otherwise all universes would dry up. So while Otsutsuki Shirbai was in seclusion, I opened a space-time black hole and banished him to another world. The universe that Otsutsuki Shirbai used for planting trees began to wither due to the loss of its origin. With no other choice, I had to destroy that universe. For a long time afterward, I was on guard against the Otsutsuki re-entering my world, but I never encountered them. After Quan Wang finished explaining, Cheng Gong understood why he knew the surname Otsutsuki. It seemed that the Naruto world was far more complicated than Cheng Gong had imagined. Cheng Gong knew of Otsutsuki Shirbai, whom Quan Wang had mentioned that he was the clan leader of the Otsutsuki, but it was said that he had already left this dimension. It seemed that Otsutsuki Shirbai had also visited the Dragon Ball world, but where he was now no one knew. However, speaking of this, Cheng Gong thought that since Otsutsuki Shirbai could break through his power by consuming the fruit of the divine tree, he should be able to do the same. He happened to have the universe that Quan Wang had sold. It wouldn't hurt to try planting trees in that universe. Can you sell me your sword? Quan Wang's gaze fixed on the Six Paths Immortal's waist where he carried the Ryūjin Jakka. Quan Wang sensed a powerful solar force from it and became intensely interested in this sword. In the Dragon Ball world, after countless years, only 18 universes had been born and Quan Wang had destroyed 6 of them. New universes were slowly being born, but the process was ultimately too slow. The main reason was that the condensation of the sun required a tremendous amount of world origin. The energy needed to create a massive burning body that could shine for billions of years was unimaginable. However, if Quan Wang obtained Ryūjin Jakka, he could directly use it as a sun and create a universe around it. With the sun shining, life would inevitably be born on the planet sooner or later, at least much easier than condensing a sun. If it were the old Quan Wang, he would have simply snatched it directly. But after being taught a lesson by Wanxiang in the small shop, Quan Wang had become much more docile and at least willing to trade. Sorry, that won't be possible. The Six Paths Immortal directly refused Quan Wang. This was his greatest trump card. Only with Ryūjin Jakka could he restrain Kaguya Otsutsuki. Otherwise, the Six Paths Immortal had no other way to deal with his mother except sealing. Shopkeeper, can I have his sword? Seeing that the Six Paths Immortal disagreed, Quan Wang simply asked Cheng Gong directly. Yes. Cheng Gong nodded. You can pay 10000 second order return points to apply for a brave battle and challenge anyone who possesses a unique item. However, an Asachi awakened Zanpakuto is not included in the conditions for initiating a brave battle. If the challenged party agrees and wins, they will receive 9000 second order return points, and the remaining 1000 points will be charged by the shop as venue maintenance fee. The challenged party can refuse, but after the same person applies for a challenge 10 consecutive times, each refusal will cost 1000 second order return points. If the challenger wins, they obtain the purchase qualification for one unique item from the challenged party, and the full payment of return points goes to the challenge. Cheng Gong explained the rules of the brave battle. Upon hearing it, everyone realized it was not the highest bidder wins as they had imagined. The challenged party could still refuse. Moreover, applying for a brave battle cost 1000 second order return points. Ordinary ninjas simply couldn't afford it. Even if they could, the challenged party could refuse 10 times, which would be 1000 second order return points. With 1000 second order return points, wouldn't it be better to buy something else rather than start a brave battle? This brave battle was a solution devised to prevent people who bought a Shikai Zanpakuto from being unable to unlock Bankai, causing Cheng Gong to lose a large amount of return points for nothing. To protect the rights of ordinary ninjas, Cheng Gong set the conditions for the brave battle very strict. I apply for a brave battle to challenge him. Quan Wang pointed his little finger at the 6 paths immortal. The 6 paths immortal hesitated. Quan Wang's body looked utterly unthreatening, but Wanqiang in the small shop had already proven the saying, never judge a book by its cover. Countless people who bullied Wanqiang for being a child had all been taught a lesson by him. Who knew if Quan Wang was that kind of person? I refuse. Apply again. I refuse. Refuse. Please. The 6 paths immortal stared at Quan Wang in disbelief. He had already refused Quan Wang 10 times in a row, but Quan Wang continued to apply without any hesitation. Was he that rich? The 6 paths immortal knew that continuing to refuse was not a solution because later on each refusal would cost him return points. Quan Wang had no psychological burden acting like a spendthrift, but the 6 paths immortal felt the pain. Shopkeeper, between him and me, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? The 6 paths immortal decided it was better to ask Cheng Gong to gauge his opinion. Cheng Gong was also stumped for a moment. He didn't know how much Quan Wang's power would be weakened outside the Dragon Ball universe, nor did he know what techniques Quan Wang. He is not the type who excels in combat. Cheng Gong finally managed to utter a sentence. This wasn't wrong. Quan Wang was merely the spokesperson of the Dragon Ball world's will and authority, and he had no inclination for battle. Then I accept. The 6 paths immortal felt that Cheng Gong was hinting that Quan Wang was not stronger than him, so seeing that the 6 paths immortal had agreed, Quan Wang lightly tapped his little hand. The servant behind Quan Wang disappeared after being pointed at. Cheng Gong opened a battlefield in the system mall space. Quan Wang's power was higher than Cheng Gong's, so Cheng Gong dared not place the battle in the biohazard world, fearing that Quan Wang might blow it up. Those who wish to watch the battle can pay 100 return points to enter the spectator seats. Seeing many people staring at him eagerly, Cheng Gong knew they didn't want to miss this fight, so he directly started selling tickets. I want one. I want two. I want one too. Countless ninjas scrambled to buy tickets. Cheng Gong quickly had the shield Shun Rika come over to collect money. Cheng Gong, why does that child want Ryūjin Jakka so badly? Cheng Gong, seeing Tsunade had arrived without him noticing, teased, you've been quite free lately, coming over every few days. I'm worried about Sakura's special situation, so I came to ask you. Sakura said you didn't tell her a solution. Tsunade looked at Cheng Gong with a plaintive gaze. I did tell you, didn't I? I told them to get along well. That should be enough. There's no need for too many other measures. Cheng Gong made it sound easy, but Tsunade dared not relax so easily. How the antelope Sakura appeared, what impact it would have on Sakura, their attitude toward Konoha, and the establishment of bonds, all these were things they had to consider. She dared not truly let it go. The Ryūjin Jakka's allure to Quan Wang is too great. With it he can create a universe. After hearing Cheng Gong's words, Tsunade was somewhat shocked. Was Quan Wang's power already measured in terms of universes? Manager, isn't this really cheating? In the hero arena, as soon as Quan Wang entered, he summoned the servants he had collected. These servants now exuded auras that could rival the 6 paths immortal, clearly indicating they were also powerhouses at the 4th stage. This is his ability, it's not cheating. These servants were the Kaishin and Hikashin of various universes. Quan Wang had the authority to appoint these positions, and if necessary, he could even create them directly. Quan Wang summoned a total of 10 individuals, namely the Kaishin and Hikashin from 5 universes. Although these individuals had auras at the 4th stage, they could only unleash the full power of the 4th stage in their respective appointed universes. Therefore, these current Kaishin and Hikashin could only be considered pseudo-4th stage. All phenomena returned to ashes. Ryūjin Jakka. Seeing that his complaint was futile, the 6 paths immortal simply released Ryūjin Jakka. Facing so many opponents of equal strength, he dared not let his guard. Manager, isn't this Ryūjin Jakka a bet? Why can he use it? Quan Wang, seeing the 6 paths immortal use Ryūjin Jakka, was somewhat displeased and also complained to Cheng Gong. Now it's his ability, so of course he can use it. Since this was the first time the hero battle had been opened, and also the first time everyone had seen Quan Wang, many problems arose during the fight. But Cheng Gong intended to tell everyone that fighting in the hero battle was without restrictions. If you wanted to take someone else's possession, you had to be prepared for them to fight to the death. After Ryūjin Jakka's initial release, the temperature within the battlefield rose rapidly, but no one was affected by it. These people all had suns in their universes, so they had naturally felt the temperature of the sun up close. However, the first to attack were the truth-seeking balls that had already been condensed behind the 6 paths immortal. With his improved strength, wherever his truth-seeking balls passed, they could even annihilate space, leaving behind black spatial cracks. A monster with a leopard head and human body was particularly agile, not only evading the 6 paths immortal's relentless bombardment, but also quickly closing in on him. City Surge Blaze. With a light swing of Ryūjin Jakka, a massive ball of flame was released from it. The explosive flame directly engulfed the leopard-headed monster. Soon the flames extinguished, and the person within the flames vanished. Seeing this, Quan Wang immediately waved his hand and summoned 5 more people, each a 4th-stage powerhouse. This gave the 6 paths immortal a headache. Eliminate 1 and 5 appear, the more he fought the more there were. However, Quan Wang only summoned other strong opponents to fight him, which indeed seemed to confirm Cheng Gong's words that he was not good at combat. The 6 paths immortal, recalling Cheng Gong's reminder, decided to capture the leader first. Burning Hell. Hundreds of fire pillars rose from the ground directly surrounding all the enemies in the arena. Upon seeing such a large-scale attack, the Kaishin and Hikashin immediately retreated to defend Quan Wang. Taking advantage of their retreat, the fire pillars tightened the encirclement. Once the hundreds of fire pillars left no gaps, the 6 paths immortal detonated the burning. All the Kaishin and Hikashin summoned by Quan Wang were annihilated by the scorching flames in that moment. The 6 paths immortal seized this opportunity to strike directly at Quan Wang. Susanoo. The 6 paths immortal was enveloped by a giant fully armed warrior. The warrior raised Ryūjin Jakka high and slashed at Quan Wang. Quan Wang's combat experience was far too lacking. When facing an enemy that vastly exceeded his own size, he was actually intimidated. Only when he felt the scorching aura of Ryūjin Jakka right in front of him did Quan Wang hastily defend. Can this thing be handcrafted? Cheng Gong, seeing Quan Wang's technique for the first time, was also curious. Quan Wang pressed his palms together, then slowly opened them. A magnificent cosmic star map appeared in his hands. However, this star map lacked a sun. The dark universe was destined to struggle to give birth to life. Ryūjin Jakka directly struck the star map. Countless planets were rapidly annihilated under the intense heat, and a vast cosmic aura emanated. Massive flames spread from the blade of Ryūjin Jakka, causing countless planets in the star map to vanish again. However, Ryūjin Jakka ultimately failed to break through the star map's defense. By now, Quan Wang's hands were fully open, and the star map seemed unable to expand further. Then Quan Wang simply dropped his hands. The uncontrolled star map instantly expanded and enveloped the entire arena. Quan Wang had actually condensed a real universe. Because the hero arena was within the system shop, space the size of Quan Wang's universe was suppressed within the arena. Otherwise, this universe would have directly become a truly vast cosmos. Perhaps because the universe was compressed, the hero arena was filled with planets of various sizes, but these planets were now being devoured. The temperature of Ryūjin Jakka burned many stars to ashes, and some turned into black holes. Perhaps 1 billion or perhaps 10 billion. In any case, they were countless. The 6 paths immortal's complete Susanoo could not withstand the pull of these black holes, and began to disintegrate. Moreover, at this moment, the 6 paths immortal could no longer see Quan Wang's figure at all. Having no other choice, the 6 paths immortal took out something that looked like a jar with a white character rope tied around its mouth. Quan Wang. If I call your name, do you dare to answer? Pfft. Cheng Gong, who was happily eating a watermelon, burst out laughing upon hearing the 6 paths immortal's words. This should be the 6 paths immortal's ninja tool, the amber purifying pot, but why did this way of calling someone seem so familiar? How dare I not? Quan Wang, with a childlike disposition, could not withstand such provocation, and directly responded to the 6 paths immortal. Then Quan Wang's body began to uncontrollably fly toward the amber purifying pot, and he was sealed inside. However, just 1 second after, the sealing cracks appeared on the surface of the pot. It seemed that Quan Wang was about to blow it up. 6 paths, planet devastation. 6 paths sage, seeing that Omni King could break free at any moment, had no choice but to use the technique that once sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. Now, as an Otsutsuki with yin-yang power, he could fully initiate the sealing jutsu on his own. The ground rocks began to rise, quickly enveloping the amber purifying vase. The special feature of the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei was that it rose upward, capable of ascending indefinitely, whereas ordinary Chibaku Tensei could only crash down to the earth. Boom! A muffled sound came from within the Six Paths Chibaka Tensei. It seemed that Omni King had broken. Six Path Sage could not guarantee that the Chibaku Tensei would seal Omni King, so he simply sent the Chibaku Tensei into the black hole. Since it was a universe created by Omni King himself, let him taste it. The Chibaku Tensei was swallowed by the black hole, and then the universe fell into stillness. Six Path Sage could not figure out the situation, and Cheng Gong did not announce the end of the warrior battle. I'm not fighting anymore, not fighting anymore. It's no fun at all. The universe collapsed, and Omni King reappeared. However, at this moment Omni King's robe was wrinkled and torn in some places. Omni King waved his little hands indicating he didn't want to fight anymore. This left Six Path Sage puzzled. Was this a tactical maneuver? Warrior battle ends. Hagoromo Otsutsuki wins. Cheng Gong announced the result and gave the return points to Six Path Sage. This Six Path Sage hadn't expected to win, so suddenly his methods seemed to have little effect on Omni King. Fighting is really no fun at all. I don't want your broken sword anymore. Omni King looked at his damaged robe with heartache. This was his favorite robe, and now it was ruined. Storekeeper, do you have anything here with effects similar to that sword? The reason Omni King gave up the fight was this. He thought there should be similar items comparable to the sun available in the store, so he didn't want to fight anymore. Yes, there is. This light fruit possesses the power to give life and hope to all living beings. If you develop this fruit to its utmost, its effects will be even stronger than the sun. The light fruit will forever emit a warm radiance that makes all objects feel warm. It is the best thing for creation. Then how long will the development take? Short, maybe a few years. Will do a long, possibly billions of years. Cheng Gong himself didn't know the ultimate limit of fruit development. In the early stage, a devil fruit user completely develops the abilities inherent in the fruit. In the final stage, the fruit user, through their own power, feeds back into the devil fruit, elevating it to a higher level to obtain even stronger abilities. Therefore, the abilities of devil fruits are theoretically limitless, and developing the light fruit to a level that can influence an entire universe will certainly take an extremely long time. But perhaps one day Omni King could use the light fruit to illuminate all universes. That's too long. I'm busy playing every day. I don't have time to develop it. You can go by the authority on the third floor. You had your eye on one before, didn't you? The combination of the authority of light and the authority of flame, one brings light, the other brings warmth, can fully serve as a sun. Omni King thought it was indeed true, but when he saw Six Path Sage's Ryūjin Jakka, his stubborn temper flared up, and he had wasted so many return points. However, Omni King still bought the light fruit. I have placed this devil fruit eternally full of sincerity and passion at the center of countless universes. Whoever obtains it can gain unparalleled power. Go and seek it, my warriors. All 12 universes in the Dragon Ball world heard the same voice that day. The voice was like a divine oracle, making them all involuntarily kneel. Although Omni King himself was unwilling to develop the light fruit, he could have the people in his universes develop it. He would let the people in these universes compete among themselves, ultimately selecting one with adequate strength, fortune, and character to consume the light fruit. This method had been used often by Omni King since his birth. Many supreme kais and gods of destruction similarly reached a certain level of power before being appointed by Omni King. After hearing the voice from the celestial sanctuary at the top of the heavens, the people of the Dragon Ball world were all ablaze with excitement. Countless spaceships launched at that moment. Countless supreme powerhouses, either in teams or alone, stepped into the starry sea, all in search of the fruit that could make them supremely powerful. And this day was recorded in later Dragon Ball history as the beginning of the cosmic great age of exploration. To buy the two authorities he wanted, Omni King sold 2 more universes. In truth, it was not a loss for Omni King. With these 2 authorities, Omni King could soon create new eternal universes again. The 3 he had sold would quickly be replenished. With 3 universes in his possession, Cheng Gong had an idea. He had too many items obtained solely through trading return points. Perhaps he could hold an auction to sell off these individual items. The venue for the auction would naturally be opened within the system mall space, as Cheng Gong had other plans. The auction would be set for this time next week. Cheng Gong posted the announcement of the auction in the small shop, and he believed it would soon be known to all. Another thing to find was an auctioneer. Cheng Gong leaned towards finding one in the Dragon Ball world, because Earth was at least a modern technological world with many professionals in auction matters. Even if not a professional auctioneer, someone who had attended an auction would suffice. Thinking this, Cheng Gong suddenly thought that Bulma might be suitable. Although not a professional auctioneer, she had been raised in luxury, seen many grand occasions, had a high IQ, and was willing to communicate with others. But this could wait for now, since Cheng Gong hadn't even sorted out the items he wanted to auction. Storekeeper. Cheng Gong had been busy for 3 days sorting out the items for the auction. Today he was finally enjoying a rare moment of sunbathing on a lounge chair, but he was still Xiaoying. Judging by her appearance, it should be Antelope Xiaoying. Storekeeper, do you have any work here? I want to follow you. Xiaoying looked at Cheng Gong determinedly. So sudden. Are you not getting along with Sakura? Not really, Sakura is nice. It's just that Konoha sends people to spy on me every day. It's real. Xiaoying waved her hand irritably. Antelope Xiaoying had never practiced ninjutsu. Her abilities came entirely from her Zanpakuto. Her spiritual pressure could fully sense the ninjas sent to monitor her, which made Antelope Xiaoying very displeased. That's normal, isn't it? After all, you appeared suddenly. Is there anything wrong with being cautious towards you for a while? I don't care. Seeing that Cheng Gong showed no intention of agreeing, Xiaoying directly went behind the lounge chair and wrapped her arms around his head. It was you who sold the Zanpakuto to Sakura, so you're responsible for my appearance and current situation. You must take responsibility. Let go, let go. Cheng Gong quickly signaled Xiaoying to release him, afraid that he might sink into the softness behind him and never get out. I won't let go, shopkeeper, unless you promise. Xiaoying stubbornly refused to release her grip. All right. I'll grant you a chance to try. Cheng Gong gently patted Xiaoying's arm, and only then did she let go. Really, shopkeeper? Then what can I do? Xiaoying bent over curiously, drawing closer to Cheng Gong as she asked. Cheng Gong lowered his gaze, avoiding the long scar on her face. I'm only giving you a chance. If you pass, I'll let you be a shop assistant. But if you fail and remain this willful, I won't be so patient next time. I'm only giving you a chance. If you pass, I'll let you be a shop assistant. But if you fail and remain this willful, the auction still needs an auctioneer. You'll take that role. If you're competent, I'll keep you in the shop. After Cheng Gong finished speaking, Xiaoying felt a bit uneasy. In recent days, the people of the Naruto world, under the guidance of the Dragon Ball world, had learned what an auction was and understood its rules. But no one had ever thought of becoming an auctioneer. Cheng Gong's abrupt proposal left Xiaoying completely uncertain. What? Lost your nerve. Cheng Gong looked up at the pensive Xiaoying, a faint smile appearing on his face. I am not afraid. It's just, I don't really know what an auctioneer does. I have videos here. You can cram over the next few days. If it were that easy, my shop assistant position would be full. Cheng Gong handed Xiaoying a smartphone containing videos of auctions from the Dragon Ball world. The smartphone was entirely transparent, with no buttons on its body. Only through the interplay of light and shadow could one see a coiled serpent emblem on the back. This smartphone was the Wanshi 10,000 Serpents device created by Da Shiwan in the Dragon Ball world. After returning to the ninja world, Da Shiwan began extensive construction of base stations to promote the phone. However, the price remained high. Each unit cost 1.1 first-order return point. Most ninjas could afford it, but ordinary civilians could only sigh in envy. The phone Cheng Gong held was a gift from Da Shiwan, bound to him by a chakra. After playing with it for a while, Cheng Gong found it uninteresting and put it away. The Antelope Xiaoying was now an independent entity. She had 0 return points and naturally couldn't afford the phone, though she had seen others in the shop using it. After removing the chakra binding, Cheng Gong handed the phone to Xiaoying. Awkwardly, she tapped to open the videos and browsed through them. After a brief look, she thought it was just about buying things in a crowded place. Nothing to fear. Shopkeeper'll do it, Xiaoying declared firmly. Fine. The list of auction items is also in the phone. Check it yourself. Shopkeeper, aren't you afraid it'll ruin this auction? Xiaoying asked nervously. Cheng Gong shrugged with a smile and said nothing. Even if the auction items were placed on the stage without any introduction, countless people would still bid for them. Cheng Gong simply thought having an auctioneer would make the event appear more formal. Do you have a name? Cheng Gong's sudden question caught the Antelope Xiaoying off guard. Right. Do I have a name? Xiaoying felt confused. Although she could now act independently, she still considered herself one with the original Xiaoying. Yet now she clearly wanted to break away completely and start her own path. Call me Muing. Muing, all right. Then get familiar with the auction quickly. Cheng Gong wondered if this name signified the Antelope Xiaoying's decision to separate from the original Xiaoying. Little Wanxiang used 3,000 worlds to cut a few openings here. Cheng Gong released his Zanpakuto. Yes, ma'am. Wanxiang put away the creamy fairy and began wielding 3,000 worlds. Each swing of the blade could carve a spatial rift. Some rifts revealed nothing but desolation, while others brimmed with vitality. These rifts were temporary world passages created at random by 3,000 worlds. Each passage led to a different world, but they were unstable. 3,000 worlds could not solidify them. Moreover, some passages connected to worlds that had already perished. Cheng Gong erased the passages devoid of life, leaving only 6. He could not enter the worlds they connected to, he would be exiled by the world's will upon entry. Using the system shop's abilities, Cheng Gong stabilized these passages, but they would only last 5 days before being repaired by the opposing world's will. After that, it would be uncertain when he could reconnect to those worlds. However, Cheng Gong's purpose was merely to attract more attendees to the auction. When the auction began, he would send messages through the world passages. The great fortune bearers and supreme powerhouses of the connected worlds would all sense the message. Today, 3,000 worlds had linked 99 world passages, the limit of Cheng Gong's ability. Though only 6 remained, it was still quite good. He would continue cutting world passages tomorrow. Over the next 3 days, Cheng Gong connected a total of 23 living world passages, which was sufficient. Dear guest, where would you like to participate in this auction? As Tsunade entered the auction hall, a beautiful girl dressed as a bunny girl approached her. This was an android temporarily rented from the Dragon Ball world by Cheng Gong solely for today's auction. Tsunade glanced at the list offered by the bunny girl. Seats in the ground floor hall cost 1,000 first-order return points for entry, but one could only sit in the hall and bid alongside everyone else. Ordinary boxes on the second floor cost 1,000 second-order return points, each equipped with 2 tables and chairs offering private space and good privacy. The supreme boxes on the third floor cost 100,000 second-order return points each. There were only 9 such boxes, each situated in an independent space-time. They featured giant projection screens for a comprehensive view of the auction items, along with individual bidding devices and the service of 20 android girls. Moreover, Cheng Gong had specially exchanged for delicacies from the system shop to place within them. That's ridiculously expensive. Tsunade muttered as she purchased a second-floor box. The ticket prices of this auction also reflected its scale. After being led to her box by an attendant, Tsunade sat down and noticed one of the third-floor supreme boxes light up. This signified that the box had been reserved. A dragon's roar echoed and a golden dragon coiled around the supreme box twice before vanishing. The glow, however, remained. This was a signal to everyone that only 8 of the 9 supreme boxes were left. While the crowd was still stunned by the first box's ostentation, another supreme box lit up. A phoenix's cry rang out and a golden phoenix circled twice before disappearing. Is that Otsutsuki? Those in the supreme box could choose whether outsiders could see inside. The first supreme box guest remained hidden while the second one revealed themselves. When the crowd saw the occupants of the second supreme box, they were astonished. There were only 2 figures inside, pale-skinned, white-haired, clad in white robes with horns protruding from their heads, clearly members of the Otsutsuki clan. This was the first time the ninja world had encountered Otsutsuki members other than the Six-Path Sage and Kagaya Otsutsuki. The 2 Otsutsuki clan members cast a cold glance at the crowd gazing up at them, then concealed their supreme box, once more leaving the onlookers unable to see inside. Cheng Gong was also surprised by the appearance of these 2 Otsutsuki, as they had arrived through a temporary world passage cut from the 3,000 worlds. One of them possessed power comparable to Kagaya, likely having consumed a god tree fruit, while the other seemed to be merely a servant. The Otsutsuki's brief appearance in the second supreme box had an impact. Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had also wanted a supreme box, decisively chose a regular box on the second floor alongside the Six-Path Sage. Yet their absence made no difference. The 9 supreme boxes remained highly sought after. Omni King secured the 3rd supreme box, while the others were taken by beings from the temporary world passages. Dong. The resonant sound of a bronze bell struck the hearts of all, silencing the auction hall. Under its chime, the crowd naturally quieted down. Welcome everyone to today's auction. I am Mooing the auctioneer. Having crammed her knowledge of the auctioneer's duties over the past few days, Mooing now introduced the rules with poise and composure. Now let us unveil the first item. As Mooing spoke, a massive display case rose from the floor. Wow! The fully revealed item caused an uproar among the crowd, for the sight before them was truly overwhelming. This is a 3-section dragon corpse from the Dragon Ball world, containing immense energy within. Indeed, the first item was the dragon from the Dragon Ball world, whose consciousness had been obliterated by the Six-Path Sage at Cheng Gong's request. Though it could not fulfill Cheng Gong's wishes, it could still serve some purpose. Is this thing edible? The members of the Akimichi clan's first reaction was to wonder how to cook this dragon. Beyond that, many scientists from the Dragon Ball world were deeply intrigued by the dragon. They had all heard tales of the dragon's wish-granting ability, but never expected to behold it with their own eyes. The competition for the dragon between the first and second floors was fierce. In the end, it was purchased by a scientist from the Dragon Ball world at a great price. The next items were the one-time redeemable goods. Cheng Gong had received 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and bloodline limits, such as Uchiha Uzuma. My lord, these items. Inside the second supreme box, an Otsutsuki servant looked cautiously at the other. It seems some among our clan have interbred with lower beings. We shall need to purge the clan later. These various bloodline limits were all severely weakened versions of Otsutsuki abilities, so the 2 immediately recognized that members of the Otsutsuki clan had propagated these powers. Next item, Otsutsuki clan bloodline. When this item was presented, the Otsutsuki in the second supreme box could no longer remain seated. He could tolerate weakened versions being traded among lower beings. But now the displayed Otsutsuki bloodline was so pure that it could transform a person into a true Otsutsuki. This infuriated the Otsutsuki in the second supreme box. How could these lower beings dare to defile the sacred Otsutsuki? Blasphemy against the Otsutsuki clan death. The Otsutsuki man in the second supreme box stood up, opened a black portal before him, and stepped directly onto the auction stage. Ignoring the stunned gazes of everyone, the Otsutsuki reached for the item. At the same time his aura surged, and those in the main hall who were weaker found themselves barely able to breathe under the pressure. "Did you pay before taking that?" A soft, deliberately fierce voice rang through the silent hall. A little girl less than a meter tall, clutching a golden longsword, appeared on the stage. "Take this." It was Wanxian. Raising the 3,000 worlds, she slammed it down onto the Otsutsuki, flattening him instantly. Auction continues. Cheng Gong's calm voice echoed. He paid no attention to the flattened Otsutsuki, and mooing resumed the auction. The competition for the Otsutsuki bloodline was incredibly intense. Even Omni King joined in, and guests on the third floor who seemed to know about the Otsutsuki clan also participated. It was eventually won by a mysterious guest in the 6th Supreme Box. Next is a temporary edition, the Otsutsuki Bloodline, God Tree Fruit Edition. Mooing had apparently received a telepathic message from Cheng Gong, so she paused briefly before introducing the next item. The Otsutsuki who had remained on the stage disintegrated into dust. From his body emerged a single drop of blood. This was his Otsutsuki bloodline. The Otsutsuki bloodline from a god tree fruit differed from ordinary Otsutsuki blood in that it allowed the growth of a Rinnegan with 9 tomo on the forehead, granting the power of the omnipotent nets. This move by Cheng Gong truly intimidated all who harbored ill intentions. An Otsutsuki of such power attempting to steal an item was not only subdued in one blow, but had his very essence put up for auction. Truly terrifying. The competition for the god tree fruit bloodline was even more intense. Both those who had failed to win the ordinary Otsutsuki bloodline and those who had succeeded joined the bidding. The second supreme box, however, remained silent from then on. Yet the Otsutsuki servant inside did not leave, and it was unknown what he was doing within. After the incident, the subsequent auctions proceeded without further disruption. Though many tempting items appeared, no one dared to seize them by force. Now the final item of today, ownership of a universe. The universe Mooing introduced was the one Omni King had sold. Cheng Gong had 3 in total, and auctioning one off for some return points was perfectly fine. The bidding for this universe was entirely dominated by the third floor supreme boxes. Some of the occupants were even more powerful than Omni King, but they lacked the authority to create a universe. Thus the allure of an entire universe was immense. All supreme boxes except Omni King's and the second supreme box's Otsutsuki participated in the bidding. Congratulations to the 9th supreme box for winning the ownership of this universe. Today's auction is now concluded. Please exit in an orderly. As Mooing announced the fate of the universe, the auction ended. With its conclusion, powerful auras from the various supreme boxes began to erupt one after another. It seems some lacked the funds and intended to take by force. "Hello, my name is Daetongmu. In the second floor premium booth, the trembling Daetongmu servant approached Cheng Gong. "Is there something you need?" Cheng Gong recalled that they hadn't purchased anything. "Just now." "That?" "It was his own willful act. I tried to stop him." Daetongmu spoke haltingly, but Cheng Gong understood. Realizing that Cheng Gong's strength was enough to crush them, they didn't even think of fleeing and came directly to beg for mercy. The shop's rules apply to individuals and won't implicate others. Cheng Gong's words eased Daetongmu's uneasy heart. "Thank you, shopkeeper. Why did you go to other worlds for no reason?" "You've brought trouble upon you." A purple shoehorn-faced being resembling a violet potato stumbled out of a world passage from another dimension. On his left hand, an armored gauntlet glimmered with 6 radiant gems. Clearly he had intended to kill and seize treasures, but was driven back. Hearing the mockery, the violet potato glared angrily, only to find it was Cheng Gong. He retracted his gaze warily and silently retreated to his own world. The temporary world passage of the auction hall will close tomorrow. Anyone who hasn't returned to their own world by then will face the consequences. After the violet potato's humiliation, some people left immediately upon hearing Cheng Gong's words, especially those who had bought items returning directly to their worlds. Some curious souls browsed the small shop, though they couldn't afford much at the auction. Still, they could manage to buy a few things from the store. Others began to gather information from strangers, trying to learn which worlds they hailed from. Mooing, you performed well this time. From now on you are an official shop. Cheng Gong was highly satisfied with Mooing's performance. When Daetongmu rushed the auction stage to seize the Daetongmu bloodline, even the audience below was intimidated by the pressure, but Mooing faced it without flinching. "Really, shopkeeper? That's wonderful." Mooing hugged Cheng Gong, excitedly giving him a face full of her bosom. All right. Go get to know your colleagues." Cheng Gong pushed Mooing away and summoned the Dunshun Luwa. They had been in the shop for quite a while, but perhaps because they weren't real, they seemed somewhat mechanical when dealing with many customers. With Mooing now, the shop's service quality might improve a little. These 6 are the Dunshan Luwa. They are yours now. They will handle exchanges at the first tier return point while you take charge of the second tier return point. Since he had hired an assistant, he had to offer some employee benefits. The Dunshan Luhua's abilities were not insignificant, and they would serve Mewing well. Thank you, shopkeeper. After learning about the Dunshan Luhua's capabilities, Mewing was astonished. She had never expected that the 6 whom everyone considered mere tools for shop maintenance possessed such formidable power. For the first time, Cheng Gong's shop interface displayed a new section, the employee interface. However, the employee interface only showed Mewing. Clearly the system didn't consider the Dunshan Luwa as shop employees. No wonder he had never seen this interface before. As a system-certified official employee, Mewing worked 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. The system would pay her a monthly salary of 10,000 return point. Her return point purchases were not subject to the first and second tier restrictions set by Cheng Gong. Additionally, each year Mewing could purchase 1 item from the system shop at cost price. Here is the contract. If you find it acceptable, sign it. A contract materialized in Cheng Gong's hand, a system work contract with extraordinarily binding power. Shopkeeper, this duration. Isn't it too long? Mewing calmed down and began to read the contract carefully. The actual terms were not overly restrictive, but within the shop Mewing would be completely free. However, the contract stipulated that during its term she could not leave the shop without the shopkeeper's permission. And the term was 500 years. Such a length of time is but a mere snap of the fingers for the shop. The choice is yours. Cheng Gong said no more. He hadn't forced Mewing to sign, and he had no power to alter the contract issued by the... Inwardly, Cheng Gong cursed the system. What difference was there between signing for 500 years and being confined in the shop for that long? The last person locked up for such a duration was a monkey. Ill sign. Considering the shop's wonders and the contract's employee benefits, Mewing felt it wasn't impossible to sign. Moreover, the contract didn't completely forbid her from leaving. If necessary, she could tempt Cheng Gong. Though she had only interacted with him a few times, Mewing had already grasped his weakness. If Cheng Gong knew what Mewing was thinking, he would only say, "Young lady, your judgment of character is spot on." As Mewing signed her name on the contract, it bound itself to her. In the shop, besides Cheng Gong's room and employee room, come to work on schedule, arrange your own rest hours. You may freely travel between the biochemical world and the ninja world. Cheng Gong only allowed Mewing access to these 2 worlds. Since he hadn't fully seized control of the Dragon Ball world, he feared Mewing might encounter incidents she couldn't handle there, so he withheld that world's permission. Mewing was already satisfied that Cheng Gong hadn't trapped her in the shop. The Dunshan Luwa worked every day without rest, and she had feared she would be the same. You start officially tomorrow. Cheng Gong didn't require her to begin work immediately. Additionally, Cheng Gong added a new rule to the shop restricting the exchange time for the second tier return point to Mewing's working hours. Of course, if one encountered Cheng Gong in the shop, they could exchange directly with him free from this time restriction. This rule would also take effect tomorrow. Lord Daetongmu. Daetongmu Yoyu encountered Daetongmu Hui in the shop. Huyas 9-tomo reincarnation. I exerted immense pressure on Daetongmu Yoyu, who could sense the power of the god tree fruit within it. Hui nodded silently, then tugged at the 6 paths, immortal, wanting to leave the shop. Though she and Daetongmu Yoyu were strangers, Hui instinctively felt the urge to flee. From Huyas movements, Daetongmu Yoyu noticed the 6 paths immortal. She immediately sensed that the 6 paths immortal was not a pure-blooded Daetongmu. Coupled with the interaction between Hui and the immortal, she seemed to realize something, and her expression changed drastically. Lord Daetongmu, I saw nothing. I saw nothing. Otsutsuki Rujioku directly fled back to the world passage and returned to her own world, even destroying the world passage in her own world for fear that Kagaya would come after her. Kagaya hadn't expected Otsutsuki Rujioku to react so strongly and couldn't help but look worriedly at the Sage of 6 Paths. What should we do? If she goes back and reports to her superiors, once the Otsutsuki clan starts an investigation, it'll definitely be discovered. The Otsutsuki clan, to ensure the purity of their bloodline, forbids intermarriage with mortals. Once discovered, it results in imprisonment. If it were only this, Kagaya wouldn't be worried. Having spent so long in the moon, she could endure another period of confinement and at least survive. However, Kagaya herself was merely a servant in the Otsutsuki clan. Back then, she killed her companion and obtained the power of the divine tree's fruit, which already constituted a betrayal of the Otsutsuki clan. If the Otsutsuki were to find out, she would surely be purged. There's no choice, we can only unite the entire ninja. The Sage of 6 Paths also didn't know how many Otsutsuki would come, or how powerful they would be, so he could only strive to strengthen the ninja world. Unbeknownst to himself, the Sage of 6 Paths also chose to use the ninja world to oppose the Otsutsuki, just like Kagaya. Only Kagaya opted to create White Zetsu, while the Sage hoped to elevate the strength of the ninja world's powerful figures. Madara and Hashirama were the favored juniors of the Sage of Six Paths. With their abilities, they could eventually fully enter the Six Paths level. But time was pressing, so the sage might need to accelerate their progress. Besides that, the Sage of Six Paths had a brother whom he had never revived, and now it seemed he could also be resurrected. Of course, relying solely on these two was insufficient. The Sage of Six Paths felt that he as the founder of the ninjutsu needed to step forward and unite the ninja world, implementing talent cultivation across the entire ninja world. Moreover, these people must be geniuses. Regarding the Otsutsuki clan, the difference between the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya and Kagaya's attempts to win through numbers, mass-producing white Zetsu to later overwhelm the Otsutsuki with a human wave tactic. The Sage of Six Paths, however, knew that before true power, even countless ants would only be crushed underfoot. Thus he needed to concentrate his resources on the extraordinary geniuses of the ninja world to nurture those who could stand before the Otsutsuki. Without delay, the Sage of Six Paths took Kagaya and hurried back to the ninja world to discuss this matter with the Kage of the various villages, as it concerned the survival of the ninja world. Cheng Gong also brought the 3,000 worlds to the ninja world. He had an idea he wanted to try here, and this was also the first time the myriad manifestations after being materialized were retrieved back into the 3,000 worlds by Cheng Gong. Sever 3,000 worlds. Cheng Gong arrived deep beneath the earth of the ninja world. In this darkness, he released the 3,000 worlds. The blade blazed with golden light, and a small space within the ninja world was created by Cheng Gong. The newly created small space was extremely unstable, with various spatial turbulence and cracks appearing wildly. Cheng Gong could only use the 3,000 worlds to slowly smooth these areas. The nascent space was too fragile. A single mistake could shatter it, so Cheng Gong dared not recklessly use this power. After thoroughly cleansing the space, Cheng Gong began to condense spatial power to reinforce the space's walls, ensuring its stability. Once the space walls were thick enough, Cheng Gong returned to the ninja world. Merge 3,000 worlds. Cheng Gong released his Zanpakuto for the second time, where the tip of 3,000 worlds pointed. A massive phantom appeared, and this phantom was merging into the space Cheng Gong had developed. The phantom gradually solidified, and the first landmass slowly appeared within the space. This land floated in the void with only a small campfire emitting a faint light. Clearly people were standing around the fire, and even beyond the fire's glow, heads were bobbing, indicating a large crowd. 5 elements law appear. With a low shout from Cheng Gong, chakra of 5 attributes from the Naruto world burst forth from his body, and then 5 towering trees appeared, each with a different form and feel. These 5 trees were the 5 elements trees of the Naruto world: the fire tree, lightning tree, water tree, earth tree, and these 5 trees were usually hidden within the ninja world, continuously generating their corresponding chakra energy and transmitting it to the ninja world undetectable even by the Sage of Six Paths. Kagaya was able to sense these 5 elements trees, but could not make them manifest. After Cheng Gong released chaotic 5 elements energy, the trees would automatically appear to absorb the excess chakra to maintain the balance of the ninja world, preventing energy overload from destabilizing it. 5 elements chains bind. Cheng Gong used himself as the lock node. Of 5 chains appeared behind him and pierced directly through the trunks of the 5 elements trees. Sensing danger, the trees trembled violently, and the chakra of the entire ninja world erupted in chaos. But this chaos vanished in an instant. Many ninjas only felt a momentary loss of control over their chakra before it returned to normal. This was because Cheng Gong transmitted the corresponding 5 elements power through the chains into the trees, healing their wounds and naturally calming them. After repairing their branches, the 5 elements trees tightly wrapped around the chains, securing them within the trees. The next step was the crucial part. Cheng Gong was currently using himself as the lock node connecting to the trees, but this left him immobilized. He needed to free himself and find a new lock node for the chains. This new lock node was naturally the new space Cheng Gong had painstakingly created. The moment the new space connected to the trees, the supply of the chains changed to when Cheng Gong was the lock node, he transmitted his own chakra to the trees. Now the small space was absorbing the 5 elements chakra from the trees. The trees naturally resented such a parasite constantly draining their chakra, so they kept shaking their trunks to break free from the chains. Yin power stabilize. Cheng Gong burst out the Yinatured chakra from within his body. Yinatured chakra was also one of the chakra natures in the Naruto world, but its rank was higher than the 5 elements, so ninjas with Yinatured chakra were extremely rare. This was also related to the absence of a Yin tree in the Naruto world. The amount of Yin chakra was insufficient to form a law tree. Now Cheng Gong intended to use his own Yin chakra to nurture a Yin tree into existence. However, the amount of chakra required for a law tree was immense. Even with Cheng Gong continuously generating Yin chakra, he could only condense the law seed. Crack. A crisp sound. The law seed had actually split open. A tender sprout emerged from the seed of law, and under Cheng Gong's catalysis, the Yin tree had germinated. Once sprouted, the Yin tree began to emit chakra outward. Cheng Gong merged the Yin tree with the newly developed small space, and the two became one instantly. The five elements tree sensed the Yin attributed chakra and discovered that this attribute of chakra promoted the growth of its trunk. Consequently, it ceased resisting the small space's absorption of their energy, for their energy nurtured the Yin tree, and the Yin tree's Yin attributed chakra would in turn nourish them. Thus the five elements chain became stable when the Yin tree sprout appeared. Go! A tree once again appeared in Cheng Gong's hand, the Kidō statue. After retrieving it from the space, he severed all its connections to the outside world so that no one could summon it again. The Kidō statue left Cheng Gong's hand and began to expand continuously, soon becoming a giant tree as tall as a city gate. A large gate opened. Power of reincarnation converged. Cheng Gong's three eyes opened simultaneously. The Rinnegan with 9 tomo began to spin, gathering boundless power of reincarnation from his eyes, while also absorbing the sparse reincarnation power from the entire ninja world. This immense power of reincarnation was directly injected into the Kidō statue. Gate of reincarnation open. The large gate beneath the Kidō statue swung wide open, revealing a vortex within that obscured the interior. The final step was to connect this gate of reincarnation to the ninja world. This step was not difficult, for the five elements tree had already been subdued by Cheng Gong, and the consciousness of the ninja world would hardly resist him. Thus the gate of reincarnation was easily linked to the ninja world, and the vortex within the reincarnation transformed into 6 paths, each stretching endlessly into the unknown. After completing this step, Cheng Gong felt a slight loosening of the bottleneck within him, and his aura surged once more. This path is indeed correct. Cheng Gong had not gone through all this trouble merely for amusement. The phantom he had dragged into the small space and merged was actually the pure land of the ninja world. At this moment, due to the lack of laws, the ninja world could only accommodate a limited number of powerful beings. This was why after Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Sage of 6 Paths were resurrected, the sage's younger brother Otsutsuki Himura could not be revived. The ninja world now had 3 6 Paths level powerhouses. Although Madara had not fully entered the 6 Paths realm, he possessed 6 Paths level strength, which had already reached the ninja world's capacity limit. For another powerhouse to emerge, either an existing 6 Paths level being must die, or the ninja world must supplement its laws and undergo an ascension. Cheng Gong, who also wished to break through to a new realm, had come to the ninja world to create an underworld. Based on the original pure land that housed souls, he opened up a place of reincarnation, allowing these souls to be reborn. This way the 5 elements tree would no longer need to continuously condense new souls for birth. Without this place of reincarnation, the souls in the Pure Land would eventually become too numerous, causing them to escape and create a rampant ghostly scene in the ninja world. With the Gate of Reincarnation, the 5 elements tree no longer had to expend chakra to condense souls, it only needed to facilitate the reincarnation of existing souls. Having created this underworld, Cheng Gong held natural control over it. The ceaselessly generated Yin power and reincarnation power continuously flooded Cheng Gong, causing the two forces within him to surge. Worried that the balanced cycle of chakra within him might be disrupted, Cheng Gong quickly left this place. If anyone else entered this space, the overwhelming Yin-attributed chakra would cause them to explode. At the same time, the emergence of this underworld allowed the ninja world to accommodate 3 more 6 Paths level powerhouses. However, these 3 must be primarily Yin-attributed and permanently reside in the underworld to maintain the balance between the underworld and the ninja world. Having done all this, Cheng Gong was exhausted. He returned to his small shop and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, he created an immortal realm in the same manner. This immortal realm space was centered on the Yang tree, and it could accommodate up to 10 6 Paths level powerhouses. Except for the 3 who needed to permanently reside in the immortal realm space, each chakra tree of a different attribute could give birth to 1 6 Paths level powerhouse. The entire ninja world could now accommodate up to 16 6 Paths level powerhouses. The moment the immortal realm space was completed, the chakra of the ninja world surged dramatically. Countless ninjas who had been slow or lacking talent in chakra cultivation found their training speed increased. As for Hashirama and Madara, they directly felt a tremor within, as if a force was guiding them forward. The two immediately went into seclusion. As for Cheng Gong, after perceiving the ascension and transformation brought by the completion of the ninja world, he was only 1 step away from the 5th stage. He needed only to open the underworld and immortal realm in the biohazard world to naturally break through to the 5th stage. Cheng Gong had found the path to the 5th stage, the cycle of the 3 realms, the opening of multiple universes, and ultimately the multiverse. Each step achieved marked a milestone of progress. Omni King was stuck on the multiverse. Although there were many universes in the Dragon Ball world, the cultivation systems and races in each universe were identical. Such quantitative growth could not bring Omni King a qualitative leap, so he remained unable to break through. Shopkeeper Uncle. Naruto, why are you looking so down today? Cheng Gong lay lazily on his recliner. The recent creation of the underworld and immortal realm had exhausted him, so he decided to rest for a couple of days. Well, just 2 days. Last month Grandpa Hashirama broke through and selected many geniuses from the ninja world. I was chosen too. Naruto spoke with obvious pride. I'm going to be taken to a place more suitable for cultivation to train hard. I might not be able to come to the shop for a long time, so I came to say goodbye to you, Uncle Shopkeeper. Sure. Then work hard, Naruto. I'll miss you. Had Hashirama and the others already broken through a month ago? Had he been resting for the mooing? Upon seeing mooing, Naruto abandoned Cheng Gong and went straight to her. Cheng Gong watched Naruto eagerly courting mooing without embarrassment. If Naruto really won Mu Ying's heart, that would be fine. Cheng Gong could always take care of the future Hinata for him. Stretching his limbs, Cheng Gong stood up. Today he would open the underworld and immortal realm in the biohazard world. Excuse me, can I exchange this for return points? A white man in business attire approached Mu Ying and asked. In his hand was a small fragment of world force seemingly obtained from a zombie. Yes, you may. Mu Ying skillfully exchanged the return points for him. What seemed like a routine transaction caught Cheng Gong's attention, for this man was a native of the biohazard world. After the zombie apocalypse, humanity had finally been reborn in the biohazard world. The 5 major village shadows led by Wave Wind Watergate gathered today due to the immense information shock brought to the ninja world by the mobile phone that Orochimaru returned from the Dragon Ball world. The information among various ninja villages is mixed, but much can still be retrieved from the phone. At the same time, it has deepened the ninja world's understanding of the Dragon Ball world, as its technology has accelerated the technological development of the ninja world. Wave Wind Watergate solemnly gazed at the 5 ninjas before him as they stood before a spaceship from the Dragon Ball world. To prepare for the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan, the Sage of 6 Paths not only united the ninja world to cultivate geniuses, but also planned to develop outward from the ninja world. At this stage, the number of powerful individuals in the Sage of 6 Paths is woefully insufficient, as every loss brings a significant impact. Fortunately, having seen the spaceship from the Dragon Ball world, even though each is quite valuable, the ninja world can still afford to purchase one. Most importantly, with this spaceship, the requirements for venturing into space are not as high even an ordinary person can embark. However, considering this is the first journey to space, everyone tacitly chose to select from the high-ranking ninjas, as the conditions in space are too uncertain and a certain level of self-preservation ability is necessary. Among the 5 selected ninjas, Konoha sent one from the Nara clan who had purchased the language spirit technique at a small shop. These 5 will become the pioneers of a new era in the ninja world. In addition to exploring space, they have another crucial task: to find a transit station in space that can connect to the outside world, which will also serve as a forward. Subsequently, station ninjas will be able to discover potential enemies coming from the cosmos. Today, the Union Level 1 city-state is established. We welcome all talented individuals with a special skill to join us. Those who join can receive the ninja headbands of the Yun and IWA ninjas. Yun Hidden and IWA Hidden jointly funded the acquisition of a city-building decree at the previous auction, planning to unite and establish a joint city-state. Although it has not been publicly stated in the ninja world, Konoha has always been the leader, with the name of Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, being exceedingly prominent. Although Uchiha Madara declared he would not return to Konoha, he has not severed ties completely, thus he is still regarded as a member of Konoha by the ninja world. Consequently, Konoha's strength completely suppresses the other villages, leading Yun and IWA ninjas to form a military alliance in search of. Moreover, they decided to recruit talents from outside villages in the ninja world, believing that by casting a wide net there would certainly be an opportunity to counter Konoha. However, none of this concerns Cheng Gong, who is diligently working to establish the underworld in the biochemical world, a task far more challenging than in the ninja world. The biochemical world is, strictly speaking, on the brink of destruction, making even the birth of souls exceedingly rare. Therefore, Cheng Gong must create a place akin to pure land within the biochemical world. After much effort, Cheng Gong successfully established the underworld of the biochemical world, which possesses a purification function unlike that of the ninja world's underworld. This is because some zombies may have incomplete souls, and these souls lack intelligence and exhibit extremely violent tendencies. Through this purification function, their souls can be completed, restoring their temperaments to a state of peace, thus allowing the humans born afterward to be normal. With the establishment of the underworld in the biochemical world, Cheng Gong received a feedback from the underworld, finally breaking through the bottleneck within him as a torrent of spiritual power surged forth, rapidly spreading throughout the biochemical world. Cheng Gong's Ninetamo Rinnegan automatically opened, creating a space in his eyes as the biochemical world was directly absorbed into this space by the Ninetamo Rinnegan. From this moment on, Cheng Gong became the god of the biochemical world. Even those far stronger than him would find their powers greatly suppressed upon entering. Only the Omni King sensed the changes in the biochemical world as power, allowing him to perceive these alterations, but due to his childlike nature, he soon cast it aside. After stabilizing his power, Cheng Gong finally achieved the 5th stage of strength, and with this power, he felt confident in devouring the Dragon Ball world. However, battling against the 5th stage powerhouses of the Dragon Ball world would always be a challenge. Just then Cheng Gong sensed the Omni King in a small shop, and he decisively used his energy to imprison the Omni King and the 6 Supreme Kais around him. Now, even if the Dragon Ball world wished to reassemble its 5th stage powerhouses and Supreme Kais, it would consume an enormous amount of world power. Cheng Gong re-entered the Dragon Ball world this time without any concealment, thus he was immediately detected by the World's Will of the Dragon Ball world. However, when the World's Will attempted to summon the Omni King to expel Cheng Gong, it discovered that the Omni King was completely missing, while Cheng Gong had already begun to utilize the World Will of the 3,000 worlds to devour the Dragon Ball world. The World's Will of the Dragon Ball world had no choice but to resist while simultaneously attempting to reassemble a 5th stage powerhouse. This is the weakness of the World's Will. It can only operate like a program running specified steps. In its programming, the Dragon Ball world requires a 5th stage powerhouse that poses no threat to the World's Will. However, this powerhouse has inexplicably vanished, so it must reassemble another one, but at this moment the outsider Cheng Gong is devouring it. Thus the World's Will can only allocate a portion of world power to deal with Cheng Gong. As a result, the process of condensing the 5th stage powerhouse is exceedingly slow, and the strength to resist Cheng Gong is somewhat lacking. Seeing this, Cheng Gong understood that imprisoning the Omni King and others in the small shop was the right move, and he accelerated the pace of his devouring. In just 3 days, the World's Will of the Dragon Ball world was nearly exhausted by Cheng Gong, and the Dragon Ball world had already fallen into chaos. All of this is thanks to Xiao Wanxiang. When Cheng Gong does not use his Bankai, Wanxiang is completely free, allowing him to constantly absorb various universes during this period, weakening the world power of the Dragon Ball world. Huff. Done. After releasing a breath of turbid air, Cheng Gong annihilated the last bit of the World's Will, and thereafter the Dragon Ball world was left without a master. If the Omni King were still in the Dragon Ball world, he could have seized this controlling power, but the Omni King was trapped in the small shop. Cheng Gong took out the 3,000 worlds to devour the Dragon Ball world while once again wielding the 3,000 worlds to carve out a new world. This aura. Incoming. Cheng Gong felt the rich, unfamiliar power in the new world and resolutely stepped in. A new journey begins at this moment.